Chapter 51. The secretary was carried off by a lion. General? Luo Ran expressed his surprise. Lucas had arrived at M4 merely 3 hours after speaking with him, and yet it had only been a day and a half. How could this be? Shen Shilua and Lu Chang assisted Luo Ran onto the bed. He retrieved painkillers from his pocket and swallowed them, awaiting the throbbing pain in his head to subside. This was not an ordinary headache, it was a dull ache emanating from deep within his brain, robbing him of the ability to think. Though he had felt relatively fine while resting, the prolonged concentration required for negotiating with the Crown Prince had taken its toll on his body. Yes, Lu Chang affirmed. The general has indeed returned. He is currently on B4, but he is within Imperial territory. The Empire is already aware of his presence. Luo Ran pressed his temples, leaning against the headboard. Is he alone? Accompanied by a small team. Team Lu. Team Lu. The voice of the captain of the security team crackled through Lu Cheng's walkie-talkie. The Crown Prince is preparing to storm in. Lu Cheng's eyes widened. This was utterly shameless. Team Lu, Major General Chan, Major General Mocha, and Lieutenant General Luo have arrived with their men to intercept. Lucas was the warlord, and Luo Ran was not only his secretary but also his de facto partner as a general. With the royal family attempting to seize him, the senior military officials would not remain passive, each one more temperamental than the last, promptly bringing their private soldiers to assist. Lieutenant, Luo Ran gripped the bedsheet tightly, suppressing his discomfort to maintain his composure. Do not engage. Ah, Lu Cheng paused. Do not let the security team take action, and absolutely do not allow the military to intervene. Luo Ran commanded sternly. Lieutenant, you must go down and stop Lieutenant General Luo and the others. Under no circumstances should you harm members of the royal family immediately. The military was already on edge, especially since Lucas commanded a significant portion of the Empire's forces. If weapons were drawn in the capital, it would spell disaster. Understood. Luo Ran's expression turned grave, and Lu Chang became serious as well, gritting his teeth. But, if we do not engage, the Crown Prince's men will come charging in. They won't take me away. Luo Ran smiled. Isn't the second prince here? He won't permit my abduction, nor will he allow an alliance between the military and the Crown Prince. Lu Chang was taken aback, he did not comprehend. But since Luo Ran said so, he would comply. Lu Chang strode away, but Luo Ran caught his arm for one last reminder. Let the second prince come to assist voluntarily. You cannot speak or hint to him, nor can you seek his help. Do you understand? Yes. Once Lu Chang departed, Luo Ran's breathing became somewhat rapid, prompting him to open the pillbox and consume another tablet. Secretary Luo's injuries are still fresh, this is a normal reaction. Shen Shilua stated, standing nearby. After a period of rest, it will subside. Luo Ran nodded. I suggest that while painkillers are effective, do not overindulge, or your body will develop a tolerance. Furthermore, excessive medication can be harmful. Luo Ran paused briefly and replied, I will try, but there is no alternative now. Shen Shilua adjusted his glasses. It is recommended that as an SSS Omega, you seek the calming pheromones of an SSS Alpha. Luo Ran turned his head slightly. Ah? Luo Ran pretended not to hear and activated the walkie-talkie left by Lu Chang, just in case. Upon turning it on, a cacophony of noise and clattering filled the air. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the Crown Prince's men and the second princes were embroiled in a dispute below, situated on the highest floor of the hospital. He could hear nothing, yet the lower levels were in disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to ask, I am a beta. If I were to truly accompany the Crown Prince to the laboratory, would it not pose any real danger? Secretary Luo, do not entertain such thoughts. If you were to go to the laboratory, do you think you could conceal your identity as a 3S Omega? Luo Ran understood the logic, yet sitting there amidst the ongoing commotion, he felt discomfort, eagerly wishing to resolve this predicament he had inadvertently caused. Of course, his greatest concern was causing trouble for Lucas and the military. Hiss. Luo Ran slightly frowned, pressing his head that he could not dwell on it. Further, more thoughts would only exacerbate the pain. Secretary Luo, please lie down and rest, Shen Shilua urged, gently pressing him down. Temporarily clear your mind. At the hospital's lower level, the Crown Prince and the second prince did not show themselves, they merely observed the situation from their respective aircraft. The captain of the Crown Prince's security team was intercepted at the hospital staircase by the second prince's captain. Both sides stalemated. Eventually, the Crown Prince's side took the initiative, attempting to push past the obstructing personnel with a shield. The Crown Prince was indeed anxious, as Lucas had arrived at B4 and was nearing the capital. If they could not act decisively before Lucas's arrival, they would be left to face the consequences. Zhou Mingyu was gambling. Either they would capture the military and continue their experiments, or they would make an enemy of Lucas. Please do not obstruct official business, shouted the Crown Prince's captain, shoving the person in front of him. Secretary Luo has not received proper treatment, and his condition has worsened. His Highness is helping him. Lu Cheng stood nearby, nervously monitoring the situation. He had managed to persuade the military personnel to leave, but they remained stationed outside. Crash! At that moment, the hospital doors were suddenly flung open. A tall man stood at the entrance, his expression fierce and intimidating, radiating an aura that rendered others breathless. The instant Lu Cheng laid eyes on Lucas, he exclaimed, "Damn it! He has returned!" The general had truly come back. Lu Cheng trembled with excitement and hurried forward, saying, "General." Lu Cheng continued, "Secretary Luo insists that there must be no conflict with the royal family and your team." Whoosh! Before he could finish, Lucas seized a nearby chair and hurled it at the Crown Prince's security captain. Lucas sneered, "I don't give a damn about that." The man's demeanor was brimming with arrogance, akin to a lion revealing its claws. The security captain was knocked unconscious, and the scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Lucas instructed his team to wait outside while he alone ascended the stairs, brandishing his sword and shouting, "Everyone get lost." At this, everyone froze. The Crown Prince and Second Prince emerged from their aircraft as they entered the hospital's lower level. They beheld the sight of Lucas standing alone on the staircase, towering above them, while the two previously entangled factions stood apart, rendered silent by his presence. Lucas bellowed, "Do not accuse my military of abusing power in the capital. I stand here alone, let's see who dares approach." Bam! Lucas plunged his sword into the ground. Though the sword was forged from the Empire's finest materials, sharp and sturdy, it took immense strength to drive a weapon into the concrete floor. The three Srank alphas now released their pheromones unabashedly, overpowering all alphas and betas within the vicinity. Some with weaker mental fortitude were already gasping for breath, struggling to inhale. The pungent scent of tobacco-infused pheromones was sharp, dense, and aggressively overwhelming, as though it aimed to dominate the entire space. The Second Prince stood by, controlling his own breathing while observing the unfolding drama. He was eager to see how his ruthless elder brother would navigate this situation. "General," the Crown Prince Zhou Mingyu smiled, "please remain calm, we can find a way to treat the secretary together." Lucas's gaze fell upon Zhou Mingyu. Zhou Mingyu could acutely sense the oppressive pheromones directed at him, as if an invisible giant hand were pressing down on his shoulders, forcefully compelling him to bow beneath its weight, leaving him unstable and his mind pierced by the incessant intrusion of pheromones that caused a throbbing pain in his head. With a thought of calm, Zhou Mingyu resisted, beads of sweat forming at his temples, his hand casually resting on the table for support. Lucas sneered, "Zhou Mingyu, I have heard that you intend to forcibly abduct my secretary? You misunderstand." Zhou Mingyu replied with a smile. "I merely observed that Secretary Luo was being coerced by Dr. Shen and his colleagues without receiving proper treatment, and during our meeting, he even suffered a relapse. My initial intent was to assist and gain further understanding, but I was forcibly removed by Lieutenant Lu, hence my suspicion regarding Secretary Luo's safety." Lucas raised an eyebrow that I am eager to help, both then and now. "General, the battle at M4 is not yet concluded, you should not be here. My intention is to care for Secretary Luo, to bring him for appropriate treatment, to include him in our research, and to collectively address his mental health issues for the future of UNK. Secretary Luo is a beta, he will not be harmed by the radiation side effects of UNK, yet his abilities could save the Empire and the rest of AO. I hear you spouting nonsensical drivel. I care not whether he is a beta or omega." Lucas drew his sword effortlessly, stating, "You shall not lay a hand on him." The ground beneath them cracked, revealing a small fissure that as Lucas drew his sword, the atmosphere grew tense, on the brink of eruption. The royal prince's guard also tensed, subtly gripping their weapons. Lu Cheng watched from the side, heart racing with fear. "General, no one intends to harm Secretary Luo, you are mistaken." Zhou Mingyu maintained his composed demeanor, though a closer look would reveal the fine sheen of sweat on his brow. He furrowed his brow and continued, "Who has conveyed erroneous information to you, prompting your return from the M4 battlefield? Please rest assured, Secretary Luo." Before he could finish, Lucas bellowed, "Mind your own business. I am responsible for my secretary, and now that I am back, it is none of your concern." "General!" Standing beside Zhou Mingyu, Shi Xiuqi flushed with indignation and said, That, you ought to conduct yourself properly while speaking with His Highness the Crown Prince. How can you resort to personal attacks?" Bang! In the next moment, everyone witnessed Shi Xiuqi's rotund body soar through the air like a ball. Lucas had easily hurled a nearby chair at him, and thus Shi Xiuqi was sent flying, chair and all, by the overwhelming force. Shi Xiuqi tumbled to the side, his hand dangling at an odd angle, likely broken. This man, who only understood how to cater to his own interests, now lay in pain, dazed and trembling, rendered speechless. Zhou Mingyu's complexion paled. How could he have forgotten that Lucas was a man without regard for the law? A madman? General, do you intend to resort to violence? Zhou Mingyu's voice turned cold. Are you prepared to act out here? Lucas smirked. He was unafraid. General. Lucas paused, but he heard a warm and familiar voice behind him turning. He discovered Luo Ran had descended without his notice. Luo Ran stood to the side, gripping the handrail of the staircase with one hand while clutching in stand with the other. He was currently in a state of pheromone disarray. His mental state shattered and wounded. Thus the aggressive pheromones emanating from Lucas, combined with the various alpha pheromones in the building, caused him discomfort. However, he worried that if he did not intervene, the situation would spiral further out of control after all. Luo Ran had been monitoring the situation downstairs via intercom. Regardless of who struck first or why they did so, if Lucas forces truly took action in the capital, he would surely be at fault without needing justification. General. Luo Ran steadied himself and called out once more. Lucas immediately stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Luo Ran's waist, murmuring, "Why did you come down?" Lucas glanced at the people below, gesturing for Lu Chang to handle the situation, and then he accompanied Luo Ran upstairs. Noticing Luo Ran's pale complexion and the cast on his foot, Lucas paused, then effortlessly scooped him up in his arms. General. Luo Ran felt his feet leave the ground, suddenly cradled in Lucas's embrace. Shoo. Lucas whispered. I have returned. Rest easy. A simple statement left Luo Ran momentarily stunned. In truth, even if Lucas had not returned, Luo Ran possessed the capability to handle matters himself. He was not a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Yet Lucas was back. Luo Ran smiled and replied, Lucas carried him back to the room and placed him on the bed, instructing, sleep? Luo Ran contemplated, realizing he understood what Shinshilua had meant. Though he had felt a severe headache, with Lucasa 3S alpha present, and with no deliberate release of pheromones directed at him, the subtle scent of tobacco enveloped him gently, soothing his wounds, bringing him comfort. Thus, when Lucas stood to leave and head downstairs again, Luo Ran instinctively reached out and grasped the sleeve of Lucas's shirt. Lucas halted. Luo Ran, realizing his action, quickly retracted his hand and turned away, saying, Tu wanted to ask the general, how goes it at M4? Why have you returned? Lucas raised an eyebrow. I won my first battle, regained control of the situation, and returned. Wang Chuyang is currently wrapping things up, still engaged in combat. Rest assured, it's merely M4 we can win regardless of the circumstances. Luo Ran lowered his gaze. Lucas smiled and settled back down beside the bed. Let Lu Chang handle the chaos downstairs, Lucas said. Once it's resolved, it'll take you away from the capital to M4. We can depart in the next 3 hours at the earliest. Luo Ran paused. All right, sleep now, do not fear. Lucas sat by the bedside. I will remain here. Lucas appeared disheveled, still bearing the remnants of battle and filth. His presence felt oddly out of place in that moment. M4 was a considerable distance from the capital, and Lucas must have exerted all his strength to return as swiftly as possible. Luo Ran gazed at the taut contours of Lucas' back. At that moment, Lucas was communicating with Wang Choyang via his terminal, following up on the battlefield situation, intentionally lowering his voice so as not to disturb Luo Ran. Luo Ran felt a stirring in his heart and leaned against Lucas's sturdy back. Lucas stiffened. Luo Ran fell asleep against Lucas' rigid back, not minding the discomfort of the position. Lucas dared not move, gripping the terminal tightly, remaining silent. The warmth against his back dulled the anger and tension that had initially surged upon his return. Lucas found himself thinking that although they had been apart for only a few days, he missed Luo Ran dearly. In that moment, emotions surged unexpectedly. Lucas thought to himself, it's over. I've lost. 3 hours later, Lucas took Luo Ran onto the battleship, embarking with him toward M4. Before leaving, Luo Ran visited Xia Ji to assure him of his safety. Shen Shilua accompanied Luo Ran. Though he remained concerned for Xia Ji, however, Luo Ran needed Shen Shilua more at this moment. Though the crown prince was reluctant, he found himself unable to intervene. Since Lucas's return, he had lost any standing that he had wagered and lost, and no one could have anticipated that Lucas would manage to resolve the situation at M4 in such a short span and return so swiftly. It was utterly insane. On the battleship, similar to their time in the hospital, Luo Ran reclined while Lucas sat beside him, discussing matters with Wang Choyang. After a while, noticing that Luo Ran had truly fallen asleep, Lucas stood to seek out Shin Shilua. General? Shin Shilua was on the deck, video calling Xia Ji. Lucas glanced at Shin Shilua's terminal, raising an eyebrow slightly. Have you reconciled with Dr. Xia? Sort of. I feel he has been treating me better, Shin Shilua replied proudly. It seems my diligent studies have finally satisfied him technically. Lucas. Damn it. Lucas suddenly felt he had lost significantly. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with Luo Ran. Don't be discouraged, General. Keep up the good work, Shun Shilua professionally encouraged Lucas. Lucas scoffed, then shifted the conversation to his purpose for visiting. Is Luo Ran truly just experiencing a mental issue? Shun Shilua adjusted his glasses, maintaining his composure. Yes, it is a common mental issue among betas, resulting from the resonance of bodily heat and magnetic fields with UNK. Can betas truly resonate with UNK? Lucas furrowed his brow slightly. Having spent many years with Luo Ran, he had grown accustomed to his peculiarities. But suddenly, he questioned if he had overlooked something. Shin Shilua stated, there hasn't been a case like this before, but evidently Secretary Luo, as a beta, has successfully resonated with UNK. Lucas frowned. He had been with Luo Ran, who often experienced strange hallucinations and had become somewhat dull. The symptoms resembled those of an Omega suffering from mental breakdown and pheromone chaos. Is it possible, Lucas paused, frowning, that you have misdiagnosed? Shin Shilua felt his professionalism had been insulted, and he replied solemnly, General, please have faith in my expertise. Even if you were to become an Omega, I would never misdiagnose. Shin Shilua continued, do you believe your secretary is concealing his gender? I don't know. Have you really not discovered this after all these years? Shun Shilua sighed and cast Lucas a sincere and compassionate gaze. Though this was meant to aid Luo Ran in concealing his identity, it was also Shin Shilua's heartfelt opinion. Lucas. Shin. Shilua. Just as Lucas was about to hold him accountable, the battleship's alarm suddenly blared. The sharp alarm jolted everyone awake. Lucas's expression hardened, and he momentarily set aside his troublesome friend to head to the control room. Freeman, the officer who had returned with Lucas, reported, we've been pursued by space pirates. At this moment, the battleship had been traveling for a day, and they were nearing M4, likely indicating that the space pirates had redirected reinforcements to M4 and were now blocking their path. After all, Lucas was leading a swift and agile squadron and battleship, with speed being prioritized over sturdiness. Lucas glanced at the red dot on the display and said, it's fine, we can engage them. Wang Chuyang will soon bring the main force from M4 to join us. Lucas shook his neck and ordered, you stay here and follow my commands. Yes. Before setting out, Lucas stopped by Luo Ran's quarters. Luo Ran had also awakened due to the alarm, already groomed and ready, sitting aside, awaiting Lucas's orders. Lucas raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, Secretary Luo, are you preparing to lead a sortie? Luo Ran merely smiled and replied, I guess the general would need me by your side. Lucas snorted softly. Luo Ran was indeed correct. Lucas was concerned that the space pirates might attempt to capture Luo Ran as leverage, just as they had previously. Given that the main battleship he commanded, while fast, lacked in firepower and durability, he was uneasy about leaving the injured and mentally unstable Luo Ran behind. It was far better to have him in the mecha, where he could protect him closely. Lucas remarked, the mecha might be a bit shaky. That's alright, don't worry about me. Luo Ran replied earnestly, I can handle any turbulence, just drive freely, General. Though he said this, Lucas would naturally avoid engaging in combat with Luo Ran aboard. Let's go. Lucas wrapped his arm around Luo Ran's waist, leading him up the ladder into the mecha. Contrary to Luo Ran's expectations, the mecha's cockpit was quite spacious, even allowing him to lie down. Of course, Luo Ran would not lie down as Luo Ran sat in the mecha for the first time. He felt a unique and fresh experience, constantly observing his surroundings. The enclosed cockpit was well lit, filled with numerous buttons and controls. Luo Ran realized he was seated on the heated cushion Lucas had prepared for him before departure. How does it feel? Lucas asked. Are you uncomfortable? Logically, this enclosed space should have made Luo Ran anxious, but with Lucas present and the view of the outside world visible, he found it tolerable. No. Luo Ran picked up the operating manual provided within the mecha, diligently focusing his attention. You don't need to read that you can't operate my mecha. Lucas initiated the Lion 01 with his fingerprint. This mecha is driven by phenomenal psychic energy, which you lack. Moreover, no other alpha could operate Lucas's mecha. The only entities capable of activating and piloting the Lion 01 were Lucas himself or an Omega who had established a psychic connection with him. That's fine, I'm just curious, Luo Ran said, flipping through the manual and matching the buttons to the real controls with utmost seriousness. Luo Ran was indeed just curious. In reality, everyone harbored a fascination with what was known as the Empire's most formidable shield and its mightiest blade. We're departing, Lucas announced. If you feel uneasy, lean on me. Alright. The Lion 01 slowly ascended, departing from the battleship and gliding gently into the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Chapter 52. The secretary observing the stars from within a mech differs greatly from gazing at them aboard a warship. The stars appear to shine even more brilliantly, Ensconced in this confined space, peering through the small window into the boundless cosmos, one can truly grasp the insignificance of one's existence. Luo Ran felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. He never anticipated that he would find himself seated in the Imperial Lion 01, surveying the vast universe and witnessing the sights that Lucas typically beheld. However, this was not the moment for mere admiration of the scenery. As Luo Ran soon spotted a fleet of warships not far away, those relentless Star Raiders were making a comeback. Rest assured, they had yet to recover from their previous defeat and posed no threat. Lucas raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Just watch." On the battlefield, Lucas exuded confidence, bold and audacious. Whether victorious or vanquished, as a commander, he could never show a hint of doubt. As the god of war, Lucas was forever adorned with the demeanor befitting such a title, unyielding and formidable. Luo Ran sat quietly beside him, clutching the manual as he observed Lucas orchestrating the troops. Lucas skillfully maneuvered the mech, his full attention fixed on the LCD screen displaying the entire battlefield. Blue dots represented their forces, while red dots indicated the enemy. Lucas scrutinized these luminous points, issuing commands through the radio, steering the army's formation, and controlling the overall situation. This was Luo Ran's first time witnessing Lucas lead an army from such proximity. Calm yet spirited, cautious yet self-assured. This side of Lucas captivated Luo Ran, rendering him unable to look away. As Luo Ran monitored the battlefield alongside Lucas, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Lucas's deft handling of the machinery, his articulated mechanical fingers and strong jawline forming a striking silhouette. Suddenly, a barrage of artillery targeted Lucas's Lion 01. It appeared he was being deliberately singled out. Perhaps sensing the odds were against them, the Star Raiders, like cornered wolves, were prepared to fight to the bitter end. At that moment, Hunter Fox was piloting his warship, recklessly charging towards the Empire's defenses, intent on reaching Lucas. Lucas was unafraid to engage Hunter Fox head-on with the Lion, but with Luo Ran present, he opted to maneuver to the rear instead of leading the charge as before. Luo Ran could not help but warn, "Behind you." Lucas noticed as well, deftly controlling the mech to leap upward, evading the incoming fire from the rear. Furrowing his brow, Luo Ran exclaimed, "General, they're targeting you." "Naturally, we are both here," Lucas replied, his brow slightly furrowed. "Wang Choyang, when will reinforcements arrive?" "Reporting, General. Reinforcement coordinates are 16. Expected to arrive in 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Although Lucas's squad consisted of elite troops, their numbers were insufficient for a head-on confrontation or to gain an advantage. In mere minutes, the Star Raiders had encircled the Lion. "Do not fear, reinforcements are on their way. I can break through," Lucas said, his gaze steely. Boom! Boom! All artillery converged on the Lion, and Luo Ran saw the outside world consumed by thick smoke and flames, rendering everything indistinguishable. With remarkable precision, Lucas avoided all projectiles. The Lion's agile movements belied its heavy frame, resembling a swift lion rather than a cumbersome machine. It required extraordinary mental fortitude to maneuver such a weighty construct with such grace. "Be careful." Luo Ran, also tracking the red dots on the screen, anxiously gripped Lucas's shoulder. "Coordinates 46. The Lion adeptly evaded the incoming missile, showcasing its remarkable agility. But in the next moment, Lucas hesitated. A massive battleship surged towards him through the barrage, disregarding the Empire's attacks. Even as it was battered into a mere shell, it lunged at him recklessly, intent on mutual destruction. Even if the battleship collided with the Lion, the explosion would primarily destroy the vessel and claim the lives within, inflicting minimal damage to the Lion. It was a senseless act. Were the crew inside mad? With a thunderous crash and jolt, the battleship indeed collided with the Lion, catching them off guard. In the instant of the explosion, Lucas swiftly maneuvered the Lion to maintain balance while wrapping an arm around Luo Ran, pressing him into his embrace and covering his ears. The deafening sound threatened to rupture their eardrums, and the cabin swayed like a vessel caught in a maelstrom. Had Lucas not acted quickly, Luo Ran would have likely been thrown off balance, the cacophony injuring his senses. Damn it! Lucas's gaze sharpened. He understood why the Star Raiders flagship was so reckless. It was laden with an astonishing quantity of explosives, while the battleship's explosion alone would not obliterate the Lion. If the munitions inside detonated, then yet they could not abandon the ship. If they used the capsule to escape the Lion, they would be reduced to ashes by the Star Raiders before reinforcements arrived. The Lion was their sanctuary. Lucas, cradling Luo Ran, swiftly operated the controls. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The lion's left hand extended a combat blade and, with a decisive motion, severed its own right hand. The detached limb fell away, taking the remnants of the battleship with it, and in that moment the explosives erupted. Luo Ran witnessed a crimson bloom erupt beneath the lion, the battleship and the severed hand disintegrating into fragments. All of this transpired within seconds. Lucas executed these inhumanly precise maneuvers, and even with his formidable mental strength, he felt a brief moment of dizziness. In that fleeting lapse, another large battleship barreled towards them, likely intending to replicate the previous tactic. Luo Ran was momentarily dazed before shouting, "General, the lion cannot afford to lose another limb like last time. We must evade." The Star Raiders were truly mad. Withstanding the onslaught of the Empire's flagship was no small feat. The Star Raiders were not richly supplied, and this had cost countless lives and resources. Yet, contemplating the exchange of Lucas's life, the balance seemed to favor the Star Raiders. "General, it's too late." Luo Ran broke free from Lucas's grasp, reaching for the lion's control stick. Whoosh! The lion dodged the battleship in a peculiar and stiff manner, narrowly escaping, while the enemy ship missed its chance and was shot down by the remaining mechs of the opposing nation. After evading, the lion seemed to falter, spiraling uncontrollably downward. Luo Ran. In that flurry of events, Lucas regained full awareness and took control of the lion, stabilizing it just in time. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Inside the cockpit, Lucas held Luo Ran, who appeared somewhat disoriented. Just moments ago, his mental defenses had been breached. The intruder was none other than the unsuspecting Luo Ran, a Type 3, which had facilitated the connection. Lucas felt as if he had been electrocuted, a sudden influx of white tea pheromones flooding his neural pathways. He did not resist. Following a violent jolt, the lion, under Luo Ran's guidance, veered around the Star Raiders battleship. Having accomplished this, Luo Ran could no longer endure. He collapsed, slumping over the control panel unconscious. Luo Ran. Lucas lifted him, noticing Luo Ran's pallor and the blood trickling from his ears, tracing a path down his face and chin. Luo Ran. Lucas sensed an ominous understanding dawning upon him. At that moment, Luo Ran lay nestled in Lucas's embrace, trembling as if engulfed in profound agony. Luo Ran's original wounds had yet to heal completely when his mental fortitude was once again assaulted, leaving him in an exceedingly fragile state. To forcibly breach Lucas's psyche while simultaneously controlling the colossal mech, the lion, was an endeavor beyond his capacity to withstand. "Luo Ran, do not fear, do not fear," Lucas murmured, cradling Luo Ran in his arms, feeling an involuntary shiver coursing through him at the sight of Luo Ran's distress. Panic must be avoided. Lucas inhaled deeply, clutching the communicator. "Cover my retreat to the main battleship. Have Dr. Shun on standby. Luo Ran is injured." In a daze, Luo Ran grasped Lucas's clothing, his body trembling from pain, cold sweat soaking his back. At that moment, he felt as if someone were tearing open his scalp and mercilessly pounding on his brain. Luo Ran had never experienced such a sensation, as though he had severed all ties with the outside world. His thoughts muddled beyond comprehension. Luo Ran. Lucas maneuvered the mech with one hand while holding Luo Ran with the other. Luo Ran continued to tremble, the situation dire. Lucas took another deep breath, pressing his palm against the back of Luo Ran's head and guiding him to rest against his shoulder. He then lowered the high collar of Luo Ran's shirt and sank his teeth into the soft flesh at the nape of his neck. Lucas indeed bit down on the prominent gland, and the once serene fragrance of white tea erupted chaotically due to the turmoil in its owner's pheromones and mental collapse. Were they not still on the battlefield, Lucas would have struggled to contain himself, overwhelmed by the scent. As the most vulnerable gland was seized, Luo Ran was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet his body instinctively convulsed, succumbing to a sudden weakness. Lucas, clenching the gland, infused his own pheromones within, gently massaging Luo Ran's scalp to soothe him. In his stupor, Luo Ran sensed something invading him, utterly claiming his being. It was an odd sensation, yet remarkably comforting. Although the pain persisted, it gradually began to subside. What followed was a blur, and Luo Ran succumbed to unconsciousness. Lucas had marked Luo Ran temporarily and, observing the flushed face of the unconscious Luo Ran in his arms, felt a momentary daze. Relying purely on muscle memory and instinctive reactions, he piloted the lion back to the main battleship. Admiral Shun Shilua had already arrived, equipped with medical supplies and a foldable bed. Upon seeing Lucas descend from the mech with Luo Ran, he immediately inquired with a serious tone. What happened? Lucas opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Shilua took a closer look and quickly grasped the situation. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, Fortunately, the Admiral acted swiftly. This will aid Secretary Luo. He then instructed Lucas to place Luo Ran onto the foldable bed, swiftly administering first aid and injecting medication. Lucas stared at Luo Ran's pale visage, reflecting, Shen Shilua was right. I truly am a fool. Chapter 53. The Secretary's Promise. Luo Ran was transferred to the intensive care unit aboard the main battleship. Lucas watched as numerous tubes were inserted into Luo Ran's wrist, his face ashen, while glancing at Shen Shilua and the other busy doctors. He stood by, his hands tightly clenched at his sides. The battle had concluded outside. Wang Qiuyang and Freeman were busy clearing and assessing the battlefield. The fourth sector had been reclaimed, with most of its contents either destroyed in the conflict or retrieved by Lucas's forces, leaving only a few items taken by fleeing star bandits. The Empire had reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Although they did not capture many star bandits, they at least prevented them from successfully absconding with anything. Moreover, the extreme ice mine in Sector 4 had been utterly obliterated during the operation. Admiral, Secretary Luo's condition has stabilized. Shen Shilua approached Lucas, who remained steadfastly at Luo Ran's side. If you are busy, you may step out for a while. We require some time to stabilize Secretary Luo's mental state using our instruments and medications, and this process may take a while. Lucas continued to stand, his gaze never straying from Luo Ran. After a moment, he inquired, Will it hurt? What? Lucas's voice was hushed as he asked, Will Luo Ran feel pain now? No. Shen Shilua replied honestly. He is unconscious. He will feel it upon waking. As Shen Shilua diligently injected medication into Luo Ran, he monitored the readings of his mental status, while the nurses massaged Luo Ran's scalp. The blood on Luo Ran's ears had been cleaned, yet his complexion remained pale. Lucas had never witnessed such a vulnerable Luo Ran, weak, powerless, and covered in medical apparatus. After some time, Luo Ran regained a flicker of consciousness, emitting a low sound, his body still twitching and appearing uncomfortable. Lucas instinctively grasped Luo Ran's hand. Luo Ran furrowed his brow tightly, cold sweat glistening on his skin. Increase the dosage. Shen Shilua pressed down on Luo Ran's shoulder. Use the red-level medication. Lucas held onto Luo Ran's hand, slightly leaning forward to release his pheromones. The gentle scent of tobacco enveloped Luo Ran, a stark contrast to the usual aroma, perhaps revealing a warmth within Lucas's pheromones that had never been known before. Marked by Lucas. As Luo Ran encountered his pheromones combined with the powerful medication, he finally drifted into a stable sleep, and the data on the instruments began to stabilize. It's all right now, Shen Shilua concluded, putting away the medication and syringes. Just let him rest well. If any issues arise, the Admiral can use his pheromones to soothe him. Medication will only be used if pheromones cannot resolve it. Shen Shilua left Lucas with a packet of painkillers and several tranquilizers, ranging from green to yellow and red, to be administered according to the severity of the situation. Lucas accepted the items, carefully placing some into his pocket. Once the doctors departed, the room fell silent, save for the emergency call button, which would alert Shen Shilua if any issues arose. After a moment of contemplation, Lucas moved closer to embrace Luo Ran, cradling him comfortably against himself. With one arm around Luo Ran, allowing him to rest against his shoulder, Lucas used the other to contact Wang Qiuyang and Lu Cheng via his terminal. Currently, Lu Cheng was stationed in the capital while Wang Qiuyang assisted on the battlefield, alleviating many of Lucas's concerns, enabling him to remain by Luo Ran's side. Lucas sat by the bedside until the deep hours of the night. Luo Ran remained in a profound slumber, seemingly lost in an extended dream. Satisfied that Luo Ran had stabilized, Lucas called for a nurse to keep watch and temporarily stepped away to the monitoring room to finalize routes and strategies with his officers. The main battleship was docked at Sector 4, and Lucas's officers were assisting in the cleanup and reconstruction efforts. Now that Sector 4 is under control, shall we return to the capital? Wang Qiuyang inquired. However, old Lu mentioned the capital is currently chaotic. The two princes have had a falling out, abandoning any pretense of civility. They even quarreled right outside the research institute yesterday. What do you think? Lucas raised an eyebrow. Should we bring Luo Ran back? Naturally not, Wang Qiuyang replied. However, the Crown Prince has sent numerous urgent letters. Let him send as many as he wishes. Lucas rolled his eyes. Ultimately, the Crown Prince would never dare to overtly pressure them into returning or demand a meeting with Luo Ran. Lucas suspected the second prince was being deliberate. Their disturbances at the Research Institute and recent disputes had escalated, and even the Crown Prince's attempts to suppress it were gradually becoming apparent to the media and the public. People were cautious not to fabricate rumors about the royal family, yet whispers of discontent circulated, hinting that something was amiss and necessitating mental fortitude to resolve. The Crown Prince advocated for experimentation, believing it might yield a solution, while the second prince insisted on ceasing all efforts. It was unclear how Luo Ran had become embroiled in this dispute, but Lucas, who had been on the battlefield, made a special trip back to retrieve him from Sector 4. Thus, various versions of the story began to circulate, each more convoluted than the last. Why did Lucas specifically return from 4 to take Secretary Luo away? Is he intent on safeguarding him from certain individuals or circumstances? Some assert that the Crown Prince is exerting pressure on Secretary Luo, while others contend that the general simply wishes to abstain from the political fray. There are also claims that Secretary Luo has uncovered and holds secrets of significance. Additionally, there are those who, taking advantage of the situation, have concocted a series of conspiracies suggesting that the military seeks to usurp the royal family. Nevertheless, the Crown Prince would not dare to bring this matter to light unless he possessed absolute certainty. After all, the situation appears opaque to the public and the media. Opinions are divided, and everyone has their stance, engaging in grand discussions on the Starnet or indulging in wild speculation. Yet, the public's allegiance invariably lies with Lucas. He is the god of war, the guardian of the empire, and has never involved himself in politics, dedicating his life solely to combat. Lucas, in essence, embodies public sentiment. Regardless of the circumstances, all will rally to his side, trusting his words. This is precisely why the fervor surrounding Lucas and Luo Ran is so intense. People are drawn to the temperamental general, and consequently, to his gentle secretary. If the Crown Prince desires a smooth ascension to the throne, free from public discontent and disdain, he must suppress this issue. Wang Qiuyang remarked, "Then we shall remain at 4, claiming we are assisting in reconstruction and military restructuring. Should the Crown Prince dare to press us openly, we will expose his misdeeds." Freeman patted the impassioned Wang Qiuyang, saying, "You think far too simplistically. Do you truly wish for our general to go to war with the royal family?" Wang Qiuyang retorted, "Our general fears neither heaven nor earth. Should he fear him?" Freeman shot back, "You, with your simplistic mind and brawny physique, if this goes public, it will only complicate matters further." "Enough," Lucas interjected, raising his hand. "There is no need for discord. This is not our concern. We will not return to the capital. We shall pursue the Star Pirates and diminish their fighting capability." Lucas activated the projection map, directing with a laser pointer, "We will head away from the capital, chasing the Star Pirates towards Saturn. We shall not pause until we reach 12, where we will camp and conduct a military review. 12 is also a crucial military stronghold of the Empire." Indeed, they concurred. They could pursue further, but it was unnecessary. Relentlessly chasing could provoke the enemy into a desperate last stand, which would yield little advantage for the Empire. At such times, humanity is not merely human but a desperate beast and a malevolent spirit. One cannot confront such evil directly. If one cannot achieve a swift victory, it is essential to leave the enemy with a sliver of hope, delicately balancing the critical point. Freeman continued, "The General's Lion Mech Brigade is working diligently on repairs, but some components can only be found at 12, so complete restoration may have to wait until then." Lucas nodded, unperturbed. After all, even a lion with but one pole remains formidable. The lion has become his battle armor. He understands it better than he understands himself. After discussing troop deployment and routes, Lucas hastily consumed a few bites of food, took a shower, and returned to his quarters. The medical personnel attending to Luo Ran discreetly vacated upon Lucas's return. Sitting at the bedside, Lucas swiftly reviewed the official documents on the terminal. Luo Ran had collapsed. There were many important papers he could only assess himself. For instance, the investigation team from the capital had sent him intelligence, detailing not only the state of political strife but also mentioning Princess Zhou Mingzhu. Previously, Luo Ran had been pursuing Zhou Mingzhu. Now, the intelligence had shifted to Lucas's domain. It appeared that Princess Zhou Mingzhu had developed feelings for that prince over time, and a wedding would inevitably be on the horizon. It seems Zhou Mingkai's plans have borne fruit, not in vain for his persistent scheming. However, It is apparent to any discerning observer that Princess Zhou Mingzhu harbors at least a modicum of interest in Prince Mukadi, albeit needing Zhou Mingkai's prying nudges to spur her on. Furthermore, the identities of the 3 women who met the princess have been uncovered. They are prostitutes from the Empire's underground city. How could a princess possibly associate with such women? The reasons behind this connection must await the investigation team's successful retrieval of the individuals for confrontation. Lucas gazed at the documents for a moment, urging the investigation team to expedite their efforts. It was imperative to identify that individual from that evening. First, for Luo Ran's sake. After all, he would surely care. Second, it may involve political strife. That lecherous scoundrel's intentions were anything but pure, and the tug-of-war between the 2 princes was intensifying. He must grasp the situation swiftly. Damn it! The thought of his first marking being bestowed upon that lecherous fiend made Lucas feel ill. Luo Ran's current marking was still from someone else, triggering his obsession with cleanliness and leaving him in disarray. With a crash, Lucas cast the terminal aside, rubbing his temples. He refused to look any longer. Turning, he found Luo Ran still peacefully lying there, yet to awaken. Lucas approached, enveloping him in an embrace, simultaneously conveying both physical warmth and phenomenal comfort. The night had grown deep, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. When would he awaken? Holding Luo Ran so quietly, Lucas suddenly recalled moments from the past. Perhaps at this very moment, Luo Ran was dreaming? Having slumbered for so long, was there a chance he might inadvertently dream of fragments from earlier times? 6 years ago. That year marked the first since General Alden's passing, as well as Lucas's return from the battlefield, youthful and impetuous, yet distinctly out of sync with normal society. Concurrently, it was his official reintegration into society, embarking on a dual existence between corporate life and the battlefield, during which he hired a private secretary. With a thud, Lucas flung the documents onto the desk before his newly appointed secretary. Seething with anger, I instructed you to organize the files and inventory the weapons needed by the military, not to merely copy and paste. The private secretary, possessing a head of silvery short hair and striking features, was regrettably perceived by Lucas as lacking in intellect. He had never encountered someone so dim-witted. You spent half a day producing this? The meeting is imminent, and at this pace you won't even make it in time. I'm sorry, Luo Ran squeezed the documents, lowering his head. I will hasten my pace. I will strive to improve. Do you not realize how dreadful this coffee is? Lucas swept the coffee aside, shattering the porcelain cup and staining the carpet. I apologize. Luo Ran dared not meet Lucas's gaze. I warn you, Lucas rummaged through the wardrobe, his back to Luo Ran. If you continue to be this inept, I will have no choice but to terminate your employment. How could someone so meticulously selected from a multitude of candidates, who had undergone 2 months of royal secretary training, still fail to keep up with his pace? Utterly foolish. I'm sorry, Luo Ran clutched his shirt tightly, flushing with urgency. Please, I beg you, do not dismiss me. I truly need this job. I will work hard, I genuinely will. As night fell, the office was devoid of staff. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for the lights illuminating Lucas's and the secretary's floor. Bang! Bang! Luo Ran, unable to contain himself, quietly thumped the sofa in the company. How could there be such a person? Lucas worked with relentless efficiency, his rhythm starkly different from that of an ordinary superior. He spent nearly the entire day engaged in work, flitting between the military and the corporate realm, as if fueled by inexhaustible energy, while Luo Ran's tasks were even more intricate and voluminous, given his responsibility for organization and scheduling. That would have been tolerable, yet Lucas's temper was excessively volatile. He could not abide even the minutest error. Luo Ran had never encountered someone so acerbic. Lucas seemed to lack an understanding of typical social interactions, treating others with sharpness, barking orders, and exhibiting little tolerance for others' presence. Was he truly an island unto himself? Taking a deep breath, Luo Ran ultimately proceeded to the kitchen to brew coffee. Try a few more times and employ different methods. Success is inevitable. General, who allowed you to enter? Lucas hurled a nearby document at Lorraine, startling her just enough for her to narrowly evade it, spilling half of her coffee in the process. It was then that Lorraine noticed Lucas's mechanical fingers, devoid of gloves. His natural fingers had dwindled significantly, most replaced with metal. It appeared Lucas was practicing writing, as the table was strewn with blank sheets and pens, alongside a pile of paper already filled with his awkward scrawl. Lorraine was momentarily taken aback. Get out. Lucas snapped as he reached for his gloves to put them on. General, Lorraine hesitated before offering. I can assist you. May I teach you? What? Consequently, Lucas gripped the pen awkwardly, while Lorraine gently guided his hand, carefully avoiding any contact with his skin, only touching the cold metal. With her assistance, Lucas found it easier to control the pressure. The pen's nib traced a crooked line on the white paper, with ink smudging at the end. General, Lorraine paused before inquiring. Does it hurt? Lucas lowered his gaze. No. As night fell, Lucas neglected to turn on all the lights in the dimly lit office, one attempting to adapt to his fingers, while the other focused intently on assisting. The scene appeared almost comical. In time, Lorraine understood that Lucas struggled with numerous tasks due to his mechanical fingers, such as writing. She learned that he often found it difficult to sleep at night, unable to adjust, plagued by nightmares. She discovered that Lucas occasionally suffered from headaches, his pheromones in disarray, unable to control himself. It became clear that Lucas was deeply unsettled. Having left the battlefield, he felt more anxious and restless in this place. Another evening arrived. Upon returning from the military headquarters, Lucas noticed the kitchen lights were on. He raised an eyebrow. What could my secretary be sneaking at this hour? Curiosity piqued. He approached the kitchen door quietly. Lucas halted abruptly. Lorraine was facing away from him, fiddling with the coffee machine, while a nearby table was piled high with numerous cups of brewed coffee and various coffee beans. Lorraine meticulously prepared the coffee in her hands, even grinding the beans herself. One by one, she tasted the brews, taking notes. Lucas said nothing and turned to leave. How foolish. A delivery had arrived at the company. What is this? Lucas returned early, interrupting Lorraine, who was unpacking. The entire table was covered with packages of spices, threatening to create a small mountain. Yes, fragrance. Lorraine, with her head bowed, replied somewhat awkwardly, It's for you. I wanted to see if any spices would suit you. Why? For no particular reason. I just thought it might make the general more comfortable. Lorraine felt powerless to alleviate Lucas's battlefield aftereffects, so she thought, at the very least, she could strive to make his daily life a tad more pleasant. Lucas glanced at the peculiar assortment of spices, then at the piles of documents stacked on Lorraine's desk. He paused before turning back to his office. Boring, unnecessary. Is this why you refrain from returning home? Because of this person? Under the moonlight, Lucas subdued a brown-haired man, beating him until his face was bruised, stepping on the man's back, demanding, Why didn't you tell me? Lorraine stood nearby, trembling, silent. Does he confront you every night, attempting to do you harm? Still, she remained mute. The man emitted a piercing scream as Lucas broke his hand. Ah, you silver-haired monster. The man hissed, curled up on the filthy ground, glaring at Lorraine. I won't let you off the hook. Lucas kicked him hard, rendering him unconscious. Silver hair? Lucas stepped forward, gripping a strand of Lorraine's hair. Did they bully you for your hair color? Lorraine's complexion was paler than his hair, standing there in a daze without a word. I think it looks splendid. Lucas scrutinized her for a moment, raising an eyebrow. Are they blind? Silver is quite special, striking. Lucas seldom complimented anyone, leaving Lorraine in shock. Really? If you grew it long, it would look even better. Lucas stroked his chin, offering his straightforward, masculine aesthetic opinion. Waist-length silver hair paired with your white uniform would be beautiful. Lorraine lowered his head. Fool, how can you be so naive? Lucas removed his coat and tossed it over Lorraine's head. Next time, just speak up. No need to hide. You are my secretary now, and I will protect you. Burying his face in the coat, Lorraine suddenly began to cry, overwhelmed by Lucas's words. The sound was soft and restrained. Lucas swore under his breath, scratching his head. What are you crying for, you big man? Stop it. Pull yourself together. It was the first time Lucas faced such a situation. Even the formidable general felt a bit flustered. Enough with the tears. I've said it already. Lucas rubbed his nose. Is my promise sufficient? From now on, as long as I am around, no one will bully you. With tears in his voice, Lorraine replied, In the future, I will protect you too. Ha! Lucas grinned, revealing a hint of mischief. With you, I could take you down with a single punch. Lucas had never made such promises lightly. Even if he might forget it, he had always been fulfilling it. Unexpectedly, Lorraine had too. At that moment, Lorraine was still lost in slumber. You little rascal, Lucas thought, truly a little rascal. Moreover, Lucas had never considered that Lorraine was. Even after the tumult, Lucas could only speculate. Was Lorraine merely pretending? After all, his secretary was unlike others, soft and delicate, needing protection. His secretary was exceptional, formidable, capable of managing all his affairs and shielding him from every hidden threat in the capital, as well as strategizing for him on the battlefield. How could he possibly be? Why did he remain unaware? If only he had known, Lucas mused. He could have provided Lorraine with the protection and advantages he deserved. You little rascal, deceiving me. How dare you lie to me? Such a monumental falsehood. Lucas murmured. In this lifetime, I despise being deceived more than anything else. When you awaken, you will know that I will hold you accountable. With one arm around Lorraine, Lucas gently rubbed the back of his head. Those who deceive me never meet a good end. You're finished. Chapter 54. The secretary awakens. Lorraine had no idea how long he had been asleep. It seemed like an eternity, yet it was profoundly comfortable. He initially felt a chill but suddenly found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, accompanied by the familiar scent of tobacco, reminiscent of lying on the earth, mingled with the aroma of sun-dried hay. Get up. In his groggy state, Lorraine saw Lucas standing on the military platform, glaring at him fiercely, clad in a lightweight dark blue combat uniform that accentuated his muscular physique. Was this a dream? Lorraine was transported back 5 years. It was his second year serving as Lucas's secretary, the second year Lucas had agreed to teach him combat. Initially, Lorraine could barely kick, but under Lucas's grueling training, he had surprisingly become capable of fighting. Though he had to report to the medical department every day, often suffering cramps or injuries, his body was almost entirely bruised. Pushing himself up with difficulty, Lorraine felt his body lurch forward, his fist aimed at Lucas. Thud! Lucas effortlessly grasped Laurent's fist, while his other hand struck at Laurent's waist. Laurent collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, momentarily unable to rise. Get up. Keep going. Lucas barked. Is this all you're capable of? In a fight, good looks are worthless, and tears are of no consequence. Lucas seized Laurent by the collar, raising his hand to deliver another blow to Laurent's face. Though Laurent had already exhausted his strength, desperation summoned a primal force within him. He crossed his arms to block Lucas's hand and lunged at him, attempting to seize his neck. That's more like it. Lucas raised his leg and easily kicked Laurent down again, watching as he fell to the ground once more. Get up. You cannot concede defeat. You must overcome every obstacle. He instilled in him confidence, the courage to forge ahead, and the belief that he should fear nothing. Get up. Laurent trembled all over, slowly opening his eyes. Laurent? Lucas, who had been resting with his eyes closed nearby, rushed forward in excitement when he saw Laurent's eyes crack open, enveloping him in a fervent embrace. Laurent? Laurent, dazed, looked at Lucas's rugged face magnified many times over, feeling somewhat bewildered. His limbs felt stiff and immobile, and his mind was blank, as if he had endured a cataclysm. You rascal, Laurent. Lucas grasped Laurent's wrist, his chest heaving violently. Laurent had slept for a full 3 days, long enough to drive Lucas to the brink of madness. As Lucas gazed at Laurent's confused eyes, utterly defenseless, he could no longer resist lowering his head to kiss those slightly cracked lips. Laurent's eyes widened in shock. He had just awakened and was still in a daze when such an unexpected occurrence befell him, leaving him even more flustered. Breath nearly stolen from him, Lucas's kiss was fierce and unrelenting, as if he intended to consume Laurent whole. General H. How? Laurent began to speak, only to realize his voice was hoarse. He clutched Lucas's back, attempting to struggle, but he lacked the strength. Punishment. At last, after the kiss, Lucas supported himself on the bed and looked at Laurent, who was gasping for breath. You scoundrel, I cannot let you off without punishment. In the next moment, Lucas leaned down again, fiercely biting Laurent's lip. Their breaths mingled as Lucas pressed his hand against the back of Laurent's head, deepening the kiss. It hurts. Laurent furrowed his brow tightly, striving to regulate his breathing. He felt that his awakening had taken a wrong turn. The next instant, Lucas watched as Laurent fainted again before him. Lucas, somewhat anxious, pressed the emergency call button. Shin Shilua and several doctors soon arrived. Shin Shilua glanced at Laurent's red, peeling, and even swollen lips, then looked at Lucas. Adjusting his glasses, Shun Shilua remarked, General, While I support your endeavors with your secretary to foster the empire's economy and produce an excellent next generation, one must not overstep the bounds of decency. What happened to Luo Ran? Lucas exclaimed, his impatience evident. Yes, fine, Shen Shiluo replied, dismissively pushing up his glasses. He simply fainted. He fainted? Lucas retorted, aren't you going to check him? Shen Shiluo hesitated, then stepped forward to conduct a cursory examination, before stepping back a few paces and dismissively stating, yes, all right. He simply fainted from your kiss, General. Quite the vigor you have. Lucas. The feigning Luo Ran. Shen Shiluo mused silently, pondering what had transpired to leave Secretary Luo Ran fainting again upon waking. Could it be that the Empire's next generation was indeed a possibility? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Secretary will awaken shortly. With that, he led the other doctors away. Lucas. Lucas sat down, bewildered. 3 minutes later, Luo Ran indeed awoke once more. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances. You were pretending. Lucas finally reacted, shouting, Did you deceive me again? Luo Ran pointed to the cup on the table and hoarsely said, Thirsty. He was genuinely parched. His throat felt as if it were ablaze. Lucas cursed under his breath as he poured hot water for Luo Ran, then wrapped an arm around Luo Ran's waist, lifting him up and personally feeding him. Luo Ran. Luo Ran did not expect such treatment, glancing down at the water with confusion. Moreover, Lucas's expression was still quite fierce. After finishing the water, Luo Ran paused, striving to regain his composure, and leaned against Lucas to quietly inquire, What happened? How long have I been asleep? Lucas frowned. Do you not recall what transpired on the mecha? Mecha? Luo Ran hesitated. I remember that I boarded the mecha with the general, and then I fainted amidst the explosion. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you sustained a secondary mental injury during the explosion. Lucas embraced Luo Ran from behind, allowing him to lean against his chest. Your mental state is unstable. Shen Shiluo administered a pheromone injection. Little fraud, I wonder how long you can keep up the act. Let you pretend? Let you pretend. The vengeful Lucas deliberately refrained from revealing the truth. Luo Ran thought, no wonder he felt somewhat peculiar in his body. Moreover, Lucas's pheromones made him feel incredibly comfortable. Where are we? We are at Camp 12. You will need to undergo rehabilitation afterward, and once completed, I will take you out for a walk. Oh, Luo Ran replied. Lucas pinched Luo Ran's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze, his face stern. Do not do this again. What? Next time danger arises, do not recklessly rush in. Prioritize protecting yourself, all right? Luo Ran stood there, stunned. Lucas continued, you must never attempt to pilot my mecha again. In the event of another incident, your foremost duty is to ensure your own safety. If you act rashly again, I may have to teach you a lesson. I didn't succeed in piloting, did I? Luo Ran asked nervously. No, Lucas replied with a smile. Luo Ran felt that something was off about Lucas. He seemed angry yet gentle, exuding an oddly tender demeanor that was entirely unlike the Lucas he knew. General? Luo Ran gazed blankly at Lucas. Are you all right? Do you think something is wrong with me? General, I can manage on my own. Luo Ran attempted to free himself from Lucas's embrace. Do not move, Lucas barked. Rest properly. Luo Ran was startled. All right, he conceded, lacking the energy to ponder further. His mental state was poor, and Lucas's pheromones were far too soothing, prompting him to drink some water before drifting back to sleep. Upon waking again, Luo Ran noticeably felt much better. Lucas sat at the bedside, reviewing documents, and upon noticing Luo Ran's awakening, he proactively offered him water. Thank you. Luo Ran accepted it and glanced at the pile of documents beside Lucas, apologizing. I believe if I rest a bit longer, I can return to my duties. Not necessary, Lucas replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He approached and gently ruffled the back of Luo Ran's head, asking, Does it still hurt? Luo Ran shyly recoiled a bit. Not anymore. How bizarre. It was truly peculiar. All right then, I shall assist you with your rehabilitation. Lucas brought over a machine from the side and helped Luo Ran to his feet. I can manage on my own, Luo Ran insisted, pulling away. He wasn't embarrassed. He was simply apprehensive that Lucas, being so large, might inadvertently break him. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to complete his rehabilitation. Shoo. Lucas, concerned that Luo Ran might fall, cautiously supported him as he guided him onto the machine. The apparatus was quite simple, requiring Luo Ran to hold onto a bar and slightly bend at the waist to kick his legs. Be careful. Lucas stabilized the machine with one hand while gently encircling Luoran's waist with the other. Begin, but take it slow. There is no need to rush. Luoran thought to himself. Was he still in a dream? Thank you, General. Luoran turned his head, his ears slightly flushed. The atmosphere was strangely warm yet distinctly off-kilter. Luoran paused momentarily, seeking alternative topics to dissipate the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. I vaguely recalled a perilous situation that had unfolded just before I lost consciousness. The Star Pirates mission appeared to have a more sinister objective than mere plunder. It seemed to lean towards the assassination of a general. Indeed, Lucas furrowed his brow. They have previously attempted to take my life, yet this time the nature of their intent feels markedly different. Rather than being driven solely by greed, it resembles the work of assassins. Luoran hesitated and posited. Could it be related to the upheaval in the capital? The remainder of her thoughts remained unuttered. Was it possible that the Crown Prince had irrevocably lost Lucas's favor, leading to speculation that Lucas might assist the Second Prince? Lucas raised an eyebrow. It may not necessarily be the Crown Prince. During such tumultuous times, it is only natural to suspect him. It could also be that others seek to achieve dual objectives, removing me while simultaneously framing the Crown Prince. He continued, of course. It is also plausible that the Crown Prince is aware of our suspicions and has thus decided to act decisively. Luoran remarked. It is also conceivable that neither of them is involved. Perhaps there are others colluding with the Star Pirates. Even when employing the process of elimination, those who have access to Imperial secrets and hold significant power remain numerous. We may have to start by investigating Her Highness, Princess Zhou Mingzhu. Luoran sighed. Lucas briefly informed Luoran about Zhou Mingzhu's meetings with the women of ill repute. Women of ill repute? Luoran frowned. How could a dignified princess possibly associate with them? Is she even aware of this? Lucas replied, I instructed Lu Chang to confront her directly. If she wishes to avert any complications regarding the wedding, she must be forthright. As fate would have it, just after Lucas uttered this statement, Lu Chang sent a coded message following Luoran's half-hour rehabilitation session. Luoran had also completed her exercises and decided to take a moment to rest. Lucas activated the display to view the message together. After a brief moment, Lucas's expression turned slightly troubled. Upon showing Zhou Mingzhu the photographs of the three women, she became frightened and confessed. Zhou Mingzhu, being a proud princess, would never allow herself to be embroiled in negative publicity on the eve of her wedding. Thus, she struck a deal with Lu Chang, signing a confidentiality agreement. She would disclose the truth, but it must remain undisclosed. Lu Chang recorded Zhou Mingzhu's testimony, which Lucas proceeded to play back. I once harbored feelings for the general. This is not particularly unusual. Many in the capital, especially those who consider themselves of good standing, are enamored with the general. My brother has a good relationship with him, hence I had more opportunities for contact. This matter was discovered by the Viscount Venterson, who suggested ways for me to pursue a relationship with the general. He spoke with great confidence. I always wanted to meet the general, but opportunities were scarce. Venterson proposed that I confess my feelings to the general during my father's birthday celebration. He mentioned he had arranged for 3 makeup artists to help me present myself beautifully, after which I could go upstairs and declare my feelings. He assured me that the general would agree, especially since he had just become engaged to Nina. Surely, I am of a more noble birth and beauty than Nina. Luoran and Lucas exchanged glances. Venterson is aligned with the Second Prince. Could it be the Second Prince's doing? Yet, why would someone associated with the Second Prince so brazenly orchestrate a scheme against Zhou Mingzhu? It seemed more like a setup. They continued to listen. Venterson led me to a room where I encountered the 3 makeup artists, and then he left. However, I accidentally shattered a teacup and noticed one of the women bow her head, revealing the gland concealed in her hair. I was frightened because the gland on the back of her neck bore a floral tattoo, which is well known among the Empire's citizens. Only those involved with women of ill repute would have such markings. Unsure of what to do, I fled. After leaving the room, I suddenly felt aroused and slightly dizzy, and in my confusion I ascended the stairs, where I encountered the insectoid prince, who later informed me that I had been drugged that evening. I dared not speak of these events, knowing Venterson was close with my second brother. I am not foolish. As she recounted her tale, the princess appeared somewhat despondent. Whether the crown prince or the second prince, both were her brothers. Yet they were willing to leverage her status as a princess, her feminine reputation, as a bargaining chip. It was no wonder Zhou Mingzhu would later condone Zhou Mingkai's advances, even growing closer to him. Although Zhou Mingkai was incompetent and frivolous, at least he posed no threat to her. Luo Ran furrowed her brow. So, if I am not mistaken, the Hidden Hand's original plan was to drug the general, and then send Princess Zhou Mingzhu along with the 3 women to his bed? I wonder why they ultimately refrained from executing it. Perhaps the effects of the drug on the general were delayed, or Princess Zhou Mingzhu managed to escape. After her escape, she encountered the insectoid prince due to the drug. That Makati was indeed a gentleman. He did not use this situation to blackmail Zhou Mingzhu. Luo Ran added, moreover, Makati's room was quite close to yours that evening, which is why Her Highness encountered him. The Hidden Hand's target was originally you. Since Makati had stepped out for water, he fortuitously crossed paths with Zhou Mingzhu and subsequently noticed the figure of Luo Ran, clad in white, ascending the stairs. Everything fell into place seamlessly. Luo Ran continued, of course, this conjecture is predicated on the assumption that Princess Mingzhu has not lied. She likely has no reason to, unless she is one of the Hidden Hands. Lucas interjected. However, it is highly improbable. Her intellect resembles that of Zhou Mingkai, both having been rendered ineffectual by the royal family. Luo Ran nodded, pondering the chilling implications. Why would they wish for Lucas and Zhou Mingzhu to engage with those 3 women? Luo Ran frowned, contemplating for a moment. She clapped her hands, suddenly grasping a critical point. The general. Indeed, Luo Ran remarked, do you not find it peculiar how swiftly the journalists arrived at the hotel the next day? How could they obtain the news so accurately and rapidly, and who allowed them entry? Lucas's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be? Luo Ran hesitated before stating, the Hidden Hand aims to tarnish your reputation? The Empire's general, during the king's birthday celebration, forces a princess to engage with women of ill repute, indulging in debauchery without regard. Such news would be a devastating blow to both your reputation and mine, leading to the collapse of your persona. Not to mention, if Lucas were to become addicted to the drug, he would be unable to control his desires, leading to an increasing number of such scandals. Lucas scoffed. The plan is rather exquisite. Luo Ran felt a shiver of dread. Had the plan succeeded that day, it would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, Lucas's resilience withstood the ordeal, and thankfully, Zhou Mingzhu discovered the plot in time. Thank goodness it was not someone intent on harming Lucas who ascended the stairs to engage with him, but rather he. That line of reasoning seemed flawed. Just as Luo Ran prepared to speak, a sudden sharp pain pierced her mind, causing her to kneel momentarily. Luo Ran, I'm fine. Luo Ran frowned subtly, gasping as she attempted to steady her breath. Lucas cradled her gently with one arm while retrieving a syringe from his pocket with the other, preparing to administer medication. Luo Ran realized she had not injected in nearly a day. It was indeed time for a supplement. She was somewhat surprised to see Lucas producing the medication from his pocket. You kept your medication with you? After the injection, Luo Ran, in a daze, noticed the scenery behind Lucas transforming. The monotonous gray and white of the battleship infirmary morphed into the familiar confines of their company office, their most cherished space. The familiar bed, the well-known cabinet, and the window adorned with blooming wisteria. On the desk lay an array of documents, remnants of their years together. Luo Ran stared blankly. General, we are back at the company. Lucas hesitated momentarily, then affectionately ruffled Luo Ran's hair. Yes, you need to rest. He lifted Luo Ran effortlessly, placing her gently on the bed. Sleep now, Ran. Lucas learned to call Luo Ran by her nickname, as her family did during the summer solstice. Luo Ran was taken aback. What? I said, Ruan, it's time to sleep. Lucas pulled the blanket over her. Good night. Chapter 55. The General's Confession. After waking up, Luo Ran, accompanied by Lucas, engaged in rehabilitation exercises and finally enjoyed a steaming bowl of porridge, feeling immensely satisfied. Previously, upon awakening, Xin Shilua had been concerned about her body's ability to accept food, thus providing only nutritional fluids. The two sat across from each other at the dining table. Lucas was eating white rice while Luo Ran drank her rice porridge, which, at first glance, seemed rather desolate. One might mistakenly believe that the imperial general was leading a life of scarcity. General. Midway through their meal, Wang Qiuyang and several officers barged in. Upon seeing Luo Ran, Wang Qiuyang paused in surprise. Lucas remarked, next time, please knock before entering. Ah yes, Wang Qiuyang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his chin. relieved that he hadn't stumbled upon a compromising scene, lest he face dire consequences. Due to habits formed during prior campaigns, Lucas and his officers usually entered each other's quarters without knocking. However, with Secretary Luoran present, they had to exercise caution. What is it? Lucas furrowed his brows and asked. Why the urgency? Is it time for delivery? Wang Chuyang stepped forward. General, the situation is dire. The Star Pirates have entered the eastern district of Luobing. Eastern district? Luoran frowned. The ice mine? Indeed, Freeman replied. Based on the route provided by scouts, their target appears to be the ice mine. Currently, of the two excavated mines, one has been destroyed, and the other is located on the outskirts of Luobing, near the docks. Hence, if the Star Pirates intend to plunder, their chances are not negligible. They are truly insane, Lucas scoffed. Do they intend to seize the moment? General, the ice mine in Luobing must not fall into the hands of the Star Pirates. Luoran insisted. Are there any countermeasures in place? Freeman responded. They have already sought assistance from the Empire, but His Highness the Crown Prince has suggested that Major General Mocha be dispatched, instructing us to return to the capital for rest. Rest? Lucas laughed in disbelief. Nonsense. Wang Chuyang snorted. That Crown Prince, blinded by greed, is he really willing to hand over the ice mine for his own selfish interests? Freeman corrected him. It's not just a trivial interest. It's substantial. If research continues, the Crown Prince, as the leader, stands to gain immensely. Should he succeed to the throne, it would significantly boost the economy and contribute to technological advancement. Enough. Let us not discuss the royals. Lucas waved his hand dismissively. Prepare yourselves. We shall disregard their nonsense. No need to trouble Major General Mocha. We will go directly. Understood. After Wang Chuyang left, Lucas finished the remainder of his meal and glanced at the already finished Luoran. Since we still have a bit of time, shall I take you for a stroll outside? All right, Luoran inquired. Are we to conduct reconnaissance and patrol the military camp? Just a walk, Lucas replied. Simply a stroll? Luoran furrowed his brows slightly, perplexed by Lucas's intent behind such a seemingly aimless endeavor. If they had gone to an amusement park to relax during a break, that would have made sense. But now, why? The scenery is quite lovely, and there's a renowned chocolate factory nearby, Lucas stated proudly. I did my research. Very well. To venture out merely for sightseeing and chocolate seemed rather peculiar, lacking in purpose, which was entirely at odds with Lucas's usual demeanor and habits. Nonetheless, since Lucas wished to go, she would accompany him. The two departed from the main warship and boarded a flying vehicle. Upon arriving at the chocolate factory, Luoran glanced at the plain, monotonous square building, paused momentarily, and then turned her gaze back to Lucas. I'll go down and buy some for you. All right. 5 minutes later, Lucas returned, tossing a bag of chocolates to Luoran. Completed. Every variety is included. It was as if he were checking off a task. Those unaware might think he was engaged in a reconnaissance mission. Luoran stared in surprise as she opened the packaging and began to eat. Thank you, General. Next stop, Lucas declared, opening his terminal with a frown. Saturn tree check-in. Took 10 minutes. Luoran felt that something was amiss. She leaned over to peek at Lucas's terminal. What are you looking at? Sit still. Lucas reacted swiftly, hiding the screen. However, Luoran managed to catch a glimpse of the first line. Saturn Romantic Couples Tour. A list of 10 must-visit spots for couples. Was he mad? Or was Lucas losing his mind? Clutching the chocolates, Luoran nestled into the soft seat of the flying vehicle, her face flushed with embarrassment. The liquor-filled dark chocolate melted in her mouth, the bittersweet flavor tantalizing her taste buds. Though Luoran had a good tolerance for alcohol, the liquor content in the chocolate was making her feel slightly dizzy. No wonder Lucas had been acting so strangely since she awoke. Was it no why? Luoran felt a mental string snap. Why was this happening? What kind of development was this? Is it good? Lucas observed Luoran's reddened face as she enjoyed her treat, reaching out curiously. May I have one? It's delicious, Luoran admitted, holding onto the bag. Sorry, I've eaten the last one with the liquor filling. Really? Lucas rubbed his nose. Did you see the terminal? No, Luoran hastily shook her head. Shall we proceed to the Saturn tree? Lucas raised an eyebrow. No need, I think we should head back. Luoran mumbled, avoiding Lucas's gaze, feeling as ripe as a red apple. Lucas chuckled softly, disregarding Luoran's suggestion. The Saturn tree, much like the fabled tree of fate in the imperial capital, had survived since ancient Earth, standing tall against the passage of time, thus becoming another tree of destiny. However, while the capital's tree was sought for romantic unions, this one symbolized the bond between lovers and spouses. Once they disembarked from the flying vehicle, Lucas purchased colorful ribbons from a nearby stall, inscribing his and Laurent's names to hang them up. Mission accomplished, Lucas stated brusquely. Next stop. All right, Laurent responded, grateful for Lucas's straightforward demeanor, which alleviated much of her embarrassment. She thought to herself, let us just endure this day and pretend not to notice what Lucas is up to. After all, Lucas had turned this outing into a mission of sorts. For the next stop, Lucas led Laurent to a secluded open field, where the barren, cracked earth stretched endlessly, devoid of any vegetation. Yet the sky above was mesmerizingly beautiful, distinct from the traditional dark nights of the capital. Here, the sky resembled a painter's palette, with purple, pink, and blue clouds swirling gracefully, resembling a dreamscape. What's going on? Lucas gazed out at the quiet night sky, frowning. Wasn't it said that we could see shooting stars at this hour? He had hoped to light candles inside the flying vehicle when the stars fell, then present Laurent with roses to confess his feelings. He had practiced his confession lines thoroughly. 99 roses represent my passion, while the countless shooting stars symbolize my sincerity. Though shooting stars are fleeting, my love for you remains eternal. I like you, will you be with me? This line, sourced from the internet, made Lucas feel quite pleased. Sitting beside him, Laurent chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps we missed them. Surely not. Just wait a little longer, Lucas replied, maintaining a serious expression as he stared at the sky. Laurent, feeling helpless, joined him in waiting. Moments passed. General Laurent hesitated before speaking. Is there something? What? Nothing. Half an hour later, Lucas, growing frustrated, banged on the window frame and exclaimed, the internet was misleading. Laurent, resigned, leaned against the sofa, closing her eyes to rest and gather her strength for the upcoming confrontations. After waiting a little longer, it became clear that the shooting stars were indeed absent, prompting an irate Lucas to take Laurent back, casting one last fierce glare at the sky before departing. Laurent exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the main battleship, everything was already prepared, and the fleet was poised to depart for the border town of Luobing in pursuit of the Star Pirates. As the warship was about to launch, Laurent hurried to escape Lucas, stating, Admiral, I shall go check on the repairs of the Lion and monitor the progress. With that, he slipped away. Lucas contemplated pursuing him but had to head to the control room to chart the course, reluctantly allowing him to go for the time being. Laurent arrived at the repair bay, bustling with activity as everyone busied themselves with the complex task of mending the Lion. Secretary Luo, you've arrived, greeted the team leader of the mech technicians, a gentleman of similar age to Xiaji, holding a stack of documents and deep in thought. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Chi. Laurent was well aware of the challenges posed by the Lion. No trouble at all. It is an honor to repair the Empire's war god's companion. Chi-Wen replied with a smile before glancing at Laurent, seemingly recalling something, and quickly amended, what I meant was, the little wife. Please do not take offense, Secretary Luo. Laurent chose to remain silent. Turning his gaze towards the Lion, the massive machine seemed somewhat cramped in the space. The components and circuits at the arm joints had been repaired, yet the newly crafted arms had yet to be installed. The new arms lay to the side, and Chi-Wen remarked, once the new parts are completed, they must be painted. Given the inevitable color discrepancy between the new paint and the Lion's original hue, we plan to repaint the entire Lion for aesthetic consistency. Laurent nodded in agreement. Chi-Wen continued, yesterday, the Admiral personally came to consult me, insisting that we retain the Lion's original colors, as they are his lucky hues. Laurent paused, taken aback. Looking at the Lion before him, Chi-Wen reminisced. The Lion 00 and Admiral Alton now rest together on the battlefield. It was during your second year of service that the Lion 01 was completed, wasn't it? Your bond with the Admiral has remained steadfast over the years, and I must admit, I envy that. Laurent stood frozen for a moment. Finally, he asked, is the Lion's color truly because of my hair? Was it not merely coincidence or the decision of the mech designers? Chi-Wen furrowed his brow, then, somewhat surprised, replied, you were unaware? Judging by your expression, it seems so. He paused, then explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation, years ago, I had the fortune of assisting my mentor in the Lion's design. During discussions about the color, my mentor sought the Admiral's opinion. After a moment's contemplation, The Admiral expressed a desire for it to match your hair color. Luo Ran found himself at a loss for words. My mentor even took me to observe your hair color, which is indeed striking. He was quite enthusiastic, and upon returning, he sketched the design. Chi-Wen couldn't help but glance at Luo Ran's long hair once more, recalling that at the time, it merely grazed his shoulders, far shorter than it was now. Luo Ran. Turning around, he saw Lucas striding towards him, having just finished his duties. Chi-Wen, sensing the tension, discreetly excused himself. Luo Ran remained somewhat dazed. Everything was far beyond his comprehension. Come on, you're still recovering. Go rest, Lucas urged, grasping Luo Ran's wrist and leading him back to his quarters. The moment they stepped inside, the outside world brightened suddenly. Lucas paused in surprise. A shooting star. They had not missed it. The meteor shower had merely been delayed this evening. Countless brilliant streaks danced across the sky, trailing vibrant tails. Beneath the starry canopy, a meteor shower unfolded. Luo Ran, too, felt a sense of wonder. Witnessing shooting stars aboard a cosmic warship was an experience entirely distinct from observing them in the capital. Far more breathtaking and awe-inspiring. It felt as if the meteors were within arm's reach, just a touch away. Here, he could even discern the silhouettes of meteorites amidst the shooting stars, though it did not diminish their beauty. Luo Ran, Lucas began, I mentioned before my expedition that I had something to tell you. Luo Ran kept his gaze lowered, responding with a quiet Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lucas pressed Luo Ran against the window, enveloping him within his embrace. Luo Ran's hands were raised above his head, a posture of absolute submission, leaving him with no means of escape. This made him feel a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, despite having experienced this position countless times before. Admiral, Luo Ran stammered, please let go. This is rather inappropriate and deviates from my plans. However, Lucas hesitated, gazing intently at Luo Ran, tension palpable between them. The distance between them was minuscule, their noses nearly touching. Just then, a voice interrupted, Admiral, we are ready to depart. Wang Choyang and a throng of aides burst in. With Wang bellowing, everyone is waiting for the Admiral to join us in the control room to activate the battleship. The atmosphere shifted abruptly into silence. Wang Choyang staring in bewilderment at the sight of Lucas pinning Luo Ran against the window. Wang Choyang thought to himself, he's finished. Curse it, Wang Choyang. Lucas's expression darkened ominously. Luo Ran silently thanked Wang Choyang while swiftly freeing himself from Lucas's grasp, smiling at Wang Choyang. No worries, just let me know what you need. Wang Choyang, undeterred, replied, Madame commands her servant to die. The servant must comply. With a fearless demeanor, he added, exactly, shut up. However, Lucas interrupted, directing a cold smirk at Luo Ran. Curse it, do you think I won't say anything with them around? Even if the heavens strike the battleship, I will proclaim it. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Ran, prompting him to flee. Lucas chased after him, his voice resonating powerfully, Luo Ran. I like you. Everything I've done today was to confess my feelings for you. This isn't a mere fondness of a superior for a subordinate. It's a desire to claim you. Luo Ran's heart raced. Luo Ran, will you be my wife? Luo Ran quickened his pace, bursting from the room. Stop, Lucas called as he pursued. Or I'll settle for husband. I don't mind. Luo Ran, I like you. Did you hear me? The entire ship gasped in surprise. Heavenly Love. Chapter 56. The Admiral's Pursuit. Luo Ran fled from his room into the corridor, then onto the deck, lost in a panic. In truth, he experienced a pang of regret. After all, Lucas was relentlessly on his heels, his fervent declarations echoing the infamous reputation of the ruthless admiral. Luo Ran, come back. I like you. Did you hear me? Will you be my wife? His voice resonated throughout the battleship, and soon everyone was aware, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Agree to him. Be together. Together. Luo Ran wished he could vanish into thin air. However, having already run so far, stopping would only amplify his embarrassment. Therefore, he buried his head and sprinted with all his might towards his quarters. With a crash, Luo Ran finally reached his room, raising a hand to shut the door. Yet, Lucas was quicker, blocking the door with his leg and seizing Luo Ran by the collar. You little rascal. Get back here. Luo Ran felt his balance waver as Lucas yanked him out of the room and into his embrace. But Luo Ran found himself fiercely held by Lucas, who pulled him into the room and pressed him against the wall. Run again, and I'll tie you up. Lucas glared. Do you dare to flee? As he spoke, Lucas gently patted Luo Ran's cheek. Enclosed in Lucas's arms, their chests nearly touching, their noses almost brushed together, with Luo Ran's hands raised high. This position caused Luo Ran to instinctively arch his back, pressing his chest and waist against Lucas. They exchanged breaths in the charged air, and Luo Ran felt his legs weaken under the assertive presence of Lucas's pheromones. He couldn't comprehend why he suddenly felt so sensitive to Lucas's pheromones, even sensing them clamoring within him, compelling him to yield and depend on the man before him. Even was there a hint of arousal? What was happening? Could it be due to the synthetic pheromones injected by Shin Shiluo? Luo Ran clenched her teeth tightly, her fingers trembling slightly as she strived to maintain her composure, refusing to flee. Are you listening? Lucas inquired. I said I like you and I wish to date you, eventually leading to marriage and children. Why the silence? Will you agree or not? Speak quickly. General, what seems to be the matter? Luo Ran replied, her voice devoid of hope. Are you feeling feverish? Who is feverish? You are the one acting foolishly. Lucas grasped the ends of Luo Ran's hair that fell by her ear and said, Haven't you been tempting me all along, you little rascal? Lucas thought to himself that Luo Ran would undoubtedly agree to him. After all, she harbored deep affections for him. Lucas stroked his chin, preparing to accept Luo Ran's hesitant demeanor, her playful resistance mixed with bashfulness. General, please be more lucid. As a subordinate, I have always urged myself to focus on my work, rather than daydreaming about romance or marriage. Lucas remained silent. Luo Ran continued, her tone icy and serious. I believe that as the chief secretary of the empire, I should maintain a semblance of professionalism. Work is my priority. Lucas couldn't help but feel exasperated. Hadn't he previously uttered similar words? Petty little vengeful spirit. Lucas retorted, I was merely being foolish back then. Don't hold it against me. General, Luo Ran said helplessly, what is it that you truly desire? Are you attempting to tease me? Tease? Lucas gritted his teeth. Who is toying with whom now? Lucas leaned closer. You're so astute. Can't you see whether I genuinely like you? Can't you discern my recent actions? Luo Ran's ears and cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as if engulfed in flames. Just answer me, will you agree or not? Luo Ran sighed. How could I possibly agree? General, please stop joking. You rascal, Luo Ran. Lucas inhaled deeply. On what grounds do you refuse to agree? General. Seeing Lucas's seriousness, Luo Ran gritted her teeth and explained. Why should I agree? I am your secretary, and you are my superior. How could I ever entertain the notion of a romantic relationship with my superior? It's not something I've ever considered. Well, perhaps I have thought about it a little, she admitted, but it's utterly sudden and absurd. How could anyone fall in love with their work to that extent? Lucas sneered, well, you seem quite professional. Luo Ran smiled sweetly. I have always strived to be a competent secretary. Alleviating your burdens is my foremost duty. Would it kill me to be a tad less professional? Lucas pinched Luo Ran's chin, his demeanor imposing. Harbor some feelings for me, and stop fixating solely on work. Luo Ran stood straight, her tone unwavering, her attitude professional. General, on the very first day you appointed me as your secretary 6 years ago, you advised me to avoid distractions and to dedicate myself to being a focused and diligent secretary for the empire. I angered you due to my lack of professionalism, and you ultimately dismissed me. I spent a week petitioning for my reinstatement, after which you finally granted me another chance. Therefore, I have always endeavored to remind you of that, striving to become an exceptional and versatile secretary. Lucas, so, is this the part where we settle scores? You seem rather anxious, Lucas remarked. Not a single word you've spoken has been correct. No, I am perfectly calm. Luo Ran leaned against the wall, her gaze cast downward, avoiding Lucas's eyes. After a moment, Lucas took a deep breath and said, Luo Ran, yes, when I first met you, I had no inkling that you would become the person I cherish most. Lucas looked at Luo Ran, speaking each word with gravity. At that time, I was unaware that you would be the only person I would ever love, wish to protect, and desire to possess. Had I known, I certainly would have. Starlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lucas's chiseled features, casting shadows beneath his long eyelashes. Luo Ran's heart raced, and she involuntarily spoke. Certainly, I would have taken you right then, Lucas declared, to spare you from your current hesitance. Luo Ran pondered. Why were they discussing such matters here? General, it's quite late. I must retire. Wait, Lucas persisted. What's your response? Luo Ran sighed. My response is this. General, please stop jesting. I am your secretary, and I can only be your secretary. Lucas pressed her. Do you doubt my genuine affection for you? No, General, I am solely your secretary. Luo Ran lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I am your secretary. Lucas regarded the unyielding Luo Ran, gritting his teeth in frustration. Rascal. General, I am going to sleep. Luo Ran turned her head. Please release me. Lucas let go of Luo Ran, his expression stern as he watched her. Luo Ran cautiously stepped away, making her way to the bed to prepare for sleep. Lucas remained expressionless, saying nothing as he observed Luo Ran lie down, pull the covers over herself and feign sleep. Asleep already? Lucas crossed his arms, scrutinizing her. Luo Ran remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. Good, if you're asleep you cannot resist. With that, Lucas laid down beside Luo Ran and enveloped her in his arms. Oh no, what have I done? Luo Ran thought in dismay. Lucas nestled her into his embrace, allowing her to rest her head on his arm, gently caressing the back of her head. All right, I accept the challenge you've presented. What is he doing? Luo Ran exclaimed internally. Lucas whispered, from this day forth, I shall pursue you formally, not as your superior, but as your suitor. After all, you belong to me. Regardless of my title, you will forever be my wife. Husband works too. It's merely a title, but no matter what, you are mine. Luo Ran wondered why he still struggled to sleep. Her entire being was aflame with embarrassment. Her superior had just confessed his affections for her that night, expressing his desire for her, stating that he had not known how deeply he would come to cherish her. He proclaimed his intent to pursue her. Ah, I've lost my mind. That night, it was not just Luo Ran who was losing her sanity, but also the entire forum. Rumor. The general has finally proposed to his secretary. Is there a hammer? A breathtaking romance. Details, witness accounts of the proposal compilation. Autumn sun. Winter day. Ah! The moment I opened the door, I saw the general pinning the secretary against the wall, about to kiss her. Her face was so red. Then the general proposed in front of us brothers. The secretary blushed and ran away, and the general chased after her, declaring he wanted her to be his wife. What a beautiful love story. As a worship cleaner, I was fortunate to witness the general and the secretary playfully chasing each other on the warship. The general even pursued her with a proposal, requesting her to bear his children. A stunning romance. As a warship officer, I witnessed the secretary and the general in a playful tussle outside her door, after which the general was pulled inside, spending the night in the secretary's room. How scandalous. A breathtaking love story. It's truly a beautiful love story. The previous contest for the name of the Empire's outstanding heir has concluded its preliminary rounds, entering the 4th round. It seems the top 3 will be decided after the battles. Guaranteed. Collection Sweet and Romantic Tour of Saturn. The general and his secretary followed the most popular online guide for a delightful day out. Chocolate factory, Saturn trees, meteor planes, sweetness guaranteed. As a native of Saturn, I never expected to witness such a beautiful love story in this remote place. Working in the chocolate factory, I saw the general rush in, announcing he wanted to buy chocolate. The highlight? The general asked me which chocolates were suitable for a beloved. A breathtaking romance. In summary, the general and his secretary remain blissfully sweet, and they are set to battle together. Intel: the general and his secretary are about to intercept the star thieves attempting to seize control. Blessings. Let us wish the general and his secretary a smooth journey, victorious in every battle. After a day of travel, the warship arrived at the border of the frozen lands, amidst the blessings of the entire empire's populace. Achoo! Luo Ran couldn't help but shiver. Her body had yet to recover, her mental state poor, leading to a diminished ability to withstand the cold. Luo Ran mused, no wonder this place is called the Frozen Lands. At this moment, he stood by the window of the battleship, gazing out at an expanse of boundless frozen wasteland and a world blanketed in snow. Delicate flakes drifted from the sky, while the ground lay barren, presenting an endless vista of pristine white. They were still some distance away from the dock occupied by the Star Raiders and the extreme ice mine. It seemed the Star Raiders had sensed their presence and were rushing toward them. Lucas draped his coat over Lauren's shoulders, encircling him with his arm and said, I anticipated they would come. Indeed, Lauren nodded, recognizing that the mine, being so open, was difficult to defend, and the dock posed similar challenges, particularly with the battleship just having landed. placing them in a precarious situation. This may work to our advantage, he mused, as it would allow them to secure the extreme ice mine, preventing a fate like that of 4 which had also been destroyed. Lucas smiled briefly before turning to Wang Chuyang, commanding, "Prepare the battalion. We shall charge toward the mine. We will make the mine our stronghold." Ah! Wang Chuyang's eyes widened in surprise. Even Lauren, who usually understood Lucas's intentions, was taken aback. Yes, the Imperial warships surged toward the mine. Chapter 57. The General's Unspoken Rules? The Imperial forces advanced toward the mine, confronting the Star Raiders head-on. The two factions intersected, their artillery fire intertwining. The Star Raiders, realizing the situation, retaliated, attempting to intercept the Empire's forces. Lucas did not ascend to the Lion's Den just yet. There was no need at this moment. Instead, he stood in the battleship's control room, issuing commands through the screens and broadcasting orders to the Empire. Do not engage in protracted combat. Maintain formation and advance. Our objective is to seize the mine. This was a perilous maneuver, as the mine was riddled with vulnerabilities, easy to attack but difficult to defend. Although the Empire's mission aimed to prevent the Star Raiders from seizing it, Lucas should have prioritized driving them away, opting for the most effective offensive strategy, rather than insisting on occupying a mine that could not be held. Nonetheless, at Lucas's command, no one dared to disobey. Every soldier's blood flowed with blind obedience and admiration for Lucas. In this battle, Freeman was left behind, not accompanying Wang Chuyang and the others. When heading into battle, Lucas was fully focused on the conflict, concerned about Lauren, whom he felt he could not neglect. Thus, it had become Lucas's habit to leave behind a trusted aide. Although Lauren believed it unnecessary. "I'm sorry, Officer Freeman," Lauren said, standing with him by the battleship window, observing the unfolding battle. He turned and smiled. "I have kept you here." Lauren thought to himself that these aides likely preferred the thrill of combat over merely observing from the safety of the ship. "Not at all." Freeman replied promptly, "The General has entrusted me with your protection. I take great pride in this. It is a task far nobler than mere warfare." Lauren raised an eyebrow, pausing briefly before daring to inquire, "May I ask why you feel that way?" Freeman replied earnestly, "Firstly, you are the General's partner, and your safety and situation directly influence the General's ability to fight, thereby impacting the peace of the Empire. Secondly, you are pivotal to the continuation of the Empire's exceptional lineage. In rounding up, I am safeguarding the very guardian of the Empire." Lauren turned his gaze out the window, remaining silent. Noticing Lauren's lack of response, Freeman added with a grin, "Secretary Lauren, do you not also harbor fond feelings for the General?" Lauren remained quiet for a moment before responding, "Of course I do. But it is not that kind of affection." He is unaware. Moreover, he had never imagined that Lucas would genuinely seek to develop such a relationship with him. It was beyond his comprehension. He simply could not react. With a smile, Lauren changed the subject. "So, this is the extreme ice mine?" "Indeed." Looking out, one could see the cavernous tunnels and machinery below, along with the battleships exchanging fire on either side. "Ah, I hope those above do not employ it for nefarious purposes," Freeman remarked, shaking his head. "And I hope they do not draw attention to us. If, as the Crown Prince wishes, research continues, the soldiers will inevitably face injection. I fear not for my life in service to the Empire, nor do I shy away from battle with the Star Raiders. But I do not wish to be injected with toxins, dying unceremoniously, losing my sanity, and becoming nothing but a tool of warfare. The General would never allow such a thing to transpire," Lauren stated earnestly. "Nor would I. The General's army possesses our own dignity. We are defenders, not mindless zombies or instruments." Freeman grinned. Indeed. Suddenly, the battleship lurched violently. Outside, the Imperial forces had successfully secured the mine, forcing the Star Raiders out with their artillery. The battleship hovered directly above the mine's entrance. Despite matching the Star Raiders in numbers, they temporarily held the advantage due to superior weaponry and battle formations. "I wish we could do without this," Freeman lamented. "This weapon drives one to madness. Can the Empire not refrain from its use?" "Impossible," Lauren replied, lightly tapping the window frame with his fingers. "As long as it exists, someone will wield it. The stakes are too high. It merely depends on how it is used." Beep, beep. An alarm suddenly blared throughout the battleship, the original lights all replaced with the ominous red glow of the warning. It was rather unsettling. "System alert. All non-combat personnel, proceed to the base." "System alert." The main battleship is about to initiate the class-guided bow strike. Countdown 4 minutes and 31 seconds. The monitors on the walls projected the route map to the base. Simultaneously, Freeman's intercom crackled to life with Lucas's voice. Take Lauren to the base. His mental fortitude cannot withstand the impending explosion. Understood. A class-guided bow strike? Here? On the extreme ice mine. Lauren's eyes widened. Everyone knew the magnitude of such a weapon. How could it be chosen for this location? Quickly, Secretary Lauren, we must go. Freeman urged. I will take you to the base. If the Empire intended to launch the class-guided bow strike, it was likely the Star Raiders would retaliate in kind, resulting in a cacophony of chaos on the battlefield. To enhance defensive capabilities, the main battleship would increase pressure, compounded by violent tremors. While Lucas and the other soldiers might not find it disconcerting, ordinary personnel and those like Lauren, whose mental faculties were already strained, needed to seek refuge. Very well. Lauren glanced toward the main control room, paused momentarily, and obediently followed Freeman to safety. The enclosed base muffled the external sounds and disturbances. Lauren took a seat against the metal wall, lost in thought as he watched the solitary small round window in the base. The window could not be opened, and due to its sealed nature, the outside scenery remained obscured. Nevertheless, Lauren gazed quietly. The surroundings were pitch black, and this base was solely occupied by the two of them. Secretary Lauren, Freeman ventured cautiously. Once you have recovered, you will be able to go out and fight alongside the general. This is just a temporary reprieve. Lauren chuckled wryly. Do you think I would feel disheartened for not being on the battlefield? Freeman remained silent. How could that be? Lauren replied. The general employed me not to fight. He has you, Officer Liu, and Officer Wang for that. My duty is to manage internal affairs and logistics. Lauren smiled, each to their own. I am content to perform my responsibilities well. Why should I overextend myself in areas beyond my expertise and burden the general? Freeman stared, captivated by Lauren's serene and self-assured smile. Most of his time was spent on the frontier, as Lucas's most trusted aide, recently reassigned, and thus he had not interacted with Lauren as frequently as Liu Chang or Wang Chuyang. He now comprehended what Liu Chang and the others had meant by the phrase golden duo and mutual protection. At that moment, Lauren noticed that the view outside was obscured by white smoke and flames. Boom! The weapon had been launched. The entire battleship shook violently, as it seemed the Star Raiders had recklessly retaliated with a similarly powerful weapon. While the Star Raiders' artillery was formidable, it did not match the Empire's might. Yet it was still fearsome. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, Lauren could finally discern the situation outside. His eyes widened. The entrance to the ice mine had collapsed. The entire mine was enveloped by rocks and earth, the geological upheaval caused by the explosion leading to the mine's complete subsidence. Lucas, along with Shinko, detonated the site of the extreme ice. Freeman also lost his composure. They had unintentionally destroyed the ice mine, as the mine was relatively small, but the incident unexpectedly sparked inspiration in Lucas. How utterly insane! The explosion affected the surrounding trees and land, reducing the entire ice mine to mere rubble.
No wonder.
No wonder. Freeman clapped his hands, exclaiming, Yesterday, the general instructed me and old Wang to notify Luo Bing, ensuring that all personnel at the mine were evacuated. However, after the invasion by Shinko, there was no one left at the mine, so we had no duties to fulfill. It seems the general had already plotted this out well in advance. Yet, he had not disclosed this. Luoran was equally astonished. Even he had not been informed. It seemed Lucas was also contemplating and seeking opportunities, for success was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, Lucas ultimately took action, for the sake of the Empire's soldiers, and for Luoran. No one could seize or harm what belonged to the lion. A lion fiercely protects its territory. Luoran stared blankly at the small round window. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the resounding sound of the main gate being pushed open echoed through the foundation. A tall and sturdy man stood at the threshold, bringing light into the darkness of the foundation. The silhouette of Lucas, backlit by the light, appeared even grander. Luoran was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the scene behind Lucas transformed into a field of purple flowers. Luoran thought to himself that his hallucination had returned. After 2 days, he could roughly distinguish between illusion and reality, unless he was utterly fatigued. It was over. He was here to take him out. Lucas stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Luoran's waist, here to escort him. Freeman felt like a sour pickle fish, unable to suppress his tears of joy. A love so exquisite. Luoran followed Lucas out of the warship and returned to the control room. Shinko had once again retreated in defeat, and the Empire had captured numerous individuals, currently engaged in clearing the battlefield. Since General Orton had slain the previous leader of Shinko, who was also the father of the hunter, Lucas had faced countless skirmishes with Shinko, who had plundered much from the Empire. Yet, in direct confrontations with Lucas, they had never emerged victorious. The hunter was no match for his father, and Lucas was undeniably exceptional. It was fortunate that the hunter still maintained his composure and continued to engage with the Empire, seeking opportunities to turn the tide. Luoran gazed at the barren landscape, the vast crater formed around the mine, and shook his head, declaring, "It's too insane." Indeed, Lucas grinned, his expression brimming with audacity, fearless of both heaven and earth. Buddha blocks the killing of Buddha, gods block the slaying of gods. The fearless are often madmen. I now wonder what expressions those fools in the capital are wearing. Since we cannot utilize it properly, let us discard it. Better to spare my army from harm. Lucas tightened his grip around Luoran's waist, still intending to shield his secretary. After some time, a trembling voice resonated from the conference room. "He's gone mad. The general has gone mad," Shirshiochi exclaimed, gripping the report in disbelief. "The general has leveled the eastern ice mine of Luobing. What's there to be excited about?" The second prince, Zhou Mingjing, crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "It's merely gone. If it were an ordinary ice mine, Luobing has plenty, no need to worry. The key issue is..." Shirshiochi's face twisted in anguish. He had lamented the loss of the mine for quite some time, and now he was on the brink of madness. These soldier ruffians never consider the Empire's interests. Many supporters of the Grand Prince also displayed expressions of regret, as no one had anticipated such a dramatic destruction. Just like that, it was gone. The previous disputes suddenly lost all significance. If they could not find a new mine in the future, the Empire would be unable to utilize this new energy source. "Be quiet." Zhou Mingjing could no longer tolerate it, rising to slam his hand on the table, angrily declaring, "The soldiers risk their lives on the front lines to protect you bureaucratic leeches, and you still have the audacity to criticize them." Shirshiochi was taken aback, surprised by Zhou Mingjing's direct confrontation. He froze in shock. Another supporter of the Grand Prince stood up in response. "We certainly acknowledge and cherish the sacrifices of the soldiers, but the situation has changed. The second prince should refrain from moral coercion. Mechs and warships are under surveillance. Military actions have always been monitored by the Empire. We all know the circumstances of this incident. It could have been avoided, and the ice mine could have been preserved. However, General Lucas issued the command to launch the strike, deliberately demolishing the mine. Nonsense." A supporter of the second prince also rose to speak. According to the analysis, the general had every reason to take such action to secure victory. Thus, the ensuing debate revolved around whether General Lucas had intentionally destroyed the mine. Analysts from both sides presented their arguments. "Enough." The Grand Prince Zhou Mingyu shook his head. "Regardless, it is already destroyed. Further arguments are futile." However, the Grand Prince lowered his gaze. "It is undeniable that General Lucas acted unilaterally in detonating the mine before any decisions were made by the Empire. This is an overreach." "Indeed," someone interjected. "The general holds significant power. If in the future, military actions are dictated solely by the general's personal emotions rather than the broader interests of the Empire, could spell disaster. Today he can destroy a mine. Tomorrow he could obliterate the capital." This statement immediately offended and enraged those in the military. Several old generals losing their tempers and erupting into curses, nearly coming to blows. Chaos ensued. The situation in the capital temporarily did not affect Lucas, who was currently dining with Luoran. After their meal, Lu Chengkai sent a report to Lucas. "TSK." Lucas raised an eyebrow after glancing at it. As expected. "What's wrong?" Luoran, feeling slightly uncomfortable, wished to return to his post quickly. "The Round Table has temporarily requested me to relinquish my military management rights for a half-month break." Lucas rolled his eyes. It seemed the Grand Prince was attempting to undermine his authority. Luoran furrowed his brow slightly. "What is there to fear? That Grand Prince worked so hard to secure me a vacation. I'm rather pleased." Lucas chuckled coldly. "The Grand Prince is underestimating the situation. Even if I take a half-month break, over the years, Luoran and I have not been idle. The military is as solid as a fortress. Even if I step away for half a month, the Grand Prince cannot seize even a morsel. He cannot handle it. Besides, the Empire still relies on him for warfare. How could he truly rest? I will manage the public relations well, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals tarnish the general's reputation, Luo Ran assured. Upon our return to the capital, I will pay close attention. This implied that, upon returning to the capital, he would resume work. Lucas frowned slightly. General, please do not interfere with my work any further. Luo Ran pleaded helplessly. I am not that delicate. Very well, Lucas replied. You must negotiate terms for your return. Lucas pointed to himself, saying, Kiss me, and I will allow you to resume your duties. Luo Ran, in this day and age, must a secretary sell out their general to gain more work? Who would believe it? Luo Ran lowered his head, blushing as he said, General, please don't joke. I'm not joking. If you don't kiss me, you won't work. Lucas asserted, his reasoning sound. I'm being generous. Other employers require more elaborate rules to secure work. I'm merely asking for a kiss, which is quite fair and humane. Lucas propped his legs on the table, grinning. Come here. Luo Ran, taking a deep breath, steadied himself, striving to maintain his composure as he replied coldly, General, if I delay returning to work any longer, the workload will only accumulate, and I will be the one to suffer. Most importantly, if I do not return to oversee matters, once the general hands over authority passively, even a minor error could lead to severe consequences. Luo Ran thought to himself that he truly could not postpone his work any longer. Moreover, he might have developed Stockholm Syndrome. These days, utterly devoid of work or official documents, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, akin to the emptiness of idling away time. Were it not for your last sentence, which still faltered and stumbled, I would have truly believed you possessed an abundance of rationality and indifference. Lucas raised an eyebrow and remarked, I said, a kiss in exchange. Luo Ran, with a smile that was both coy and mischievous, continued, Next, I am on holiday, and Zhou Mingyu has deliberately given me time to pursue you. We can take our time. Noticing that Luo Ran remained seated, maintaining a facade of professional detachment, Lucas felt a surge of irritation. Little rascal. Unfazed by the circumstances, Lucas stood and seized Luo Ran by the collar, forcefully pushing him onto the table. Luo Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Lucas then leaned down to kiss Luo Ran. Pinned firmly to the table, Luo Ran felt utterly immobilized as Lucas pressed his forehead against him, rendering Luo Ran passively engaged in the kiss. Lucas's kissing technique had always been rather lacking, akin to a dog that gnaws indiscriminately. The overpowering scent of tobacco enveloped him, leaving Luo Ran in a dizzy haze, leading him to suspect that Lucas was being intentionally provocative. Yet, if Lucas truly believed him to be a mere pawn, why engage in such behavior? Why tempt him with pheromones? At long last, as the kiss concluded, Lucas gazed at Luo Ran with lingering desire, remarking that had he submitted sooner to kiss him, even if merely on the cheek, this predicament would not have arisen. General, Luo Ran gasped, his emotions rare and raw, with the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red. He retorted, You are being unreasonable. This is excessive. Indeed, I am manipulating you, Lucas confessed unabashedly. Chapter 58. The General's Blind Date? Lucas's forceful grip left Luo Ran's feet dangling, caught at Lucas's waist. Lying supine on the table, Luo Ran felt utterly compromised in this position. General, he inhaled deeply, laced with a hint of indignation. If we are to kiss, may I please get up afterward? His lips were already chapped, his cheeks and ears flushed. Are you certain? Lucas grinned, twirling a stray lock of Luo Ran's hair around his finger, arching an eyebrow. Then why are you blushing so profusely? Luo Ran turned away, insisting, I am not. Lucas remained non-committal, releasing Luo Ran. As Luo Ran braced himself against the table to rise, he faltered and would have collapsed had Lucas not caught him. Oh? Lucas raised an eyebrow. Is this the result of my kiss weakening your legs? Who would have thought, Secretary Luo, that beneath your serious facade, you harbored such desires? Lucas chuckled, still unable to stand. Is it? Do you fancy me? Or else why would you react this way? Luo Ran was mortified with indignation. It was merely the overwhelming nature of Lucas's pheromones. At that moment, Lucas fully released his pheromones, the thick scent of tobacco nearly suffocating the air, robbing Luo Ran of both breath and reason. Lucas had never behaved in such a manner before. To him, matters of affection had always seemed superfluous. Had he become so stirred by the kiss, lacking experience in such matters, that he could not control his pheromones? Or did he simply disregard the implications, feeling secure in his position? Luo Ren leaned against the table, his breath growing heavier. Lucas observed Luo Ran's effort to maintain composure, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Keep pretending. Go on. Struggling so hard to endure. What is it? Am I that untrustworthy? Little rascal. Dare to deceive him, and he would return the favor, despite the fact that he was merely a pawn. Lucas resolved to continue watching Luo Ran's charade, determined to tease him further. After all, Luo Ran had the audacity to challenge him. Lucas grasped Luo Ran's collar once more, leaning close with a low chuckle. You haven't answered me yet. Why the pretense? Why can't you stand? Your face remains so flushed. Apologies, Luo Ran took a deep breath. It may be due to my incomplete recovery. Is that so? Lucas scoffed. General, please release me. Luo Ran murmured, his gaze cast downwards, gripping the edge of the table tightly. Due to his status and inherent authority, Luo Ran had never dared to unleash even a modicum of pheromones in Lucas's presence. Thus, this was the first time he felt such an overwhelming wave of pheromones. Strictly speaking, it was not an attack but rather a playful provocation. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, the familiar scent left him feeling vulnerable and comfortable. This was utterly disastrous. Was it truly due to his incomplete recovery, or something else altogether? Lucas's grip remained firm on Luo Ran's collar, the pheromones intensifying. It was no longer merely a suppression meant for peers or adversaries but rather an alluring tease directed at the opposite sex. Of course, Lucas still held back, not intending to escalate to a point of forced arousal. What else could it be? Luo Ran bit his lip in restraint, feeling an unusual surge of irritation. Lucas's overwhelming and relentless advances left him struggling to cope. He could not remind Lucas to temper his pheromones, for there was no response to this kind of non-suppressive allure. I haven't applied any pressure. If you wish to leave, then go. Lucas released him, chuckling. What is this? Unable to move? I can move, Luo Ran retorted, pushing Lucas away, fists clenched as he strode towards the exit without glancing back. Lucas, little rascal. Why was he so obstinately unwilling to concede? Luo Ran seemed determined not to rely on him, and it was also a fault from Lucas's past. Frustration mounted as Lucas raked his fingers through his hair. Indeed, romance was proving to be a cumbersome affair. Once the battlefield was cleared, the fleet returned to the capital 2 days later, greeted by a dazzling display of fireworks. As Lucas arrived at the military camp, a representative from the Crown Prince promptly came to facilitate the handover, publicly stating only that the general was enjoying a rare holiday. The Empire's citizens rejoiced at the general finally taking a break. At last, he had time to cultivate his relationship with Secretary Luo. The Empire's promising heir could finally be prioritized. When would the next generation arrive? The anticipation was palpable. General, the investigation team's report has been finalized. Luo Ran presented the document to Lucas, his expression somewhat enigmatic. What is it? Lucas inquired, taking the report. Upon glancing at it, Lucas's expression shifted as he absorbed the information. The reporters had descended upon the hotel with alarming speed, almost immediately after the incident involving Lucas and that mysterious figure. Through the clues provided by Princess Zhou Mingzhu, they had traced the connections back to Cyril. Lucas's brother, Cyril Aldo, who also happened to be a close confidant of Crown Prince Zhou Mingyu. Humph. Lucas slammed the report down onto the table, his irritation palpable. What audacity! At this juncture, it was clear that the Crown Prince was indeed targeting him. Regardless of whether he was the one who ultimately administered the poison, the friction between them had already manifested, and precautions were necessary. Standing beside him, Luo Ran clutched the documents, assuring, "Rest assured, General, I will manage the handover and public relations over the next fortnight, ensuring no opportunity for exploitation arises." Furthermore, Luo Ran lowered his gaze. "The Marshal's wife is aware of your holiday and has requested you return this weekend. Would you like to? Go." Lucas sneered. He had matters to settle. "Very well, I will arrange transportation," Luo Ran continued. "Prince Zhou Mingkai has also scheduled a game of table tennis with you this afternoon. Please remember to attend. If needed, I can also arrange additional leisure activities for your holiday." Lucas frowned at Luo Ran, noting his professionalism, calm demeanor, and emotional distance. "Luo Ran, are you upset?" "Not at all." Luo Ran replied, startled. "I am perfectly fine." "You are upset." Lucas rose and stepped closer. Luo Ran instinctively retreated, an unusual nervousness creeping in. Lucas grinned. "What are you hiding for? Come here. General, we need to talk," Luo Ran said, gripping the documents tightly, his head bowed. You have only fought in wars. You have not interacted with others in this manner. Perhaps you do not fully grasp your feelings. Lucas scoffed. Why would I bother with others? It's repulsive. Luo Ran deftly remarked, it is precisely because you have not interacted with others that from now until the past, I am the only one for you. Therefore, your choices are rather limited, leading you to naturally believe that you have an affection for me. Lucas, feeling somewhat bewildered by Luo Ran's convoluted reasoning, retorted, I have explicitly stated that I only have feelings for you. With a flushed face, Luo Ran mentally rehearsed her lines several times, ensuring that she would not falter before finally declaring, I have also stated that your options are rather scarce. If you encounter someone more suitable and superior in the future, you will understand. Lucas, agitated, exclaimed, why are you fixating on this? Do you want me to go on blind dates to prove my feelings to you? I have already declared that you are my one and only. He was so close to waving a placard proclaiming his love for Luo Ran. General, are you considering blind dates? Would you like me to arrange one for you? Get lost. Lucas turned and strode away. Luo Ran let out a sigh of relief, clutching her folder as she dashed down the stairs. Yet, her mind was filled with Lucas's resounding declaration of her being his sole affection. Thud. Upon exiting, Luo Ran collided with a column. Ouch! She held her forehead, feeling both frustrated and embarrassed. No, it was not nerves. She had resolutely decided to maintain a distance, to act as mere colleagues with Lucas. However, Lucas was simply too overwhelming, akin to a fortress, with Lucas as the relentless general besieging her heart. At the club, upon seeing his long-lost brother, Zhou Mingkai eagerly inquired, I saw online that you confessed to Secretary Luo? Finally, you made your feelings known. All that effort was not in vain. Lucas grunted in acknowledgement, sitting at the table with a furrowed brow. But it's so strange. Luo Ran clearly has strong feelings for me yet still rejected me and refuses to rely on me, constantly keeping her distance. It's a classic case of wanting to lure but withholding, that enigmatic rascal. Zhou Mingkai interjected, seriously? Lucas is still unaware of Luo Ran's deception? After a pause, he couldn't help but say, if you possessed even half my emotional intelligence, the Empire's promising heir would already be in kindergarten. Zhou Mingkai felt utterly exasperated. He had thought the two were already an item and had even participated in the Empire's heir name selection voting. What a waste of effort. She keeps rejecting me. Lucas plopped onto the sofa, legs crossed, irritable. I've done everything, Zhou Mingkai mused. Although he had no idea how Lucas pursued someone, if he were in Lucas's shoes, he might have fled with a spacecraft overnight. Give Secretary Luo some wax. But why did she reject you? Zhou Mingkai, bemused, turned to open a bottle of wine, picking up the cue to begin. Lucas frowned. She says I only pursue her because I don't know anyone else, that it's not true affection. And that's all. Lucas grimaced. She won't tell me anything, nor will she let me do anything. Dating is indeed troublesome. Zhou Mingkai quipped. You need to sort this out yourself. Pursuing someone is not akin to warfare. Zhou Mingkai made a successful shot, sinking the ball into a corner pocket, turning and grinning. General, what do you usually do before a battle? Lucas found the question baffling, frowning. What else can I do but analyze the battlefield and prepare my weapons? Exactly. Zhou Mingkai clapped. Now you're just charging in without analyzing the situation. That's too hasty. Zhou Mingkai nearly awarded himself the title of best supporter. At that moment, Lucas's terminal chimed. It was the investigation team leader. General Secretary Luo has returned home. According to our findings, her parents encountered a matchmaker at an ancient earth temple while seeking marital blessings and obtained 3 contact numbers. Lucas exclaimed, what? This is outrageous. Furious, he hurled the terminal aside. Is he going on blind dates again? Zhou Mingkai glanced at the message. Huh? I doubt it. I think Secretary Luo would refuse. She hasn't fully recovered her mental energy and has been quite busy lately. Otherwise, Zhou Mingkai added with a smile, Liu Bei and I are planning to see an opera. Would you like to switch and go on a blind date with Liu Bei? Let us see how Secretary Luo reacts. You're going to see an opera with Liu Bei? Lucas raised an eyebrow. Wait, Zhou Mingkai hastily clarified. Don't get the wrong idea. I wouldn't make a move on him. Goodness, with his temperament, even my mother doesn't micromanage me like that. Zhou Mingkai imitated Lucas's grimace. It's just that a cabinet minister has been persistently bothering Liu Bei, and I'm merely helping him out. After all, He is a representative of the royal family and has his own inconveniences. Fine. Lucas retorted with a cold smirk. If Luo Ran can go on blind dates, why can't I? He wanted Luo Ran to feel jealous and care about him. Thus, Lucas retrieved the terminal and messaged Luo Ran. I'm going on a blind date with Liu Bei. Luo Ran replied almost instantly. Congratulations. Lucas added, there's also a date, to which Luo Ran responded, understood, General. I'll find you a guide for the date right away. Lucas, incensed, hurled the terminal once more.
Meanwhile, Liu Bei,
blissfully preparing for an outing with the troublesome Zhou Mingkai, sighed. Oh dear. Chapter 59, The General and the Rose. Just minutes before Lucas announced his intention to go on a blind date, Luo Ran received a call from home. Wang Zidong asked her if she would like to try after meeting a matchmaker who had given her 3 contact numbers. In the past, Luo Ran would have had no objections. However, now she firmly declined. Why the refusal? Wang Zidong asked, surprised by Luo Ran's decisive answer. After a brief pause, Luo Ran replied, I'm too busy with work. I won't be going on blind dates anymore. It was at that moment that Lucas also sent her a message. I'm going on a blind date with Liu Bei. Luo Ran was taken aback. Ooh. After a moment, she found it somewhat amusing. Was Lucas being childish, trying to get back at her? Why had he dragged Liu Bei into this? Was Liu Bei being tricked by Zhou Mingkai? With a raised eyebrow, Luo Ran replied with congratulations, then searched her contacts for Liu Bei's name to send him a message. Sorry, it seems the general has caused you some trouble. I hope you don't mind or overthink it. Liu Bei replied promptly, no worries. Third Prince mentioned it to me. Let us just consider it a fun outing together. It's quite nice, Secretary Luo, no need to overthink. Afterward, Liu Bei sent her e-tickets for the opera house. Luo Ran, bemused, had thought it was just Lucas and Liu Bei hanging out. She hadn't anticipated it would be a group of 4. Rubbing her temples, she felt a headache coming on. On the weekend, at the opera house, Secretary Luo arrived. Zhou Mingkai cheerfully said, let us sit together. He and Luo Ran sat on one side, while Lucas and Liu Bei occupied the other side of the aisle. Luo Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Lucas cast a lingering gaze at Luo Ran. Zhou Mingkai waved his hand. Let us go. Let us go. The show is about to start. Seeing Lucas genuinely walk alongside Liu Bei, intending to sit with him, Luo Ran felt her emotions were rather complex. As they entered, Lucas seized the opportunity to glare at Luo Ran. Didn't you want me to meet others and broaden my horizons? Well, here I am. Luo Ran held her head high and replied, General, remember to hold Mr. Luo's hand on your date. With a smile, she added, I sent you a date? Dates require hand-holding. Off you go, General. Lucas immediately felt a surge of frustration, experiencing the sensation of lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Soon after, the 4 settled into their seats. Zhou Mingkai observed that Luo Ran was intently watching the stage, completely ignoring Lucas, and was left speechless.
Secretary Luo.
Don't you feel unhappy about the general going on a date with someone else? Aren't you jealous or something? Zhou Mingkai scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. It's not the kind of jealousy that couples feel. Even friends can feel jealous, you know. Why would there be jealousy? Luo Ran pointed towards Lucas, who sat a short distance ahead, and remarked, he is even more reluctant than I am. Luo Ran felt an urge to convey a simple it's alright to Lucas, but deemed it unnecessary. After all, one cannot halt their own penchant for trouble. Zhou Mingkai instinctively glanced at Lucas. At that moment, Lucas stubbornly sought to showcase his closeness to Liu Bei, positioning himself right beside her, in rather close proximity. Soon, however, discomfort washed over him. He shifted awkwardly, his brows furrowing as he wished to distance himself. Watching an opera, it seemed, was akin to enduring great torment. Zhou Mingkai mused, that makes sense. Only a fool would feel jealous. Below, Lucas turned to see Zhou Mingkai and Luo Ran conversing quietly together, feeling as if the very fur of a lion was about to erupt all over him. You little rascal. Zhou Mingkai felt a chill run down his spine as he caught sight of Lucas's sharp glare. If looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. Zhou Mingkai's initial suggestion had merely been to invite the 2 out for a fun outing, to support Liu Bei, and simultaneously contribute to the progress of the empire's esteemed heir. He had not anticipated that the very tiles would fall upon his head. Zhou Mingkai was at a loss. On the verge of tears, the opera singers on stage were serenading, their high notes resonating beautifully. The script told the tale of youthful, Sunlit boys who naively pursued exquisite and proud young ladies. A classic narrative of the impoverished lad and the rich heiress, with the boy presently holding a bouquet of roses. Finally, as the performance concluded, their next destination was the quintessential locale for a date, the amusement park. A nostalgic return to familiar grounds. Zhou Mingkai, holding the amusement park map, suggested, "Shall we try the escape room?" "No," Lucas replied coldly. "Then how about the haunted tunnel?" "No." "Well, what about the double gondola with fireworks? They even give out roses." Lucas shot a glance at Zhou Mingkai and Luo Ran, his expression growing even more sour. "Absolutely not," Luo Ran interjected, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. "What's wrong with the gondola? It's quite leisurely with lovely views, let's go for that." With that, she proceeded to purchase tickets. Lucas's expression darkened. After Lucas and Liu Bei ascended, Zhou Mingkai and Luo Ran found themselves hesitating just before boarding. Zhou Mingkai's survival instincts kicked in. "I'm afraid of heights, no. I have acrophobia," he chuckled nervously. "Secretary Luo, you go ahead. It's only a 5-minute affair. I can fetch some water for the 3 of you?" Luo Ran paused, insisting it was unnecessary. "No worries. You're all my brothers. It's only right to run errands." Zhou Mingkai took off running. "Sir, are you boarding?" a nearby staff member inquired as it was his turn. "All right." Having purchased the tickets, Luo Ran thought it would be perfect to take a seat and rest, especially since the fireworks would be worth seeing. The gondola ascended slowly, the metal creaking with friction. As Luo Ran watched the gondola rise higher from the ground, circling the amusement park, they coincidentally arrived during the event, with a fireworks display scheduled to accompany the gondola's ascent. With the fireworks not yet launched, Luo Ran seized the moment to pull out documents for review. A slight frown crossed his brow as he read the first line, an acute pain striking his mind. He pressed his fingers against his temple, bending slightly forward. Luo Ran had a faint understanding of the situation. His mental wounds had yet to heal. Both Xinshilua and Xiaji had repeatedly urged him to avoid overworking, emphasizing the necessity of sufficient sleep each day. Lucas, too, had been adamant about him not working overtime, ready to reprimand him the moment he noticed his lack of rest. However, the workload had been overwhelming lately, and these past 2 months were particularly critical. Luo Ran felt he could not entrust many matters to others and had to scrutinize every detail himself. Consequently, he had found himself burning the midnight oil the previous night. Perhaps that was why his mind was protesting now. Suddenly, a loud pop, fireworks erupted. Observing the spectacle from above was an incredible experience, given the proximity, almost at the same level. The sound was deafening. Though the Empire's fireworks were designed to be smokeless, the sound jolted Luo Ran. Rubbing his temple, he endeavored to sit upright, maintaining proper blood circulation between his head and body, only to realize his hands had slipped into his pockets. Oh, there were no pockets. Right, his clothes lacked pockets, and he had stowed the medication in the pocket of his coat, which was left behind in the aircraft, as the temperature difference between the opera house and amusement park was too great. Oh well, Luo Ran sighed, quietly closing his eyes to await the gondola's descent. The next moment, a mechanical voice resonated through the gondola. "We sincerely apologize, but the gondola on line 1 has encountered a mechanical failure. Please remain calm. Maintenance personnel will restore operation within 10 minutes. Luo Ran felt an intensifying headache. Truly, what a stroke of luck. Unable to sit upright any longer, the pain and sensation of weightlessness compelled him to curl into a ball, biting his lip as cold sweat dripped. Not wishing to see hallucinations in this predicament, he tightly shut his eyes. Ding dong. Luo Ran's terminal chimed. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to unlock the screen. "Lucas, open the door." "Luo Ran?" "Luo Ran, the gondola's door has sealed automatically, and I may not have the capacity to jump down right now." "Lucas, jump? Who told you to jump?" Lucas continued. "There's an emergency door button in the corner of the gondola. Press it for 3 seconds to cut the power." Luo Ran was still processing this information. So, just then, he saw a figure leap from the adjacent gondola, a tall silhouette hurtling towards his own. Startled, Luo Ran hurriedly pressed the button. The gondola door swung open, and Lucas braced himself against the tracks, effortlessly vaulting into Luo Ran's gondola. The gondola swayed slightly as Lucas landed in a crouch before Luo Ran. "General," Luo Ran exclaimed, "this is too, what are you afraid of?" "You won't die from falling." Lucas rolled his eyes. Below them lay either a Ferris wheel or the tracks of a roller coaster, plenty of cushioning to break the fall. In the meantime, Liu Bei, upon noticing the gondola had halted, had taken out documents to review, not exchanging a word with Lucas. However, upon seeing Luo Ran seemingly on the verge of a breakdown, Lucas was determined to leap through any obstacle for him. The onlookers below merely witnessed a swift shadow and a swaying gondola, left wondering what had transpired. Upon Lucas's arrival, he immediately gathered the pale-faced Luo Ran into his embrace. Gently, Lucas rubbed the back of Luo Ran's head, releasing his pheromones. It was akin to the pheromones he had intentionally teased Luo Ran with aboard the warship, albeit with a different intent this time. Luo Ran was utterly taken aback. Goodness, Lucas is holding me, allowing me to rest my head on his shoulder. At such a close distance, the pheromones could be absorbed more effectively. General? Luo Ran stammered. You? Shoo! Lucas interrupted, retrieving Luo Ran's medication from his pocket, grasping his wrist. A combination of pheromones and the most basic medication should suffice. Gradually, Luo Ran began to recover. General, you knew? Luo Ran's pallor persisted. When did you find out? From the moment you attempted to activate the lion. I had originally intended to keep it a secret, but seeing you like this, I decided otherwise. Lucas huffed. Let us just be straightforward. It will facilitate your future requests for pheromones from me. Luo Ran touched the back of his neck, trembling. It was you who made the temporary mark on me? Indeed. Luo Ran's face flushed crimson. So, the general had deliberately teased him aboard the warship. Luo Ran recalled that moment, realizing it had all been Lucas's intention. How could he have thought he was truly losing his mind? It was you he was teasing. Why not? You are not just anyone. You are mine, my secretary. Am I not allowed to flirt with you? Lucas asserted with undeniable confidence. Flirt? Is it amusing? Luo Ran felt a tinge of embarrassment mixed with irritation. Why shouldn't I? You could flirt back if you wish. I could even compel you to feel desire. We are equals. Luo Ran's thoughts became muddled, and her speech turned chaotic. Flirting is wrong. Why? Do you feel inferior? Lucas chuckled. You are far stronger than many. TSK, you're quite the actor. Had you not spoken, I might have believed you were someone else. Lucas continued. I protect you not because of who you are, but simply because you are the one I cherish. Luo Ran was taken aback. The doubts and fears that had arisen from the revelation of her identity dissipated in an instant. After a brief pause, she straightened and sat across from Lucas, saying earnestly, Thank you, General. Thank you for being willing to temporarily mark and protect me. Thank you for never looking down on me. As she glanced at Lucas's pocket, she was surprised to realize that someone as carefree as he would carry her medication in his pocket. You're welcome. Lucas replied with a broad smile, then added, Why did you deceive me? Let us settle this now. Luo Ran turned her head. You only needed to. And I needed to work. Lucas rubbed his nose, recalling his past misdeeds. Suspended high above, the noise of the amusement park faded to a distant hum, leaving just the two of them. Wrapped in the warmth of tobacco, Luo Ran felt comfortable. After a moment she said, General, let me share another secret with you. Lowering her gaze, she confessed, I am not the biological child of my parents. They adopted me from an orphanage, and after falling ill, I forgot my past. They thought I didn't know and kept it from me, but as I grew older, I gradually remembered my days at the orphanage and the scene of them coming to find me. Lucas was taken aback, remaining silent. In truth, he was aware of this. The military had investigated her background when she applied to be his secretary, but he chose not to mention it, wishing to spare her any sorrow. But they treated me exceedingly well, even better than they would have their own biological child. What I want to say is, Luo Ran seemed to be gathering her thoughts before continuing, I originally had nothing. The happiness of a family was not truly mine but rather a bestowed blessing. I have rarely possessed anything that belonged to me until I met you, General. You have given me everything. My first formal job, my first savings account, and the little apartment I saved up for. Because of you, I began to have so much. Her tone remained calm and gentle as she shared these sentiments for the first time with someone outside. I have you and I have friends. I have learned to fight and protect myself. The general taught me to be confident, to be brave, to fear nothing. Lucas, feeling a mix of urgency and awkwardness, interrupted, You will have even more. I can give you everything, all of it. I don't need it. I am quite satisfied with how things are now, Luo Ran replied. General, you are? She hesitated, the next words seemingly difficult to articulate. What am I? Lucas felt a flutter of anxiety. You are the first person in this world to make me feel secure. Luo Ran averted her eyes. Lucas froze in place. Do you understand? Luo Ran, feeling reckless, nervously tugged at her clothes and said, You make me feel at ease. I truly enjoy this life we have now. I know my experiences pale in comparison to yours, but I do not wish to bear the weight of loss. Lucas gazed at Luo Ran for a long moment before speaking hoarsely. Promise me you will be with me. You won't lose me or what we have now. General, after so much time together, even raising a dog would cultivate feelings. How do you know there won't be someone better in the future? How do you know this is love? You have never even grasped the concept of feelings. You don't understand, but I do. Without entering a romantic relationship, they could continue like this, forever in harmony, devoid of heartbreak, breakups, emotional entanglements, or fickleness. Luo Ran was unsure how it would be otherwise, but she was reluctant to let go of the present moment. This moment was one she had fought through with grit, with countless arguments alongside Lucas, and a week spent crying over an application. Right now, everything felt perfect. Lucas remained silent for a long while. Tension. Passengers. The cable car system will resume operations in 4 minutes. Please remain calm. The cable car was about to be fixed. Lucas spoke. Zhou Mingkai said I was too hasty, and I've been reflecting. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to bully you. It's my first time pursuing someone, and I'm quite unpracticed. This is something beyond my usual battles, and clearly, my strategy of swift conquest has failed. I will improve and continue to learn. Luo Ran was momentarily stunned. Huh? Lucas continued. Then I shall officially pursue you from this moment onward, starting anew. This time I will confess properly, using the methods of an ordinary person, ones you can refuse. Lucas picked up the rose Luo Ran had set aside. This was the flower given as part of the cable car's romantic package, but he had forgotten his in the cable car and had to make do with hers. Holding the rose aloft, he earnestly stated, I like you, and I wish to pursue you. Lucas thought to himself that he had forgotten the lines he had memorized from the internet that day and would have to improvise. I like your appearance, your silver hair, your personality, your smile, and the way you work. I like everything about you. I want to be a part of your life, to buy a house with you. You can take my salary, property, and household registration. Lucas awkwardly held the rose, declaring, I just wanted to let you know, from now on, I will pursue you properly and won't pressure you or cause you any distress. I hope one day you might consider me. It was earnest, yet undeniably clumsy. Luo Ran stared at Lucas, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, the fireworks display began anew, illuminating Luo Ran's eyes within the cable car, making them sparkle. Lucas's eyes mirrored the same glimmer. The tension that had hung between them, fraught with anxiety, seemed to evaporate in an instant. Chapter 60. The General's Pursuit 20. The cable car resumed its operation as fireworks continued to burst into bloom. Lucas gazed at Luo Ran's face, illuminated and shadowed by the fireworks, suddenly understanding why he had taken photos of her when they had watched fireworks together in the past. Lucas opened his terminal. The only photo in his terminal was one he had taken of Luo Ran while they dined on a balcony after visiting the horse track, capturing her profile as she watched the fireworks against the vibrant sky. Lucas had never been interested in fireworks, but Luo Ran beneath them was captivating. The cable car descended back to the high platform. Lucas put away his terminal and disembarked with Luo Ran. Having just received a sedative, Luo Ran was unsteady as they descended from the heights. Lucas discreetly wrapped an arm around her waist, providing silent support. Luo Ran could feel the pheromones enveloping her gently, as if assuring her that she had entered a safe space. As they stepped down from the platform, they spotted Liu Bei, who had already come down and was drinking the water Zhou Mingkai had purchased. Zhou Mingkai said helplessly, I've been waiting here for quite a while. The water is no longer cold. What a coincidence that the cable car malfunctioned just when you two were on it. Liu Bei smiled. No worries. It was actually quite nice to see the fireworks twice from up there. It's like I got 2 tickets for the price of 1. Indeed. Luo Ran smiled. Just as he was about to reach for the milk tea that Zhou Mingkai had handed him, he saw Lucas snatch it away first. Luo Ran? Lucas furrowed his brow and said to Luo Ran, You shouldn't drink anything cold. Shen Shilua had informed him that Luo Ran's body was weak, and he should avoid anything raw or stimulating. Luo Ran paused. Since it was not something he had to drink, he withdrew his hand. Did the general even know about these things? He shouldn't. Zhou Mingkai and Liu Bei exchanged glances, bemused by the meaningless conversation between the two. The two of them found it both amusing and exasperating. It seemed that the ice had thawed between them. Zhou Mingkai was unsure of what had transpired between Lucas and Luo Ran, but throughout the day, they could distinctly sense the strange and awkward atmosphere surrounding the two. Afterward, they had a bite to eat and strolled around the gaming stalls before heading back. Once it was just Liu Bei and Zhou Mingkai. Liu Bei laughed and said, "It appears the general and the secretary have reconciled. This outing has yielded an unexpected benefit." Zhou Mingkai nodded, lamenting, "Today has been quite arduous for me. You have no idea how I felt sitting in the back with Secretary Luo. I was nearly killed by the general's glare." As they walked toward the aircraft, Zhou Mingkai continued, "They truly are something, one charging forward like a rooster, while the other is dodging desperately." Liu Bei remarked, "Secretary Luo has always been professional and composed, capable of resolving any issue flawlessly, yet in front of the general, he becomes flustered and evasive. That's what it means to care. It is because of affection that one loses their composure." Zhou Mingkai glanced at Liu Bei, who appeared indifferent, wearing thin-framed glasses and resembling a bookworm, and clicked his tongue. "Surely you wouldn't act that way." Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Who knows? The following weekend, Lucas was set to return to his hometown, but this time he brought Luo Ran along. "Why would the general take me home?" In the aircraft, Luo Ran asked curiously, "I'm not a member of the Aldo family. I simply don't want to return alone." Luo Ran hesitated for a moment, then fell silent. The Aldo ancestral estate was situated in the suburbs, exuding an understated elegance. Although the grand brick and stone buildings were imposing and solemn, they appeared somewhat dilapidated, with patches of moss creeping up the walls. Military families in the capital typically maintained a low profile. Upon landing, the captain of the marshal's guard stepped forward to salute. "General, welcome back." The entire estate was patrolled by soldiers, and the captain gestured for everyone to disperse, so as not to obstruct Lucas's view. Lucas had a notoriously bad temper, especially since there were tensions with his family. Everyone in the estate was well aware of it. Lucas led Luo Ran through the lengthy traditional corridor to the dining hall. "Lucas is back. Oh, and Ran is here too." The marshal's wife beamed as she approached and ushered Luo Ran to take a seat. "I had the kitchen prepare extra dishes today. You must eat more, you're far too thin." Luo Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Cyril was also present, sitting nearby with a gentle and harmless smile. Addressing Lucas, "It's a rare opportunity for us to dine together." "Yes, I was nearly nauseated," Lucas replied, crossing his arms and wearing a cold expression as he sat aside. "Let us just eat, no need for any other discussions." The marshal, who had also seen battle in his youth, retained an imposing presence, his face fierce and aloof, reminiscent of a middle-aged Lucas. "Come on, Lucas, eat more." At the dining table, the marshal's wife focused entirely on Lucas, continuously serving him meat and vegetables. Lucas, with a blank expression, systematically picked out the food she had served him with another pair of chopsticks, placing it aside untouched. The marshal's wife felt a pang of sadness but suppressed it, while the marshal frowned. "It's fine." Cyril offered a warm smile to diffuse the tension, retrieving food from Lucas's extra plate. "Just serve me, Mom." Lucas was not deliberately being critical or confrontational. He simply had a phobia of germs and found it revolting. This aversion was not about cleanliness or anything else but was directed toward people. He felt nauseous even at the thought of physical contact with others. After finishing the meal, they couldn't sit together for a chat as a family. Everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Lucas invited Cyril to the balcony for a conversation. Luo Ran paused, intending to join Lucas on the balcony, but the marshal's wife stopped him. Ran, come here and chat with me for a bit." The marshal and his wife genuinely liked Luo Ran and hoped to use him as a bridge to mend their relationship with Lucas, so they were quite attentive to him. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Lucas as he ascended the balcony. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Luo Ran smiled. The balcony was spacious, adorned with tables and chairs. "What's the matter?" Cyril asked as he sat down in front of Lucas, smiling. "What do you need from your brother?" "Bang!" Without a word, Lucas hurled a folder onto the table. Cyril frowned, picking it up and glancing at it, his smile momentarily stiffening. "Where did you find this?" "This is false information. This is slander," Cyril exclaimed. "How could I possibly harm my own brother? I lack the patience to argue with you. Just tell me directly if this is something you initiated or if someone else is pulling the strings. I can overlook it." Lucas, arms crossed, glared at Cyril. He fought in battles and would not waste time arguing with someone like Cyril, who was cowardly. "I told you it wasn't me." Cyril frowned. It truly wasn't Timmy. I don't know how to defend myself. 1, 2, Lucas said, his expression darkening as he looked at Cyril. Cyril, panicking, said, Lucas, if you want to argue with me, you don't need to fabricate reasons to smear my name. 3. Lucas withdrew a gun, aiming it directly at Cyril. Speak honestly, answer my question. You. Cyril's face turned pale, unable to maintain his composure. I'm your brother. This is our home. What do you intend to do? Lucas chambered around, the sound crisp and clear. 3, 2. Lucas began counting down again, resolute and uncompromising, demanding an answer without leaving room for further explanation. Cyril understood that Lucas was capable of violence. He truly would pull the trigger. Yet he was uncertain whether it was aimed at his heart or another part of his body. Taking a deep breath, Cyril decided to throw caution to the wind. With a sudden motion, Cyril lunged at Lucas. The table toppled over, crashing onto the balcony, causing a significant commotion that drew the attention of the guard below. Meanwhile, in the living room, the marshal's wife had taken Luo Ran to sit down. Ran, she said nervously, do you think Lucas's willingness to join us for dinner indicates he is open to reconciling with us? Madam. Luo Ran hesitated, organizing his thoughts. Do you want the truth? It might be a bit uncomfortable. Go ahead. I'm fine. Luo Ran replied, the general will never reconcile with you in this lifetime. What was lost in the past remains lost. The general is fiery and stubborn. To him, everything is black and white. Love is love, and indifference is indifference. The marshal's wife turned pale, but we are trying. She had been making efforts to integrate into Lucas's life, engaging in online activities, bringing soup, and more, yet perhaps she did not realize where the problem lay. Luo Ran explained, efforts now are futile. Just as the two were about to say more, they were startled by the sound of gunfire from the balcony. Both jumped in surprise. The marshal heard it too and likely guessed what had happened. When everyone rushed upstairs, they found Lucas standing aside, his expression fierce and unyielding, while Cyril lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder and convulsing. The fabric on Cyril's shoulder had turned crimson with blood, which seeped through his fingers. Heavens! The marshal's wife gasped in shock. The marshal, maintaining his composure, instructed the guards, call a doctor. Lucas took Luo Ran's hand and strode away, ignoring everyone else. Lucas. The marshal's expression darkened even further. However, Lucas was already far away. Inside the aircraft, Lucas reclined with his legs crossed, resting against his arm. I got the answers I needed. After firing a shot, he complied. He said he approached the reporter himself. Luo Ran paused, nodding in acknowledgement. His words confirmed my suspicions. Someone was indeed orchestrating events, likely the nefarious prince. Lucas chuckled coldly. His statement was undoubtedly laced with sarcasm. He resolved to scrutinize the dealings between him and the prince, hoping to uncover some clue, regardless of whether the prince was involved. Both Cyril and the prince were individuals we must regard with caution. Lauren sighed. The rift has already been forged. The former king's health is deteriorating. Should matters escalate, could lead to a veritable maelstrom. I have no intention of returning. It holds no allure for me. Lucas smirked in agreement. Lauren lowered his gaze. Ultimately, everything hinges on the general's will. Lucas remarked, I have been quite occupied myself. Lauren, puzzled, responded, but hasn't the general taken leave? How could he be busy? The burden of responsibilities fell squarely on him. Lucas sat upright, a serious expression on his face. Busy thinking of you. Lauren was taken aback. What? Lucas pressed on. Have I managed to stir your heart? Lauren remained speechless. Lucas continued, I researched some dating strategies online. This is a rather kitsch romantic line. Lauren laughed. Perhaps you should refrain from such comments, General. Lucas scoffed. You are at fault. You are guilty. Lauren questioned, what? Lucas pointed to his chest, proclaiming, you have not only invaded my heart but have also stolen it. When Lucas uttered this with utmost seriousness, it felt as if he were declaring war. Lauren, feeling flustered, contemplated exiting the vehicle. She pretended to be engrossed in documents, deliberately ignoring her surroundings. The next day, the marshal and his wife arrived at the office seeking Lucas, claiming they wished to discuss the events of the previous night. Naturally, Lucas refused to meet them. Lauren could not allow the couple to wait aimlessly in the reception area, so she reluctantly agreed to meet them. She brought along several documents as well. Where is Lucas? The marshal's wife inquired, to which Lauren replied, the general is busy with paperwork, and I am here for the same reason. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? We wish to address last night's incident, the marshal said sternly. I believe he must account for the incident where he fired upon his own brother. Lauren took a seat before them, responding, however, until now, the general has yet to receive an explanation regarding the poisoning from his brother. Lauren, known for her gentle demeanor, now emanated a sharpness that the couple could sense. The events transpired over a decade ago, the marshal exclaimed. They were merely children at the time. We have investigated thoroughly and imposed severe penalties on Cyril. We understand Cyril is weak-willed. Even now, he has not garnered any respect within the Aldo military. Lauren paused, placing one document gently before them. It was Lucas's annual health examination report. Their brows furrowed as they flipped through the pages, stunned. Lucas Aldo. Mental fortitude, dangerous level, trauma residuals, requires medication 12-1-8. These were the medications the general took daily, alongside the calming incense and sleep aids he used. Lauren pointed to the photograph included in the document. The general, who valued his pride, would never disclose his mental condition to outsiders. Subsequently, Lauren presented them with another document, a report from the investigation team regarding Cyril's interactions with reporters. A 9-year-old child committing poisoning indicates a delay in cognitive development. However, Cyril is now 29, and one would assume he has matured. Lauren smiled softly. This is the explanation from last night. I believe the marshal will comprehend everything upon reviewing this information, including the struggle for succession. The general's actions are not for personal vendetta but for the empire. Everything the general does is for the sake of the empire. He would not seek personal retribution against Cyril. Thus, I hope the marshal and his wife can recognize that the general is a regular person who is also susceptible to harm, and his contributions to the empire should not be taken for granted. Lauren spoke with a gentle and measured tone, adopting a humble demeanor, yet without an ounce of trepidation. Upon concluding, she apologized for the general's absence and for her earlier remarks, bowing deeply. The marshal and his wife turned pale, rendered speechless by the weight of the documents. After delivering her message, Lauren departed. As she stepped out of the office, she unexpectedly collided with Lucas. General, Lauren gasped, startled. Did you overhear? Lucas gazed at her intently. Lauren felt a surge of anxiety. General? Yes. Suddenly, Lucas extended his hand, gently ruffling Lauren's hair. She froze, clutching her documents, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, Lucas lightly tapped her nose, saying, "Let us go." Oh, Lucas abruptly halted, turning away from Lauren. Do you have a lighter? Lauren thought to herself that Lucas, in a foul mood, was likely craving a smoke. However, since he rarely smoked, she was utterly unprepared. I'm sorry, I don't, she replied. Lucas turned back, earnestly tossing out his learned pickup line. Then how did you ignite my heart? Lauren was at a loss for words. Chapter 61. The General, the idle drama protagonist. Rest assured, I am a general of the empire, not some pampered darling of theirs. I disdain them, Lucas scoffed. Lauren paused before responding. Indeed. At that moment, she smiled like a gentle breeze rippling across a pond, soothing and serene. Lucas observed her for a moment before opening his arms. How about a hug? Lauren hesitated, feeling a bit shy. Lucas stood there, arms outstretched like a wooden statue. It's just a comforting embrace. It's nothing significant. After a brief pause, Lauren stepped forward to embrace Lucas. Lucas rested his head lightly on Lauren's shoulder, laughing. Having you as my family is more than enough. Lauren was taken aback, then whispered, all right. They embraced in a corner, and passers-by dared only to steal a quick glance before hurrying away, hesitant to intrude. After a moment, Lucas released Lauren, pointing to the floor. Lauren. Yes? It seems you've dropped something. It might have come off during the hug. Lauren, adept at the situation, glanced down and exclaimed, it appears to be your little head. How did it come off? Lucas was baffled. The words you dropped a boyfriend lodged in Lucas's throat. He even pondered for quite some time whether to say boyfriend or husband. Lauren looked up, concerned. Shouldn't he, the general, pick it up? Lucas, his face stern, replied, Lauren, you are done for. Lauren rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. Lucas? Lucas grimaced. Don't you dare start that again. Lauren, beaming, turned and swiftly fled, clutching her documents. Lucas's features contorted with frustration. Damn it! 3 hours later, in the military camp, Lucas, along with Wang Chuyang, Lu Cheng, and Shin Shiluo, convened in a small room, their demeanor serious. The meeting's agenda revolved around the progress of the Empire's promising air research project. The plan had been abruptly halted, and with Shen Shilua and Xiaji now free, Shen Shilua brought along the medical department's report for the military to discuss with Lucas. After concluding their official matters, Lucas unexpectedly asked, "How did you manage to win over your wives?" Wang Qiuyang and Lu Cheng exchanged glances. Lu Cheng replied, "We didn't really pursue. We were already in a relationship by the time we first met." Wang Qiuyang added it was an arranged match, but we hit it off immediately on the first date, and our families insisted on marriage, so we married. Lucas felt a pang of envy. Shen Shilua, adjusting his glasses, said, "I have yet to officially win her over, but progress is promising. I'm on the verge of success." He beamed. "She has already agreed to dine with me." The other three stared at him in disbelief. To achieve success, one must engage in continuous learning and seek breakthroughs, even in the face of adversity. Shen Shilua declared, "This involves referencing literature, observing, and absorbing knowledge. Observing and contemplating are the beginnings of all research, and so too is love." Lu Cheng and Wang Qiuyang stood there, mouths agape, silently acknowledging the remarkable prowess of the research-oriented physician before them. Lu Cheng, somewhat dazed, inquired, "What actions should the general undertake now?" Shen Shilua, ever resourceful, retrieved her terminal once more. Naturally, it entailed further research and application of the gathered information. Lucas, ever cautious, braced himself, ready to depart should Shen Shilua produce any peculiar documents. Yet she did not. Instead, she opened a folder adorned with hearts and earnestly proclaimed, "Observing romantic dramas and films is an excellent choice. I possess a plethora of options, spanning both contemporary and ancient Earth genres. For beginners, I recommend the love dramas from the ancient Earth nation known for its pickled vegetables." Lucas, caught off guard, had never anticipated that one day he would find himself watching romantic films in the military camp alongside his aide. He certainly did not foresee that his holiday leisure would consist of such viewing. After a while, he found it utterly ridiculous. Tsk. Lucas also mused that even if he were to perish of thirst outside, he would not replicate the foolish behaviors exhibited by the protagonists towards Luo Ran. That was his firm stance. Before departing, Shen Shilua also transmitted a wealth of study materials to him. Meanwhile, Luo Ran had concluded his review of the day's official documents when he received a report from the investigation team. They had acted with remarkable swiftness, having unraveled Cyril's itinerary in just 2 days. The investigation team filtered through the information, uncovering a particularly intriguing detail. Numerous events transpired during the king's birthday banquet, one of which involved Prince Andika being drugged and subsequently encountering Lu Cheng, leading to Andika being temporarily controlled by the Star Thieves. Prince Andika's mission entailed collaborating with the Fox Hunters and Star Thieves to infiltrate the capital for business dealings, while also facilitating meetings with influential figures in the capital. The second banquet in which Andika participated was a welcome feast set for Luo Bing. At that event, the envoy audaciously proclaimed that Lucas should marry the two princes of Luo Bing. At that time, the Fox Hunters accompanying Andika, disguised as bodyguards, proceeded to the east wing of the hotel on the 7th floor, where Cyril was also present. Furthermore, the Crown Prince was engaged in a game of billiards with Cyril that very evening. Luo Ran rubbed his temples, his mood plummeting to an abyss. They could not hastily conclude that the Crown Prince was colluding with Cyril and the Star Thieves based on what could merely be a coincidence. It was simply a possibility. However, if this possibility were to prove true, it would usher in considerable trouble, extremely substantial trouble. Cyril was the eldest son of the Aldo family. While the younger son risked his life against the Star Thieves, the elder son was allied with them. How ironic was that? The Aldo family would face immense disgrace. Centuries of loyalty and pristine reputation would be marred by an indelible stain. Should the Crown Prince indeed be involved, or at the very least, complicit in allowing Cyril to reap benefits, it would spell disaster for the empire. The relationship between the military and the royal family had always been delicate, and with the Crown Prince as the future sovereign of the empire, his collusion with the Star Thieves, enemies and plunderers of the empire, would render Lucas the primary target. What would become of the empire then? And what fate awaited its citizens? Luo Ran gently pressed his temples, frowning slightly. He deleted the document and was about to seek out the investigation team leader when the terminal chimed again. It's a message regarding a school reunion. In truth, Luo Ran had long ceased to be in contact with his former classmates. After experiencing bullying and targeting during middle school and transferring to a new school for the last 2 years of high school, his new friends dared not approach him, fearful of offending the illustrious Viscount family that loomed large in his previous school. After all, the new school was merely a branch of the old one, with the buildings separated by just a street. Luo Ran's father had done his utmost at that time, but transferring had not taken him far enough. Nevertheless, Luo Ran still received notifications, as the school automatically generated invitations for all students of the same grade. Every 3 years he received one, though he had never attended any of them. After the reunions, he would receive forwarded photographs from the school, showcasing his former classmates in their splendid glory. Luo Ran had since transformed. He was no longer lacking, in fact, he had surpassed many of his former peers. Yet he still chose not to attend. What are you daydreaming about? Lucas, returning from the military office, found Luo Ran seated alone at the table, staring blankly at his terminal. It's nothing. Luo Ran replied with a smile. I'm heading back now, good night, General. Lucas reached out to stop Luo Ran, his brow furrowing. What's the matter? Speak frankly. Don't keep anything from me. It was hardly a secret, and Luo Ran sighed. There's nothing. I just received the investigation report and the reunion notification. Aside from the matter of Luo Ran's matchmaking, the investigation team generally sent reports to both individuals, and Lucas was already aware. Well, you need not dwell on those matters. We will confront whatever challenges arise, Lucas assured him. Will you attend the reunion? He inquired. No, Luo Ran shook his head. There's no need. Lucas paused before insisting. You should go. Huh? Luo Ran was taken aback. Lucas smiled. I'll accompany you. If you keep avoiding it, you might find yourself reminded of the past. However, once you confront it head-on, you'll find closure. It's unnecessary, Luo Ran replied, smiling lightly. That was all a long time ago, and my relationships with them were never good. Is it unnecessary, or are you afraid? Lucas raised an eyebrow. What? You, as my secretary, fear facing them? You've managed to handle an imperial general without issue. How could you be afraid of them? I'm not afraid. Luo Ran lowered his gaze, his ears reddening slightly. Of course not. Lucas chuckled. Then, as the secretary of the Empire managing affairs with the royal family and the military, will you attend? I will. Luo Ran replied with a smile. I can go by myself and even snag some free food. After all, the reunion was being held at a well-known and grand restaurant in the capital. I'll accompany you, Lucas insisted. No need. I can manage on my own. Lucas retorted. I can't miss out on free food just because you can. He added, Zhou Mingkai attended military school. He told me reunions are a place for showcasing wealth and partners. As my secretary, you represent my standing. We cannot lose face. The reunion is likely filled with those who bullied Luo Ran in the past, right? Lucas scoffed, determined not to let Luo Ran go alone. Luo Ran bowed his head, exasperatedly stating, actually, not every reunion is like that, and besides, I don't have a boyfriend. Luo Ran paused, falling silent. Lucas merely raised an eyebrow, offering no further words. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. After a moment, Lucas inquired, Do you want to stay over tonight? No, Luo Ran shook his head. I don't want to disturb the general. I'd prefer to go home and prepare for tomorrow's meeting with the investigation team leader to finalize our next steps. When royal matters were involved, everything became rather constricted. I'll go with you tomorrow, Lucas declared. After saying this, he opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Luo Ran to stay, but he realized he could not impose. Lucas scratched the back of his head. Ah, this is so troublesome. We used to sleep together without a care, yet now it feels different. Discontent, Lucas chased after Luo Ran, wishing to at least see him off. Suddenly, a downpour erupted outside, the rain drenching the steps of the entrance. Luo Ran stood at the doorway, noting that the path to the parking lot was uncovered. Just as he prepared to use his umbrella, he noticed Lucas rushing up to him in a hurry. Luo Ran was somewhat surprised. Lucas had never before escorted him to this point. Before he could say anything, darkness enveloped him. Huh? Luo Ran was taken aback. Lucas had somehow removed his coat and draped it over Luo Ran's head. The two of them huddled closely beneath the same coat. We'll go like this, Lucas stated. It's unnecessary. I have an umbrella. It's better this way. I truly do have an umbrella. Luo Ran retrieved a small umbrella from her bag. Lucas, in a fit of anger, tossed the umbrella into a nearby locker, exclaiming, You don't have it. Luo Ran, taken aback, responded with a perplexed expression. Thus, The Secretary General of the Empire and the Generalissimo found themselves huddled beneath a coat, with Luo Ran's left hand and Lucas's right hand grasping the edges of the fabric, desperately attempting to shield themselves from the torrential raindrops. They scurried towards the spacecraft, looking rather pitiful amidst the wind and rain. Upstairs, someone noticed this scene through the glass window and promptly summoned colleagues to witness it. Come and see. There are two fools downstairs. Isn't there an abundance of umbrellas at the front desk? Who are they? Let me see. Wait, isn't that? Damn. Abriatakin romance. Meanwhile, downstairs, after much effort, Luo Ran and Lucas finally boarded the spacecraft, both drenched from the rain and appearing somewhat disheveled. Luo Ran remarked, "That was foolish." Lucas concurred it was indeed rather silly. But this is how they portray it in dramas. Like a large dog. Lucas shook the droplets from his hair and, with a serious expression, inquired of Luo Ran, "Do you feel any spark?" At that moment, Luo Ran suddenly understood the situation. A hint of amusement flickered within her, tinged with awkwardness. However, the earlier frustration dissipated amidst this commotion. Indeed, with Lucas by her side, they could face any challenge that came their way. "General, you should hurry back. The rain is intensifying," Luo Ran suggested, handing Lucas a spare umbrella kept in the spacecraft. "Very well," Lucas replied. As Luo Ran was about to return the coat still draped over her head, she froze in surprise. Lucas stepped forward, pulling the coat to cover her, and pressed a quick, gentle kiss to her cheek. The rich scent of tobacco enveloped her, a fragrance she knew all too well. It could have emanated from Lucas himself or perhaps from the coat. Luo Ran's face flushed instantly. "Good night," she murmured. Lucas smiled. "I'm leaving now. From now on, I shall escort you home every day." Luo Ran stood there, momentarily frozen, resembling a statue painted in red. After Lucas disembarked from the spacecraft and walked away to return to the company, the spacecraft's automated systems initiated its departure. Luo Ran buried her face in the coat, akin to an ostrich. Is this also something learned from dramas? Chapter 62. General, Boyfriend. A few days later, Luo Ran took a leave of absence and joined Lucas, who was already on holiday, at the Empire's largest restaurant. Today, Lucas was unusually well-dressed, at least not in his typical casually thrown-on attire. If not for Luo Ran's meticulous care, he might have donned tattered, wrinkled clothes with poor combinations. Luo Ran, on the other hand, did not particularly dress up. She simply looked stunning in her neat attire, exuding an effortless elegance. They entered the designated private room, where a counter stood at the entrance. A machine detected their body heat and prompted them to sign in on a registration board. After completing this procedure, Luo Ran pushed the door open and immediately felt the majority of the room's gazes shift toward her. She smiled amiably and nodded, radiating tranquility. Lucas stood behind her, his expression imposing and fierce, naturally emanating an air of intimidation. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, with the others momentarily stiffening at the sight of Luo Ran. "Welcome. It's Luo Ran," the lively class monitor exclaimed, stepping forward to greet her, then pausing awkwardly to add, "Ah, I mean Secretary Luo. And this is Secretary Luo's boyfriend?" The class monitor's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled by the familiarity of the man. As the Empire's Secretary General's relationship with the Generalissimo was well known, yet there had been no mention of a boyfriend. It was no wonder she couldn't recognize him. Lucas's media persona was always clad in dark military garb. Luo Ran hesitated, and Lucas, standing behind her, simply responded with a quiet Luo Ran did not refute the statement. Before arriving, Lucas had informed her that he would pose as her boyfriend. They took their seats, and several classmates from different branches arrived, some unfamiliar to Luo Ran, others who had distanced themselves from her in the past, and a few who had bullied her. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, though it was the others who felt the discomfort. Luo Ran busied herself with the meal. Luo Ran's dining manners were elegant and leisurely, her exquisite features accentuated by her long silver hair, which was styled into a striking ponytail. She stood out starkly from those around her, like a noble lost in a slum, the sense of incongruity overwhelming. The classmates from her old class dared not glance at Luo Ran, and eventually, it was the class monitor from her new class who broke the silence, smiling. "How have you been, Secretary Luo?" "Quite well," Luo Ran replied, nodding. The table was already abuzz with recognition of Lucas, leaving many speechless in awe, marveling at the surreal experience of dining with the Empire's Generalissimo. "Secretary Luo has changed so much. He used to be so quiet." At that moment, a brown-haired girl with pigtails spoke up cheerfully. She was Emily Leto, the younger sister of the Viscount who had once harassed Luo Ran. Since Lucas had learned of this incident, he not only dealt with her brother, Afai, decisively but also exacted revenge. At that time, Afai was studying geology, and the family had intended to bribe him into remaining in the capital for a cushy job, upgrading his status from a slacker to a secure position. However, at Lucas's command, Afai was forcibly assigned to a geological research team, sent to the distant and frigid wasteland for fieldwork. What had once been a life of comfort turned into exile, and naturally, the family harbored resentment. Afai spent years there, returning only recently after the wasteland had been fully developed. By then, he had changed significantly. His skin weathered, and he appeared far from the arrogant dandy he once was. Secretary Luo has a boyfriend now? Emily remarked, resting her chin on her hand. I thought Secretary Luo had just secured another job, especially since the whole empire believes you're with the Generalissimo. Good looks certainly help. I find myself a bit envious. Her words insinuated that Luo Ran had used dubious means to ascend, implying favoritism from her superior. Emily, don't say that. A boy sitting beside her interjected, having recognized Lucas, and that's the Empire's hero beside her. This is all wrong. I was simply expressing my envy, Emily replied with a bright smile. I wish I could have such an easy job. Besides, Secretary Luo, wouldn't it be more convenient? Unlike those who have to deal with numerous contraceptives and suppressants to avoid complications. Emily, the class monitor admonished, her expression fierce. Stop right there. Don't you see? That boy is his superior. The boy tugged at Emily's sleeve. What? Luo Ran raised an eyebrow, about to speak when suddenly, a loud clap echoed as Lucas, expressionless, dropped his chopsticks. It turned out that the Leto family held such misconceptions about the empire and the military. Lucas crossed his arms, chuckling. Should I clarify this matter? He promptly took out his terminal and dialed a number. General, do you have a matter to discuss? A middle-aged man's respectful voice came through as the call connected. Emily's complexion drained of color, her eyes wide in shock. That was her father. Lucas raised an eyebrow and smiled. I heard your daughter say you believe I'm exploiting my subordinates and that Secretary Luo has an easy job just serving me. I thought I'd come by to clarify. Lucas spoke lightly, his intent merely to clear the air. However, the Viscount's breathing became noticeably heavier with tension. General, the Viscount stammered, are you together with my daughter? My foolish daughter speaks without thinking. That's not what she meant. Lucas didn't wait for an explanation and abruptly ended the call, turning to Emily. So, did he say you didn't mean it? Then what does that mean? Lucas exhibited neither anger nor displeasure. Yet Emily trembled all over. I'm sorry, it was unintentional, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Will you forgive me? Noticing Lucas engrossed in his meal, Emily understood the situation and quickly turned to Lauren, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. It's nothing serious. Lauren replied with a smile. Let us all eat. Don't mind me. After a moment of stiff silence, the atmosphere lightened as several lively and articulate individuals resumed their dining and conversation. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Emily excused herself early, and she also received a call from her father, foreboding yet another disaster upon returning home. Subsequently, Lauren sensed an unmistakable shift in behavior towards him. He could perceive that those who had previously distanced themselves or had once engaged with him were now cautiously attempting to ingratiate themselves, while some regarded him with envious glances. Lauren suddenly grasped the meaning behind Lucas's words. Having ventured into this realm once, he found a sense of release. It was not pride stemming from others' flattery, but rather an acknowledgement that if he continued to dwell on his grievances for the sake of these individuals, it would indeed be rather foolish. He once perceived the world as diminutive, yet now recognized it as merely a minuscule fragment of the past. Having once tasted the vastness of the ocean, how could he settle for a mere puddle? Secretary Luo is truly stunning. Every time I see her photos online, I am captivated, but in person, she is even more beautiful. When will Secretary Luo announce her relationship with the general? Secretary Luo, this is delicious. Someone presented a fruit platter to Lauren. He accepted it with a cheerful smile, saying, Thank you. As Lauren reached for the coconut meat, Lucas furrowed his brow and gently tapped Lauren's hand. You shouldn't eat that, your stomach isn't well. Lauren paused, saying, I intended to give it to you, don't you like coconut? Lucas remained silent for a moment. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy it. He had merely taken it from Lauren, or helped consume it out of concern. Well, thanks. Lucas finally responded. Between them lay an intimacy that was impervious to outside interference, creating an atmosphere that no one could disrupt. They were so accustomed to each other's closeness that it was apparent to anyone with keen observation whether there existed any underlying rules regarding their relationship. I'm heading to the restroom, Lauren announced as he excused himself. Lucas opened his mouth, initially intending to accompany him, but decided against it, deeming it too peculiar. The restroom was just around the corner at the end of the hallway, and as Lauren passed a private booth, he caught a glimpse through the screen of a rather bustling scene inside. It was not particularly noteworthy, but Lauren's innate perceptiveness allowed him to discern that a few individuals stationed outside the screen possessed formidable strength. Although they were disguised as Capitol guards, their demeanor and aura quickly revealed them to be outsiders. Lauren frowned slightly. A server emerged from within, pushing an empty wine cabinet, and Lauren stopped him, inquiring, "May I ask who is inside?" "Ah, they are from the Lion Hunting Association," the server replied with a cheerful smile. "They've become quite popular in the capital recently. Their drugs are incredibly cheap and effective." Lauren nodded thoughtfully. Upon learning they were from a commercial association, he felt less surprised. The empire was prosperous and secure, drawing numerous merchants from various planets and nations, creating a melting pot of commerce and influential figures. At that moment, a tall man with curly hair exited from within. Lauren hastened his steps toward the restroom, not wanting to draw attention to his probing, as that would be exceedingly rude. Splash. Inside the restroom, Lauren turned on the faucet to wash his hands and face. His mental state had been poor, as he had been on medication and receiving injections daily, yet he had not fully recovered. Shun Shilua and Xiaji had informed him that his injuries were severe, compounded by the mecha effects. Had Lucas not provided him with a temporary mark, and had he not been in close proximity to Lucas daily, he might have struggled to care for himself, tormented by hallucinations and the agony of his episodes. "Hey?" A voice came from behind him. Lauren looked up through the mirror and saw the man who had just exited from the commercial association. The man's curly hair and pallid complexion rendered him almost ghostly, with deep black circles under his drooping eyes, creating a somewhat eerie and sickly appearance, yet he remained strikingly handsome. "Have we met before?" the curly-haired man asked with a smile. "Your pheromones seem familiar." "Hello," Lauren replied politely, thinking to himself that he surely had not encountered this man before. Such a distinctive appearance would be hard to forget. Oh, the man stepped closer, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You are truly exquisite." "Lauren," he suddenly recalled. "No way." Lauren's heart raced, his eyes widening. This was the capital. If he truly was the fox hunter, how had he entered? "It seems my fate with Secretary Luo is inextricably linked to restrooms," the fox hunter remarked, shaking his head. "I always seem to encounter you in here." Lauren remained composed, inching backward a few steps, discreetly pressing a button on his terminal to send Lucas his location. "How unfortunate," the fox hunter said with a smirk. "Your mind must have suffered greatly." Lauren replied coldly, "How dare you show your face here?" The fox hunter crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Why shouldn't I? I am here because I am not afraid of being discovered. You cannot capture me. Rather, Secretary Luo, you should be more concerned about your own safety." Lauren felt an overwhelming wave of pheromones assail him. Pheromones were intangible, inescapable. It was a rusty scent, the metallic tang of corrosion, evoking a curious sensation. The fox hunter was unabashedly releasing his pheromones, employing this method to avoid attracting excessive attention. This was starkly different from the flirtation Lucas had once employed. It was a direct assault and suppression, a definitive tactic capable of forcibly stripping away autonomy and inciting arousal. Lauren felt as though he were being pressed down by invisible hands, struggling to remain upright, his entire being in turmoil as if every cell were in a state of anxious disarray. He braced himself against the sink, cold sweat beading on his brow. He felt nauseous, profoundly so. The fox hunter was a formidable opponent, and this predicament was made all the more advantageous due to Lauren's injuries. Taking a deep breath, Lauren glanced at the fox hunter, his knees buckling as he weakly sank to the floor. The fox hunter chuckled softly, crouching down before him. At that moment, Lauren seized a nearby bucket and hurled it forcefully at the fox hunter. The latter was too close and caught off guard, unable to evade in time. "Gotcha!" The bucket struck the fox hunter's head, blood gushing forth, and the filthy water splashed across his face, mingling blood and grime that dripped from his forehead and chin. Ugh, the fox hunter remarked, not only is the water dirty, it also reeks. This was perhaps the most humiliating moment of his life, and he had been bested by someone like Lauren. Of course, Lauren was far from ordinary. The fox hunter had not anticipated that despite Lauren's fractured mental state, he could withstand his psychic assault. It was a feat that many could not achieve, let alone possess the strength to retaliate with a bucket. Lauren had already fled. The fox hunter inhaled deeply. It was futile to pursue him now, especially if Lucas was waiting outside. Such a risk would not be worth the reward. With an expressionless face, the fox hunter retrieved his walkie-talkie. We've been discovered. Prepare to withdraw. He leaped out of the restroom window. Lauren. Lucas strode toward the restroom, only to see Lauren emerge, his face pale. Lucas immediately embraced him, exclaiming, "What happened?" Enveloped in the familiar scent of tobacco, Lauren could no longer maintain his facade. Leaning against Lucas, breathless, he clutched Lucas's shoulders tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Luo ran, already gravely injured, could not withstand such a ferocious assault, and naturally, he succumbed to his condition. Lucas's expression darkened immediately as he inquired, "Who did this?" Luo ran intended to speak but was suddenly struck dumb by the excruciating pain in his head, gasping for breath. "Do not be afraid," Luo ran. Lucas swiftly enveloped Luo ran in his arms, murmuring softly, "The pain will subside shortly." Supporting the back of Luo Ran's head, he felt as though his face was pressed against Lucas's chest, enveloped entirely by the scent of tobacco and pheromones. The pheromones surged like gentle waves, soothing him tenderly as they gradually permeated his consciousness. However, Luo Ran was too severely injured, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Lucas, holding him close, maneuvered them to a secluded corner, hidden behind the curtains and potted plants. Luo Ran, the temporary marking has faded. Its effect is minimal, Lucas stated in a hoarse voice. "I will reapply it." His fingers gently caressed the protrusion at the nape of Luo Ran's neck, his tone low and husky. "Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable?" Lucas repeated, his voice strained. The allure of Luo Ran's pheromones rendered him somewhat uncontrollable. At that moment, Luo Ran buried his head into Lucas's embrace, unconsciously emitting pheromones that would incite desire, clouding rational thought. Lucas had always maintained a distance from such temptations, effectively isolating himself from external pheromones. Yet, Luo Ran was a special case. He was a previous recipient of Lucas's temporary mark, and, moreover, someone Lucas held affection for. He found himself incapable of resistance. Lucas's breathing grew heavier than Luo Ran's. However, the act of temporary marking and the provocation of pheromones were two distinct matters. Unless they were in a crisis like before, Lucas was unwilling to mark Luo Ran against his will. "Is that acceptable?" Lucas asked again, holding Luo Ran tightly, urgency lacing his voice. Luo Ran, gasping for breath, was at a loss for words. The first time he was marked by Lucas, he had been intoxicated. The second time, he had been unconscious during an emergency. To be marked actively and with full awareness was an experience Luo Ran had never encountered before. As Luo Ran's grip on Lucas's shoulders tightened, the pain became increasingly unbearable. He could no longer stand. "Luo Ran." Lucas's heart ached at the sight, urgency in his tone. "Is it possible?" Luo Ran closed his eyes and murmured, "Will anyone see us?" It seemed there was no other choice. Should he resist Lucas's marking? Even if he gritted his teeth to endure the pain, the prolonged suffering would ultimately harm his mental faculties. He had to rely on Lucas's pheromones for healing. "Not at all," Lucas assured, positioning himself to shield Luo Ran. "I will know if anyone approaches." The two men, huddled together in the corner, were concealed by the curtains, while the moonlight poured in, casting a silvery glow over Luo Ran. Although he was aware that no one could see them from outside, Luo Ran could discern the faint reflection of himself alongside the scenery outside, and thus felt a surge of anxiety and unease. To be marked, to allow Lucas to mark him, was this truly the path he was to take? Luo Ran suddenly found himself lost in thought. He perceived a shift in the scene behind Lucas, a wash of blood red, the sky stained crimson. It was a vision Luo Ran had never experienced before, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Luo Ran." Lucas grasped his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze, articulating each word with gravity. "Trust me." Inhaling deeply, Luo Ran bowed his head before Lucas, exposing the glands at the nape of his neck, a silent acquiescence. Faced with such unguarded vulnerability, he found himself unable to resist. Lucas wrapped one arm around Luo Ran's waist, the other securing the back of his head. Luo ran, with his head lowered, caught sight of the elegant lines connecting his neck to his shoulders, a perfect proportion. The skin at his neck, long concealed by high collars, was delicate and fair. The closer he drew, the more he could discern the subtle, elegant fragrance of white tea, faint and distant even amidst the pheromones. Suddenly, a surge of possessiveness struck Lucas, an impulse to claim this enigmatic individual before him. Leaning down, he bit into the soft flesh at the nape of Luo Ran's neck with fervor. In that instant, as the pheromones invaded his body, Luo Ran instinctively recoiled, but Lucas's grip, like iron clamps, rendered him immobile. Pheromones flooded into his system, overwhelming him with a singular sensation, the feeling of being marked, of being possessed. The temporary marking lingered for a moment before Lucas withdrew from Luo Ran's gland. It's done, he murmured gently, rubbing the back of Luo Ran's head. Luo Ran could no longer support himself, his entire weight leaning against Lucas. Do not cry, the pain has ceased. Lucas's palm tenderly covered Luo Ran's eyes. Startled, Luo Ran realized his eyes were brimming with tears, though he was not truly crying. It was merely a physiological response to being marked, beyond his control. The intense, stabbing pain that had ravaged him moments before vanished suddenly. Although a dull ache still throbbed in his mind, it remained within tolerable limits. The pain gradually subsided, leaving Luo Ran astonished by the miraculous relief. Unconsciously, he had wrapped his arms around Lucas's neck, striving to regain his balance. Luo Ran, Lucas's voice was hoarse, do not move. Luo Ran froze, pressing against Lucas, suddenly aware of sensations he had not meant to perceive. Solid as a rock. Lucas, Luo Ran murmured, and it dawned on him what had just transpired, prompting him to hastily retract his errant pheromones. His cheeks, already flushed, became entirely crimson. I'm sorry, he stammered, backing away with his hands braced against the wall, leaning onto the windowsill, his speech once again faltering. Lucas growled, you scoundrel. I apologize, Luo Ran replied, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Lucas's eyes. Lucas had previously avoided such matters entirely, finding romance superfluous. Now, Luo Ran was slowly beginning to grasp the implications of this shift. Lucas actually would wait for me, Lucas commanded, turning to stride into the restroom. Luo Ran heard a splash, and soon Lucas emerged, his hair drenched from cold water, droplets glistening on his face. Wiping his face with his coat, Lucas approached and effortlessly lifted Luo Ran into his arms. General, don't move. I'll take you home. Luo Ran then contacted his supervisor via terminal, explaining that he had an urgent matter to attend to at the office. Perhaps due to the aftereffects of the marking, he leaned against Lucas and gradually drifted into a drowsy slumber. Upon waking, Luo Ran found himself lying in the office bed, while Lucas rested on the sofa. Rising, he touched the back of his neck, discovering a distinct bite mark from Lucas, a painful reminder that tingled. Luo Ran was lost in thought. Healing from such psychological trauma could take years, especially given his current state. Did this mean he would have to continually seek Lucas's pheromones for recovery? Sighing silently, he prepared breakfast and clothes for Lucas. Subsequently, they began investigating the business association and the fox hunt. While it was one thing for the fox hunt to appear in the capital's black market, especially following Luo Bing's visit, the current circumstances, particularly within a restaurant, felt utterly bizarre. It was akin to engaging in battle while the enemy brazenly relaxed in the command center of their flagship, utterly surreal. Both Luo Ran and Lucas harbored suspicions. The Imperial Army could not be so feeble unless someone was providing aid. They were already aware of significant figures offering support. But the fact that a business association was now allowed to establish itself suggested royal involvement. Lucas tossed a document aside with a snap, declaring for them to achieve this, neither the Round Table nor the Duke possesses such capabilities. The higher echelons of the military are equally implausible. The Imperial Army operates like a fortress, without a single crack. Indeed, however, we require a more in-depth investigation and substantial evidence. Luo Ran stood beside the desk and stated, without absolute certainty and irrefutable proof, we cannot make any accusations against His Highness the Crown Prince. Currently, their inquiries had revealed that the Lion Hunting Guild was a recently established merchant association in the capital, which had been incorporated under Crown Prince Zhou Mingyu due to its remarkable capabilities, taking over one of Zhou Mingyu's pharmaceutical companies. The 9 Stars was a personal territory inherited by Zhou Mingyu, equipped with numerous factories for pharmaceuticals and medical devices, serving as one of his financial reserves. It was quite astonishing that he was willing to relinquish it to others, reportedly allowing the guild full control. Following the guild's takeover, a greater quantity of medications was produced, and the prices were significantly lowered, to the point where they were almost indistinguishable from the cost price, leading to a sudden surge in sales. Luo Ran and the investigation team meticulously analyzed the components, concluding that at such prices, it was virtually impossible to make a profit. Cost is 7-star coins. Unit price is 7 by 10. Get one free? Lucas glanced at the report, furrowing his brow. Is that calculation correct? Indeed, after the guild took over, the components remained unchanged, yet the prices were adjusted accordingly. Luo Ran replied, there is no possibility of component alteration. We acquired samples of the medications before and after the guild's takeover and sent them to the laboratory for testing, and the results were identical. Lucas raised an eyebrow. That is indeed peculiar. We shall continue our investigation. Luo Ran paused momentarily, then added, by the way, General, there has been progress regarding the banquet incident. Oh? Any leads on that insufferable individual? Lucas perked up, his expression turning fierce. It's been quite some time.
Unfortunately, no.
However, the investigation team conducted a thorough examination of individuals in white attire and discovered that the secretary of the second prince was also dressed in white. After further inquiry, we made an unexpected find. Luo Ran continued, we discovered that he brought aphrodisiacs and pheromone concealment spray to the second prince that night. Lucas grimaced, wait, just how many people were in bed after midnight that night? The old king's birthday banquet had auspicious feng shui. Is it possible for such indiscretions to lead to offspring? Luo Ran merely shrugged. Lucas pounded the table, exasperated. As a dignified general, why must I delve into such sordid matters of the bedroom? A commander of troops. And yet I feel as though I am becoming a private detective entangled in family dramas. If we keep investigating, we might uncover everyone's nocturnal escapades that evening. Luo Ran cautiously probed. Then perhaps we should refrain from further inquiries? We could focus on the mastermind behind the scenes. No. Lucas slammed the table decisively. We must investigate. Until I uncover the identity of that scoundrel who dared to seduce, I will not rest. Such shamelessness. It's the one thing I detest most in this life. Oh. Luo Ran smiled subtly. He then said, just to be cautious, the investigation team will continue to look into the second prince's situation. After all, he publicly claims to be without a lover. Yet that night he secretly booked a room with someone of unknown identity and subsequently used pheromone spray. Lucas lightly tapped his fingers on the table, suddenly asking, are you still in pain? Luo Ran paused, smiling. The pain has subsided significantly. I can manage some urgent documents even if I leave work early today. Luo Ran tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear, glancing down with a smile. Thank you, General. I will head to the military department to prepare. In a couple of days, Lucas was set to leave the capital again. This time, he was to join the main military camp at the Frozen Edge border with General Mu Yuan to organize the troops. Previously, due to trade with the ice mines, an agreement had been reached for the Frozen Edge military to merge with the Imperial Army, thus allowing Lucas to utilize the Frozen Edge forces. Naturally, Lucas was also obliged to protect the citizens of Frozen Edge as he would the Empire. Now, Frozen Edge was finally prepared, awaiting Lucas to sign the agreement and discuss troop arrangements with General Mu. Although it wasn't a battle, Lucas would still be away for 3 or 4 days. This was perhaps the only work he would undertake during his holiday, as this responsibility could not be delegated to anyone else. The Frozen Edge forces would not accept outsiders. Suddenly, Lucas declared, Luo Ran, you will accompany me in 2 days. That's non-negotiable. Ah? Luo Ran hesitated. General, you do not require my professional skills for this trip. Unless the situation is extraordinary, you typically do not bring me along for battles or parades. Lucas seamlessly continued, but I need you. After a moment, Lucas rubbed his nose, adding, what I mean is, you need my pheromones. Lucas explained, you have just been marked by me, and due to your current mental state, you will develop an attachment to my pheromones. If you were to experience a reaction or encounter any troubles while I am away, what would happen? It's only 3 or 4 days. It won't be a problem, Luo Ran replied with a smile. I can handle it myself. Luo Ran. Lucas rose and approached him, stating, even if we are not lovers, you can still rely on me. Luo Ran was taken aback. I have many areas where I need your assistance. I depend on you as well, so you may lean on me too. Lucas scratched the back of his head. If you encounter issues or difficulties, don't always try to solve them alone. You can come to me, I can help. Luo Ran stared at Lucas, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. After a brief pause, Luo Ran lowered his head, concealing his expression from Lucas. I must take my leave. He hurriedly exited, feeling somewhat flustered. That night, Luo Ran had a dream. In his dream, he found himself back at the time of his graduation. He often dreamt of the unpleasant memories from school, frequently recalling the tumultuous arguments he had with Lucas when he first became his secretary, as well as Lucas's fierce demeanor. After all, these were emotionally charged experiences, making them easier to remember. However, during this period, these memories had faded significantly. After graduating from high school, most of his classmates continued their studies at university, while he chose to work. He was already considered an adult, and finding work was not particularly difficult. However, the pay was naturally low, and he juggled 3 jobs, one during the day, another at night, and an overnight shift, leaving him with only a few hours of sleep, resulting in extreme fatigue. It was a winter night. Although it was past midnight and the streets should have been relatively empty, tonight was different. Luo Ran could see many people out and about, the streets bustling with activity. They were preparing to release prayer lanterns. He noticed volunteers from their area pushing handcarts, distributing paper lanterns to everyone. The paper would disintegrate upon contact with water, and the candles inside were fake, ensuring no pollution or fire hazards. Hurry, hurry, come and collect your lanterns. We will release them at 3. Luo Ran worked at a bar with peculiar hours, from midnight to the early morning. Fortunately, it was an upscale establishment. Not everyone could afford it, and it was a reputable place, resulting in fewer customers. With fewer patrons, Luo Ran was often called outside to attract guests. On this winter night, with heavy snow, it was quite cold outside, and he stood to the side, rubbing his hands together as he waited for passers-by. His lips were chapped, and his complexion was pale. After standing for a while, he felt quite cold, but with so many people around, he hesitated to approach them. Felt somewhat embarrassing. Hey there, would you like to release a lantern together? A volunteer cheerfully suggested. Let us pray for the Imperial General. Luo Ran glanced at the lantern shining brightly in the winter night and, entranced, replied, Yes, it looks so warm. He accepted the lantern, and immediately felt his previously frozen fingers and numb palms warm up. It truly felt wonderful. Luo Ran was immensely satisfied, hugging the lantern as though it were a heater. 15 minutes later, everyone gathered to release the lanterns. At that moment, Lucas was still on the battlefield, reportedly facing unfavorable conditions and sustaining minor injuries, prompting the people of the Empire to pray for him. Suddenly, the sky appeared illuminated, as countless lanterns slowly ascended, filling the night with brilliant sparks. Millions of starry lights ignited by the entire Empire's populace against the darkened sky. So beautiful, Luo Ran gazed in awe. Yet, he was reluctant to let go of the lantern in his hands. It was too warm. He pondered to himself, if I hold on a little longer, until the heavy snowfall ceases, it should be fine to let go. It was said that today marked the anniversary of General Alton's passing, which was why the public had chosen this day, in honor of Alton. The general must be feeling quite sorrowful as well, for Alton was, in every sense, his true father. Was the general, too, without anyone to rely on? Yet, it mattered little. The general would undoubtedly prevail. If he endeavored to be a bit more self-reliant, he could surely overcome this hurdle alongside his family. Luo Ran stood at the end of the alley, holding a sky lantern, lost in thought. It wasn't until the early morning that the snowfall finally subsided, and Luo Ran was about to conclude his tasks for the day. He felt a twinge of guilt for having monopolized the general's lantern throughout the night. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved a fountain pen from his pocket and cautiously inscribed words onto the lantern's paper surface. He mused, though the lantern is released late, as long as the sincerity is present, that suffices. He wished for the general's safety and health on this journey, hoped for a swift victory in the upcoming battle, desired the general's daily happiness, and wished for all good fortune to come his way. Luo Ran continued to scour his mind, writing down every blessing he could conceive. He even penned a wish for the general to soon find a companion, someone to care for him, leading to a blissful life together. Having filled the paper densely with words, he then added a line, feeling a bit shy, "Thank you for making me feel so warm last night." Luo Ran squatted down on the steps, his legs feeling somewhat weary, and after a pause, added a final line in the corner. "I hope that both the general and I can find happiness soon." This last line was so small it was nearly invisible. Luo Ran thought to himself, all good fortune should be bestowed upon the general who protects our empire, but perhaps I could borrow just a little for myself. As the sun rose, a lantern gently ascended into the sky, appearing quite unique and beautiful. Chapter 64. The secretary's confession. The next day, Lo Ran went to work as usual. Tomorrow, Lucas would set off for the icefall, and he had mentioned bringing Lo Ran along, necessitating more preparations to ensure a smooth handover before departing. Secretary Lo. Just after midnight, the captain of the investigation team handed over documents to Lo Ran. Knowing that the captain would come personally to deliver the official papers, Rong Duo had already been sent away, leaving only the two of them in the office. The captain stated, "We have investigated the connection between the Lion Hunting Guild and the Crown Prince and confirmed that the Crown Prince indeed gifted 9 to the Lion Hunting Guild. The reason it was sold at such a low price is that the Crown Prince himself covered the costs." Lo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. So, the factory was provided by the Crown Prince, he bears the costs, and the guild merely sells it for profit. This means they could afford to sell it cheaply since it cost them nothing. But why would the Crown Prince do this? What benefit does he gain? Regarding whether the Lion Hunting Guild was comprised of star pirates, we cannot ascertain that for now, but the guild's public leader is Count Rodolphe.
Understood, Lo Ran nodded.
After sitting down, Lo Ran continued to ponder the Crown Prince's motives. Perhaps he needed the star pirates and their military strength, thus willing to extend so many benefits to them. Or maybe it wasn't so complicated. Perhaps the guild was merely a means for the Crown Prince to make money. Pausing for a moment, he returned home after reviewing the information. "Mom, what's wrong? Ran? Could you give me Aunt Yu's contact information?" Lo Ran intended to reconnect with the matchmaker who had blocked him, seeking to chat and explain the situation before asking for a favor. After all, Yuhan worked in the government's finance department. Lo Ran had not intended to disturb him, nor did he want to pester someone to assist him. However, he now needed to confirm something. Based on speculation and an inadvertent revelation from Zhou Mingkai, Yuhan must have received bribery and threats to act so decisively in blocking him. Otherwise, even if Lucas confronted him, it wouldn't lead to such drastic measures. He might even feel helpless. Yet, Lo Ran was confident Lucas would never resort to such actions. He would only openly provoke and, after doing so, might even feel justified. At present, with the Crown Prince suspected of colluding with the Star Pirates, and while that remained unconfirmed, Lo Ran and his team were investigating him. Thus, he did not want to miss any information concerning the Crown Prince.
Lo Ran contacted Aunt Yu.
Honestly explaining the situation and requesting her to relay his message. Shortly thereafter, Yuhan called directly. Lo Ran exhaled in relief and politely greeted, "Mr. Yu." Yuhan's tone remained steady and gentle. He bore no anger or accusations. Upon learning the situation, he detailed the characteristics of the individuals who had extorted him. Subsequently, Lo Ran arranged a meeting time with Yuhan. "I'll contact you after I return from the icefall, and I'll arrange a discreet location." Even though Lo Ran wouldn't mention the royal family, the matter he needed Yuhan's help with was still somewhat sensitive. After finalizing everything, Lo Ran set down the terminal only to find Lucas standing nearby, his expression distinctly displeased, gazing at Lo Ran with an unsettling intensity. "General, when did you return?" Lo Ran was taken aback. Lucas sneered, "Since the moment you began arranging a meeting with that Mr. Yu. Your matchmaker, right?" Lo Ran replied, "General, Silence." Lucas snapped, baring his teeth. "What, reigniting an old flame? Planning to meet in a hidden location for a chat?" "General, please let me explain. My contact with Yuhan is for this." Lo Ran directly handed the investigation report to Lucas. "Mr. Yu works in the finance department. He can assist me in retrieving data." Lucas snorted, "You can ask someone else for that. I don't like you contacting him." After a pause, he turned his head and said, "I don't like you corresponding with your matchmaker. If you like me, why pursue matchmaking? You sound increasingly wronged." "I like you?" Lo Ran was even more confused. "You thought I didn't know?" Lucas bared his teeth. "You clearly said at the previous banquet with the Princess of Icefall. What was her name? You heard?" Lo Ran stared at Lucas, frozen. "It was over. He stammered, "I was lying to Princess Lilia. I was just saying that to make her stop pursuing me." What followed was a dreadful silence. 3 minutes elapsed in this eerie quiet. Lucas released his grip on Lo Ran's collar and softly asked, "So you mean to say you were deceiving her? That you do not like me?" Lo Ran, slightly tense, dazedly nodded. Lucas turned away, expressionless, and left without a word, returning to the military headquarters. Lo Ran stood there, holding a glass of juice, utterly bewildered. Was he angry? He seemed rather upset. Had he inadvertently hurt Lucas? Meanwhile, at the military shooting range, bang, bang, bang. Wang Choyang and Lu Cheng exchanged glances. What was the general's issue now? Hadn't he just left? Why was he back again? Furthermore, he stood alone at the range, continuously firing, his aura appearing profoundly gloomy, so much so that it felt as if he were about to kill someone. Wang Choyang elbowed Lu Cheng, signaling him to inquire. Lu Cheng, baring his teeth, elbowed Wang Choyang back. You go if you want. I'm not going to get myself killed. Come here. Lucas suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at the two of them. What are you chattering about back there? Come over and keep me company while I practice. With a sense of resignation, the two approached. Crash. Lucas forcefully tossed the gun he was holding aside and switched to another, wildly shooting at the distant target, silent and brooding.
Secretary Lo. Secretary Lo.
Huh? Lo Ran suddenly snapped back to reality, only then realizing Rong Duo was calling him. What's wrong, Secretary Lo? Not feeling well? Rong Duo appeared somewhat concerned. Today, Luo Ran's demeanor was distinctly off. No, Luo Ran muttered, rubbing his temples. Rong Duo handed a document to Luo Ran, saying, I've organized it. Secretary Luo may take a look. Thank you. Shortly thereafter, the office door swung open, and Lucas prepared to descend for a meeting. General, Luo Ran quickly rose, smiling. Are you heading to discuss the new route for transporting ice, or do you need me to accompany you? Lucas glanced at Luo Ran, hesitated momentarily, then turned and walked downstairs without uttering a word. Luo Ran stared at Lucas's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Rong Duo noticed Luo Ran unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothing with his hand, his complexion slightly pale. Did they have a quarrel? No wonder Luo Ran seemed so despondent today. Rong Duo was somewhat taken aback. Wow, even the General's secretary has disputes? She thought reassuringly, don't worry, it's just a trivial matter. The General has a poor memory. He'll soon calm down. Luo Ran nodded absent-mindedly and stood up, saying, I'll visit the medical department. He intended to obtain a signature from Shen Shilua. As it happened, Xiaji was also in the medical department, and upon seeing Luo Ran, she approached him to share a cup of coffee. Ran, you're leaving again tomorrow, Xiaji sighed. Ever since the General took you away, you've hardly been chatting and having coffee with me. The two found themselves seated in a booth of the hospital cafeteria, with Luo Ran staying for dinner with Xiaji. After a brief pause, Luo Ran asked, Xia, may I pose a few questions? Luo Ran continued, can you distinguish between liking someone romantically and the affection one has for family? If, by chance, one inadvertently hurts another, Luo Ran, typically composed and professional, now appeared flustered. Xiaji, understanding immediately the cause, interrupted, did you have a disagreement with the General? Is there trouble in your relationship? Not quite, Luo Ran replied, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. I turned down the General's confession, and Luo Ran fell silent, gathering his thoughts. The reason for your rejection? Xiaji raised an eyebrow. Is it because you believe the General likes you platonically rather than romantically? Luo Ran recalled that day in the restroom. Lucas's reaction had struck him like a thunderbolt. If Lucas did not harbor feelings for someone, he would undoubtedly find it repugnant. How could he have reacted in such a manner? No. So, do you feel your affection for the General is not romantic? I don't know. Xiaji inquired. Could you accept the General being fond of someone else? Luo Ran was taken aback. I've never considered that. The General wouldn't like anyone else. He is too resistant towards outsiders. It's impossible. Then why does he pursue you so diligently? Xiaji smiled, observing Luo Ran. If what you say is true, what do you fear? Luo Ran stiffened. Xiaji filled Luo Ran's teacup, lowering her gaze. Your situation is a paradox. Your cleverness and caution have ensnared you. You cherish him so much that you hesitate to take a step forward. But consider, why do you value him so deeply? If you believe the General is incapable of love and does not truly care, why hold such a notion? If you find your current situation satisfactory, can you accept remaining in this state, watching as the General extends his kindness to others? Luo Ran stared blankly at the meal before him, his chopsticks frozen in midair. Lucas's growing coldness unsettled him, leaving him despondent. For the first time, Luo Ran envisioned Lucas being gentle and caring towards someone else. The thought seemed unfathomable. Yet, if Lucas were indeed tender and trusting with another, engaging in romantic relationships, kissing, and displaying his softer self, Luo Ran's brows knitted tighter as he gripped his chopsticks more firmly. Let us eat, we should fill our stomachs first. Xiaji placed a piece of meat on Luo Ran's plate, urging him to consume more protein, given your current state. You'll be accompanying the general to the ice or... It's going to be tough. The following day, the team officially set out for the ice or... This time, it was merely a military parade, thus Lucas did not bring a large contingent. Moreover, as he was currently on leave, he only took Wang Chuyang, Freeman, and a small squad. They were headed to the icy frontier, and Lucas planned to stop at several small military camps and patrol points along the way, conducting inspections. Wang Chuyang and Luo Ran stood by the window, watching as the warship departed the empire, gradually entering colder regions. Luo Ran donned thick winter attire, relishing the view from the ship's window. He would gladly forgo the warmth of the ship's interior to gaze upon the rare and magnificent expanse of the universe and starry sky, scenes Lucas had admired since childhood. After several hours of travel, the warship halted at a checkpoint. Lucas instructed Wang Chuyang to keep Luo Ran aboard while he went to check if the quarters had sufficient heating. Given Luo Ran's current state, Lucas wished to spare him from the biting cold. After 5 minutes, Freeman arrived, announcing, Secretary Luo may disembark. Luo Ran inquired, where is the general now? He is at the shooting range with the commanding officer. Luo Ran nodded, smiling. May I go take a look? Upon arriving at the shooting range, Luo Ran found Lucas standing alongside the commanding officer, engaged in a friendly competition. The military camp in the ice region had an amusing game that served as training, shooting falling snowflakes. Machines released large flurries of snow, and soldiers competed to see who could hit the most within 3 minutes. The snowflakes, light and delicate, were far more challenging to hit than targets. As soon as Lucas arrived, the commanding officer pulled him into the competition, and he had just won a round with an overwhelming score of 81-34. Who dares to challenge me? Lucas exclaimed, shaking off his gun. Come on, I want to compete right now. Luo Ran hesitated for a moment, stepping up to stand beside Lucas and picked up a gun. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Lucas was momentarily taken aback, frowning at Luo Ran. Throughout the day, Lucas had largely ignored him, yet here was Luo Ran, boldly confronting him in front of everyone. Lucas paused, contemplating saying something, but then turned away. The commanding officer and others watched in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Luo Ran chuckled softly, setting down the gun and pursuing Lucas. General. Lucas strode back onto the warship. He did not wish to leave Luo Ran in such an awkward situation, but he felt uncomfortable, having caused Luo Ran so much distress. He wanted to vent his feelings before he could properly pursue Luo Ran again. General. Luo Ran seemed to have twisted his ankle. Lucas frowned, instinctively halting and turning around, only to be caught in Luo Ran's embrace. Luo Ran dashed into Lucas's arms, pushing him against the wall. Lucas, what the are you trying to pull a fast one? General, please listen to me, Luo Ran urged. Don't leave just yet. At that moment, Luo Ran encircled Lucas between his body and the wall, but due to their height and build differences, it appeared as though Luo Ran was being held. This was perhaps the first and only time Luo Ran had ever lost his composure. Fearing Lucas would walk away, he spoke rapidly. I like you. I truly like you. Lucas stood frozen, convinced he had misheard. Luo Ran lowered his gaze, his ears and cheeks flushed crimson, feeling as if he might bleed. Having confessed, he thought there was no turning back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. Lucas, momentarily stunned, instinctively reached out to gently ruffle Luo Ran's hair. Luo Ran took a deep breath and earnestly declared, I don't trust myself, but I believe in you. General, I have a sincere affection for you. Would you be willing to give us a chance? Chapter 65. The Sweet Business Trip of the Secretary. Lucas was taken aback by his secretary's bold declaration. He stood frozen, momentarily believing he had misheard. As Lucas remained expressionless, Luo Ran assumed he was still upset and disbelieving, causing her to anxiously lower her head and take a few steps back. The tension she had built up dissipated in an instant after her confession. Luo Ran lowered her hands and turned to leave, only to feel her arm being seized. In the blink of an eye, she found herself pressed against the wall. Lucas had switched their positions, pinning her there, his breath heavy as he asked, Do you truly have feelings for me? Or is this merely a ploy to placate me? Luo Ran blinked in surprise. Lucas, his voice subdued, added, If you are merely pretending out of fear of my anger, then let it be. I have professed my feelings for you. I would never truly ignore you. No, that's not it, Luo Ran replied, averting her gaze. If I were trying to placate you, I would have other means. It wouldn't necessitate this. With a blush blooming on her cheeks, she turned her head and asked, Are you unwilling, General? In response,
Lucas delivered a fervent kiss.
Overcome with emotion, he was at a loss for how to position his limbs, his mouth capturing Luo Ran's lips in a fervent embrace. His excitement caused him to lose control of his strength, and Luo Ran couldn't suppress a pained gasp, her hands gripping his back. Their breaths became increasingly rapid. Lucas cradled her face, licking and biting at her like a lion. When they finally broke apart, Lucas, panting heavily, said softly, You cannot go back on this. I won't. It was as if a great weight had lifted from Luo Ran's heart, dispelling the shadows of her past. She returned to her usual demeanor, the professional and composed secretary, also the Empire's beast tamer. Now that she had made a decision, she intended to follow through earnestly. With a bright smile, Luo Ran wrapped her arms around Lucas's neck and declared, General, I will be a good secretary for you, alleviating your burdens, and I will also be a devoted partner, fulfilling my responsibilities. The happiness came as a delightful surprise. In a fit of excitement, Lucas struck the wall with his fist. At that moment, the squad leader approached to inform him that the brothers at the base had set up a ring, with Wang Chuyang already sparring with everyone, asking Lucas if he wished to join. Perfect timing. Let us fight, Lucas exclaimed, dragging Luo Ran to the arena. Wang Chuyang, having just won a match, stood in the ring, boasting, Who else? Come up and face your father. Lucas leaped into the ring. Your grandfather. Wang Chuyang was taken aback, his expression a mix of disbelief and dread as he cried out, I was wrong. General, please don't come any closer. Lucas had been like a relentless demon these past few days, venting his frustrations on them, and everyone was terrified. However, after a few rounds, Wang Chuyang and the others realized something different. The Lucas they faced now was not merely venting. He was exuberantly unleashing his joy, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Luo Ran stood at the edge of the ring, torn between laughter and tears at Lucas's exuberance. Wang Chuyang noticed Luo Ran and, with a flash of inspiration, pulled her aside, exclaiming, Secretary Luo, help us. How can we fight the general? Yes, like a human mech. Secretary, you should face him. He wouldn't dare hit you. The crowd began to cheer. Let us have a match between the general and Secretary Luo. Why would I hit my partner? It's not your place, Lucas retorted, jumping down from the ring and draping his arm over Luo Ran's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. I wouldn't dream of it. The atmosphere erupted with cheers, jeers, and playful banter, as if the arena might topple from the excitement. Luo Ran chuckled lightly. As Lucas led her back to their room, she teased, Are you really not going to fight? I want to spar with the general. You can't possibly think you can win against me, but I want to spar. Are you underestimating me? I would never underestimate you. If you wish to fight, then fight, Lucas replied with a smirk, poking her waist playfully. Luo Ran retaliated with a punch aimed at his waist, but to Lucas, all movements appeared in slow motion. He seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace and planting a kiss on her forehead. Their playful tussle continued as they made their way to the room. With a playful shove, Lucas tossed Luo Ran onto the bed, then leaned over her. Luo Ran lay back, smiling as she swept her leg towards his waist. Lucas caught her leg, resting it on his shoulder, his fierce expression demanding, Do you concede? Luo Ran, still held by his grip on her wrist, paused as she realized they were grappling on the bed. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Luo Ran turned her head away. I concede. Let us stop. What's the reward for the victor? Luo Ran replied, I'll help you review all the documents today. Get lost. Luo Ran laughed softly. General, you should be preparing for the parade. And the reward? You think you can brush this off? Lucas frowned. None, Luo Ran replied, her ears slightly reddening. Let us work first and then we can discuss it. Fine. I'll come find you tonight to collect. Don't try to evade. His words left a peculiar sensation lingering in the air. Lucas stood, straightened his military jacket, and turned to leave. Luo Ran nestled into the blankets, pausing to bury her face in the pillow. This was troublesome. She suddenly felt as though she were not on a business trip, but rather, ugh. The shift from superior to boyfriend felt exceedingly strange. After spending half a day at the base, the squad continued their journey to the main military camp in Luobing, arriving just as night fell. The Luobing military camp was nestled amidst a snowy landscape, with soldiers clad in thick clothing. From above, one could see the flickering lights of patrolling soldiers. General, the commander of Luobing, General Mu Yuan, emerged with his aide to greet them. Tall and well-built, Mu Yuan still carried an impressive physique despite his heavy attire. Having clashed with Lucas on the battlefield for years, they understood each other well. Lucas held considerable respect for Mu Yuan, appreciating his strategic mind and principles, in stark contrast to the war-hungry and greedy royals and round table members of Luobing. Had they not previously been adversaries, they might have become good friends. However, as they no longer fought against each other and united against the Star Pirates, Lucas and Mu Yuan had developed a cordial relationship. Lucas nodded and, along with Luo Ran, accompanied Mu Yuan to the command center. As Luo Ran was not well versed in troop arrangements, she decided to return to her quarters to review documents and fulfill her responsibilities. After a while, feeling a bit hungry and noting that Lucas would soon return, she resolved to head to the mess hall to bring back some food and hot water. Huh? Luo Ran furrowed her brow. Upon arriving outside the kitchen, she spotted a servant rummaging for snacks and biscuits to place in a bag. This scene was not particularly unusual, but what struck Luo Ran as odd was that this servant belonged to the second prince. Why would a royal servant be here? It seemed implausible that they would switch allegiances to Luobing. While others might not recognize him, Luo Ran's keen memory and meticulous nature from her work made her aware. This servant was one that the second prince had seldom been seen with lately, yet she had remembered him from 2 years ago. Something was amiss. Luo Ran paused, and after the servant left the kitchen, she stealthily followed. Luo Ran. Lucas clapped her shoulder. After returning to their room and finding her missing, he had inquired and tracked her down. Luo Ran turned to him, putting a finger to her lips. Shoo! Lucas raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Luo Ran gestured toward the servant ahead. Lucas glanced over, puzzled. What's wrong? Shaking her head, Luo Ran motioned for him to follow her as they both pretended to casually trail behind. Within the bustling military camp, where shadows abound, the two adept at concealing their presence found it effortless to trail an unarmed attendant. They followed him deep into the heart of the barracks, arriving at a chamber where the attendant entered, leaving Luo Ran in a state of perplexity. Uncertain of the occupants within, Lucas leaned in close to whisper to Luo Ran, "The skylight." With that, he effortlessly hoisted Luo Ran into his arms. The pair ascended to the rooftop with remarkable agility, their stealth unmatched, unnoticed by anyone below. Possessing military identification cards, they triggered no alarms as the scanning device registered their presence. Upon peering into the room, they were taken aback to discover none other than the Empire's second prince, Zhou Mingjing. Lucas and Luo Ran exchanged incredulous glances. It was evident that the prince had made no effort to conceal himself. Otherwise, they would not have been able to follow him. This indicated that he was not imprisoned but rather at ease. Could it be collusion? No, that seemed implausible. What could there be to conspire about? Luobing was a vassal state, not an enemy like the Shinko. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a figure, Mu Yuan. The two embraced passionately, sharing a kiss. They had entertained thoughts of abduction and conspiracy, yet it turned out to be an affair. That night at the hotel with the second prince, was it Mu Yuan? The revelation was indeed surprising. Inside, as they continued to kiss, they made their way to the bed. Luo Ran and Lucas turned to leave but were met with the sight of the couple disrobed. Lucas exclaimed, while Luo Ran stammered, his expression frozen in shock. So, this was what love truly entailed? Luo Ran felt as if he was unraveling. Lucas, too, felt the same. Both sat on the rooftop side by side, in a state of bewilderment. Things quickly escalated beyond propriety, prompting their hasty retreat. Luo Ran stood in a daze, realizing this must relate to the earlier incident. Lucas frowned, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Lucas began, during our skirmish with Luobing, we were already in the midst of negotiations, on the verge of concluding the conflict. Neither side deployed troops. Zhou Mingjing came to negotiate but encountered an avalanche along the way, tumbling down the cliff with Mu Yuan's party. It took 2 days before we managed to rescue them. However, they had minimal interaction at that time. Perhaps now that peace reigns between our nations, they found themselves together. Luo Ran nodded. Then we should inquire directly. I'll head to the military parade first and return later, Lucas said, scratching his nose before departing. He then sent a private message to Xin Shilua. Lucas, send me some study materials. Xin Shilua coming right up. Lucas rubbed his cheeks, feeling overwhelmed. Having been an unwilling witness to a rather intimate encounter was one thing. But now, his mind was filled with thoughts of Luo Ran and some rather peculiar images. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and with a triumphant grin, he sent another message to Shen Shilua. Lucas, I have a wife now. Lucas, you do not. Lucas. Hey, Lucas. Snickers Chapter 66. A Secretary's Reward. Lucas. I have a wife now. Lucas, you do not. Lucas. Hey, Lucas. Exudes pride. Shen Shilua. Shun Shilua quickly responded. As a participant in the Empire's exceptional next-generation cultivation program, I shall continue to provide you with study materials for the prosperity of our empire and its exemplary descendants. However, personally, I find your behavior of burning bridges quite contemptible. Lucas, undeterred, confidently clicked to download the materials. Why must one use such flamboyant and bewildering titles? Can't you just communicate plainly? Lucas resolved to review them at a later time. He set his terminal to download on its own before heading to the parade. With Mu Yuan absent, Lucas was greeted by Mu Yuan's adjutant. As for Mu Yuan's absence, Lucas saw no need to inquire. After resolving all matters, he returned to his room precisely at midnight. Luo Ran was still awake, poring over documents. Lucas furrowed his brow. Still awake? Luo Ran turned in surprise. This is your room. Seeing the look on Luo Ran's face, Lucas raised an eyebrow and remarked, Reward. Luo Ran lowered his gaze. What kind of reward does the general desire? Lucas pondered, his mind suddenly conjuring a series of risku titles and hearts. He blurted out, Call me brother. Luo Ran, what? Once Lucas said it, he felt a surge of excitement. Grinning as he perched on the table before Luo Ran, crossing his legs and leaning in, I said, Call me brother. He exuded an air of mischief, akin to a rogue. Luo Ran. Luo Ran's ears flushed slightly as he retorted, General, please cease this jest. Who addresses their superior as brother? Secretaries call their bosses brother, which is rather excessive. Luo Ran gripped his pen, feigning concentration on the documents. What are you writing? It's past midnight. One might think I'm exploiting my employees. Lucas swatted Luo Ran's pen away, causing it to clatter to the floor with a sharp sound. Hurry, Luo Ran. Lucas chuckled. This morning you declared your intent to fulfill the duties of both subordinate and lover perfectly. What is this? Less than 24 hours later and you've changed your tune? I haven tea, Luo Ran protested. Lucas, eagerly anticipating, remarked, The lion sharpens its claws. Luo Ran, head bowed in silence for a moment, realized Lucas was not inclined to relent. He finally muttered softly, Please, General Brother, I still have one document left to revise. The word brother slipped out quickly and quietly, almost lost in the flow of his sentence. Had one not been paying close attention, they might have missed it. However, Lucas certainly caught it. He paused, instantly comprehending why the scripts had been written that way. Gazing at the cool and reserved individual before him, he felt a rush of warmth surge through his veins. Lucas seized Luo Ran by the collar and pressed his lips against him in a fervent kiss, rough and unrestrained, his pheromones enveloping Luo Ran, causing his breath to quicken. He silently thanked the heavens that he was seated, for his legs felt weak beneath him. It was as if he had been clawed by a lion. All right, Luo Ran, blushing, gently pushed Lucas away. You promised to let me finish this last document quickly so I can rest. Luo Ran pushed again, adding, General, you ought to return to your quarters to rest as well. Lucas slightly furrowed his brow. Luo Ran's lips were swollen and glistening, and he chuckled softly. The bed is more comfortable than the sofa. Lucas clicked his tongue and departed. He thought to himself that it was already quite late. He would refrain from further teasing and instead rest early, eager to complete his work tomorrow, allowing him to enjoy a trip with Luo Ran to the Luobing frontier. Lucas had never imagined that he would ever desire to finish work swiftly, solely to indulge in leisure and merriment. The following day, Lucas and Luo Ran approached Mu Yuan, requesting him to dismiss those around him. What is it? Mu Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there some confidential matter we need to discuss?
Mu Yuan,
with his strikingly sharp brows and towering stature, bore an air of authority as he sat with a stern expression. Seated at the table, Luo Ran cleared his throat. Concerns your romantic situation. Mu Yuan's brow knitted tighter, straightening his back as he replied, I am single and have no interest in dating. Please do not introduce me to potential partners. His survival instinct was palpable. Luo Ran and Lucas exchanged glances, recalling the second prince's sharp and aloof demeanor, and began to understand. Luo Ran continued, "We are not here to introduce you to anyone. The empire has traditionally been averse to marital alliances. You must be aware of this. However, this matter is of great significance, and we need to speak with His Highness the Second Prince." Mu Yuan's expression stiffened. "I do not comprehend your intent." At this juncture, pretense was no longer necessary. Luo Ran smiled and said, "Please, Second Prince, come out to discuss." There was no way to evade this. Mu Yuan understood that the two were not merely testing him, but had genuinely uncovered his connection with Zhou Mingjing. He had no choice but to discreetly summon Zhou Mingjing. "General, Secretary Luo." Zhou Mingjing greeted them with a nod, displaying no signs of panic. "Your Highness." Luo Ran rose slightly and bowed, saying with a smile, "We merely wish to ascertain certain details, particularly regarding the events of His Majesty's birthday banquet. As you are aware, the general has been diligently investigating the occurrences of that evening." "Nothing particularly noteworthy," Zhou Mingjing replied as he seated himself beside Mu Yuan. "I met Mu Yuan during the previous avalanche, and we supported each other for several days. However, due to the awkwardness of our identities, we did not continue our communication. The timing on the night of the banquet was fortuitous. Luo Bing and the Empire had already begun discussions about a marriage alliance rather than warfare. Unable to resist the moment, we took a room at the hotel, and thus our relationship naturally progressed." Zhou Mingjing raised an eyebrow and added, "Currently, the situation in the capital is unclear. Once the fervor of the Crown Prince's contest subsides, I would not mind going public, but I would appreciate both of you keeping this confidential." His candor was quite refreshing, yet Mu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his side. Lucas remarked, "Indeed, many were gathered together that evening." His lips twitched in disbelief. Why was it that the illustrious general of the empire kept uncovering more about intimate affairs? Luo Ran chuckled naturally. He proceeded to inquire about the events of that night. "We are not entirely certain. Mu Yuan's room was just one floor away from the general's. That night, Mu Yuan and Zhou Mingjing were in a hotel room beneath Lucas's." "Ah!" Mu Yuan exclaimed. "I had stepped out to fetch some water, and I noticed a tall man in white ascending the stairs." Lucas immediately perked up. Just as Prince Andy had mentioned, it was indeed the man in white. Luo Ran's heart raced. So many eyewitnesses had been present that night. Mu Yuan continued, "The only person I saw was him. Our room was at a height where few would pass by, which piqued my curiosity. When I stepped out, I saw that man in white entangled with the Prince of Saturn. The prince was quite inebriated and seemed intent on inappropriate actions, as the eldest prince of Saturn is notoriously hedonistic. However, the man in white was quite adept, managing to avoid being drawn into the room and somehow persuading the prince to let him go before he ascended the stairs." "Good heavens," Luo Ran gasped. The shock from Lucas was overwhelming. He nearly forgot this little interlude. Lucas slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent." Luo Ran turned to him with a smile, saying, "General, rest assured you need not trouble yourself. I shall inquire with that prince immediately." Luuhi. Even inebriated, they had faced each other long enough to recognize each other's faces. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Zhou Mingjing, and the investigative team provided new information. The two settled by a fire in a corner of the military camp, eating lunch while perusing the reports. "TSK," Lucas scoffed, tossing aside the terminal after reading a few lines, disdain evident in his voice. "Merely a heap of useless mud. Even if you bestowed upon him an entire universe, he would achieve nothing." Luo Ran frowned slightly. Lucas had been forcibly granted a half-month leave, and the eldest prince, Zhou Mingyu, had expressed his opinions during yesterday's national meeting, declaring that the military could not be without a strong leader during this period. Thus, he recommended Cyril take command. The eldest prince displayed an earnest demeanor, as if he were terribly reluctant to let Lucas step back, and consequently summoned Cyril, who belonged to the same Aldo family as Lucas. The team leader attached video clips. In the footage, the eldest prince addressed the camera. "The military is, after all, an Aldo family affair. I believe everyone agrees, and the entire empire shares this sentiment. Even though General Lucas is on leave due to minor infractions, he remains our hero." Shortly thereafter, a minister rose to counter. "Your Highness, you are too lenient. The general's offense is not minor. He directly employed force and military power to obstruct the empire's development. The technological losses have been substantial. Director Shi Xiuqi's injuries have yet to heal. However, this minister was, in fact, one of the eldest prince's allies. It was merely a theatrical display for the national meeting broadcasted to a nationwide audience. Hence the dramatics. The ensuing narrative saw the eldest prince overcoming opposition to endorse Cyril, ultimately succeeding. No wonder the second prince appeared at Luobing. He likely wished to avoid entanglement in the conflict between the eldest prince and the military. After all, the personnel and atmosphere of yesterday's meeting had already been orchestrated by the eldest prince, complete with scripts and dialogues. If the second prince were present, he would merely serve as a target and stepping stone for the eldest prince. Moreover, should the second prince back Lucas, it would expose the crown prince's contest and prior disputes to the media, leading to yet another war of public opinion. Conversely, if he refrained from offering support, it would contradict his principles and alienate Lucas. Quite the conundrum. Luo Ran rubbed his temples, stating, "The eldest prince is, after all, the firstborn. He wields more power and control than the second prince. And so what?" Lucas retorted, taking a hearty bite of rice and scoffing, "Most people are merely sycophants and weathercocks. If Zhou Mingjing gains prominence, just watch how they flock to him. What difference does it make how much power he possesses? True influence lies in strength and the military." Luo Ran paused before asking, "General, have you already made your decision?" "Zhou Mingyu has declared war on me," Lucas replied archly, raising an eyebrow. "What do you think?" After a moment, Luo Ran nodded. He comprehended Lucas's reasoning. Lucas had no intention of entering the fray for succession. Who became the empire's sovereign mattered little to him. In Lucas's eyes, inadequacy and moral failings were of lesser significance, for the military would handle combat, and strategy would be deliberated at the round table. However, Lucas would not permit a traitor, one who consorts with the star pirates and betrays for personal gain, to ascend as the master of the stars. How many citizens and soldiers of the empire had perished at the hands of the star pirates? How many civilizations, cities, and developmental plans had been interrupted by them? This transcended mere capability. It concerned the empire's safety and principles. At the very least, the sovereign of the stars must possess the awareness to care for the empire and its people. This is the most fundamental expectation. Lucas quickly polished off his bowl of rice, wiping his mouth and declaring, "Zhou Mingkai cannot even fulfill the most basic responsibilities. I could say it's for the empire, or on a smaller scale, it's for my soldiers. The brothers under my command have followed me, and it is my duty to protect them." Luo Ran nodded in understanding. He took Lucas's empty bowl and chopsticks, smiling as he said, "General, please go attend to your duties. I will handle the cleanup." After Lucas departed, Luo Ran returned to his quarters to contact that prince, Clemens, the Prince of Saturn. Luo Ran had heard of this prince. Although he was the firstborn, he was notoriously idle and dissipated, akin to the empire's third son, Zhou Mingkai, albeit a few years older than the empire's eldest prince, Zhou Mingyu. A classic case of the eldest son not honoring his position. Luo Ran sent a notification to Clemens's secretary and, while awaiting a reply, grew curious and logged onto the Starnet to gauge public reactions to the eldest prince's live broadcast. Did the general make a mistake? Can't that sneaky minister articulate himself properly? What mistake? Obstructing the empire's development?
Impossible.
Haha, the general's die-hard fans are at it again. Everything the general does is right. Huh? Haha. Is the one above a star pirate infiltrator on the Starnet? I don't understand why some enjoy the military's protection while here disparaging the general. Perhaps they truly are star pirates. Enough already. The eldest prince is genuinely quite good. He speaks the truth. This time, the general's leave should not allow those with ulterior motives to usurp the military's power. The eldest prince has been considerate, endorsing the general's brother. I concur. They are all from the Aldo family. I will vote for the eldest prince in the upcoming election. Whoever takes care of our general is whom I shall choose. Luo Ran mused, feeling a slight headache. It was evident that the crown prince had dispatched several factions to manipulate public sentiment. However, Luo Ran had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle of wits with the crown prince in the arena of public opinion. When the truth eventually came to light, he would be prepared. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he awaited developments. At that moment, a message from Clayman's secretary arrived. Clayman had embarked on a journey to other planets for mountain climbing, and due to poor signal conditions, he had been unreachable for half a month. Luo Ran thought to himself, he certainly does not resemble a prince in the slightest. He made an agreement with the secretary to ensure that Clayman would be contacted as soon as he returned. Subsequently, Luo Ran resumed his review of official documents, only to receive a message a few hours later. Expecting it to be Clayman, he was surprised to find it was from Shen Shilua. Upon opening the message, several documents popped up, prompting the system to ask Luo Ran if he wished to receive them. Shen Shilua stated, "The educational materials are comprehensive. I have sent them to the general, so I must send them to you as well." He added, "Initially, I intended to keep this a secret, but given the general's unkindness to me, I shall repay him in kind. Here, I will expose the general's secret regarding his learning materials, which are lacking in quality." Luo Ran raised an eyebrow at the documents, contemplating the audacity of the general. It seemed the male figure was prone to losing control. With his parents and husband absent, he felt a tinge of loneliness. Luo Ran inquired earnestly, "I do not mean to belittle this film, but is there truly a set for couples?" To which Shen Shilua replied, "Indeed, this series adopts a dual perspective, allowing imperial partners to engage in discussions and learn, thus ensuring a scientifically accurate foundation for the empire's next generation. This research series is well received by both the team and imperial partners." Luo Ran, slightly exasperated, warned, "If you send this to the general, I will ensure that Xia never sees you again." Shen Shilua's confusion was palpable. Rubbing his temples, Luo Ran reflected on how Lucas had also been involved with Shen Shilua. Sighing, he accepted the documents before promptly deleting them. With that matter resolved, Luo Ran turned his attention to preparing dinner for Lucas. Having eaten plain rice for lunch, he aimed to cook something a bit more palatable for dinner. Meanwhile, Lucas, having received the materials, browsed through them, his brow furrowing slightly as he focused on a segment detailing permanent markings. The pain described was excruciating, and he could empathize. The reproductive canal was indeed rather small. Fortunately, he had no intention of subjecting Luo Ran to such a permanent marking. It would be better to endure a beating than inflict that kind of suffering. Of course, the most significant concern was that once marked permanently, one could no longer possess others, and losing that bond could lead to death due to pheromone dependency. This was precisely why such a marking was not easily bestowed, given the ability to control the bond. Lucas was acutely aware of this. As a warrior, he would never allow Luo Ran to bear such a risk. "General, dinner is served." Upon entering, Luo Ran found Lucas engrossed in his studies. "Ah," Lucas exclaimed, hastily shutting down his terminal just before another call could come through, inadvertently causing it to crash to the floor. "I can explain," Lucas stammered. Luo Ran, smiling, replied, "No need for explanations. It's all Shen Shilua's fault." Lucas paused, then declared with righteous indignation, "Yes, it is all his fault. Make sure to eat your dinner," Luo Ran instructed, placing the food container down before quickly exiting. Chapter 67. The Secretary Protects His Husband. Once back in his room, Luo Ran's heart raced. He thought to himself that if he and Lucas were merely ordinary lovers, he could straightforwardly discuss the film with him. However, after so many years of maintaining a strictly professional relationship, the sudden shift felt rather awkward. Discussing such topics with his superior always left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Would this make him appear overly conservative and dull? He furrowed his brow slightly. However, returning to speak with Lucas now seemed even more bizarre. Speaking of films, Luo Ran suddenly remembered the notebook he had asked Shen Shilua to retrieve from Tsongrua, which he had yet to examine. But that notebook was currently at his home in the capital. He scratched his cheek, pondering whether he should wait until he returned home to take a look. After this brief interlude, urgent news arrived the following day. An ice mine in the southeastern region of Liaobing had been attacked by star bandits. Not only had they seized the mine, but they had also invaded a nearby town, taking numerous hostages. As was customary with their raids, this time there were even more captives. It seemed the star bandits, having lost ground, were now targeting the ice mine. Mu Yuan immediately mobilized forces for deployment. The southeastern area was precisely where the Empire had dealings with Liaobing, and with Liaobing's military now under Lucas's command, he intended to accompany Mu Yuan. "I will return shortly." At the side of the warship, Lucas opened his arms and smiled at Luo Ran. "Come here, give me a hug for good luck." Luo Ran stepped forward and embraced Lucas. 3 days. "I shall return as soon as possible," Lucas murmured softly. "Do not worry, General. I will manage the capital," Luo Ran replied with a light laugh. Indeed, this mission was fraught with danger, as the lion hunters had recently acquired a substantial cache of weapons and equipment in the capital, while the star bandits were increasingly desperate, having suffered ongoing defeats, and now a town had been overtaken. If Luo Ran wished to accompany them, Lucas would certainly find a way to protect him. But the capital was currently unstable, and Cyril intended to take command of the military. Luo Ran, recognizing his own strengths, opted to return to the capital to engage in tasks he was adept at. Shortly thereafter, Lucas and Mu Yuan boarded the warship, which lifted off slowly. Accompanied by numerous aircraft and troops, they gradually receded into the distance, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Luo Ran paused momentarily before turning to board his own vessel, returning to the capital. This journey would see him and Zhou Mingjing together, as both were destined to return. Inside the warship, Zhou Mingjing noticed Luo Ran seated alone at the edge of the deck, reviewing documents, and joined him across the table. "Your Highness," Luo Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Mingjing, crossing his legs and raising an eyebrow, remarked, "The general actually allows you to accompany me. Has he made a decision?" Luo Ran merely smiled in response, not directly answering. Zhou Mingjing was unconcerned, tearing open a packet of nutrient solution, sitting beside Luo Ran while sipping it and opening his terminal to review documents. Their seating arrangement was optimal, favored by the ship's leadership, as it provided a natural lookout, allowing them to observe their surroundings without the confinement of a monitoring room. After 2 days of travel, they successfully reached the capital. Lucas and his team had likely already arrived at the remote small planet in the southeastern region. This expedition was conducted under Mu Yuan's name, so there were no public blessings or celebratory fireworks. Upon disembarking, Luo Ran headed straight for the military headquarters. "Secretary Luo, you have finally returned." Upon the ship's landing, Lu Chang promptly emerged to greet him, his tone betraying both relief and a hint of resentment. Luo Ran noticed Cyril approaching behind him. "Secretary Luo," Cyril greeted with a smile. Luo Ran returned the gesture, beginning to understand the situation. "It is good that Secretary Luo has returned. Now I have someone to consult regarding my decisions," Cyril said warmly. "In the past few days, I have taken charge of the military, and I wish to implement several changes, but Vice Officer Lu seems rather traditional." Lu Chang stood nearby, rigidly asserting, "I believe the previous methods were perfectly adequate." The soldiers in the barracks were naturally unwilling to heed Cyril's guidance. They recognized only Lucas, and if he were absent, they would at least defer to Luo Ran, but Cyril was not an option. The officer brought by Cyril scoffed, "It's good that Secretary Luo has returned. Over the past few days, Lieutenant Lu and the other aides have shown little willingness to cooperate." Lu Chang, his expression darkening, replied, "I am even more pleased than you at Secretary Luo's return." Luo Ran raised an eyebrow, sensing that much had transpired in the last few days, and that Lu Chang and Cyril had quarreled to the point of abandoning even the pretense of civility. Moreover, Cyril's choice of words was quite subtle. He intended to negotiate rather than merely seek input. Luo Ran smiled and remarked, "It is indeed our oversight, Lieutenant Lu, with a new officer in charge. Why did you not prepare our customary welcoming ceremony for him?" "Ah!" Lu Chang paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him. He thought to himself, indeed, it must be Secretary Luo. A smile crept onto Lu Cheng's lips. "I shall attend to it at once." Cyril frowned slightly. "What is it?" Luo Ran explained. "It is a tradition in the military. The routine pastime in the Imperial Barracks is to engage in sparring matches. A single bout allows one to integrate with the group. Whenever a new officer is appointed, we have him take the stage to spar with others, facilitating his swift acclimatization." Cyril's expression shifted, and he turned to inquire, "Is there such a tradition?" "Indeed," Cyril's aide replied in hushed tones. "There truly is. This tradition was well known." Yet Cyril countered that such a display would be too humiliating and would indirectly negate his standing as a member of the military. Luo Ran chuckled, "It was our negligence. We failed to consider that you are also new to this." Cyril's smile faltered slightly. Wang Choyang, who had returned with Luo Ran, chimed in, "Yes, I watched the video the other day. His Highness the Crown Prince stated that Mr. Cyril is the most suitable choice, not merely because he is the brother of a general, but as the eldest son of the Aldo family, he must be as formidable as the general." Luo Ran smiled, realizing that Deputy Wang seemed eager to spar with Mr. Cyril. Of course, Wang Choyang grinned. "Didn't they say Cyril is just as capable as our general? I won't hold back. Cyril." Cyril could hardly manage a smile. In the arena, Cyril found himself unceremoniously thrust into the spotlight, facing Lu Chang. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wang Choyang stood nearby, shouting encouragement. "Come on, Mr. Cyril. Once you've knocked old Lu down, it will be my turn." Wang Choyang was relentless in his support. Lu Chang cast a discreet glance at Luo Ran, who smiled and nodded, even winking at him. With the green light to be unrestrained, Lu Chang grinned widely, and upon Wang Choyang's signal to begin, he lunged at Cyril. Crash! Cyril, being from the Aldo family and a military academy graduate who had spent a few months on the battlefield, had certainly learned some combat skills. However, he was swiftly knocked down by Lu Chang, landing in a rather undignified manner. A triumphant start. Wang Choyang, Luo Ran's gaze fell. He typically maintained a restrained demeanor and had always urged Lucas to avoid impulsivity. However, this situation was different. At that moment, Cyril's face flushed as he stood up, still unable to adopt a defensive stance before being knocked down again by Lu Chang. It was evident that Cyril was making an effort. He occasionally managed to block a few of Lu Chang's attacks, but the disparity was unmistakable. Lu Chang pointed at Wang Choyang. Old Wang, have you forgotten to eat? You shouted start so quietly that Mr. Cyril probably didn't hear it. Wang Choyang replied, how about this? Let us switch places, you shout and I'll fight? Deal. After Cyril was knocked down for the third time, his aide, surnamed Chun, angrily cursed under his breath. This was utterly humiliating. If this continued, how would he and Cyril manage to survive here for half a month? He feared they would lose their authority. Cyril's aide stepped forward, eager for a chance to fight. Let me take over. Luo Ran smiled. They've already fought a round with Mr. Cyril and must be tired. The crowd stifled their laughter. Everyone knew Luo Ran was trained by Lucas and must possess considerable strength, yet he rarely showcased it. Chen's aide, adopting a sardonic tone, remarked, well, I don't fight with civilians. That's all right. Luo Ran habitually adjusted his headband, straightened his collar, and leaped onto the stage, declaring, I can take a hit. The crowd's amusement intensified. Some genuinely worried for Luo Ran. While Cyril might be inept, his aide was quite formidable. Chen's aide was originally from Lucas's camp, a candidate for aide himself, and was exceptionally skilled, though his character left much to be desired. Rumor had it he had nearly committed an assault, which led Lucas to discipline him severely, resulting in his expulsion. By rights, such an incident shouldn't have resulted in such a severe outcome, but Lucas was intolerant of any impropriety. Later, recognizing Chen's exceptional capabilities, Cyril had brought him over, citing their shared Aldo lineage. Chen's aide harbored resentment, as it was well known that Luo Ran was Lucas's beloved. Lu Chang and Wang Choyang exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Cyril stood nearby, nervously clenching his fists, filled with anticipation. Let us begin, Chen's towering figure grinned. Remember, this is merely a spar. We cannot turn around and complain to the general. No one in the Empire can defeat him. Luo Ran smiled cheerfully. All right, let us go. Whoosh! Almost the instant Wang Choyang shouted start, Chen's aide blinked, only to see Luo Ran's figure vanish before his eyes. The next moment, Luo Ran's fist was aimed squarely at his nose. Chen's aide was taken aback, instinctively raising his arms to protect his face, but in doing so he exposed his midsection, where he received a solid punch. Ugh! Chen's aide's eyes widened, nearly buckling to the ground. Luo Ran had executed a classic feint. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen's aide had initially underestimated Luo Ran, but now he was fully alert. The two exchanged blows on the stage, neither gaining the upper hand. The spectators were spellbound. Lu Chang and Wang Choyang held their breath, unable to conceal their reactions. As Luo Ran was pinned down, their expressions darkened, but when he gained the upper hand, they couldn't help but cheer. Ultimately, Luo Ran, being slender, relied on agility, but his strength was somewhat lacking. Chen's aide absorbed Luo Ran's punch to the stomach and, without hesitation, attempted to grapple Luo Ran around the waist to bring him down. This could be bad, Lu Chang thought, his brow furrowing. If Chen's aide managed to grip him, it would be difficult for Luo Ran. However, in the next moment, Luo Ran leapt upward with remarkable force and grace, landing on Chen's shoulders. Ah! Go for it, Secretary Luo. Whoa! Chen's aide flailed at empty air, with Luo Ran's legs constricting around his neck. As he prepared to retaliate, he felt Luo Ran pulling him backward. Crash! Luo Ran executed a perfect 180-degree spin, using his leg strength to flip Chen's aide onto the ground. The burly figure crashed to the floor, and Luo Ran quickly pressed his knee against his neck, pinning him down. 3, 2, 1. Secretary Luo wins. Luo Ran smiled brightly. We agreed that this was merely a spar. You must not turn around and complain to Mr. Cyril. Our general does not strike his brother. Chen's aide. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and white as he muttered curses under his breath. Yet, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at Luo Ran. Damn, he's rather good-looking. Damn! Wang Qiuyang slammed his thigh, exclaiming, Secretary Luo is incredible. No wonder he belongs to the general's household. They are all so extraordinary. Lu Cheng, equally astonished, shook Wang Qiuyang. That was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The two finally realized the implications. Word would spread that Cyril could not best his aide, and that his strongest subordinate could not even defeat a civilian official. The notion was undeniably embarrassing. What should have been a straightforward and blunt resolution now rendered Cyril incapable of issuing orders or managing affairs within the barracks. Wang Qiuyang cast a fleeting glance at Lu Cheng, contemplating that Secretary Luo had deliberately returned without the general. Solely to safeguard the military's influence, every fraction of power must not be relinquished to others. Secretary Luo! Secretary Luo! The jubilant cheers below seemed as though they might upheave the arena. Luo Ran's recent victory in the military camp had indeed catapulted him to fame. His extraordinary combat prowess swiftly became the talk of the Star Network, igniting widespread attention. Secretary Luo is remarkable. I heard he sparred with Cyril's adjutant and outperformed everyone. Which lady wrote about the fight? I have a friend who wishes to see it. Woowoo, the general is truly fortunate. The general secretary is both learned and martial, capable of managing domestic affairs. The only thing lacking is the ability to bear children. Thus, Luo Ran could sense an increased scrutiny upon him in the past few days. He continued with his duties as usual, yet 3 days had elapsed without a word from Lucas, neither through video nor messaging. Seated at his desk, he gently tapped the surface with his fountain pen, lost in thought. His workplace had shifted from the company to the military camp, and he had already arranged a dinner with Yuhan. Prince Kremen of Saturn had finally replied, promising to meet him upon his return in a few days. Luo Ran rubbed his temples in frustration. He had deceived Lucas from the very beginning, and now that one lie had morphed into countless others, he found it increasingly difficult to extricate himself from the situation. Lucas harbored an intense aversion to deceit. Previously, he had been passively deceived into liking Luo Ran, which had incited his ire to the point of ignoring him entirely. Had they not been together, there would likely have been a considerable uproar. Moreover, once Lucas discovered the truths Luo Ran had concealed, he retaliated by teasing and bullying him. Had it not been for Luo Ran's injury, leaving him in a vulnerable state and desperately in need of Lucas's pheromones, the matter would not have concluded so easily. Thus, should he rashly divulge this secret, Lucas would surely become upset, distressed, and perhaps even humiliated. Luo Ran mused that he would feel similarly indignant if he were in Lucas's position, as if he had been played for a fool. He needed to find a most opportune moment to make a candid confession. What would that moment be? A surprise on his birthday followed by a revelation? Or perhaps seizing the chance to confess should he find himself injured one day? Luo Ran twirled the fountain pen in his hand. Moreover, without mentioning the matter, it had been 3 days since Lucas had privately reached out to him. Yet, there were no issues reported from the front lines. Luo Ran rested his chin on his hand. Why had Lucas not spoken to him? Did he not miss him? Was he preoccupied with battles? Luo Ran paused. No, Lucas had behaved similarly before. There was nothing peculiar about that. It was Luo Ran's own concern that felt out of place. After all, it had only been 3 days. Just as Luo Ran was lost in his thoughts, the office door was abruptly flung open by Lu Cheng. Secretary Luo. Lu Cheng exclaimed, breathless. The general has returned. Quietly, he has returned injured. With a clatter, Luo Ran's fountain pen slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Rising, he demanded, where is he? The warship has landed in the designated area. Hey, Secretary Luo, wait for me. Luo Ran pushed open the warship's door, only to find the accompanying doctor standing by, administering an injection to Lucas. Lucas lay unconscious, appearing unscathed, but his eyes were tightly shut, likely due to a sedative. The air was thick with tobacco pheromones, creating a disordered atmosphere. Upon entering, Lu Cheng felt an oppressive force that made it impossible to approach Lucas. Lucas's pheromones were instinctively defending his territory, causing discomfort to the attending doctor. The doctor, upon seeing Luo Ran, wore a grim expression and said, the general is in his sensitive period. While typically this would not pose a significant issue, the general's mental state has somehow been compromised, leading to a tumultuous phase of pheromone disarray. The combination of an easily triggered mental breakdown and pheromone disarray was troubling, especially considering Lucas's childhood trauma from poisoning had already left emotional scars. It was clear that he had entered a sensitive phase, and the stress from recent battlefield experiences had triggered this crisis. Luo Ren stepped forward, feeling a chill run through him. The last time Lucas had been like this was when Luo Ran had just taken office as his secretary, fresh from the battlefield. Secretary Luo Lu Chang said, also feeling anxious. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ran instructed, "Go fetch Dr. Shen, but do so without alarming anyone." Understood. Wang Qiuyang soon arrived as well. Standing at the door with a grimace, "Cyril has heard about the warship's arrival and intends to come over. Do not let him." Luo Ran settled at the bedside, speaking coldly, "Keep watch. This is neither the Marshal's residence nor Lucas's childhood home." Chapter 68. The General and the General. Lu Chang quickly returned with Shen Shiluo, stealthily navigating the military compound. Wang Qiuyang remained on guard nearby, ensuring no one approached. The medical equipment and supplies aboard the warship were ample. Lucas did not require any major apparatus, so Shen Shiluo brought only a small medical kit. Luo Ran stood vigil at the bedside, gazing down at Lucas. The tall man lay obliviously, his demeanor unchanged. Had no one mentioned it, Luo Ran would not have discerned Lucas's injury. What transpired? He inquired, lowering his gaze. Freeman, who had been with Lucas, spoke in a hushed tone. "We did not engage in combat in Southeast Star City. There was no win or loss. The Star Raiders took hostages and had no intention of negotiating with us. So the Star Raiders took hostages to declare war to demonstrate power?" It had been 2 days since the incident, and Freeman spoke through gritted teeth, recalling how, upon their arrival, the city had been obliterated by a meteor shower. Luo Ran was taken aback. The meteor shower was the Star Raiders' ultimate weapon, typically reserved for only the most critical situations. It was artillery, he clarified. Its devastating power blankets the sky in fire, resembling a meteor shower, capable of annihilating a small city. However, creating such a weapon demands exorbitant resources, substantial materials, and considerable time. Luo Ran had not anticipated the Star Raiders would deploy it here. This was not a significant battle. It seemed evident that this was not their sole meteor shower. Could it be a test of power? A warning to the Empire and the falling ice? Luo Ran felt a chill in his palms. The general had already been partially in a sensitive phase, but during the battle, the lion had been caught in the crossfire of the meteor shower. Although both the lion and the general emerged unscathed, Lucas's mental state had faltered. The city lay in ruins, the hostages reduced to mere remnants and broken bones. This incident had already severely impacted the morale and emotions of the troops, necessitating the secrecy surrounding the general's collapse. They planned for Lucas to return alongside the main force in 2 days, feigning that he had been with the brigade all along. Freeman's reasoning was coherent, yet his tone betrayed a tremor. For soldiers, no matter how resilient their spirits, witnessing hundreds perish before their eyes due to artillery fire was still horrifying, repulsive, infuriating, sorrowful, and above all a helpless self-reproach. As a leader at the forefront, Lucas had witnessed it all most vividly. This was a commander's failure. He had failed to foresee this calamity. Luo Ran paused for a long moment before softly asking, "Deputy Freeman, when did the meteor shower last occur?" Freeman replied, "When was the last time the meteor shower appeared?" Freeman reflected. It was during the canyon operation. And also, he suddenly faltered, it was during the ill-fated battle of General Orton. Then Freeman stared blankly at Lucas. "It's all right. I will stay with him. You've just returned. Go home and take a well-deserved break for a few days." Luo Ren stepped forward, gently massaging Freeman's shoulder, saying, "Ensure the soldiers who participated in this battle return home to rest properly. Can you handle that for me?" "Yes." Shen Shiluo, meanwhile, was administering medication to Lucas while monitoring the instruments. The sensitive phase could relieve those of equal or higher rank, but a mental breakdown required supplementary medication. Luo Ran remained by the side, hesitant to interrupt. Shen Shiluo cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ran and remarked, "The attending physician performed admirably, inducing the general into a profound slumber without absolute certainty, allowing his body and mind to heal autonomously." Then, in a tone devoid of inflection, Shen Shiluo added, "There is no need for concern. With your use of pheromones and regular medication for the general, he should recover in a few weeks, much like your previous situation." Both you and the general carry psychological scars, making you more vulnerable. However, your bodies have become accustomed to such traumas and understand the art of self-repair. Very well, Shun Shilua stated. I shall take residence in the adjoining room. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Luo Ran expressed with gratitude. Shun Shilua hesitated briefly before saying, I gleaned some information from Lieutenant Freeman. The Star Thieves have unleashed another meteor shower? Indeed, Luo Ran replied. Shun Shilua chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Luo Ran subtly sensed the melancholic undertone in Shun Shilua's demeanor. Yet, Luo Ran's thoughts were elsewhere as he settled beside the bed, gently grasping Lucas's hand. Lucas's hand was a juxtaposition of flesh and rigid mechanics, half warm, half cold. Now that they had returned to the capital and Shun Shilua was present, Lucas had not been administered sleeping agents and awakened in the latter half of the night. As Luo Ran sat at the bedside with closed eyes, still holding Lucas's hand, he opened his eyes immediately upon detecting movement. Lucas regarded Luo Ran with a furrowed brow. The general is awake. Leave, he commanded. Luo Ran was taken aback. In a hoarse voice, Lucas insisted, Ran, leave. Lucas was besieged by an excruciating headache. His consciousness far from clear. His mental turmoil was distinct. Though the pain was similar, it manifested in hallucinations and weakness, an unrelenting urge to destroy, to attack, to succumb to madness. Why? Luo Ran asked. I said, leave, Lucas repeated, his voice strained. Do you believe I would act like a beast? How beastly? Luo Ran chuckled softly, and without hesitation, climbed onto the bed, lying beside Lucas and enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Lucas felt the tender comfort of Luo Ran's pheromones, alleviating some of the pain and the madness that threatened to consume him. You cannot imagine, Lucas gasped, barely able to move. Then do not dwell on it. The general should rest well. After all, he cannot possibly overpower me at this moment, so there is no need for concern. Luo Ran wrapped his arms around Lucas's neck, guiding him to lean against her chest. Ran, Lucas's eyes burned red, as if struggling to contain the surging fury and destructive impulses within him. He felt as though a monstrous entity resided within, clamoring to emerge, to wreak havoc on everything around him, and to torment Luo Ran. This was the ugliest form of possessiveness, leaving him breathless. He felt on the verge of madness. I understand, Luo Ran stated earnestly. Since I am here, I am prepared. The general need not endure this alone. The agony of the sensitive period was unimaginable to Luo Ran. He had never experienced it, but he hoped that his presence could offer Lucas some comfort and hasten his recovery. Despicable creature, Lucas growled, his eyes fully ignited with rage as he suddenly seized Luo Ran, leaning down to bite into her gland. The action was utterly unexpected. Luo Ran trembled, physiological tears spilling from the pain. At that moment, Lucas's strength was indeed far greater than usual. As he bit into Luo Ran's neck, she felt a chilling sensation, as if her neck might be severed. The grip on her wrist was fierce, sending tingles of pain through her fingers. Luo Ran lay on the bed, biting into the pillow to stifle her cries of agony, surrendering to Lucas's bite while suppressing her instinctive urge to resist. The pain was overwhelming. Behind her, Lucas clamped onto the gland, simultaneously injecting his pheromones while fervently drawing from Luo Ran's essence, as if consuming the sole antidote to his chaotic mental world. Luo Ran endeavored to establish a mental connection with Lucas, akin to their previous experience in the mech. Flames. In that fleeting moment of mental connection, Luo Ran beheld a sky ablaze with fire. It mirrored the visions he'd glimpsed during his previous hallucinations, indicating that in the intimate mingling of their pheromones, a mental bond was occasionally forged. Luo Ran's pheromones provided Lucas with increasing satisfaction, and the turmoil and fury within him began to dissipate. After marking Luo Ran temporarily, Lucas drew in several ragged breaths and bit down on her ear. He turned Luo Ran over, instinctively biting her lip. Ran, he murmured. Luo Ran's hand was injured, rendering her unable to move, yet she tilted her head slightly in compliance. Her acquiescence only served to further satiate the beast within Lucas. General, connect with me mentally, Luo Ran mumbled, her voice muddled. As long as we establish this temporary bond, your sensitive period will become more bearable. Lucas was uncertain if he comprehended her words, yet he indeed attempted to rein in his mental strength, striving to merge with Luo Ran amidst the void. As the gates swung wide, pathways became discernible. The room remained unlit, and in the darkness, Lucas fumbled, cradling Luo Ran's face and deepening their kiss. Huff, Luo Ran sensed that their mental connection had been established. The air thickened with their mingled pheromones, as if they had fused into one. Perhaps due to Lucas's current mental disarray, Luo Ran felt herself drawn into the maelstrom. She trembled all over. Visions of fire engulfed her sight, remnants of destruction, and the imposing figure of General Orton emerged. 7 years ago, in the canyon. Advance. Press forward. The towering figure piloted the mech, leading a battalion through the narrow canyon. Stone walls flanked them, allowing light to filter down from above in scant beams. Lucas gripped the intercom within the mech, shouting, "General, the enemy is just 600 meters away. They've fallen for our trap." Initially intending to ambush the Star Thieves' headquarters, their plan had been thwarted, forcing them into this defensively precarious position. "Charge," Orton commanded. "We must break through to victory." The air was thick with falling artillery, testing the pilot's skills to the limit. Lucas twisted the control stick with all his might, narrowly avoiding the fireballs raining down from ahead and the left. Every gaze was fixated on the canyon's exit, a place bathed in sunlight. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens unleashed a meteor shower. "Abandon the mech." Orton assessed the situation with keen eyes. The mech could not withstand such bombardment. Everyone leapt from their machines, allowing the mech to shield them from the onslaught. Boom! The mech was shattered into fragments, and had anyone been inside, they would have surely perished. "Keep pushing forward," Orton bellowed hoarsely. "We still have our legs." Yet, at that moment, an unusual light flickered overhead. The second wave of meteor showers descended, larger and more ferocious. When Shinshilua Xiaji and their medical team arrived on the scene, no one could utter a word. The canyon was strewn with the wreckage of mechs and dismembered bodies, a grim tableau of carnage, blood staining the narrow paths. The commanding officer steadied his voice and emotions, issuing orders to search for survivors, to piece together the remains, and verify identities. "We found the general and the young general." At the forefront of a heap of corpses, a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and bone was pushed aside, revealing Orton. Though he bore the horrific marks of battle and his features were obscured, he still drew breath, perhaps sheltered by the weight of his fallen comrades. Cradled within Orton's embrace was his nephew, Lucas, protected from further harm. Miraculously, aside from the bloodied hand exposed to the world, Lucas bore few injuries. This was nothing short of a miracle. As the meteor shower descended, a miracle was shielded by layers of protection. "Dr. Shin, Dr. Xia, quickly, the general and the lieutenant general still have a pulse." The doctors carefully extricated the two individuals. Lucas grasped the sleeve of Xia Ji with the few fingers he had left. "Dr. Xia," he said, his face pale, nodding slightly, "Yes, General, rest assured, we will spare no effort in saving General Orton." Indeed, with this promise, Lucas seemed to reach his limit and fainted. In the hospital, Lucas stood outside the glass isolation mirror, while Orton lay on the bed within, his body riddled with wounds and punctures, his features indistinct, no trace remaining of his former vigor and appearance. Lucas's hand was heavily bandaged, his quiet demeanor starkly contrasting with the heated argument between the two doctors not far away. "Euthanasia is the only viable option now." Shin Shilua adjusted his glasses. "This would swiftly end General Orton's suffering. Why not attempt resuscitation and surgery?" Xiaji, on the verge of collapse, exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. "We can try again. There is no necessity. This would only prolong the agony. We can still try. I have the lab reports. I have examined them. It is indeed possible." "There's no need," Shun Shilua asserted. "Even if we bring him back, it would hold no significance." "How can it lack significance?" Xiaji could no longer hold back his tears, shouting, "Are you devoid of feelings? Do you not have any emotions?" "Xiaji, Dr. Xia, I must remind you, as your partner and direct superior, do not let emotions cloud your judgment." Xiaji was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Shin Shilua. "Regardless," he stammered, "even if I oppose, it holds no weight, correct?" "Indeed." Xiaji trembled all over. He had made a promise to Lucas. He was a doctor. Doctors are meant to save lives. That was Orton, their general with whom they had spent countless days and nights. He was the one who promoted him and protected him on the battlefield, as well as a comrade with whom they shared drinks. Why could they not try once more? Enough of the argument, Lucas interjected, uncertain if he had been heard. "Euthanasia." He understood his uncle well. Xiaji gazed at Lucas in a daze. Lucas lowered his eyes, saying, "I will do it." Xia Ji, emotionally shattered, had lost the professional demeanor expected of a doctor and was taken away by Shen Shilua. In the ward, Lucas stood by the bedside, accepting the syringe handed to him by Shen Shilua. Shen Shilua maintained his calm demeanor, appearing, as Xia Ji had remarked, devoid of any emotion. As Lucas took the syringe, he accidentally brushed against Shen Shilua's hand. Instinctively, Lucas recoiled, turning his head in nausea. He could no longer tolerate the touch of others. Shen Shilua was taken aback, recalling the image of Lucas pulled from a sea of corpses, covered in the flesh and blood of comrades and his uncle. It took medical personnel quite a while to clean him up. Even so, some stains remained, leaving Lucas with a lingering, heavy scent. Lucas gripped the syringe, gazing at Orton. Orton, sensing something, struggled to lift his eyelids. Subsequently, he managed to smile at Lucas. Of course, this was more a figment of Lucas's imagination, given that he could only see the skin stretched tight. Lucas then held Orton's hand. The two hands clasped together, one bloodied and mangled, the other severely injured. Lucas, Orton spoke in a whisper. Lucas leaned in to listen, faintly hearing pride. Don't fall. My pride. Don't fall. Forge ahead. Lucas nodded solemnly, affirming, and injected the syringe into Orton's wrist. Shen Shilua turned to leave, granting them space, his steps unsteady as if he had lost his sense of physical direction. The ECG monitor's line rose and fell before ultimately trending toward a straight line. Lucas stood before the bed, performing a stiff military salute. Chapter 69. The General and the Secretary's Bathroom Catastrophe. At that moment, Lucas was emotionally volatile, and after connecting with him, Luo Ran felt the impact as well. Luo Ran, too, experienced anguish, instinctively struggling, dimly aware of Shen Shilua pressing down on him. You're being too impulsive, Shen Shilua frowned. How could you initiate a mental connection at such a time? Luo Ran felt the pressure on his wrist as he was injected with a sedative, and then he fell into a deep slumber. When Luo Ran awoke again, he found himself cradling Lucas like a pillow. Thankfully, he slept peacefully, without his legs draped over him. Instead, his arms were wrapped around him. Luo Ran gazed down at Lucas's tousled hair in a daze. Lucas, sensing the movement, looked up at Luo Ran. He had been awake for quite a while, though in a poor state, occasionally alert and occasionally dazed. However, at least due to their mental connection, Lucas was not overwhelmed by continuous headaches. Luo Ran's pheromones had indeed alleviated much of his distress. Lucas observed Luo Ran for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Why are you crying?" His voice was hoarse as he gently covered Luo Ran's eyes with his hand. Luo Ran said nothing, merely shaking his head. Recalling Shen Shilua's demeanor and assessing his own physical condition, Lucas earnestly remarked, "I believe I can still live for quite a while, so there's no need to worry." Luo Ran removed Lucas's hand, turning away to hide his current appearance. With his back to Lucas, he revealed the bandages wrapped around his glands. According to Shen Shilua, he had bitten too hard the previous night, injuring and inflaming his glands. Both of Luo Ran's wrists were also bandaged. These were merely minor flesh wounds, yet Lucas felt discomfort. He always struggled to control his strength, especially in last night's circumstances. Silly Luo Ran, Lucas thought, understanding that Luo Ran had forcibly initiated a mental connection the previous night and piecing together the situation. During the sensitive period, he was a walking danger zone. Only the partner's marking or a mental connection could alleviate it. However, Lucas was in a sensitive phase coupled with mental turmoil, making such activities inappropriate due to potential repercussions. Yet Luo Ran had proceeded regardless. Lucas wrapped his arms around Luo Ran's waist from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. "I'm fine. That was a long time ago." Lucas gently ruffled Luo Ran's hair, saying, "It's all right." "Yes," Luo Ran replied, his voice nasally, "right now. I'm here with you." Lucas paused. Luo Ran turned back around, embracing Lucas once more. "General, sleep now. I will watch over you, for a lifetime, to protect, cherish, and strive to prevent Lucas from suffering any further harm." "Yes." Lucas rested his head on Luo Ran's arm and closed his eyes to sleep. Luo Ran held the heavy lion, its form rigid yet serene in slumber. Gently, Luo Ran tapped Lucas's nose with his fingertip. There was no response. He was deep in sleep. After a moment, Luo Ran leaned down and pressed a kiss on Lucas's forehead. Following this, Lucas drifted in and out of consciousness for 2 days, intermittently waking and sleeping, yet still possessing the strength to attend to his daily needs. even eating without requiring Luo Ran's assistance. Luo Ran positioned a small table beside the bed to review documents, continuing to handle transitions and military affairs. With Lucas on leave, Luo Ran's workload increased significantly. In addition to routine tasks, he also had to manage public relations online. After the city's incident erupted, both the Empire and Luo Bing were engulfed in despair, morale plummeting to its nadir. The citizens of Luo Bing were understandably disheartened, as their civilization and city had been destroyed, and countless lives lost. 113. Just a mere statistic which may seem insignificant, yet each number represented a name, a life. For many years, Lucas has led his army to victory, never experiencing defeat. Although this time cannot be deemed a failure, as it was merely a deliberate show of force by the Star Raiders rather than an actual battle. Both the Empire and Lucas are powerless to counteract the situation. The losses, however, are profoundly significant. The incident grievous, striking the military and the Empire like a devastating blow. For the citizens of the Empire, those who perished in Icefall City may not have been their comrades, yet they succumbed beneath the meteor shower. This meteor shower was the very weapon that led to the demise of General Alton and 185 elite soldiers in the canyon years ago. At that time, General Alton displayed extraordinary valor, sacrificing his mech at the last moment to bring down the aircraft of the Star Raiders leader, Fox Hunter, ensuring they perished together. Regardless, the losses of Alton and his elite troops remain a painful chapter, and now the Star Raiders have successfully developed such a weapon once more. No one can find solace in this. The entirety of the Star Network has turned gray, filled with posts of mourning and prayers. The memory of General Alton's demise alongside the former leader of the Star Raiders is now echoed in the ongoing struggle between General Lucas and Fox Hunter. The meteor shower that took Alton's life has returned. Could it be that certain events have long been orchestrated? The mere thought of this fills me with despair. Stop thinking about it, I reply, feeling equally despondent. Do you know that there is an organization within the Empire dedicated to researching and encouraging the cultivation of future generations, focusing on nurturing exceptional genes? Among its members is Dr. Shen, who once followed General Alton. Their team's primary objective now is to focus on the general's descendants. I hope the general has descendants soon, but I wish for his life to reach a conclusion at the age of 100, in the comfort of his own bed. I truly cannot comprehend it. The Empire, even if capable of creating weapons of such magnitude as the meteor shower for the sake of peace across the galaxy, would never pursue it. This I understand, but why are the Star Raiders capable of doing so? What colossal amounts of wealth and resources are required? Surely, the Star Raiders must have been crushed by General Lucas's relentless assaults for years. How do they still possess the means to achieve this? I cannot fathom it either. The meteor shower not only demands enormous financial resources but also years of effort. Does the Star Raiders base conceal a gold mine? A diamond mountain? I've heard internal rumors that General Lucas has been injured, which is why he has not made an appearance. I heard he is gravely wounded. There are those who seek to exploit the opportunity, those with ill intentions, and those spreading rumors, quietly passing around information about Lucas's condition. Some even claim Lucas is on the brink of death, although such articles were swiftly deleted, yet many still caught sight of them. The atmosphere is far from pleasant. The lanterns have been lit for several days in mourning. Luo Ran has no choice but to let the military's account and several senior officers speak out to reassure the public. The Crown Prince has also conducted several lectures, encouraging everyone that the Empire will surely overcome this challenge. These are the recent developments concerning the two princes. The head of the investigation unit handed Luo Ran a document. Sitting at her bedside desk, Luo Ran accepted the file and read it. The second prince, Zhou Mingjing, has actually been discreetly traveling between Icefall and the Empire for some time. Following this upheaval, he immediately set off for Icefall to accompany Mu Yuan. While Mu Yuan excels in battle, he may not be as adept in other matters. Zhou Mingjing has been of considerable assistance to him, attending to various details with great care. Thus, it is no wonder that the capital appears to be under the complete control of the Crown Prince. Luo Ran shook her head. The Crown Princess' inspirational speeches and public appearances have been executed flawlessly, winning over a significant portion of public sentiment. Yet the second prince remains conspicuously silent. Luo Ran chuckled in a resigned manner. It is rather ironic. In such times, the Crown Prince is busy making grand gestures, yet aside from empty platitudes, he contributes little of substance. Meanwhile, the second prince is personally assisting at the front lines in reconstruction efforts, soothing the families of the victims, providing both financial and physical support. Nevertheless, the former stands to gain more benefits and rewards. The investigation into the Crown Prince will continue, with a primary focus on his finances. Luo Ran smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It is no trouble," the captain replied, glancing at Luo Ran with a furrowed brow. "Secretary Luo Ran, I may be overstepping, but I suggest you find time to rest." With Lucas in poor condition, Luo Ran has been virtually on guard 24 hours a day, not to mention the occasional mental connections and pheromone exchanges, compounded by her official duties, which have indeed become a physical burden. Luo Ran's eyes are shadowed, bearing the marks of fatigue. "It's fine. This isn't uncommon for me," Luo Ran reassured him with a smile. "It's merely a few days. I'll manage by reading through the documents." And so, these days dragged on for another 2, seemingly without change for Luo Ran, except that Lucas had increased his resting hours. It felt akin to caring for a large pet. At this moment, it felt even more so. "Get out," Lucas exclaimed from the bathroom, baring his teeth as he saw Luo Ran approaching. "I can manage on my own. I can help the general wash his hair and scrub his back." "It's no trouble at all," Luo Ran coaxed him gently. "Damn it, I'm not in such poor spirits as to require assistance," Lucas declared, pressing against the doorframe. "I don't need your help." Lucas was stubborn, and Luo Ran was even more so. She blocked the door and said earnestly, "General, at a time like this, there's no need to cling so tightly to your fragile masculine pride." Lucas sneered, "You're asking for trouble." Luo Ran continued to dance on the edge of danger. "General, you're not a cat. Don't resist taking a bath." Lucas glared at her menacingly. "Don't twist my words. I'm not resisting taking a bath." Luo Ran was genuinely concerned. Given Lucas's current mental state, if he were to faint or have a fit while bathing, it would not bode well. After a moment's pause, she said, "Well then, let us just break the pot and sink the boat." Luo Ran closed her eyes and asked, "Don't you want to wash with me?" 5 minutes later, the bathroom was shrouded in steam, and Lucas sat on a stool in his large shorts, feeling that something was amiss. Luo Ran sat behind him, the chair elevated, leaning down to wash his hair. Lucas thought, "I must admit, this is rather pleasant." Luo Ran focused intently, her fingers working through Lucas's wild black hair, massaging his scalp with just the right amount of pressure. Lucas furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you learned this before?" "Yes." "Why did you learn it?" "I used to massage my father's shoulders and feet." "Have you done this for anyone else?"
Naturally, no.
Ah, Lucas felt even more at ease, begrudgingly forgiving Luo Ran for her audacity. However, despite the comfort, Lucas still found it somewhat awkward. "All right, enough rubbing. There's no need to be so delicate. You can leave." "General, let me rinse off the suds." A shiver ran through Lucas, and he felt goosebumps rising. "Damn it, be a little compliant, will you?" Luo Ran said, feeling a bit helpless. "Why is taking a shower so complicated? It's as bothersome as eating. Do you think I'm a cat or a dog?" Lucas grimaced. Luo Ran stood on her tiptoes, gently patting the top of Lucas's head with a smile, softly saying, "Meow." Suddenly, Luo Ran was startled as, in the next moment, Lucas tackled him, and they both fell into the bathtub. Luo Ran, clad only in a thin white shirt, became instantly soaked through. Lucas gazed down at Luo Ran, who was pinned beneath him, half of his body submerged in water, and his breathing grew heavier. Luo Ran's hair was damp, and the white fabric clung tightly to his fair skin, accentuating his collarbone, chest, and waist. Luo Ran was also observing Lucas, and the impact on Lucas was even more profound, as he bore no upper garment. Luo Ran could clearly see droplets cascading down from Lucas's Adam's apple, trailing over his firm chest and defined abs. Lucas possessed a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, adorned with an array of scars of varying sizes, exuding an undeniably aggressive aura. Everything about him stirred a thrilling rush of blood. Luo Ran swore he was not being deliberate, yet when he saw Lucas pressing down upon him, striking a pose that was both fiercely aggressive and alluring, his gaze wandered upwards and he was met with the sight of Lucas's hair, still lathered with unwashed foam, resembling a large, bloated cauliflower. Suddenly, Luo Ran, whose heart had quickened and ears flushed with heat, could no longer suppress his laughter. Lucas, with a cold smirk, plunged his head into the water, shaking off the suds, and when he emerged, most of the foam had been washed away, revealing damp, black hair that clung to his cheeks. Before Luo Ran could fully process the moment, he felt Lucas's palm resting on his chest. Luo Ran froze, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Lucas. "Don't twist," Luo Ran exclaimed, grasping Lucas's shoulders in a flustered attempt to regain composure. Lucas embraced him, their bodies submerged halfway in the water. Beneath the surface, one could faintly discern a clawed hand resting on Luo Ran's waist. Wait a moment, General. Luo Ran clung to Lucas, feeling restrained by Lucas's other hand. I'm leaving. I won't wash you anymore. You can bathe on your own. I won't disturb you. Secretary Luo, how can you be so untrustworthy? Lucas began to move his hand, kissing Luo Ran's ear and teasing, are you being hypocritical? You seem to be standing quite straight. Lucas mused, recalling the study materials from Shinshilua that had proven useful. Luo Ran's ears were blushing crimson, and the scent of Lucas's pheromones was clouding his thoughts further. Lucas chuckled coldly. Didn't you express a fondness for mimicking cat sounds? Why not give us a few now? Luo Ran buried his face in Lucas's neck. Lucas's hands, though somewhat mechanical, produced a uniquely subtle sensation as they moved. Luo Ran fully grasped the notion of digging his own grave and flirting with the edge of danger. Eventually, the encounter concluded, and Lucas needn't wash his hands. The water in the bath had swept everything away. Lucas nibbled on Luo Ran's ear, resembling a playful child in that moment. I want to. Chapter 70. The General's Possession. I want to. Lucas's voice was hoarse and deep, his warm breath brushing against Luo Ran's earlobe, igniting a warmth within him, while the pheromones rendered his thoughts even more muddled. Although Luo Ran was a delicate soul, he was still a man. Lucas, with his ruggedly handsome features and well-defined muscles, now bared his upper body and requested something of him, which Luo Ran found irresistible. Still enveloped in Lucas's tight embrace, with his head resting on Lucas's shoulder, his voice, now tinged with desire, asked, What do you want? Lucas remained silent, directly seizing Luo Ran's wrist and placing it where he desired. Luo Ran felt a surge of curiosity, yet he found himself contemplating that, while impressive, it thankfully did not measure an exaggerated 38 centimeters. After all, during their first night, he had once doubted he would survive. Lucas, breathing heavily, urged, Can you do it? Hurry. Lucas lingered, especially while gazing at Luo Ran, envisioning his delicate hands, which only prolonged the moment further. Once it was over, Lucas's hair had nearly dried. Ran. Lucas pinched Luo Ran's chin and captured his lips in a kiss. Exchanging breaths, they embraced and kissed in the water for a brief while until the timer of the spa interrupted them, prompting Luo Ran to turn his head and say, General, let us rise and dry off. As Luo Ran toweled his hair, Lucas swiftly cleansed the foam from his head and body. After emerging from the bath, Luo Ran promptly draped a towel over Lucas's shoulders, followed by his clothing. Lucas looked down at Luo Ran, who was fastening his buttons, and could not resist kissing him again. Luo Ran gently pushed Lucas away, exasperated. Stop it. You're too clingy. I want to devour you, Lucas teased, biting Luo Ran's ear. You smell delightful. Once a small door is ajar, it only widens further. Luo Ran shivered, somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. After adjusting Lucas's collar, he turned to retreat, but as soon as he moved, Lucas pulled him back with a single hand. Lucas wrapped his arms around Luo Ran's waist, grinning mischievously. What are you hiding from? I'm your boyfriend, you cannot hide. General. Luo Ran supported himself against Lucas's chest, helplessly replying, I have an appointment and documents to review. An appointment? With whom? Lucas pressed closer to Luo Ran. I want to join. It's with Yuhan, Luo Ran clarified. It's not for a blind date. Luo Ran pressed down on Lucas's hand that gripped his waist. Exasperated, it's for official business. I need him to help me retrieve some financial documents regarding the Grand Prince on Apollo. Why him when there are so many in the finance department? Luo Ran tapped Lucas's nose playfully, saying, General, you're acting like a clingy child. Lucas recalled the time he mistakenly thought Luo Ran had feelings for him and considered him the clingy one. Now, Luo Ran was using the term to describe him. Lucas felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, pulling Luo Ran close, declaring, I want to go with you. Originally, Luo Ran had planned to dine with Yuhan outside, but due to the unusual circumstances, he invited Yuhan to meet him aboard the warship instead. Consequently, Yuhan soon entered to find Lucas and Luo Ran together. Seeing Lucas, Yuhan felt a hint of resignation, rising to bow and greet, Good afternoon, General. Mr. Yu, I apologize for any inconvenience caused, Luo Ran added with a nod. I owe you another favor. Not at all, it's no trouble. It's a small matter, and I'm honored to assist Secretary Luo, Yuhan replied with a smile. The three sat down, and Lucas indeed did not interfere, merely observing Luo Ran with hawk-like intensity, effectively surveilling him. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Ran transitioned into the main topic, stating, "Recently, the Grand Prince initiated a construction project on Apollo. Indeed, Yuhan acknowledged, I am also involved in the cost calculations for this project, which is intended to establish a military base." Luo Ran continued, "Then I'll be straightforward. May I request the data and reports from you?" Yuhan hesitated, cautiously responding, "The thing is, there are many documents I cannot disclose. Although Secretary Luo holds a significant position, the relationship between the royal family and the military is always sensitive, and I must be more cautious regarding financial matters." "That's understandable," Luo Ran smiled. "Just provide me with what you can. The quantity doesn't matter. I merely wish to have a rough overview." "All right." Subsequently, Yuhan also mentioned the previous intimidation incident. There were two individuals who clearly appeared to be hired thugs from the black market. They offered me a substantial amount of money to ensure I wouldn't approach Secretary Luo again.
Yuhan instinctively glanced at Lucas.
Lucas coldly scoffed. "Look elsewhere. It wasn't me. If it were him, he would have simply carried Luo Ran home. Can you describe the characteristics of those two thugs, Mr. Yu?" "Sure." After chatting for a while longer, Yuhan tactfully took his leave. "General, please return to your room to rest." Luo Ran smiled. "I have an urgent document that I must personally attend to at the Research Institute, but it's just a signature. I'll be back shortly, in about half an hour." "All right." Lucas understood that his mental state was not suitable for going out, let alone interacting with others, and he reluctantly agreed. Luo Ran then proceeded to the Research Institute but encountered the Grand Prince Zhou Mingyu's secretary, Yuan Han, at the entrance. Yuan Han bore a striking resemblance to him. "Secretary Yuan?" Luo Ran greeted with a smile, but Yuan Han ignored him, coldly gazing elsewhere. Luo Ran was taken aback, clearly surprised. The last time they met, Yuan Han had been warm and friendly, displaying an inherently cheerful disposition. However, at this moment, Yuan Han's eyes appeared sunken, revealing signs of weariness and negative emotions. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. "What's wrong?" Secretary Luo, the Crown Prince, Zhou Mingyu, emerged from within and handed the documents he held to Yuan Han. The two appeared to interact comfortably, without any apparent issues. "Your Highness," Luo Ran inclined his head slightly. "Secretary Luo, it seems we have a moment to converse. May we discuss a few matters?" Zhou Mingyu spoke gently. "It seems we have accumulated quite a few misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings?" Luo Ran replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Your Highness, I believe you are overthinking." "Let us talk," Zhou Mingyu suggested, patting Yuan Han on the shoulder. "You may return now. I wish to speak with Secretary Luo." "Very well." Although Yuan Han had initially been somewhat distant towards Luo Ran, his demeanor shifted upon Zhou Mingyu's invitation, revealing a hint of hesitation, a rather subtle expression. Zhou Mingyu smiled. "Secretary Luo, let us meet in the lounge. There have been numerous matters lately that I wish to discuss with you." Luo Ran raised an eyebrow, curious about what Zhou Mingyu had to say, as any additional clues would be beneficial. "All right. I shall join you after submitting these documents." Yuan Han's expression grew even more complex. Subsequently, Zhou Mingyu departed, but before Luo Ran ascended the stairs, Yuan Han intercepted him. "Be cautious around him," Yuan Han advised. "What do you mean?" Luo Ran inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Yuan Han seemed hesitant, pausing before turning away with firm strides. Luo Ran pondered. Of course he would be cautious. The current dynamics between him and the Crown Prince were exceedingly delicate. But why did Yuan Han express such a warning? After all, he was Zhou Mingyu's secretary. It was evident that Yuan Han had unspoken concerns. Upon entering the private room, Luo Ran found Zhou Mingyu standing by the balcony, sunlight cascading over his radiant golden hair, while his exquisite attire further accentuated his nobility. Luo Ran mused that, were it not for the recent revelations linking Zhou Mingyu to various incidents, and his repeated antagonism towards Lucas, he might have found Zhou Mingyu undeniably handsome. The military could not ascertain whether Zhou Mingyu had colluded with the Star Pirates, but there were certainly connections. This thought made Luo Ran feel uneasy and somewhat nauseous. "Secretary Luo has arrived," Zhou Mingyu declared, raising a wine glass and gesturing towards a low table with a smile. "Please join me." "No, I am rather occupied with work and must return to the military," Luo Ran replied with a polite smile. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Highness?" "I am unsure how to broach this, but due to the general's rash actions, I may have come across as confrontational," Zhou Mingyu said, shaking his head. I did not intend to target you. I have previously stated that if you require assistance, you may seek me out. I would never wish to harm you. Your Highness has not harmed me. If this is the matter at hand, there is no need for concern, Luo Ran replied, his politeness inadvertently stifling Zhou Mingyu's words. Zhou Mingyu paused, furrowing his brow. Is it possible that Secretary Luo harbors resentment? I truly do not, Luo Ran affirmed, feeling no anger whatsoever. If Lucas had committed an act he disapproved of, he might feel anger, but Zhou Mingyu? It was implausible for him to feel anger or sadness due to Luo Ran. To him, Zhou Mingyu was merely a professional obligation, one of many individuals he dealt with in the course of his duties. The only source of his frustration stemmed from the unclear relationship between Zhou Mingyu and the Star Pirates. Understanding Luo Ran's reaction, Zhou Mingyu, perceptive as he was, quickly grasped the underlying sentiments. Secretary Luo, I believed that after our numerous heartfelt exchanges, you would be willing to consider me a friend. Zhou Mingyu's gaze dropped. That sentiment strikes me as rather peculiar, Luo Ran remarked with a smile. Human hearts are not made of stone. We can sense others' emotions to some degree. However, your Highness has not extended me the position of a friend. Thus, I conclude that you regard me merely as a professional acquaintance. Should Zhou Mingyu truly care for him, even as a mere friend, he would not disregard his well-being, insisting on engaging him during moments of emotional instability. Zhou Mingyu hesitated, then slightly turned his head aside. Luo Ran could not discern his expression, but sensed a rare, low-pressure atmosphere surrounding Zhou Mingyu, who, for once, struggled to maintain his smile. Secretary Luo, I actually summoned you today to express something. Zhou Mingyu raised his head, gripping the wine glass tightly, his knuckles reddening. I wish to confess my feelings to you. I apologize for not being able to provide a romantic confession. It has been rather difficult to arrange a meeting with you lately, so I must convey it here. No need for apologies. Luo Ran glanced at the sky and smiled. I have indeed been quite busy. Official duties have been overwhelming, and the general has been rather clingy, presenting a rather troublesome romantic entanglement. This was a rather tactful yet unmistakable rejection. Zhou Mingyu was taken aback. After a moment of silence, just as Luo Ran believed Zhou Mingyu would become upset, he unexpectedly turned around with a smile. Zhou Mingyu looked at Luo Ran, displaying a broad grin. Congratulations. Thank you. Luo Ran responded, feeling a sense of relief as he exited the room. The mere presence of Zhou Mingyu in proximity had been somewhat uncomfortable, not to mention the implications of his confession. Luo Ran rubbed his temples. Ultimately, Zhou Mingyu was a man who prioritized personal gain, and his confession likely served to bolster military power. Luo Ran held little regard for his feelings. Instead, he was more concerned about Yuan Han's peculiar behavior and intended to return to the investigation department for further inquiries. That evening, the investigation department provided answers, but not regarding Yuan Han. Rather, it was about the thugs described by Yuan. They swiftly identified the two individuals based on their characteristics, as thugs always had their methods of identification. After some expenditure, they managed to ascertain that they had been hired by someone under Yuan Han's supervision. In other words, it was indeed the Crown Prince attempting to interfere. Luo Ran recalled the Crown Prince's half-spoken confession, which only added to his headache. To be frank, he disdained such clandestine, underhanded tactics. This is merely a minor episode and does not affect our investigation. Luo Ran sighed, addressing the captain, do not mention this to the general. Understood. The captain paused, then added, as for Secretary Yuan, I apologize, but we have not uncovered anything significant. Everything appears to be normal. Luo Ran nodded, which was only to be expected, given that he was the Crown Prince's secretary. Shortly thereafter, Lucas returned from his rehabilitation session. General, you should rest, Luo Ran said with a smile. I will shortly. The two found themselves inexplicably sharing the same bed. But Lucas slept soundly at night, and Luo Ran felt it made little difference. Lucas, perhaps fatigued, did not stir but instead turned over and fell asleep. Luo Ran left the desk lamp on, intending to review a few more documents before retiring for the night. Suddenly, a loud crash drew his attention to the window of the battleship. Thunder rumbled. Soon after, rain began to pour. Lucas's breathing grew rapid, and he appeared restless in his sleep. Before long, he awoke, rubbing his hair in irritation. It's too loud. Luo Ran was familiar with this situation. When he had first become a secretary, he had felt somewhat at a loss, but later, Shen Shilua had explained it to him in detail. This was a remnant of Lucas's battlefield experiences, specifically post-traumatic stress disorder, a consequence of enduring a life of combat. However, Lucas possessed strong self-control and remarkable capability, managing to suppress it so it was not too severe. Yet occasionally or during specific situations, he would experience nightmares, insomnia, emotional instability, including irritability and heightened alertness. Luo Ran approached Lucas and embraced him gently. "I apologize for the noise. It's too loud," Lucas muttered, pressing his temples in frustration. Luo Ran settled at the edge of the bed, pulling Lucas down. Lucas rested his head on Luo Ran's lap, and Luo Ran softly massaged his temples. "General, try not to overthink. Clear your mind." Lucas's breathing remained rapid as he pushed against the sheets, looking somewhat anxious. "General, where do you think you're going?" Luo Ran gently pinned him down, leaning in to embrace him. Lucas remained silent, primarily because he did not wish to take out his frustration on Luo Ran. Luo Ran tenderly pressed her lips against Lucas's forehead, allowing him to better perceive her pheromones, which mingled with the gentle and refined aroma of white tea wafting through the room. In her heart, Luo Ran reflected on Lucas's words, that regardless of past or present circumstances, he must fight for those who have perished. It was merely a part of life's progression. Yet how could one not care, not feel sorrow? "General, shall I sing for you?" Luo Ran jested. "I must say, I possess a rather pleasing singing voice." Lucas offered no response, instead turning to embrace her waist, shifting positions in an apparent attempt to resume sleep. Luo Ran began to hum softly. Lucas felt a faint familiarity in the melody, though he could not place it, perhaps due to the influence of her pheromones. He indeed drifted into a chaotic slumber. Chapter 71. The General and the Royal Family. The following day, Luo Ran was met with a media explosion across the Star Network and official outlets. The secretary of the Crown Prince, Zhou Mingyu Yuan Han, had taken the court by storm, filing a lawsuit against his superior. The allegations were astonishing, leaving all in disbelief. In Yuan Han's claim, he detailed a prolonged history of harassment and sexual abuse perpetrated by the Crown Prince, who had coerced him into numerous unconsented markings. Had he not remained steadfast in his refusal, he would have been subjected to a permanent mark as well. The identity of Zhou Mingyu, leveraging his position to exploit a subordinate, was already enough to capture attention, not to mention the grave accusations of sexual abuse. According to Yuan Han, after returning home yesterday, Zhou Mingyu had subjected him to brutal and inhumane humiliation, more extreme than ever before, compelling him to confront the Crown Prince. Yuan Han promptly sought medical examination and documented his injuries, which confirmed the involvement of Zhou Mingyu. The photos of his wounds were indeed shocking, showcasing fresh, bleeding lacerations alongside older scars. When Luo Ran encountered this news, she was taken aback. Others might not draw such connections, but Luo Ran had been openly pursued by Zhou Mingyu and was acutely aware of the events that had transpired the previous day. Lucas, having awakened from his slumber in relatively good spirits, sat beside Luo Ran as they tackled paperwork together, and he too had seen the news. "What a disgrace," Lucas remarked indignantly. "How can a prince stoop so low? What cowardice and incompetence drives one to bully others? Disgusting." Lucas did not entertain the notion of false accusations, nor did Luo Ran. Even though they lacked concrete evidence of any collusion between the Crown Prince and the Star Pirates, they had formed their own judgments regarding the situation, particularly concerning Yuan Han's claims. The Crown Prince's team and public relations were working diligently to suppress the matter and prevent the case from gaining traction. With a sigh, Luo Ran noted, "The news states that Yuan Han has resigned and is now hospitalized in the mental health department. The forced coercion and abuse would undoubtedly inflict psychological trauma, let alone the pressure of temporary markings." Shortly thereafter, another news report surfaced. Liu Bei had also resigned. Luo Ran furrowed her brow, the reasons undisclosed. However, the implications were clear. If Yuan Han's allegations held truth, Liu Bei would naturally step down in support of his friend. Yuan Han, as the Crown Prince's chief secretary, and Liu Bei, the royal spokesperson, were frequently engaged in official matters and had developed a friendship. Liu Bei's choices were stark. Either resign to support his friend or remain in his position to quell public opinion and litigation on behalf of the royal family and the Crown Prince. Clearly, he had made his decision. The Star Network buzzed with discussion. "Oh my, I never imagined the Crown Prince was such a person. I am utterly disappointed and repulsed. Can he truly bully others with impunity? Is the royal family above the law? Does the law not apply to the royals? How dare they attempt to suppress this scandal? We do not want such leaders, nor such rulers of the empire. If he cannot even respect others, how can he claim to care for the people and the empire? Join the conversation on Yuan Han's lawsuit and stand in solidarity for our rights. Isn't this enough evidence? Hospital reports, hotel records, even surveillance footage. Yuan Han has bravely stepped forward despite the shame. We must not allow this matter to be downplayed. Mr. Liu Bei deserves immense respect. He sacrificed a high-paying position for the sake of principle and friendship. I support him. If even Mr. Liu Bei has given up his position, does that not speak volumes? Are those who are outraged merely self-righteous? Would you still be so fervent if it were you? The Crown Prince does not appear to be that kind of person. He has done much good. Must we hastily condemn him based on insufficient evidence? Understand, the former king has been bedridden for a year. The royal family is not solely comprised of one prince. Do you comprehend? What if someone else is setting him up? Public opinion divided into two factions, each with its own assessments. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Crown Prince's image had finally begun to fracture. Perhaps he himself had not anticipated that his meticulously maintained public persona would falter due to the accusations from Yuan Han, whom he had so mercilessly demeaned. What are you doing? Lucas inquired, pinching Luo Ran's cheek, sensing her mood had soured. General Luo Ran hesitated, then quietly remarked, I wonder if… What? It's nothing. Luo Ran thought it best not to reveal her concerns to Lucas, fearing it would only incite his anger. She deftly shifted the topic. With Yuan Han's lawsuit, we can seize the opportunity to uncover any discrepancies in the Crown Prince's accounts. Luo Ran, Lucas interjected sharply, do not change the subject. General, Speak, Lucas demanded coldly. There's really nothing, Luo Ran stammered. Lucas paused, recalibrating his approach. His keen observations had led him to deduce that Luo Ran responded better to gentler persuasion. Previously, you did not regard me as your boyfriend. Now that I have assumed my position, why do you still hesitate to confide in me? Lucas pouted somewhat awkwardly. You seem to think I am unreliable and unworthy of your trust. Luo Ran contemplated his words, acknowledging their validity. As partners, they ought to support one another, and she could endeavor to accept Lucas's help. After a moment, she softly confessed, the Crown Prince confessed to me yesterday. He had shown interest in her before, though she had not given it much thought. She had rejected his proposal, viewing it as a trivial matter. Yet regarding Yuan Han, she mused, Yuan Han and I bear a striking resemblance. Damn it, Lucas's expression darkened instantly. I cannot dwell on this. It's revolting. That scoundrel. Lucas slammed his hand against the bed, then rose, declaring, I will confront him. General, Luo Ran exclaimed, startled, quickly trying to restrain him. Don't you find it disgusting? Lucas retorted fiercely, it's unacceptable to let this slide. He has gone too far. But General, wouldn't he that indirectly validate his claims? Luo Ran frowned. Moreover, it is not certain. Lucas reseated himself, his expression fierce enough to intimidate. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He snapped, baring his teeth as he grasped Luo Ran's sleeve. Next time you keep something from me, just wait and see how I handle you. All right, Luo Ran replied, lowering her gaze with a smile. In that moment, Lucas sat while Luo Ran stood. He seized her collar, pulling her down, prompting her to grasp his tie in return. Are you going to hit me? I have developed a new method of dealing with such matters. Lucas raised an eyebrow, pulling Luo Ran within reach and kissing her rather roughly. Luo Ran gently closed her eyes, engaging in this intimate exchange of breath and pheromones with Lucas. Lucas pressed his hand against Luoran's nape, chuckling. Is there anything else besides this? I've specifically learned how to deal with you. Luoran's ears flushed slightly, and he replied with a smile, General, I still have documents to attend to. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. However, Lucas had already etched it into his heart, knowing that this debt would not be easily settled. Later that afternoon, the secretary of the second prince contacted Luo Ran, indicating that the prince wished to discuss some official matters privately. After some contemplation, Luo Ran decided to return to the company with Lucas from the warship. Present, Lucas's condition had stabilized. The sensitive period had passed, and even if his mental issues resurfaced, he was at least capable of managing them. Despite the warship providing ample private space, equipment, and facilities, Lucas had not made an appearance since the explosion incident, causing a palpable sense of unease among the populace. Now that Lucas could handle external pressures and control his hostility towards other pheromones, the two decided to head back. As their craft descended, Luoran and Lucas stepped into the company, where Luoran noticed an increase in the attention directed towards Lucas. Seeing that Lucas appeared unchanged, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the rumors by mere presence. Clutching a stack of documents, Luoran smiled at everyone who gazed at them. They entered the elevator, which was somewhat crowded at this early hour. Lucas instinctively wrapped an arm around Luoran's waist, pulling him close protectively. The elevator was lined with mirrors, and the collective gasps from the onlookers filled the space. Luoran's smile faltered slightly as he remembered that he and Lucas were no longer the same. Previously, they had existed in a secluded sphere, far removed from the world. Yet now, after sharing moments of intimacy for quite some time, returning to the company made Luoran feel a tinge of embarrassment and discomfort, alongside a refreshing sense of novelty. Lucas was now his boyfriend. Luoran chuckled softly, allowing Lucas to embrace him. "What is so amusing?" Lucas inquired, lowering his head. "Nothing, just something," Luoran responded with a mischievous grin. Lucas flashed a toothy smile, pressing for the truth. Luoran merely chuckled, refusing to divulge. Their bubble of affection seemed to envelop the small space, nearly overwhelming those around them. Upon exiting, others instinctively pulled out their phones, exclaiming, "It's a new year." Once Luoran ascended the stairs, the personnel in the secretary's office promptly surrounded him. "Secretary Lu. Hooray! Secretary Lu is back," they exclaimed excitedly. "We missed you so much. And General too. It's been so hard without you." Returning to the familiar environment and office, surrounded by familiar faces and the familiar hustle and bustle, Luoran felt a surge of happiness. "Yes, I was quite occupied at the military department, so I stayed with the general." It dawned on Luoran that he had grown overly accustomed to this floor of the company, to Lucas's room and office, to the extent that he considered it a second home. During this time, he had surprisingly not missed his little apartment, the very place he had painstakingly saved to purchase. Instead, he found himself thinking of this place as one worthy of care and cleanliness, a sanctuary providing him with a sense of security. Though habit played a role, he felt little longing or affection for his former abode. What he truly missed was this office adorned with wisteria blossoms, a place where he often spent the night. With a smile, Luoran settled into his seat and began reviewing the documents. Subsequently, he not only received numerous official communications but also a call from Wang Zitong. Previously, Luoran had devoted himself entirely to Lucas, maintaining minimal contact with the outside world, save for occasional updates to his family. It was only natural that Wang Zitong and Luocheng had seen the news and were concerned for him. Ran, Wang Zitong's voice came through, laced with urgency. "Where are you? Are you all right? We heard." "I'm fine," Luoran replied, smiling. "Everything is well. I'll be back for dinner this week." "That's good to hear." "And the general?" "The general is fine. It's all just rumors." After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Zitong and hanging up, Luoran found himself in a daze. He had yet to inform his family. It seemed that Wang Zitong and Luocheng were not entirely supportive of his relationship with Lucas. Unlike the public, who viewed Lucas through a heroic lens, they were only considering his qualities as a partner due to their connection with Luoran. Luoran rubbed his cheek, particularly pondering Luocheng, who, as a teacher, had always warned him against early romances. Now they appeared to harbor reservations about Lucas. After all, Luocheng and Wang Zitong had previously sought out docile and respectable suitors, those engaged in clerical work, who appeared more compliant. Lucas, on the other hand, seemed to be a departure from that expectation. Luoran felt a hint of distress. Should he gradually introduce his parents to Lucas before inviting him over for dinner? He was confident that, despite Lucas's initial formidable demeanor, deeper understanding would reveal his admirable qualities. Soon after, the second prince arrived. He cut straight to the point, stating that he was also investigating the first prince's construction project on Apollo Star and sought to exchange intelligence with the military. As a member of the royal family, the second prince had the authority to access core data, and with Luoran's fragmented information, they finally began piecing together some leads. Thus, on that day, following Yuan Han's accusations, the first prince, Zhou Mingyu, was once again summoned to court. This time, it was the military that directly accused the first prince of embezzlement and corruption. Lucas submitted partial evidence, making it impossible for the first prince, who had originally intended to suppress the narrative, to do so any longer. Unlike Yuan Han, who had planned to fight a losing battle, Lucas embodied the people's conviction. After the dual accusations, a case was formally established. Chapter 72. The general unexpectedly meets the parents. The case against the first prince had finally been established. But it was merely the beginning, leading to a lengthy tug-of-war. The first prince assembled a formidable legal team, yet Luoran's side was equally strong. Previously, even with wealth, Yuan Han had been unable to secure a reliable attorney due to the first prince's influence. However, with Lucas and Luoran at the forefront, the military's legal team stood on par with that of the first prince. The public and media buzzed with excitement, with countless posts and discussions flooding the Star Network. A war between the general and the royal family. What does this represent? Analysis of the heir-apparent struggle. What role does the general play? Oh my, could it be that Yuan Han's accusations are genuine? The first prince not only infringed but also embezzled? How can such a person be the master of the empire? Internal and external troubles are unacceptable. This is too complicated. I don't understand it all, but I'm following the general's lead. He won't harm us or the empire. Whatever he says goes. I'm at a loss for words. The Star Pirates issue remains unresolved. The empire needs more weapons, mechs, and stronger defenses at the borders to maintain our foothold in this vast galaxy. Not to mention the urgent development of barren planets, and the first prince, as the heir apparent, is pocketing the funds. How absurd is that? Perhaps the first prince has been framed? According to analyses, their SA concealed second prince and a possibly cunning third prince. The power dynamics at play are exceedingly complex. The general certainly isn't a villain, but what if he is being manipulated by others to take down the first prince? After all, he intervened due to suspected embezzlement of military construction funds. Agreed. It's only the beginning, and not much has been uncovered yet. Let us wait and see. The first prince doesn't seem like that kind of person and has handled state affairs well. There is still no solid evidence. The embezzlement hasn't been definitively proven. What if Yuan Han's situation turns out to be a trap? There have been cases like this before. Smack! Zhou Mingyu slammed the terminal onto the table, feeling a sense of frustration. After exercising caution for so many years and engaging in trade with Shinko for an extended period, how could he make such a blunder now? Why did the military suddenly decide to investigate at this juncture? Could it be that Lucas, in his quest to uncover the truth about the drugging incident from that night, had stumbled upon this as well? He saw the viral video circulating online, capturing him in a moment of weakness as he pressed down on Yuan Han in the hallway, kissing him as they entered the room. He had taken great care to ensure that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, yet yesterday, he had been unable to control his emotions. Indeed, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Rest assured, Your Highness, they lack concrete evidence. Cyril poured Zhou Mingyu another drink. The two were currently ensconced in a private dining room at Zhou Mingyu's own restaurant, a place where no one could trace their whereabouts. What is the situation? Zhou Mingyu inquired, his brow furrowed. Have you made any inquiries? Cyril hesitated and replied, I sent someone to negotiate, but Hunter Fox is unwilling to cooperate. The case has already been filed, and Zhou Mingyu finds himself in a precarious position, with both the prosecutorial department and the military conducting investigations against him. Zhou Mingyu realized that he needed to extricate himself swiftly, at least temporarily severing ties with Shinko. He could always re-establish their contract later if necessary. Otherwise, uncovering any trace of his involvement could lead to dire consequences. However, Hunter Fox was reluctant to disengage. Cyril frowned, stating, they may have tasted the sweetness of Factory 5. They are unwilling to leave or to terminate their dealings with Your Highness. Moreover, Hunter Fox mentioned that they are in the process of manufacturing the first batch of meteor showers, nearing completion, and they urgently require funds and materials, making it impossible for them to leave abruptly. Zhou Mingyu irritably set down his cup. This is quite a bind. We have no choice but to endure, as we need them. Cyril paused, then humorously gestured as if cutting his throat. Alone, we cannot contend with the general. Indeed, we can only hope for a smooth resolution. In recent days, Luo Ran had been at the company with Lucas. Lucas was safe and healthy, still exhibiting his usual temper at work. News of the military's maltreatment of officers quickly spread, providing reassurance across the nation. The new year was approaching as well. On January 1st, the empire would display its most splendid fireworks, and the entire country would come together to make wishes for the new year, with families gathering for meals. Luo Ran glanced at the date. Soldiers stationed at the borders would be returning home in shifts to reunite with their families, and his brother would be back soon. Anticipation bubbled within him, and he cheerfully marked a check on the calendar. In the second year of Luo Ran officially serving as Lucas's secretary, Lucas took notice of Luo Ran's brother, who had graduated from the military academy with exceptional grades and had earned a lieutenant's rank after his first mission, serving under Lu Cheng. Lucas personally evaluated Luo Xingyuan, promoting him to major 6 months later, where he assumed command in a border region. Luo Xingyuan's rapid ascent could only be described as meteoric, and his transfer to the border naturally drew skepticism from his subordinates, who claimed he had relied on Luo Ran's connections. While there was some truth to that, within 6 months, Luo Xingyuan had proven himself capable, establishing a firm foothold in the border area and becoming a significant figure in his own right. Your brother is coming back too, right? Rong Duo, noticing Luo Ran's fixation on the calendar, chimed in with a smile. My brother is returning. He is the aide-de-camp to Major General Luo. Rong, I've heard my brother mention him. Really? Rong Duo responded, clearly delighted. My brother constantly praises Major General Luo, saying he is incredibly talented and handsome, the most outstanding person he has ever encountered. I argue that Major General Luo's brother, Secretary Luo, is the true star. We bicker about it daily. Luo Ran chuckled. His brother was indeed a source of pride for their family. He and their mother had worked tirelessly to fund Luo Xingyuan's education, and their efforts had yielded the finest rewards. By the way, Rong Duo beamed. The secretary's office is ordering milk tea for lunch. Should I get a portion for the secretary too? There's a new shop that's particularly popular, and it's a delightful treat. Thank you, Luo Ran nodded. As noon approached, a male member of the secretary's office returned with a large bag of milk tea. They're here. Rong Duo and others from the secretary's office immediately rushed out to greet him. You've worked hard. Not at all, not at all. The best and most special one is for Secretary Luo. As Luo Ran observed the lively atmosphere, he smiled and stepped forward to accept his cup, filled with coconut milk tea brimming with coconut flesh. Nodding, he returned to his seat, pierced the straw, and took a sip. Immersed in his work, time slipped away unnoticed. By the time Luo Ran set down his pen, it was already evening. Just as he intended to take a break, a sudden sharp pain gripped his stomach, catching him off guard, and he bent over, clutching his abdomen. Secretary Luo, are you all right? What's wrong with Secretary Luo? The others quickly gathered around him. Luo Ran, sweating profusely from the pain, turned pale. As Lucas ascended the stairs, he found the secretary's office crowded around Luo Ran, his brow furrowing in concern. What's going on? He asked, stepping closer only to halt in surprise. Luo Ran was hunched over, his forehead resting against his knees. Yemme fine. A few painkillers will do the trick. Lucas noticed the empty disposable cup on Luo Ran's desk, with remnants of coconut flesh at the bottom. Coconut? His anger flared, and he threw the cup into the nearby trash bin, exclaiming, Didn't I tell you not to eat coconut? Your stomach is weak, and you're allergic. It wasn't entirely Luo Ran's fault for forgetting. He rarely encountered such things, and even when he did, Lucas would typically consume them himself. I'm sorry, Luo Ran murmured, his head lowered. The medication is in the drawer. Lucas took a deep breath, rudely yanking open the drawer to search for the medicine. After retrieving the box, Rong Duo quickly rushed in from the kitchen with warm water. Lucas administered the medicine to Luo Ran, then gently lifted him into his arms. His movements were tender and cautious. I'll take him to the hospital for a checkup. Lucas carried him down the stairs and onto the aircraft. However, Luo Ran was not in serious trouble. Stomach pain was often trivial, but Lucas was excessively worried. The doctor insisted that Luo Ran stay overnight for observation, and coincidentally, Shen Shilua was scheduled to come for a follow-up examination. Luo Ran's condition had improved, allowing him to connect with Lucas mentally, while Lucas still struggled to stabilize. The general isn't angry anymore? Luo Ran asked with a smile, glancing at Lucas, who was pouring water nearby. The pain has subsided after taking the medicine. Indeed, Lucas replied sternly, but I still need you to revise the documents for me. I can't neglect your well-being just because I'm upset. Luo Ran merely smiled. That general was truly kind to him. Don't try to charm me. Lucas pointed at Luo Ran, declaring, I'm not falling for it. Luo Ran chuckled softly. Lucas found himself exasperated yet amused. Everyone knew that Luo Ran had an exceptional memory. He could recall every small detail about Lucas, yet he forgot his own dietary restrictions. Don't be upset, General. This is a perfect opportunity for Dr. Shin to conduct a thorough examination tomorrow. Get some rest, Lucas said, poking Luo Ran's nose. Don't talk or sneak out to check documents. If I catch you, I'll give you a good beating. All right, Luo Ran responded with a smile and a nod. Consequently, Lucas hurried back to the company to retrieve files and helped Luo Ran finalize his last tasks. Alone in the hospital room, with time still early and sleep elusive, Luo Ran took out his terminal to browse the Starnet. Discussions about the Crown Prince and power struggles filled the platform. After skimming through a bit, he lost interest and shifted to a dedicated section. Wishing Secretary Luo a swift recovery. Hot topic. The elevator intimacy. I kissed you in the crowd. How embarrassing. Hot topic. Princess Carrie. Secretary Luo is unwell, and the general personally escorts him to the hospital. As a mere employee of the company, I have had the extraordinary fortune to witness two breathtaking romances. First, there was the flirtation in the elevator a few days ago, and then today Secretary Luo, looking delicate, collapsed into the arms of the general, who gallantly lifted him up and boarded the aircraft with lightning speed. The general, a formidable force in battle, is utterly captivated by Secretary Luo. Will Secretary Luo perhaps act coyly, saying that 10 kisses will ease his stomachache? Who knows? The general might retort that a good fight will take away the pain. Luo ran. Surely, this news has reached his parents. It's trending on the front page. Luo ran. How embarrassing. He had no choice but to reassure his parents, saying he was at the hospital for a checkup due to ordinary stomach pains, urging them not to worry. Subsequently, Luo Ran fell asleep. Of course, he did not anticipate that his parents would visit the very next morning out of concern. The following morning, Lucas arrived at the hospital bright and early before dawn. He intended to surprise Luo Ran by preparing breakfast in the little kitchen adjacent to the ward. Lucas was quite proud. He aimed to make a delicious pot of congee for Luo Ran. He recalled having observed the military's cooking unit before, so he felt confident. The first step was to cook the rice. Lucas opened the rice bin, grabbed a generous handful of white rice, and tossed it into the frying pan, igniting the burner. Since Luo City was still at work, Wang Zitong arrived at the hospital first. After registering downstairs and presenting her identification, the military personnel allowed her access. Hearing some commotion from the kitchen next door, she curiously stepped in. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as Wang Zidong entered, catching sight of Lucas, who stood bewildered before the frying pan, with a smudge of gray on his face. The frying pan and electric stove were emitting smoke, and the pan had shattered into several pieces. To be fair, no matter how advanced the electric stove is, without water or oil, directly heating dry rice is bound to end in disaster. Wang Zitong, Lucas, silence. An eerie silence. Lucas was startled. He peeked through the window at Luo Ran in the next room, relieved to see he was still asleep. He hadn't expected the kitchen to harbor such perilous weaponry. With an innocent expression, Lucas gazed at the ruined pan and then at Wang Zitong. I didn't do anything. Wang Zitong, dressed elegantly in white, looked quite refined. Lucas initially thought she was the caregiver hired by Rong Duo the previous night. Lucas exclaimed, "What happened to the rice?" Wang Zidong paused, smiling. What was the general trying to make? Congee. Wang Zidong was genuinely surprised. She hadn't imagined Lucas could cook, although this resembled more of a kitchen explosion than cooking. Shall I help? Wang Zidong offered, glancing at the smoky kitchen. If the general wants congee, I can assist. It's just washing the rice and putting it in. It won't take long. No, I want to do it myself. Lucas pouted, proudly asserting, I want Luo Ran to feel my sincerity. Later, you can teach me how to fry a heart-shaped egg. Wang Zitong. All right. She hadn't expected Lucas to cook for Luo Ran. Chapter 73. The general stayed overnight. Wang Zitong found it quite miraculous. Observing the towering figure before her, clearly at a loss for what to do next, she said with a sigh, but now the pan is ruined. If we want to continue cooking, we might need to buy a new one. I'll go buy one. Lucas declared enthusiastically, glancing at the supermarket across the street, and dashed downstairs. Wang Zitong. Half an hour later, Lucas returned to the kitchen, carrying a bag full of cooking utensils only to find Luo City there as well. Lucas paid little attention. He had instructed Rong Duo to send both a male and a female assistant, someone to help Luo Ran with the heavy lifting. What next? Uncertain of which pan to purchase, he had simply bought them all. Wang Zitong said, the rice needs to be washed thoroughly first. Lucas took an inordinate amount of time just to wash the rice, his movements clumsy. After finally placing the rice in the rice cooker, he faced an even greater challenge. The egg needs to be heart-shaped. Lucas gestured, it should be cute. Luo Ran likes it medium rare. A lofty goal indeed. Unlike the newly arrived Luo City, Wang Zedong had grown immune to the chaos, calmly taking an egg and gently tapping it against the edge of the bowl. First, crack the egg open. Lucas reached into the basket and picked up an egg. Crack. Lucas? He stared at the egg that had shattered in his palm. The sticky egg white and yolk oozing out, dripping through his fingers, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why is everything in the kitchen so dangerous? Wang Zedong, Luo City. Wang Zedong gently advised, General, don't use so much force. Eggs are delicate and light. Just a gentle grip will suffice. Lucas made another attempt. A crack. The egg broke again. Lucas. He believed he was being gentle, yet he still couldn't control his strength. Moreover, the majority of his fingers were mechanical, making it difficult for him to grasp such fragile items. Luo City, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward. General, you don't have to force it. Let us help you? No. Lucas was now even more determined than before. He was resolute. He would cook for Luo Ran today and show him his sincerity. After much effort, Lucas finally managed to hold an egg, embarking on yet another lengthy learning process of cracking, beating, and frying the egg. During this time, the eggs in the basket were exhausted due to Lucas' clumsiness, prompting him to rush downstairs for another round of shopping. Frying the egg proved to be the most arduous task. Even with Luo City and Wang Zedong providing guidance, the poor eggs either burned, remained undercooked, stuck to the pan, or came out misshapen. Why won't this egg cook properly? Lucas grimaced, splattered with oil from his attempts at a simple heart-shaped egg. Luo City, a seasoned teacher who had seen all manner of students, patiently guided him. It's all right, keep going, you can do it just now, flip it gently from the left. Luo Ran had already awakened and was called downstairs by Xin Shiluo for a physical examination. Unbeknownst to him, his parents were teaching Lucas how to fry an egg all morning next door. By the time Luo Ran returned from his checkup, it was already noon. Noticing the ward was empty, he didn't mind and took out his terminal to check some documents. Just as he was about to read through a file, the ward door swung open. Wang Zedong and Luo City entered together. Luo Ran was somewhat surprised, and before he could greet them, Lucas followed behind, carrying a plate of food. Luo Ran? Why are they all together? Luo Ran was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. If it weren't for the hospital setting, he might have thought it was his birthday and everyone was bringing in a cake to celebrate. Lucas approached Luo Ran with the tray, eat breakfast, or rather lunch. Luo Ran glanced at Lucas and then at his parents. Oh? Luo Ran dumbly accepted the bowl and took a spoonful of congee. Where did the general get this congee? Bought it. Lucas huffed. Luo Ran mused that perhaps it was Wang Zedong and the others who had brought it, and thus honestly remarked, the taste is a bit strange, but it's still acceptable. Lucas looked like a dejected dog with droopy ears. Wang Zedong and Luo City could no longer contain themselves, unable to suppress their fondness. Wang Zedong said, Ran, the general has been cooking since dawn, running to the supermarket twice. Luo City added, indeed, for a first attempt, it turned out quite well. The general has worked hard. Luo Ran? Is something happening that I'm unaware of? Upon hearing Wang Zedong's words, Lucas suddenly slammed the table, rising with fervor. Ran can only be called by me. How can outsiders be so familiar? Luo Ran? At this moment, Luo Ran finally understood the situation. Frightened enough to release one hand to grasp Lucas's arm and hiss, General. She pulled Lucas down to sit, attempting to restrain the fidgety giant. Those are my parents. Huh? Lucas was taken aback. Luo Ran held onto Lucas's arm, forcing a smile as she introduced, General, allow me to present my father and mother. Dad, Mom, this is General Lucas. Now we can consider this a formal introduction. Wang Zedong smiled, saying, General, it is a privilege to meet you. Luo Cheng also nodded in agreement. Lucas stood there, petrified, utterly motionless. Goodness. These were indeed his father-in-law and mother-in-law. What on earth had he done? He had meticulously planned his first meeting, intending to showcase his valor to his future in-laws, even researching strategies online and preparing an array of gifts. General Luo Ran pinched Lucas's back, reminding him, aren't you going to greet them? Greet them? Lucas abruptly stood, performing an exaggerated salute, hand raised to his temple, legs straight. Lucas Aldo. Luo Ran buried her face in her hands, wishing to bury herself under the blankets. The perfect scenario she had envisioned for introducing Lucas to her family was tragically replaced by this absurdly foolish spectacle. Wang Zedong chuckled, no need to be so nervous. We merely came to see Ran Ran. There's nothing pressing. When Ran Ran returns this weekend, you should accompany her, and we can talk then. Just in time for Xing Yuan's return. And you and Xing Yuan are acquainted too. Alright, Luo Ran replied. After Wang Zitong and Luo Chang departed, Lucas immediately fell into a sulk. How could it be that he, a distinguished general of the empire, a resolute warrior, had just performed a nervous military salute? General, that. Luo Ran struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. You laugh once, I'll make you cry once, Lucas said, turning his back to her, his voice low. Laugh again. I won't laugh. Luo Ran wrapped her arms around Lucas from behind, resting her head gently on his back. General, don't worry. My parents seem to have changed their impression of you. They even encouraged me to bring you home, likely wishing to get to know you better. Really? Yes. Luo Ran continued. Besides, the meal you prepared was quite delicious. Lucas turned to embrace Luo Ran, grumbling. Really? Absolutely delicious, she affirmed. Lucas replied, I will finish it. And indeed, Luo Ran did finish it, finding it surprisingly palatable. After spending a day in the hospital, Luo Ran returned to work the next day. She accompanied Lucas to the military department. That morning, a group of soldiers from the border was returning, and Luo Ran personally went to greet them. Ran Ran. The leading man spotted Luo Ran from afar and quickened his pace down the ship. Luo Xingyuan, stepping down, couldn't contain himself and immediately enveloped Luo Ran in a bear hug. Dressed in immaculate military attire, he was tall and handsome, his features softened yet accentuated by the harsh climate of the border. Brother, Luo Ran grinned, returning the embrace. Standing behind Luo Xingyuan was Rong En, who respectfully saluted Luo Ran upon seeing her. Wait for me in the office. I'll report to the general with the brothers and come find you, Luo Xingyuan said, squeezing Luo Ran's shoulder before departing with his squad. Luo Ran spent her time in the office reviewing documents, and it was only in the afternoon that Luo Xingyuan returned. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Xingyuan hesitantly asked, So, you and the general are together? I heard them mention it. Luo Ran paused, then smiled in acknowledgement. Oh well then. Luo Xingyuan was at a loss for words, especially since Lucas was his superior, a figure to whom all officers unconditionally submitted, and someone who had given him opportunities for advancement. After a moment, he handed Luo Ran a small notebook. What is this? My savings, Luo Xingyuan said somewhat sheepishly. With this, you can access it freely without needing my fingerprint. I'm often away from the capital, so it's inconvenient for me. I had initially thought to transfer it directly to you, but given my position, a large transaction is complicated. It's simpler to let you manage the account. Brother. Luo Ran furrowed her brow. There's no need. I knew you would say that, Luo Xingyuan chuckled. So, I just added your name to the account. You. Luo Ran was at a loss for words. Oh come on, we're two grown men. There's no need to be so formal. You're with the general now. I just hope that whatever happens, you will take care of yourself. Luo Xingyuan grinned, the more money, the more convenient it is. And I. Luo Xingyuan scratched the back of his head. I want to protect you too. Our family now has a commander, so you can have a bit more assurance. If anything happens, I have plenty of capable people under me who will vow to protect you and the general. Luo Ran remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Thank you, brother. He understood the worries of his family, especially Luo Xingyuan, who was also a soldier, one prepared for sacrifice and death. Given Lucas's sensitive position, to put it bluntly, if Lucas were to meet the same fate as Orton, whoever possessed Luo Ran would effectively hold the hearts of the military. Never mind. Since we've decided, let us prepare together, Luo Xingyuan said, patting Luo Ran's shoulder. We'll face whatever comes as a team. Luo Ran had not expressed her resolve before, but now that she nodded, it was clear she was determined to stay with Lucas. Once Luo Ran made up her mind, it would not waver. There would be no attempts to withdraw. This was why she had taken so long to contemplate. Luo Ran smiled, all right. After leaving the military department, Luo Ran intended to return home to tidy up, fetch a few clean clothes, and prepare for the weekend, perhaps even an overnight stay. Huh? Lucas frowned. Going home? Not staying overnight? Lucas was displeased. Luo Ran replied, It's been a while since I last tidied up. I can't neglect it any longer. Then I'll go back with you. Thus, Lucas accompanied Luo Ran home. It was not his first visit to her family. but it would be his first time staying overnight. General, please make yourself at home. Luo Ran poured a glass of warm water for Lucas, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The house is a bit small. Lucas settled on the small sofa, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, Luo Ran's home was compact, yet it exuded a sense of comfort, primarily due to the owner's fastidiousness. Everything was clean and orderly. Lucas could relate, as his office and bedroom were equally immaculate. Do whatever you need to do. Don't mind me, Lucas waved his hand. I'm going to sleep. All right. Luo Ran retrieved a spare pillow and blanket from the closet, placing them on the sofa before heading off to take a shower. Lucas stood up, intending to explore. The house was adorned with water drop lights, small cabinets, wall shelves, potted plants, and humidifiers emitting mist. Lucas also noticed several murals and pieces of art. He thought to himself, how pretentious. It's just a house. Why make it so cluttered? However, Lucas reflected, he had always lived at the company and had never truly had a home. Now that he and Luo Ran were together, could this, he wondered, be considered his future home? After all, he would eventually retire. As Luo Ran showered, the sound of water cascading filled the air. Suddenly, Lucas felt a surge of nervousness. He belatedly realized that he was going to spend the night at Luo Ran's home. Lucas rubbed his nose. He found himself becoming increasingly peculiar. He had never thought twice before, but ever since being with Luo Ran, he frequently pondered strange matters, such as now. However, it seemed that he was the only one secretly indulging in such illicit pleasures, perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Ran. At this moment, his imagination wandered to the image of Luo Ran bathing within, unclothed, his delicate collarbone, chest and waist. Oh, he could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. Lucas decided against visiting the bedroom to avoid further disrespectful musings about Luo Ran. He settled onto a small sofa in the living room, only to be startled by something pressing against him from beneath the couch. Reaching down, he extracted a pile of books. Comics? 4 generals and 1 secretary. Utterly exhilarating. Exceedingly steamy. 38 secretaries reduced to tears. Lucas felt his composure shatter at the glaring title. What? Luo Ran actually reads such material. He had thought himself the sole indulger, only to discover otherwise. While his own viewing habits were rather conventional, primarily instructing on how to achieve comfort and the art of a perfect love, he had not anticipated the existence of something so audacious. Not to mention, it featured him and Luo Ran as protagonists. Lucas felt a surge of heat. He knew it. This little rascal was undeniably lustful for his body, and indeed, he relished it. Oh, how he usually feigned an air of aloofness. The sound of water ceased from the bathroom, prompting Lucas to stride forward. As Luo Ran opened the door, he was taken aback to find Lucas waiting there. What's the matter, General? Lucas's gaze fell upon the man before him. His features were exquisite, enhanced by a charming tear mole at the corner of his eye. At that moment, Luo Ran donned a loose white bathrobe, his silver hair cascading freely over his shoulders, still damp with humidity. Lucas pressed him against the wall, kissing him fervently, their breaths mingling. Let me satisfy you. Luo Ran was taken by surprise, but with his hands pinned to the wall, he accepted this sudden fervor. As their lips intertwined, Lucas's hands began to wander restlessly, especially with Luo Ran clad in a bathrobe, making their actions all the more convenient. Lucas's hand found its way to Luo Ran's chest, eliciting a soft, unbidden sound from him, though it was swiftly silenced by the kiss. General, Luo Ran's legs weakened under the heat of Lucas's pheromones, which were more intoxicating than usual. 2 adults sharing a small abode for the night so perilous. Ran, Lucas murmured, pulling back slightly to inquire, would you be disappointed if I lack 38? What? Luo Ran was momentarily stunned. Lucas continued, I don't have 4 either. Luo Ran's complexion flushed, and he cautiously asked, you saw? Indeed. General, I can truly explain. Luo Ran now comprehended the sense of embarrassment Lucas must have felt when he was caught watching. This was even more humiliating. No need to explain, Lucas replied. It's all Shinshilua's fault. Lucas was surprisingly understanding. It was quite normal for the little secretary to covet his robust physique, and he, as an understanding individual, could empathize. After a brief pause, Luo Ran, resigned to his fate, lamented, indeed, it is his fault. There was no room for explanation. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse him of this. After all, it is Shinshilua's fault. So, would you be disappointed? Lucas encircled Luo Ran, insistently questioning, I might not be that exaggerated. Luo Ran lowered his gaze, his face crimson, murmuring, I'm fine with whatever. He found that quite exaggerated. What did whatever even mean? Just settling for it? Lucas, displeased, grasped Luo Ran's chin, saying, your demands for 38 are too unreasonable. I didn't. Luo Ran retorted. His face flushed, a tad louder. I think it's already quite good. Very, very substantial. Then Lucas slightly shifted, as if to express gratitude. Luo Ran, amidst their close proximity, could certainly feel it. Lucas, in a hushed tone, confessed, I've been holding back for quite some time. You must assist me. Lucas seized Luo Ran's wrist, declaring, I don't wish to use my hands. I desire to take it further. Isn't that a bit too fast? Luo Ran calculated. After all, they had only been officially dating for less than half a month, and he had made no preparations. He hadn't even had the time to peruse that comic, which he had hidden away since Shin Shilua brought it back from the company. Luo Ran. Lucas leaned his head against Luo Ran's shoulder, playfully pouting. Luo Ran inhaled deeply and knelt before Lucas. Lucas, startled, asked, what are you doing? Get up. Luo Ran pushed Lucas's hand away and gently began to undo Lucas's belt, the metallic buckle clinking crisply, the sound of the zipper unmistakable. Lucas was left utterly dumbfounded. Luo Ran's hands trembled with nerves. Yet, between lovers, such actions were expected. It was his duty as a partner. As Lucas looked down, he could see Luo Ran's collarbone and chest peeking from beneath the loose bathrobe, and even in this half-kneeling position, Luo Ran's expression remained professionally detached. Apart from his deeply flushed face, Lucas felt an even greater heat rising within him, as though he were traversing a desert, parched for 3 days without a drop of water. That night, while Luo Ran slept in the bedroom, Lucas opted to remain on the sofa in the living room. However, the lion had tasted a hint of sweetness and felt somewhat satisfied. The following day, Luo Ran and Lucas returned to the company together. After attending to the last of their duties, they planned to head home for dinner. What is going on? Rong Duo observed the report, her irritation evident. The royal family. She paused, realizing that as a civilian under the military, she ought not to comment on royal matters, and thus fell silent. Luo Ran took over the report, having already guessed the situation. The investigation department had notified them earlier. With the Grand Prince's case officially filed, the ongoing investigation was increasingly tarnishing his reputation. Consequently, the Grand Prince's public relations team retaliated against Lucas. Supporters of the Grand Prince's cause convened a press conference, where Shirshiochi was also present, accusing Lucas of personal vendetta. Luo Ran watched the video. The general harbors resentment towards His Highness, thus resorting to slandering His Highness for corruption. Indeed, when Luo Bing had delivered the new or further research would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the Empire's technology. Research entails experimentation, and experimentation invites failure, yet the general could not accept defeat. Moreover, Secretary Luo had a unique constitution, possessing the secret to refinement, leading to the general's overprotectiveness and reluctance to allow Luo Ran to participate in the experiments. At one point, the general even brought his troops back to the capital, engaging in brawls at the research institute. In the video, supporters of the Grand Prince and Shirshiochi exchanged accusations, their words vivid and exaggerated. Rong Duo frowned. Secretary Luo, should we clarify this? Should we engage in public relations? No need. Luo Ran paused before stating, we shall remain passive. To intervene would only betray our own insecurities. And Lucas, as a dignified general leading troops into battle, has no need to squabble with these politicians and lower his stature and credibility. But must we allow them to slander us unchecked? The masses can easily be swayed. Rong Duo expressed her frustration. Do not worry. Luo Ran raised an eyebrow with a smile. Someone will assist us. He was not overly concerned about public opinion or defamation. After completing their other business, he and Lucas returned home together. Ran is back. Wang Zitong and Luo Cheng often waited outside for Luo Ran. Perhaps it was because Luo Ran was an adopted child, and following the recent family troubles, he had been the one most wronged, leading the couple to shower him with more affection than their own children. The general is here as well. Wang Zitong smiled and nodded. Lucas stood rigidly, tall and straight, clutching a large bag of gifts, exuding an air of gallant vigor as he greeted. Good evening, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wang Zitong, Luo Cheng, and Luo Xingyuan also curiously emerged to ascertain the commotion. Upon catching sight of Lucas, Luo Xingyuan instinctively rendered a military salute, exclaiming, "Commander of the Eastern Border District, Luo Xingyuan, salutes the general." Lucas returned the salute with equal fervor, responding loudly, "Good evening, Luo Ran's boyfriend, brother." Luo Xingyuan was momentarily taken aback, flabbergasted not only by the mention of the boyfriend but also by the unexpected address of brother. Both stood at the entrance, each more upright than the other. Luo Ran noted, fortunately, the neighbor wasn't out watering the flowers. Once inside, Wang Zitong retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Luo Ran guided Lucas to sit in the living room, where Luo Cheng glanced at Lucas and remarked with a smile, "This must be your first visit to our home, General." "Indeed," Lucas replied, sitting with an erect posture, hands resting on his knees, appearing as earnest as if in an interview. "There is no need to be anxious. You can return here frequently with Luo Ran," Luo Cheng reassured him. "Will the general be leaving the capital for battle again?" "Yes," Lucas hesitated, then cautiously replied, "I shall return as swiftly as possible." "Very well," Luo Cheng nodded. Luo Xingyuan chimed in with a smile. "Rest assured, Father, the Empire is diligently combating the Star Pirates. One day we shall eradicate them entirely, and the general will have ample leisure thereafter." Understanding Lucas's nervousness, Luo Ran noticed Luo Xingyuan donning his shoes, ready to go for a run downstairs, and gently encouraged Lucas to join him, assuring him that with her brother around, there would be no awkwardness. After Lucas departed, Luo Ran remarked, "Did Father give his consent? Regardless of our approval, you and the general are already together. We cannot obstruct it. Disagreement only serves to cause you distress." Luo Cheng replied with a chuckle. Luo Ran looked up at him. "In light of your union, there is no need to dwell on the future. It's all fate. Your mother and I only hope he treats you well." "He does," Luo Ran affirmed. "We are aware." Luo Cheng paused before adding, "It seems his fingers are somewhat impaired. Perhaps his childhood and past experiences were quite different." Luo Ran was taken aback, surprised her parents had noticed. Perhaps due to their morning of teaching, it was evident that both mentally and physically, he struggled to integrate into normal society, which rendered him somewhat awkward. Yet, since he is willing to attempt and change for you, that is commendable, Luo Cheng concluded. "Indeed," Luo Ran replied, her smile brightening. It was precisely because she understood the challenges Lucas faced in undertaking actions, he would not typically consider that she cherished him all the more. Soon, Luo Xingyuan and Lucas returned, the younger siblings having come home from school, circling Lucas in delight, not expecting to encounter someone they had only seen in textbooks. After dinner, Luo Ran retreated to her room for sleep, while Lucas returned under the watchful gaze of Luo Ran. Thus, the first family dinner was deemed a resounding success. The following day, Luo Ran's predictions proved accurate. Indeed, the faction of the second prince had made their move. The second prince himself appeared, convening a press conference to address the media regarding the extreme ice mineral. Director Shi was cunning. He disclosed only select data, showcasing its remarkable benefits and what it could offer the Empire. However, why did he remain silent about the side effects? Director Shi merely stated that experiments would inevitably yield failures, which we all acknowledge, yet why did he not mention the consequences of those failures? Director Shi, your rhetoric is truly captivating. I shall not beat around the bush. I'll openly state my position, without needing to represent anyone, the second prince declared. Firstly, it can indeed bring substantial benefits, but only those of a certain rank can extract it. A few at lower ranks may do so with the right blueprints, yet prolonged extraction and exposure can lead to mental collapse. Here I present several case studies. Furthermore, since Director Shi and my elder brother advocate its use on humans, let me show you a video of someone going mad after injection. The second prince unveiled a plethora of evidence. The first prince's faction did not yield easily, with both sides engaging in relentless debate and presenting countless data and theories. The public was left bewildered, yet a majority leaned towards Lucas, as he inherently possessed the advantage, causing the first prince to falter once more. Luo Ran surmised correctly. They need not intervene. Whether the second prince sought to leverage Lucas to undermine the first prince, or if he genuinely wished to support Lucas and the soldiers, the specifics were inconsequential. Luo Ran only required a resolution. The outcome was that Lucas's reputation and status remained undisturbed, while the struggle for the throne was laid bare before the public, further tarnishing the first prince's image. However, just as one wave settled, another arose. Amidst the ongoing commotion, news arrived from Luobing. The Star Pirates launched a brazen assault on the Western Territories, seizing several cities. The previous tragedy in Luobing City was still fresh in the minds of its residents, who had yet to recover, and now, the West had fallen into chaos once more. Mu Yuan, upon receiving the news, swiftly mobilized troops, managing to reclaim only one city amidst the turmoil. Currently, the Star Pirates occupied 3 small cities, necessitating Lucas's personal involvement in quelling the unrest. Lucas scratched the back of his head. I had originally planned to celebrate the new year with you, and I promised your parents I would return. In his office, Lucas perused reports with an air of vexation. He and Luo Ran had barely enjoyed their time together before he had to depart again. It's all right. Should the general find it convenient, we can always communicate via video. Luo Ran smiled brightly. We are not limited to just this year. There are many years to come, next year, the year after, and beyond. Lucas paused, then nodded earnestly. Luo Ran? He beckoned her with a finger. She instinctively approached, only to find herself pulled into his embrace, landing atop his lap. The office chair was spacious, and as Luo Ran wrapped her arms around Lucas's neck, she sighed. What is the matter? The situation is urgent. I must depart tomorrow morning, he replied. Luo Ran hesitated, her ears tinged with pink as she said, I will arrange everything as quickly as possible before tonight. Who wants to discuss official matters? Lucas leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I desire a parting favor. I may be gone for a week. Luo Ran gently tugged at Lucas's tie, playfully asking, What favor? The general's departure was so sudden. I was at the military office and company today. Any favors must wait until you return, she teased. Lucas paused, then suddenly inquired, Luo Ran, will you miss me when I'm gone? Lucas observed her, a man who perpetually maintained a gentle and refined demeanor, always prioritizing work, and stubbornly pressed. Will you? Luo Ran lowered her gaze, feeling a bit shy. Luo Ran. He softly nibbled at her ear. If I were to die, would you, General? Luo Ran chuckled. Of course I would miss you. Gently, she wrapped her fingers around Lucas's tie, twirling it as she said, So, please return soon. All right? Lucas's eyes widened. Suddenly invigorated, he declared, Absolutely. I will return victorious at the earliest. Luo Ran smiled brightly. Then I want my favor. Right now. Lucas, recalling his initial intention, felt even more exhilarated, wrapping his arms around Luo Ran's waist and saying, Like that time at your home. Here? Luo Ran exclaimed, eyes wide. But this is the company office. Just here. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Shall we really return home just for this? Indeed. It would be somewhat foolish to make a special trip home for a task that could take less than 15 minutes. Rong Duo noticed Luo Ran had been in the office for quite some time, likely discussing some official matter, especially since Lucas was about to leave, so she took it upon herself to bring a stack of urgent documents to the two. She knocked on the door, but received no response. After a second knock, still no answer. What could they be doing? Yong Duo cautiously stood outside the door, calling out, Secretary Luo, please come out. It was Lucas's voice. Yong Duo was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the situation, she covered her mouth and rushed away in tears. What a breathtaking romance. Inside the office, Lucas rolled his eyes and remarked, I told you no one else will just waltz in here. Why are you so anxious? Luo Ran, still trembling with trepidation, was hidden beneath Lucas's desk. He had been kneeling beside the desk when the sudden voice startled him to the brink of losing his composure. Lucas grabbed a tissue, pinched Luo Ran's chin, and gently wiped his face, chuckling, Be good. Luo Ran shyly swatted Lucas's hand away, opting to clean himself, feeling that hiding under the desk was utterly humiliating. His ears and cheeks burned with embarrassment, resembling a scene from a yellow novel by Nana. I can help you. Lucas grasped Luo Ran's wrist. No need. Luo Ran turned, clutching the documents, and strode away resolutely. How utterly mortifying. Chapter 75, The General and Fireworks. Yong Duo swore she had no intention of causing any trouble, but when Luo Ran emerged from the office, she couldn't help but steal a glance at him. The corners of his mouth were chapped, and the flush on his cheeks had yet to subside. Oh no! Yong Duo quickly lowered her head, her face aflame with shyness. Of course, she thought innocently, it must be because the general had been too affectionate. Luo Ran hurried to the restroom to rinse his mouth, subsequently splashing water on his face. Not merely for cleanliness, but to invigorate himself, for the day's workload was indeed substantial. He took a deep breath, leaning against the glass sink to steady himself. Lucas was someone he cherished deeply, and he had exerted considerable effort to maintain his composure and not indulge in further frivolity with him. The warmth that still lingered in his throat seemed to radiate across his cheeks, neck, and limbs. Luo Ran turned on the tap once more to wash his face. He lingered by the sink for quite some time, beginning to comprehend the concerns of his parents and brother. Indeed, in the past, lacking expectations, he had simply viewed Lucas as an ordinary superior, setting boundaries for himself. He wouldn't overthink or cling to hopes. Yet now, how could he possibly follow Lucas's advice and not yearn for him? Just moments ago, seated on Lucas's lap, he had nearly blurted out, "If only you wouldn't go." But upon realizing this thought, he felt a wave of regret and guilt wash over him. His role should be to alleviate Lucas's burdens, managing company affairs and logistics, ensuring he had no worries, rather than becoming a liability. Taking a deep breath, he dried his face and straightened his collar before stepping outside. The following morning, Luo Ran once again watched as Lucas's tall figure boarded the aircraft. Lucas would be away for 4 days, and during this time, aside from a few pre-battle phone calls, there had been no further communication, indicating the urgency of the conflict. Meanwhile, significant progress had been made in the government investigation. The Imperial Crown Prince, Zhou Mingyu, had indeed embezzled funds from the military base on Apollo Star. As a result, Zhou Mingyu's reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. Zhou Mingyu was now stalling the court proceedings, but thus far, there had been no other actions taken, leaving Luo Ran uncertain about their intentions. That day, Luo Ran went to the court to sign documents, confirming and guaranteeing the military's testimonies. There, he encountered Zhou Mingkai, who stood outside, leaning against the wall, looking quite dejected, like a stray dog. This was understandable. Not only had his once-admired elder brother suddenly become embroiled in such dreadful matters, but Liu Bei had also resigned. "Your Highness," Luo Ran approached him. "What brings you here?" "Ah, I'm looking for Liu Bei. He is accompanying Yuan Han to sign," Zhou Mingkai replied, feigning nonchalance as he scratched the back of his head. "Just checking in on a former subordinate." Luo Ran nodded. "But Secretary Luo, you seem rather downcast," Zhou Mingkai remarked. "Ah?" Luo Ran responded, "Not really." "Yes, you are." Zhou Mingkai grinned. "Are you thinking about the general?" "How could that be?" "The general is no stranger to going into battle," Luo Ran laughed lightly, attempting to shift the subject. "You, on the other hand, seem even more distressed." "Not at all," Zhou Mingkai exclaimed, grinning. "Now that Liu Bei is gone, no one is looking after me. I'm so happy, haha." Luo Ran merely smiled, patting Zhou Mingkai on the shoulder. Seeing Zhou Mingkai's face brighten momentarily, he suddenly crouched down, clutching his head in despair. "Whoa, I had plans with him to attend the Alliance sports meet on the moon, and now look at how things turned out. Whoa, I even bought my ticket, but now he is avoiding me. Who would have thought my brother? I don't even know if it's true. It's so frustrating." Zhou Mingkai had been bottling up his feelings for days, and now, confronted with Luo Ran's gentle comfort, he could no longer hold back, resulting in an exasperatingly tearful scene. Luo Ran felt both pity and amusement as he crouched beside Zhou Mingkai, lightly patting his shoulder. "What a human tragedy," Zhou Mingkai lamented. "Don't worry, there will be more sports meets in the future. Once the storm passes, you can talk to Mr. Liu again." "There won't be," Zhou Mingkai replied pitifully. "The sports meet is once every 5 years. Now he doesn't even talk to me. Who knows if he'll remember me in 5 years." Luo Ran consoled him for quite some time, then couldn't help but check his reflection in the terminal's mirror function when he returned. "Is my complexion really that bad?" After a brief pause, he pulled out his terminal and opened Lucas's contact. "Is the general well?" he typed, then immediately deleted the message. Sitting at his desk, Luo Ran suddenly recalled Zhou Mingkai's mention of the Alliance sports meet. It occurred every 5 years, and the last one was precisely during his second year as Lucas's secretary. However, Luo Ran was struck by a terrifying realization. Why did he have no recollection of it? Logically, the Alliance sports meet was a grand affair, and advertisements were ubiquitous. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly as he opened the terminal's history log. After a long wait, the system finally unveiled the activity reports from 5 years prior. As he scrolled down, the system detailed his work records from January to March, but starting from April, there was nothing, an empty void extending until December. Only in January of the following year did the terminal resume its operations. What could have happened? Luo Ran struggled to connect the dots but realized he had indeed lost 9 months of memory, with the surrounding memories also hazy. He frowned slightly, feeling uneasy about the substantial gaps in his recollections, including events prior to his adoption and those inexplicable 9 months. At that moment, as he served as Lucas's secretary, Luo Ran resolved to seek clues from Lucas himself. He sent a call request to Lu Cheng. "Secretary Luo?" came Lu Cheng's robust voice from the other end of the line. "I have something I wish to inquire about." "Certainly. Do you recall what the general was doing 5 years ago, during the year of the Alliance Sports Meet?" Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the terminal. Luo Ran felt increasingly uneasy, but he couldn't see Lu Cheng's expression, making it difficult to gauge the situation. "Vice Officer Lu?" Luo Ran prodded again. "Do you remember?" That I don't recall." Luo Ran frowned slightly. After a moment he asked Vice Officer Lu, "Is there something I'm not permitted to know?" "Absolutely not." It's just Lu Cheng's tone was hesitant. "Well, how about you ask the general directly when he returns? It's not really a secret, but I'm not sure if I can say." Luo Ran decided not to press Lu Cheng further, smiling as he replied, "It's all right, I understand." He ended the call, contemplating that he would inquire with Lucas later to see what he had to say. In truth, he wasn't entirely devoid of memories. As Luo Ran perused the records on his terminal, he endeavored to recall fragmented images from his memory. He faintly remembered an abundance of wisteria flowers and a quaint little wooden cabin. The thought of wisteria made Luo Ran furrow his brow slightly, and he instinctively glanced at the wisteria by the window of the office. Resting his chin on his hand, he drifted into a reverie. In just 2 days, the new year would arrive. He would return home to share a meal with his family. The capital had begun to experience snowfall, though the snow rarely lingered for long. As midnight approached, the Imperial Central Square commenced its countdown projections. Only 30 minutes remained. Luo Ran, clutching his terminal, sat on the balcony in a reclining chair, dressed in thick garments, gazing at the night sky. The once monotonous expanse was now gently adorned with falling snowflakes, accumulating a delicate layer on the ground and the balcony railing. He refrained from disturbing Lucas, yet he still held onto his terminal. "Ran Ran," Wang Zitong called, glancing at Luo Ran before stepping closer to massage his shoulders. "This general, so newly together." "Yet Mom, it's nothing," Luo Ran interjected, raising his terminal to show her. "I'm just watching a video to pass the time." "All right," Wang Zitong replied, observing him closely. "Make sure to sleep early." "Okay." With several relatives visiting, Wang Zitong descended to join them for a card game. A hint of embarrassment washed over Luo Ran. Was he truly appearing so lost and concerned? Yet he hadn't intended to, and even if he tried to appear indifferent, his body and pheromones might take a while to adjust. Lucas had given him a temporary marking, establishing a mental connection, and had used his pheromones to craft a remedy for Luo Ran's emotional turmoil. Since the temporary marking, they had been inseparable, their pheromones constantly mingling intimately. Luo Ran mused that he was fortunate not to have received a formal marking yet, let alone a lifelong one, as it might have caused him even greater discomfort. Luo Ran watched the video for a moment. Only 10 minutes remained before the countdown. He exited the video and quietly gazed at the night sky. Soon, it would be illuminated by splendid fireworks, a sight to behold. When only 5 minutes remained, his terminal chimed. Startled, he swiped to answer. "Lucas," he exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he picked up. "Ran Ran," Lucas's deep voice resonated. "What are you doing?" Luo Ran chuckled lightly, waiting for the countdown and the fireworks. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Lucas instructed. "Turn on the video." Taken aback, Luo Ran complied. He saw Lucas on the small screen, appearing as though he had just returned from the battlefield. His military uniform slightly soiled, a lingering aura of intensity in his eyes. "Apologies," Lucas said. "I had promised to be with you for the new year." "It's all right. Once the fireworks start, I'll adjust the camera, and we can watch them together," Luo Ran replied, his eyes sparkling with joy as the countdown dwindled to 3 minutes. "Good." Lucas seemed somewhat fatigued and, as was his nature, he remained taciturn. They sat in comfortable silence, simply keeping each other company. Lucas changed clothes in his ship's quarters, quickly washing his face. 10, 9, 8. The square began its countdown with broadcasts reverberating in real time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fireworks erupted, illuminating the surroundings with bursts of color. Luo Ran gazed at the spectacle and exclaimed, "Happy New Year!" Happy New Year, Lucas echoed, pausing momentarily before saying, Luo Ran, I love you. The tenderness in Lucas's voice was unexpected, a softness that seemed out of character. This was the first time he had uttered such seemingly sentimental words. Luo Ran sat in stunned silence, staring at his terminal. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Lucas scratched the back of his head and said, Well, it is what it is. What time are you going to sleep? Luo Ran replied. His cheeks flushed as he tightly gripped his terminal, ultimately conceding. General, I miss you dearly. Lucas was momentarily taken aback. I'm truly sorry, Luo Ran said, lowering his gaze with a smile. But I will diligently complete all my work. Lucas's voice faltered. I will also fight diligently, bringing victory to the Empire and to you. Good. The fireworks continued to dazzle the night sky. Yet Lucas soon lay down and fell asleep within moments, clearly exhausted, having not even the chance to say goodnight before drifting off. Luo Ran paused, bemused, before ending the call. After a moment, he leaned down and gently kissed the screen of his terminal. The next day, Luo Ran received a response from Secretary Kramen. The secretary conveyed that Kramen would not be returning anytime soon, as he had become utterly enamored with mountaineering. It was rumored that a recent avalanche in the snow-capped mountains where Kramen was located had altered the geological landscape, intensifying his fervor to explore. Consequently, Kramen had requested that if Luo Ran needed anything, he should come personally, as there was no need for climbing. A flying machine could suffice. However, Luo Ran knew the answers to the questions he had in mind already, and he was not in a rush, until the investigation team delivered a new report to him. Regarding Prince Kramen's invitation for him to visit the snow-capped mountains, Cyril appeared quite anxious. The captain frowned, stating, The reasons are unknown, but they are very concerned and have even attempted to investigate us. However, Lucas's investigation team was among the Empire's elite military-trained, and no one could uncover their secrets, as they had been successfully counter-investigated. The team had recently focused intently on Zhou Mingyu and Cyril, ensuring they would be aware of any disturbances right away. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. Was there something more to this? He inquired. Where are the snow-capped mountains where Kramen is located? They are situated in the western region between the glacial falls and the Empire, a rather remote area. The temperatures there are frigid, even colder than glacial falls, perpetually blanketed in thick ice and snow, with treacherous terrain that has recently seen frequent avalanches due to geological shifts. Has anything significant ever occurred there? Due to the mountain's strategic location, each area offers different advantages in military engagements, thus numerous battles have transpired there, whether between the glacial falls and the Empire or between the Empire and the Star Raiders. Luo Ran nodded, contemplating for a moment before asking, Does Prince Kramen truly enjoy mountaineering? It's unclear. At least he wasn't so passionate about it before, but since the avalanche he has become obsessed with hiking. Though it's said to be hiking, as a prince, he has countless flying machines accompanying him, capable of whisking him away before an avalanche occurs. I'll go and take a look, Luo Ran decided. I'll set off tomorrow. Understood. The captain reminded. Please ensure you bring enough personnel to guarantee safety. Indeed. Luo Ran intended to take Lu Chang and his squad with him. Otherwise, Lucas, far away on the battlefield, would undoubtedly fret. He would bring his whole team along, unafraid even if a small army opposed them. The snow-capped mountains were located at the planet's most remote edge, undeniably frigid. The flying machine descended onto a flat area halfway up the mountain, where Kramen and his guard were stationed. Luo Ran, clad in 2 thick layers of clothing, felt the icy wind surge into his mouth and nose, penetrating deep into his lungs. Bearer, it's truly cold. Secretary Luo is here. Kramen approached with a smile. Ah, it seems there's an urgent matter. I'm curious what could prompt your personal visit. With his tousled brown hair and a casual demeanor, Kramen seemed laid back. Luo Ran merely smiled in response. Kramen glanced around before suggesting, Shall we speak inside the tent? Once inside the tent, Kramen ensured no one else was around before stating, Secretary Luo, I have something to discuss with you. Please go ahead. Luo Ran sat down and inquired, Is it a sensitive matter? Kramen seated himself across from Luo Ran. Lowering his voice, Secretary Luo, do you know why I suddenly decided to climb the mountains? I came to find something. Unexpectedly, upon finding it, I realized the situation was even more complicated than I anticipated. Kramen's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I haven't been able to sleep for several nights. Take your time. There's no rush. Luo Ran spoke softly, if necessary. I shall keep it a secret. Back when General Orton clashed with the Star Pirates, another logistics team led by Cyril was ambushed by the Icefall, and I was aboard the warship at the time. Later, I noticed Cyril returning repeatedly, seemingly in search of something, displaying signs of anxiety and fear. I deceived him by saying I had found what he was looking for. Kleeman scratched the back of his head and replied, at that moment, I merely intended to extort a sum and intimidate the Empire's high-ranking officials, but unexpectedly, I found myself embroiled in an assassination attempt. After narrowly escaping several times, I finally confessed that my only desire was to blackmail them, yet I remained under constant surveillance. Luo Ran furrowed her brow slightly. Are you still being monitored? Indeed. Upon my arrival at the Snow Mountain, I was met with several assassination attempts. I could no longer endure this curse, which is why I returned to investigate. To my surprise, due to geological changes from the avalanche, I actually uncovered remnants from the battlefield that had been buried all those years ago. With that, Kleeman retrieved a personal walkie-talkie from his pocket and handed it to Luo Ran. The device appeared quite antiquated, worn and caked with layers of stubborn ice and snow, its chill palpable in her grasp. It still contained remnants of recorded conversations. Kleeman turned his head away, after much contemplation. I believe it is most appropriate to inform the general about this matter. However, I lack the courage to do so, hence my request for your assistance. Luo Ran activated the walkie-talkie and played back the recorded messages. A crackling sound ensued. Hello, hello. Luo Ran was taken aback. It was Cyril's voice. Target proceeding north. Coordinates 86. Repeat. Target proceeding north. Coordinates 86. At that moment, Luo Ran's blood ran cold. Chapter 76. The General, the Young General, and the Young Secretary. Centuries prior, the Aldo and Gran families rode alongside the Zhou family into battle, establishing the empire and ushering in a new era. However, the Gran family, led by a patriarch with a nature marked by cruelty and greed, employed extreme measures against captives and strategies during warfare. After the empire's formation, they veered onto a treacherous path, seeking to dominate the other two families, repeatedly plundering, until they were ultimately expelled by the Aldo family. After their expulsion, the Gran family mustered their own troops and warships, becoming a notorious bully in the cosmos, perpetually attempting to reclaim their lost power within the empire. This is the origin of the Star Pirates, who have always believed that the capital usurped the power that rightfully belonged to them, continuing their legacy of plunder and slaughter against the empire. The Aldo family has served as the empire's steadfast bulwark through generations. Each head of the Aldo family has fought on the battlefield to defend the empire, with family members either serving in the military or engaging in commerce. Even in trade, the Aldo family has not accrued significant profits. Most of their income is allocated to support their military, weapon manufacturing, and army operations, each of which requires substantial funding. Thus, even in the face of adversity, the military remains resilient and operational. Lucas's father, the Marshal, also once fought in battle, but returned afflicted with illness and a peculiar, cold demeanor. He was not a good father, yet he was a commendable soldier. Therefore, upon hearing the recordings from the walkie-talkie, Luo Ran felt utterly disoriented. The cold of the Snow Mountain seemed to seep into her very bones, rendering her fingers immobile. Impossible, she thought. No matter how wicked, envious, or resentful one may be, it cannot be true. This is the eldest son of the Aldo family. Kleeman watched Luo Ran cautiously. So, what now? I'm afraid. Luo Ran inhaled deeply. May I be excused for a moment? I need solitude to gather my thoughts. Of course. Kleeman rose. Secretary Luo need not concern herself with me. The aircraft was just outside the tent, and Luo Ran strode inside, collapsing onto a seat as if her strength had been sapped. After a moment, she contacted the team leader. Secretary Luo? Luo Ran took a deep breath, calming her racing mind. Captain, who will you listen to? Me or the general? Yours, he replied. Luo Ran was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his response. He had prepared to argue his case. The captain added, I heed the general's words, but before the general left for battle, he instructed us to follow your lead. Initially surprised, Luo Ran then smiled. Very well. I would like you to investigate the battle in which General Orton perished. I need you to keep this confidential. The general must not be informed. This is not to be a permanent concealment. It is only that the general is still on the battlefield and should not be distracted. Once he returns, you may relay your findings. Understood. After conveying her instructions, Luo Ran took a deep breath and reopened the recording on the walkie-talkie. Target proceeding north, coordinates 86. Just then, a series of ominous sounds reverberated from outside, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the horizon. Lu Chang burst in, Secretary Luo. We must prepare for evacuation. An avalanche is upon us. Very well. Luo Ran placed the walkie-talkie in her pocket and headed to the control room. She observed Kleeman beginning to pack. And in the distance, snow cascaded down with an overwhelming force. However, at that moment, alarms blared from every ship and aircraft in the fleet. Caution! Enemy attack! Luo Ran furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the warships that had suddenly appeared, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. They bore no insignia or formation, indicating they were not regular military forces. After careful observation, Luo Ran deduced that these individuals were black market mercenaries, underground hunters who could be hired for a price. She recalled Kleeman's earlier mention of assassination attempts and understood why he had insisted on her presence for this discussion. Kleeman was evidently concerned for his life and sought to leverage Lucas's military power for his own protection. Luo Ran gently tapped the control panel and instructed Lu Chang. Do not engage. Protect Lord Kleeman and retreat together. Understood. Lu Chang led the team ahead, shielding the aircraft where Luo Ran was located. The team, well-trained and organized, coordinated their efforts to repel the enemy. Yet, the struggle unfolded slowly. The avalanche loomed ever closer, the ground shaking violently, and the noise escalating. Lu Chang commanded, Rear Squad, take Secretary Luo and withdraw. Boom! Boom! The avalanche caught up with the squad. This was not an enemy that could be defeated with weapons. It was nature's fury, and the only option was to flee. Simultaneously, Luo Ran felt the aircraft jolt violently, followed by an explosion from the rear cabin. She swiftly surmised the situation and rushed to the back cabin. Indeed, she discovered a gaping hole. The rear cabin had been destroyed, leaving a breach through which she could only see a figure descending via parachute. The other occupants of the aircraft were nowhere to be found. Luo Ran speculated that someone had sabotaged the aircraft from within, incapacitating the others, and in a bid to avoid exposure, had pushed them out before making their own escape. Her gaze hardened. Such actions could only be executed by someone who had earned the trust of the others, striking silently and unexpectedly. This could not be an outsider but rather a traitor within. Yet, the personnel aboard her aircraft were elite, meticulously selected by Lu Chang, and few in number. However, this was not the moment to dwell on the identity of the mole. With half the aircraft destroyed, they had lost their ability to fly, and now they drifted aimlessly beneath the storm and avalanche. Luo Ran clung tightly to anything she could grasp to avoid being thrown off balance, as everything inside the aircraft was tossed about in chaotic disarray. The autopilot was malfunctioning, and Luo Ran steadied herself, summoning her core strength to return to the control room, striving to stabilize the aircraft and prevent it from plummeting. With a sudden crash, the landscape reflected in the glass mirror was abruptly blanketed by a cascade of snow, as an avalanche surged forth, concealing the fallen aircraft beneath its white shroud. Luo Ran could discern his team exerting their utmost efforts to break through the enemy's obstruction in pursuit of him. He mused to himself that they likely still believed the communicator was with Kramen, thus their objective was probably to capture him alive, which naturally meant they would subject him to extreme measures. A cold smile crept across Luo Ran's face as he activated the emergency functions of the aircraft, establishing a mental connection with the system. While most might find such a feat impossible, Luo Ran, being a Type 3, was adept at swiftly interfacing with the complex and damaged control systems even in the midst of crisis. Though the machinery was irreparably broken and incapable of flight, Luo Ran resolved to attempt to harness his mental prowess to drive it. In an instant, the aircraft executed a sudden 180-degree turn, propelling itself upward. Fully concentrating, Luo Ran maneuvered the craft with maximum speed and power into the cave marked on the map. Just as the snow threatened to engulf the aircraft entirely, it successfully collided with the cave's entrance, crashing into the depths within. Meanwhile, the snow completely sealed off the cave's mouth, creating a thick barrier between it and the outside world. With a sigh of relief, Luo Ran acknowledged that as long as no one was buried beneath the snow, the situation was not dire. He could await rescue in relative safety. The team's formidable strength would surely suffice to neutralize the enemy and excavate the snow outside. As the aircraft settled within the cave, Luo Ran, utterly drained, slumped against the main control screen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Engaging in a mental connection with the system for the first time while piloting was naturally an adjustment, especially given his severe mental injuries, which rendered the effort particularly taxing. Resting his head upon his arms, he took shallow breaths, yearning for Lucas's pheromones more than ever before. The cave was colder than the outside, prompting Luo Ran to tighten his clothing and inhale deeply to steady himself, regaining focus as he surveyed his surroundings. The cave was unremarkable, its walls dark and stark, adorned with icicles and frost due to the chill, yet several openings suggested connections to other passages, some of which even echoed with the sound of water. However, Luo Ran had little interest in exploration. After ensuring the vicinity was safe, he returned to the battered aircraft and activated the temperature regulation system, increasing its output. A glance at the data revealed that the system could only sustain the environment for 1 day. That would suffice. Next, Luo Ran examined the communication system. A crackling noise pierced through. "Secretary Luo? Secretary Luo." It was Lu Cheng's voice, though distorted and laden with static. Nonetheless, Luo Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him as he grasped the microphone, replying, "Yes, I'm fine, uninjured. Good, good. Wait for us, we have pinpointed your location. We are on our way." After acknowledging, Luo Ran activated the aircraft's signal transmission to assist Lu Chang and the others in locating him. Suddenly, with a rumble, the ground trembled once more as the signal was broadcast. Luo Ran sensed an unseen force rushing towards him, lacking a physical form but akin to an aggressive current of air. Pressing his hands to his head, he felt his mind nearly fracturing under the chaotic assault of the alien mental force. In a daze, the scenery around him morphed dramatically. The once monotonous stone walls became adorned with a multitude of shimmering silver stones, each etched with red veins that emitted an eerie glow, illuminating the cave's entrance. Those stones were ice crystals, a mirage. Moreover, this illusion overlapped with Luo Ran's memories. "Oh my god! Turn off the signal! Turn off the power!" Luo Ran recalled. "What?" "Lucas had just returned from the battlefield when Lu Chang connected with me." Lucas felt a chill wash over him as he listened to Lu Cheng's report, the heat of battle and aggression dissipating from him. "Rest assured, General, we subdued all the assassins with utmost speed and have cleared the snow to rescue Secretary Luo. Aside from suffering from the cold and mental trauma, he is otherwise unscathed. He has been transported to the best hospital in the capital, where Dr. Xia is currently treating him." Xin Shilua had accompanied Lucas to the battlefield, but due to the sensitive nature of Luo Ran's situation, they could not disclose his gender to avoid unwanted attention. Thus, they had specially requested Dr. Xia. "Mental injury." Lucas furrowed his brow, gripping the terminal tightly. "Yes, it's a long story." Lu Cheng paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After all, he had only just learned from Dr. Xia that Luo Ran was a Type 3, and it was impossible not to be astonished. Initially, Secretary Luo established a connection with the aircraft while injured, which rendered his pheromones somewhat unstable. Then, to facilitate our location tracking, he activated the aircraft signal. Consequently, an incident occurred that nearly led us all to believe we were hallucinating. Our detectors indicated a massive creature residing not far beneath the cave where Secretary Luo was. Lucas was taken aback. "What?" The cave connected to the largest underground entrance at the border, perhaps drawn by the signal. It had approached suddenly, and we could not ascertain its nature or appearance. Only the thermal outline drawn by our detectors suggested it was a gigantic insect with formidable mental power, which was the source of Secretary Luo's injuries. However, its movement through the underground tunnels was sluggish, likely due to its immense size, making it difficult to navigate the narrow passages. Hence, it had not yet reached the cave where Secretary Luo was located when we managed to extract him. Lu Chang spoke with lingering trepidation. The moment he had glimpsed that colossal being, his blood had run cold, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. It was a race against time. "How is that possible?" Lucas exclaimed vehemently. "There are numerous excavation and construction projects at the border. With plenty of thermal detectors, how could there be no indication of such a creature's existence? Why did it only appear when Luo Ran fell into the cave? We do not know either. Perhaps we will have to wait for the experts in the capital to investigate and provide clarity." After terminating the call, Lucas furiously hurled the terminal aside. Luo Ran's mental faculties were compromised, and he desperately needed his pheromones. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lucas strode purposefully toward the deck. He needed to expedite his efforts. Meanwhile, Luo Ran had been transferred back to the finest hospital in the capital, though he remained unconscious. He experienced a lengthy dream, one that stirred distant memories. Over 20 years ago, at the border where the ice met the empire, there lay a small town known as the City of Purity. Perhaps due to its uncontentious nature, the inhabitants thrived on the glacial waters, consuming the purest sustenance cultivated from their pristine environment. Although its remote location, flanked by a towering, treacherous snow-capped mountain that made access difficult even for aircraft, rendered its technological advancements inferior to those of the outside world, the townsfolk possessed remarkably high mental capabilities, rivaling even those of ancient Earthlings untouched by radiation or imperial technology. The imperial government sought to exploit this treasure trove of talent, repeatedly dispatching envoys to negotiate their relocation to the capital. However, the Star Thieves were equally aware of the Empire's intentions. Thus, it was only natural that the city fell victim to their invasion. As flames engulfed the town, a young Luo Ran, no older than 10, was shielded by his family as they escaped through a small crevice in the wall. Emerging into a world of endless ice and snow, he wandered aimlessly, unaware of how long he had been walking or in which direction, until he eventually stumbled upon a cave. Desperate to escape the biting cold, Luo Ran sought refuge within. How beautiful, he marveled as he stepped inside, immediately captivated by the shimmering stones that adorned the cave walls, illuminating the entire cavern with a radiant glow. Luo Ran also noticed a large insect in the corner, adorned with red patterns, possessing 6 legs and a square-shaped head. It clung motionless to the stone wall, seemingly in a deep slumber. Around the insect, the nearby stones transformed into a silvery hue, shimmering with red markings, while those farther away exhibited a gradient, gradually evolving from ordinary stone to silver, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. Luo Ran pondered to himself, convinced that this creature possessed magical abilities. Moreover, upon entering this place, he felt an unusual warmth enveloping him, igniting a heat within his body. Being still a child, Luo Ran was oblivious to the fact that this warmth signified an impending demise, as his body craved sleep. Children, untouched by the concept of death, harbored no fear of the insect and instinctively curled up beside it, drifting into slumber. Yet he did not perish. After a day of sleep, Luo Ran awoke once more, and the ends of his hair began to shimmer with silver. Unaware of the transformation occurring within him, he merely amused himself each day by counting the stones that had changed color, noting how many had evolved. Luo Ran lost track of how long he had been in the cave. He survived solely on the water from the underground river, having consumed no food. Perhaps a month, perhaps a year had passed, and he had forgotten how to speak, lost all memories of the past. The insect grew larger with each passing day until it eventually sank into the earth, leaving Luo Ran in ignorance of its whereabouts. Weakened from lack of sustenance, he could only lie still, conserving his strength. One fateful day, a young boy appeared at the cave entrance. The blizzard had ceased, and, remarkably, the sun shone outside. The boy stood nearby, only a few years older than Luo Ran, yet his features radiated an intensity and ferocity. "Uncle, there is someone here." This was the first face Luo Ran had seen since being isolated from the world. However, his frail state rendered him unable to retain the image. A tall man entered, furrowing his brow, a survivor from Pure City. He found it perplexing to behold the sole survivor of the catastrophe and wondered how this child had managed to endure alone in the cave for so long. Luo Ran instinctively reached out towards the boy. The boy stepped forward, grasping Luo Ran's hand and awkwardly offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid. We will take you back to the capital." The man seemed amused, observing the boy who carefully cradled the child, and remarked with a smile, "Let us go, Lucas. This patrol is over. Take him back to the capital." "All right." The boy, cradling the small figure of Luo Ran, strode forward confidently. Chapter 77. The general has returned. After Alton retrieved the small child from the cave, he began to feel a sense of distress. Naturally, there was no food in the cave, and the little one could not hunt. Given that Pure City had fallen 6 months prior, what had he been surviving on for that duration? Alton heeded the doctor's advice and had the kitchen prepare eggs, which were then mashed. Holding the bowl, Alton looked at the little one, who lay atop Lucas with a bemused expression, and gently coaxed, "Come now, little one, let us get you down." Eek! Little Luo Ran clung to Lucas's neck, unwilling to let go. Lucas, feeling the grip of fate tightening around him, inquired with confusion, "Why is he clinging to me? Perhaps it's a case of attachment." Alton chuckled, waving the egg in front of Luo Ran. Luo Ran blinked, turning his head in a daze. Alton cautiously fed him small bites, struggling to adapt his towering frame to the softness of the child. After finishing a bowl of eggs, Alton finally succeeded in cradling the child in his arms. With Luo Ran nestled against him, Alton grinned at Lucas and said, "Oh dear, he is so soft and cuddly, unlike your rigid little self." He mused about what this little one might evolve into as he grew. If it turned out well, that would be splendid, but if not, it could spell trouble, given his lineage from pure city. Some, like Lucas, had undergone differentiation at birth, while others did so only upon reaching adulthood. Lucas gazed at the child, whose face was buried in Alton's neck, and remarked, "He has no parents and cannot be found. What will happen to him now?" After examination, the doctor confirmed that Luo Ran had been in the cave for 6 months, resulting in amnesia, mutism, and cognitive decline, with significant changes to his bodily functions. When the patrol team arrived at the cave, the stones and the insect had vanished, leaving them puzzled. They attributed it to the child's prolonged isolation from the outside world, considering it a miracle that he had survived at all. Naturally, they intended for him to live well in the capital, ensuring he received rehabilitation and formal education. Look at him, he can't even speak now. He needs a teacher to help him reintegrate into human society. How could he possibly accompany us into battle? Alton raised an eyebrow and teased, "What is this? Are you reluctant? Do you want to keep him as a child bride?" "No." Lucas's face flushed, and he glared. "What nonsense is that? He is just a child." "Ha ha ha." Alton delighted in teasing Lucas and playfully kicked him in the rear, saying, "Silly boy, what are you dreaming of? Go train." Luo Ran, observing the giant chase away the small one, felt quite aggrieved and bit Alton's shoulder. "Are you hungry again?" Alton teased, plucking a small leaf from a potted plant on his desk and waving it teasingly before Luo Ran's nose and ears. "Awoo!" Yet little Luo Ran strained to lift his head, attempting to bite the leaf as if starved. Alton frowned slightly. The child appeared confused by the egg but treated the leaf as food. Could it be that he had been eating grass in the cave? Poor thing. "Let me go make you another egg," Alton said, carrying Luo Ran to the kitchen. Luo Ran reminisced. He had once been held by Alton, Lucas's uncle, and his true kin, a hero of the empire. It was Alton who returned him to the orphanage in the capital, arranging for doctors and counselors, while concealing his identity as a descendant of Pure City to protect him from external threats and the covetous eyes of the Star Raiders. After undergoing rehabilitation, his body, which had languished for half a year, received proper treatment, eventually erupting in a feverish illness that left him in a daze for another 6 months. After recovering, he had forgotten this chapter of his life. Luo Ran gradually opened his eyes. He had awakened. Xiaji was seated nearby, engrossed in a book, and upon noticing Luo Ran's awakening, poured him a glass of water. Luo Ran stared blankly at Xiaji. "You were transported back from the snow mountain." Xiaji gently ruffled Luo Ran's hair and said, "You've been hurt again. I truly did not expect this." Luo Ran smiled faintly and replied in a hoarse voice, "I suddenly encountered these events." Supporting himself on the bed, he took the water, his head still buzzing. After drinking, he pressed his temples gently. Xiaji sighed and said, "You already had a significant mental deficit, and with your previous injuries from the mecha still not healed, sustaining another injury now means I've had to inject you with many sedatives and painkillers. If this continues, your body will produce antibodies, which is detrimental. You'll have to wait for the general to return or manage on your own." "It's all right." Luo Ran adjusted his breathing. "It's not unbearable pain. Just a bit uncomfortable, like someone occasionally poking me with a needle. If it becomes intolerable, just let me know." Xiaji gently massaged Luo Ran's shoulders and added, "I truly fear for you. Next time, don't go out on your own. Let the others handle it. You are a target for the Star Raiders." Luo Ran nodded, vowing to be more cautious in the future. He knew he could no longer venture out, even with a formidable team. Unforeseen accidents could still occur. Luo Ran was not afraid of accidents. He simply did not wish to fall into peril, causing Lucas to worry about him while fighting. "What happened?" Luo Ran inquired. "Why was I suddenly subjected to a mental attack?" Xiaji, having gained insight for treatment from Luchang and the Research Institute, explained to Luo Ran about the colossal insect detected by the sensors. "However, we cannot ascertain the insect's appearance or true form. We only have an infrared image. May I see it?" Luo Ran furrowed his brows slightly, pondering whether it could be that Xiaji had shown him the image of the village on his terminal. A subtle feeling washed over him as he recognized the square-headed creature, indeed reminiscent of the insect he had encountered in the cave during his childhood, though it had not been so large back then. Perhaps it was not here to attack me. Luo Ran contemplated, recalling that he had spent a full 6 months in the cave without experiencing any aggression from the insects. On the contrary, it was perhaps due to the energy of the insect that he had managed to survive. This was uncertain, for we still do not know what it truly is. However, you had been unconscious for a day and a half, and the Research Institute has already made preliminary judgments. Xiaji fetched an apple to peel for Luo Ran while sharing the day's findings from the Institute. Firstly, we know that the formation of ice ore is a result of geological energy, with countless movements, changes, and organisms beneath the surface. Once below a certain depth, the temperature becomes inhospitable to us, and drones may be downed by unidentified creatures, rendering it an enigmatic realm. After the commencement of the cosmic era, humanity uncovered innumerable unknown territories, yet they maintained a respectful distance from one another. Xiaji continued, stating that experts calculated the energy and power of that insect and deduced that it originates from the unknown depths below. The patterns on its back presumably resemble the magma of the subterranean world. Luo Ran frowned, asking, how did it ascend to the surface? It is likely that it emerged from the depths of the Eastern Glacier, which not only houses the largest main mining site for ice ore but also countless tunnels of varying sizes. The excavation efforts there are excessively frequent and profound, even altering the geology itself, and given that the eastern region connects to the sea, it is plausible that the insect sensed the disturbances above and chose to surface. Understood. The Institute has also speculated and identified its species. Xiaji then showed Luo Ran photographs from the database. This particular insect is coded as 1. Its original size is relatively small, yet it absorbs energy from the land and tectonic movements to create a hard shell for its protection. During this process, it emits radiation energy, akin to how humans breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. In our current world, we can thus theorize that this unknown energy may enable the evolution of ice ore, as there are traces of the insect's energy wherever it has appeared. Luo Ran, grappling with a muddled mind, endeavored to absorb this information. Essentially, it suggests that the sudden emergence of the insect was a consequence of excessive mining, and its hard shell creation process released energy that facilitated the evolution of stones? Indeed, but as of now, no one has truly observed that insect, so we cannot ascertain if it is indeed one. Furthermore, even if it is, no one has genuinely interacted with it. Hence, the descriptions in the database and textbooks are not necessarily accurate. All is mere conjecture. Luo Ran lowered his gaze, quietly contemplating. He believed the data to be correct. If the information was sound, then by extension, he must have encountered the insect in the cave previously and absorbed the energy it emitted, evolving alongside other stones, which is why he had not perished. Moreover, he had likely evolved into a 3 upon reaching adulthood. However, humans are not stones, and those, including himself, exhibited side effects post-contact. Why then had he endured 6 months of energy exposure without incident? As Luo Ran received the apple from Xiaji, he absent-mindedly took a bite. Why were there no side effects? What distinguished him from others? Surely, it could not be merely because he belonged to Pure City, which, in essence, merely signifies enhanced mental capacity. Hence his outbursts were not as severe as those of others. Xia, Now that the government and research institute are aware of the insect, what do they intend to do? At the mention of this, Xiaji immediately grimaced, lamenting, oh dear, don't even get me started. History is repeating itself. The previous disputes between the first and second princes have resurfaced, and now with the appearance of this insect, it has reignited. The first prince advocates for capturing the insect to harness it for new energy production, while the second prince insists that the military should locate and eliminate the insect to prevent future calamities. Having finished the apple, Luo Ran was soon handed a tissue by the considerate Xiaji. While wiping his hands, he inquired, and what is your perspective? I am uncertain. Xiaji scratched his cheek. I simply feel that all things exist in a state of mutual creation and restraint. Since it is a product of nature, there must be something that can counter it. Otherwise, the great insect would not survive, nor would the surrounding flora and fauna. Yet, we remain oblivious to what that entity might be. If we could identify it, there would be no need to disturb the insect, and after eliminating the side effects, it could potentially be extracted for use. Let us not dwell on these matters. You need not worry about external affairs, Luo Ran. Focus on recuperating your body and mental state. Xiaji rose, stating, I'll turn off the lights. You should rest well. Wait, Luo Ran called out to Xiaji, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Omheim?
I wish to be discharged tomorrow to return to the company for recovery. Are you out of your mind? Xiaji exclaimed, wide-eyed. You want to work? What's the matter? Does the empire face imminent destruction without your oversight? Your health is paramount, Xia. Luo Ran interrupted Xiaji's fervent outburst, feeling sheepish. I'm not returning to work. Then what will you do? Xiaji, usually a gentle doctor, was pushed to the brink of expletives by Luo Ran's insistence. Reluctantly, Luo Ran admitted that the general's quarters were located at the company. Xiaji was taken aback for a moment before scratching his chin, conceding, all right then. The following day, after completing his final examination, Luo Ran equipped himself with ample medication and returned to the company. Upon entering the familiar office, he glanced at the coat draped over the office chair. Although its owner had long departed, the garment still retained a hint of pheromones from prolonged wear. Luo Ran embraced the coat and nestled into Lucas's bed, finding it decidedly more comfortable. Wrapped in the coat, he buried himself in the bed that Lucas had used for several years, the lingering scent of tobacco wafting through the air. Gazing at the dense wisteria flowers outside the window, Luo Ran's thoughts began to wander. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Lucas discovering him at the cave's entrance. The years had made the memory hazy, leaving only vague outlines and an undeniably beautiful impression. He wondered if Lucas remembered. Suddenly, he recalled an incident mentioned by the first prince at a banquet, when he had applied to be Lucas's secretary, competing against graduates from the Royal Academy, yet ultimately he was the one chosen. Could it be that as Luo Ran pondered, his thoughts became increasingly disjointed, and he swallowed a dose of medication before drifting into a dazed sleep? How comforting! Luo Ran slept from the afternoon until late at night, awakening in a state of bliss. The scent of tobacco was pervasive, and he felt as though he was gently embraced, warm and comfortable, with the dull ache in his head significantly alleviated. Opening his eyes, he beheld Lucas's chiseled features. Luo Ran, still somewhat dazed, reached out his hand towards Lucas. Lucas grasped it. Luo Ran blinked. Am I dreaming? He smiled broadly, pinching Lucas's cheek and playfully commanding, hold me tighter. All right, Lucas nodded, genuinely tightening his embrace. Luo Ran once more rested against Lucas's arm, surrendering to sleep. Lucas gazed at Luo Ran intently, softly murmuring, silly Luo Ran. After a hard-fought battle, he had returned as swiftly as possible. Upon his return, he found Luo Ran cocooned in his coat, curled up in his bed, lost in a drowsy slumber, a sight Lucas had never witnessed before. Luo Ran would never display such dependence in front of him. He embraced him, and then Luo Ran awakened, extending his hand towards him, reminiscent of many years ago in the cave. Good night. Lucas held Luo Ran close, gently releasing his pheromones. Chapter 78. The Secretary's Shoulder. After Lucas began his schooling, he astonishingly achieved accomplishments in military academy at the tender age of 13 that his seniors could hardly fathom. He even directly challenged enlistment tasks, attaining level clearance and showcasing his prowess as a Type 3, compelling Alton to reluctantly accept this youthful cub. From that moment forth, Lucas found himself entangled in the battlefield alongside Alton, seldom returning to the capital, a place he had little desire to revisit. The sole occasion he returned was due to Alton's injury, necessitating treatment in the capital. Lucas and Zhou Mingkai, two young lads, concealed themselves behind a pillar at the entrance of a primary school in the capital, peering inside with a sense of mischief. The security personnel, recognizing Zhou Mingkai's military academy uniform, paid them no heed. Do you see that? Lucas pointed at a silver-haired child being led out by a man. Lucas mused to himself how easily identifiable that silver hair is. Yes, I see it. Zhou Mingkai exclaimed with insatiable curiosity, eagerly observing to discover what sort of person Lucas had come to see in such a peculiar manner. The young boy, accompanied by his father and carrying a small backpack, attempted to engage in conversation, sharing snippets of his day with a somewhat clumsy earnestness. After returning to the capital, with the aid of his counselor, Xiao Luo had taken considerable time to learn how to communicate and live like others, yet he remained somewhat naive to social nuances. Consequently, upon entering middle school, when the children began to rebel and showcase their talents, he faced bullying. His eccentricity, unusual hair, and the presence of a viscount making him an easy target. Wow, Zhou Mingkai gasped, is that your child bride? Lucas sharply smacked Zhou Mingkai on the head, retorting, that is my son. He stood with pride, chest out. As the two clambered along the wall, Any onlooker might have mistaken them for two delinquent students skipping class to stir trouble at another school. Upon Lucas's return to the capital, it was under the somber shadow of Alton's passing that he returned alone to inherit Alton's army and reputation. Formally ascending to the rank of General of the Empire, the aides had been selected and appointed, with only the secretary position remaining unfilled. However, everyone remarked that with Lucas's temperament, it seemed improbable that he would desire a secretary, someone who would need to be in close proximity, engaging in constant communication. "I have no need for a secretary or any assistant," Lucas exclaimed, slamming a document onto the table in a fit of irritation. "Get out." The head of the personnel department trembled under his outburst, feeling utterly despondent. "But General, you truly require a personal secretary to assist with your duties. We have chosen individuals of honest character from humble backgrounds, ensuring they will not be a burden." The director was desperate. As they filtered through the applicants, coincidentally, Shin Shilua arrived and selected a particular file, suggesting that this candidate might be one Lucas would accept. With newfound courage, the director thrust the file towards Lucas as if facing death itself. "This one is truly exceptional. Perfectly suited for you, General." With the position vacant, the operational challenges loomed large, and no one wished to endure the daily grind of interfacing with Lucas, which would be quite the ordeal. Just as Lucas prepared to voice his discontent, he caught a glimpse of silver. Silver? Lucas picked up the file to inspect it. The director, filled with hope, watched Lucas intently, nervously wringing his hands. "Ah!" Lucas tossed the file aside, declaring whatever. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, filtering through the wisteria, casting a warm glow. Lauren awoke, feeling that the combination of the coat and bedding was extraordinarily comforting. The rich scent of pheromones had rendered him dreamless throughout the night, alleviating his previous discomfort. "Awaken, Lauren." A familiar, gentle voice whispered, slightly hoarse. Something felt amiss. Lauren turned, only to be taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Then Lucas held Lauren's face and kissed him. This kiss was not deep, merely a gentle brush of lips, lacking fervor yet imbued with a certain allure. "General." Lauren gazed up at Lucas, who was leaning over him, arms encircling him, his voice trembling slightly. "You're back." Lauren stammered. "Why didn't you inform me?" Lucas smiled. "If I had told you, I wouldn't have discovered your private side." He pointed to the coat Lauren was clutching and then to the bed beneath them. Lauren's face flushed crimson. "I what?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. "You secretly adore me, don't you? Isn't my pheromone quite appealing?" Lucas enveloped Lauren in his arms, drawing him closer, using his coat and embrace to cocoon him. The rich scent of tobacco and earth enveloped them. Lauren wrapped his arms around Lucas's waist, remaining silent. Lucas chuckled softly. "Lauren, do you miss me these past few days?" Lauren hesitated before replying. "General, I know you miss me." "Ah." Lucas rested his head on Lauren's shoulder. "I know too." They remained entwined in silence for a while. Eventually, Lauren broke the stillness. "General, has the battle at Lubing concluded?" "Not quite, it's merely a temporary lull. Mu Yuan can hold the line for now," Lucas replied. "I'll be leaving shortly after I check in." Lauren frowned. "General, I assure you I am fine. No matter what happens, I will take care of myself. You needn't worry." Lucas interrupted. "I've come to see you, and I've decided to keep you by my side." "Ah," Lucas continued. "Are you willing to accompany me to the front lines? It may be perilous, but I wish to be selfish for once. I promise to protect you to the best of my ability." Previously, it hadn't seemed significant, but now, with their relationship established, Lucas felt uncomfortable without Lauren by his side, finding it difficult to settle his mind. On the battlefield, he could focus entirely, yet once off the field, his thoughts were consumed with concern. He did not wish to part ways. He did not want to rely on video calls, often lacking the time for them. He longed to hold Lauren as he slept. Lauren stared blankly at Lucas. After a moment, he lowered his gaze. "Then I shall be selfish too." They could not continue in this manner indefinitely. If they were merely acquaintances, perhaps it could be tolerated. However, as Type 3s, they were sensitive, and Lucas spent most of the year on the battlefield, living in uncertainty. Accompanying Lucas to the front lines was the best solution. Lucas felt a surge of joy, immediately showering Lauren with haphazard kisses and nibbles. The water left out in the office overnight had grown cold, and Lucas stood. "I'll fetch you some warm water for your medicine." "All right." As Lucas stepped outside, he happened upon the team leader of the investigation squad. Lucas halted the leader, raising an eyebrow. Now that I'm back and not on the battlefield, I don't need to maintain such intense focus. Surely I can speak freely now? The leader hesitated, responding yes. The leader, hesitant, promptly handed over the documents in his possession to Lucas. Lucas accepted them. Lauren, sensing something amiss, detected the turbulent pheromones in the air and emerged from the office, draped in Lucas's coat. General, Lucas held the documents tightly, remaining silent. After a moment, he stated expressionlessly to Sir Cyril's residence. Lauren paused momentarily before donning his shoes and following suit. Sir Cyril's residence was among the more opulent of the Aldo family's properties, certainly superior to the main house. Upon learning that Lucas had brought a small team to Sir Cyril's home, the marshal and his wife hastily arrived, anxious. What's wrong? What's the matter? The marshal's wife anxiously grasped Lauren's arm. Though Lucas harbored disdain for his brother, he would never recklessly storm in with an army. Even Lucas, despite his impetuousness, would consider the repercussions from the head of the Aldo family, refraining from actions that would invite ridicule from outsiders. Luo Ran lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Lucas forcefully kicked open the grand door, and his entourage swiftly subdued the guards of the estate. What are you doing? Cyril descended the stairs, bewildered by the scene before him. Lucas strode forward, seizing Cyril by the collar and violently slamming him against the wall. Cyril's head struck with such force that blood began to flow profusely, obscuring his features, a testament to the ferocity of Lucas's actions. Lucas, the voice of the marshal's wife quivered, for Cyril was flesh and blood of her own. Instinctively, she moved to intervene. However, the team Lucas brought quickly restrained her on either side. 185, Lucas panted, his breath heavy. 185. Cyril stared blankly at Lucas, still struggling to comprehend. In the canyon years ago, including General Alton, a total of 185 lives were lost. Lucas's eyes burned crimson, his chest rising and falling violently. Do you understand? 185 lives. To the vast imperial army, this figure was merely a statistic insignificant to the royal family and the Round Table, a number that didn't even reach 4 digits, not even grazing 200. Yet for Lucas, each life had a name, each was a comrade, an individual. Only then did Cyril grasp the gravity of the situation, his pallor draining away. That was your uncle. Lucas, unskilled in verbal expression, found himself at a loss for words, his mind clouded. He simply could not fathom it. How could he, a citizen of the Empire and a member of the Aldo family, betray them by signaling to the enemy? Why? How could he commit such an act? Lucas kicked Cyril again, pinning him to the ground. You are a citizen of the Empire. You are not a star thief. He could not comprehend how Cyril could stoop so low. You are the eldest son of the Aldo family. Are you a star thief? No. You are the descendant of a military lineage. Lucas exclaimed. Even the dogs of the Aldo family know not to bite their master. His voice reverberated, seemingly penetrating the very roof, the pheromones emanating from him making it difficult for those present to breathe. The fury that Lucas struggled to contain infused his pheromones with an aggressive edge, rendering even Luo Ran breathless. With each word, Lucas kicked Cyril, who lay on the ground, gasping and spitting blood. The marshal and his wife instinctively sought to intervene. What is happening? Explain clearly. Your brother will die. Lu Cheng, who had followed closely behind, immediately played the recording from the intercom. The marshal and his wife froze in shock. The marshal's wife halted in place, trembling uncontrollably, her fingers quaking. The marshal turned away, his expression hidden from view. 185. Lucas continued to slam Cyril's head against the floor. These were soldiers, including those 185, including your uncle, who sacrificed themselves to protect you, you scheming wretch hiding behind. Why should they protect you, to die for you? Lucas, though tempestuous, had never lost control of his emotions to such a degree. Mom, save me. Cyril struggled, reaching out toward the marshal's wife. In a moment of despair, she collapsed to her knees, weeping as she covered her face. After a brief silence, the marshal declared, from this day forth, Cyril is disowned from the Aldo family. He is no longer a part of it. He faced away from the crowd, his expression concealed, yet his voice remained as cold as ever. Mom. Cyril's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. The marshal's wife shook her head, her face buried in her hands, sobbing heavily. Save me. Cyril's body was marred with wounds, blood pooling onto the tiles. What are you afraid of? You will never die, Lucas panted. Death would be too merciful. There are countless tortures in this world. And you, Cyril, possess psychic abilities. What better way to unleash them? You! Cyril's eyes widened in disbelief. Person can't come back to life. Torturing me is meaningless. It's just for your sake. For my own sake. Lucas's eyes blazed with anger. Do you think I am some kind-hearted soul? Cyril was taken away, destined to face trial. This was why the marshal announced the disownment. The disgrace fell solely upon Cyril, not the Aldo family. The marshal's wife could no longer withstand it and fainted, being escorted away by the marshal. Lu Cheng discreetly led his team out. The hall was left with only Lucas and Luo Ran. Luo Ran stepped forward, embracing Lucas. He buried his head in her shoulder, remaining silent. She gently massaged the back of Lucas's neck, while he leaned against her, still voiceless. Luo Ran released her pheromones, softly dissipating the acrid tension in the air. Ran. Lucas's voice was hoarse. Yes, General, Luo Ran replied, holding Lucas tightly. General, listen to me. It is not your fault. Truly, it is not your fault. Lucas wrapped his arms around Luo Ran's back. Chapter 79. The Secretary and the Scent of White Tea. Lucas remained silent, tightly embracing Luo Ran, his hands encircling her back. He maintained this posture for a long while, as if utterly drained of strength. Why are you still crying? Lucas then noticed the slight redness around Luo Ran's eyes. I'm not, she shook her head. She could only feel the profound sadness connecting with her spirit, an overwhelming sorrow that resonated deeply. Lucas's anger towards Cyril mirrored his frustration with himself, and even more so. General, Luo Ran whispered, I often think how wonderful it would have been if I had met you sooner. When you lost Alton, I wish I had been there. I often think the same. Lucas replied, gently ruffling Luo Ran's hair. Let us go home. Holding hands, they made their way to the aircraft. Lucas leaned back in his seat, raising his head to adjust his mental energy. This was no trivial matter. Once the investigation results and evidence were submitted to the court, a trial could commence as early as tomorrow. Lucas pondered, could it be that the souls of the fallen were aiding him from beyond? After all, the evidence had been buried under an avalanche of snow, deeply hidden beneath the ground, eluding discovery, and Cyril had no means to destroy it. Yet perhaps due to geological shifts or perhaps by mere chance, the avalanche had resurfaced remnants of the battlefield, which Kramen had unearthed. Without those two avalanches, it is likely that no one would ever know that it was the Star Thieves' open assault and the treachery of one's kin that had led to Alton and his elite vanguard's demise. Of course, had Cyril not been plagued by guilt and had not harbored a vendetta against Kramen all these years, he would not have returned to the snowy mountains nor enlisted the royal family of Frostfall to unearth the truth. He reaped what he sowed. Noticing Luo Ran's unwavering gaze upon him, Lucas smiled. Rest assured. I am a general, a protector of the Empire and its people. My pride is unyielding. I shall not falter but press onward. Luo Ran lowered her gaze. I will stand by you. You protect the Empire and its people. I will protect you. Perhaps on the battlefield, Luo Ran might not be of much assistance, but he believed he could manage Lucas's affairs and navigate the myriad intrigues of the capital, ensuring Lucas would not suffer the same betrayal as Alton. With him around, he would also prevent Lucas's mental energy from spiraling out of control, steering him away from a fate worse than death. Lucas was momentarily taken aback. Then, seizing Luo Ran's collar, he pulled her close and kissed her. Luo Ran had become accustomed to Lucas's abrupt and passionate style of affection, closing her eyes and allowing him to take his fill. Lucas pressed the person against the window of the spacecraft, kissing from the lips to the Adam's apple. This marked their first tender moment after a prolonged separation. Ran. Lucas seized Luoran's hand, playfully biting it, proclaiming, mine, like a little puppy. All right. Luoran gently pushed Lucas away, her cheeks flushed. I need to return to the office to prepare for the court materials. Once the court proceedings concluded, they would once again return to the battlefield. The next day, Cyril, battered and with swollen features, sat in the defendant's seat, trembling from pain. He accused the crown prince, attempting to shift all blame onto him, while his lawyer defended him vigorously. The voice coming from the intercom was indeed Cyril's, and the timestamps and coordinates in the conversation matched perfectly, leaving no room for denial. He could only pass the buck. Mr. Cyril held neither military power nor influence, targeted by the Aldo family. He had received no inheritance or authority from his lineage. One might wonder how he could dare act without coercion or manipulation. Moreover, at that time, the intelligence Cyril possessed indicated that the information he provided would merely lead to his brother, who had long been at odds with him and bullied him. Receiving a lesson from the Star Pirates, he was unaware of the dire consequences and was deceived by others. Lucas, however, believed that Cyril truly did not foresee the outcome. He had been misled by those associated with the Star Pirates. Cyril thought that his actions would only lead to Lucas's demise, mistakenly believing that only Lucas was present during that canyon operation, while Aldo was in the north. After all, Cyril was not so audacious. At heart, he was nothing but a coward. With the Crown Prince being accused, lawyers were naturally present to mount a defense. Lucas and Luoran sat in the plaintiff's seat, observing the heated exchange. From across the courtroom, Luoran glanced at Lucas and chuckled softly, shaking her head. A dog-eat-dog situation. Now cornered, Cyril could only cling to the Crown Prince, at least presenting evidence of their private communications. Yet, the Crown Prince possessed far more incriminating evidence. From the outset, he had never trusted Cyril, considering him merely a backup plan, preserving evidence with each maneuver. Thus, the Crown Prince adeptly turned the previous embezzlement charges back onto Cyril, absolving himself entirely. The trial lasted several days, creating a buzz on the Starnet. Fortunately, Cyril has been expelled by the Marshal and the General. He does not deserve the Aldo name, just a gutter rat without a mother. How can he behave like this? Yes. Ugh. How can such a person exist? General Aldo, sob, he is our hero. I am truly heartbroken. Why did such filth cause his downfall? Request the harshest punishment for Cyril. No amount of torture can atone for his crimes. The Starnet was filled with outrage, and for days, the public's discourse revolved around Cyril, filled with anger and disdain. Cyril and the Crown Prince are backbiting and exposing each other. My goodness, so much dirt. How can anyone associated with a beast like Cyril be trusted? I suspect the Crown Prince is not a good person either. Cyril claims the Crown Prince instigated him to collude with the Star Pirates and embezzle. The Crown Prince accuses Cyril of using his name for bribery. Who should I believe? Upstairs, let's trust the General. The Empire's politicians are so tiresome. Oh my, I am truly chilled to the bone. How could Aldo's eldest son conspire with the Star Pirates? How did the Marshal and his wife educate their child? Thankfully, our general was raised under General Aldo. Cyril, a beast indeed, lacked any significant power. However, if the Crown Prince truly conspired with the Star Pirates, the Empire would be doomed. What could they be thinking, colluding with the Star Pirates? Why are these people so disgusting? Nevertheless, the Crown Prince's image suffered due to Cyril's accusations, while Cyril was thoroughly crushed by the Crown Prince. Originally facing the death penalty, Lucas, as Aldo's heir, interceded, requesting a transfer to military prison instead life imprisonment. This matter seemed to find closure. After the final verdict, as Cyril was taken to prison, the Marshal summoned Lucas to the main residence. Lucas had a sense of what was transpiring. The paperwork is complete. Just sign here. In the study, the Marshal, with an impassive expression, gently pushed the documents on his desk toward Lucas. From now on, you will be the head of the Aldo family. No one else in the family will oppose you. The documents included a mahogany box containing the Aldo family's sigil. Lucas remained silent. The Aldo family will depend on you henceforth. The Marshal's wife, appearing aged overnight and haggard, still smiled and said, You are a good child. Take care of yourself and Secretary Luoran. Tomorrow, your father and I will depart for the small planet under Aldo's name to enjoy our lives away from the capital. We would be delighted if you came to visit, though we won't intrude on you. The stars are beautiful and we can raise small animals. There will be no monotony. Lucas still did not respond. The Marshal paused, unusually verbose. Typically, he spoke only a few words, but this was different. Lucas, I admit I have not done well. The Marshal stated, I failed in my responsibilities. I am sorry. In his youth, the Marshal had been injured in battle within a year, suffering a devastating defeat. Upon returning to the capital, he was incapacitated for 3 years, with Aldo taking over his command. The Marshal had been forced out of the battlefield before he could achieve any significant accomplishments, leading to his cold and unapproachable demeanor. He had married the Marshal's wife because she remained by his side during his incapacitation. Aside from occasionally speaking to the Marshal's wife, he had ceased to care about anything else. He had indeed failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a father and a Marshal. You are a good child. It is our fault. The marshal's wife's eyes reddened as she approached Lucas, hesitating before retracting her outstretched hand. I'm sorry, Lucas. Lucas lowered his gaze. After a moment of silence, he replied with a subdued devoid of emotional inflection. Subsequently, he took the documents and the box, striding downstairs to leave. General. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Luoran stood by the spacecraft, waiting. Upon seeing Lucas approach, she stepped forward. What's wrong? Lucas shook his head, cautiously taking her hand, grasping his last remaining tether. Let us go. Luoran smiled brightly as she boarded the spacecraft with Lucas. The day after the trial concluded, Lucas and Luoran boarded a warship, returning to the Frostfall front lines. Cyril was imprisoned in the military's dungeon. Brighter days lay ahead. The marshal and his wife had left the capital, and everything seemed to settle down. However, this incident allowed the crown prince to escape unscathed, conveniently placing all blame on Cyril. The investigative department had already begun to uncover the crown prince's subtle connections with the Star Pirates, but now it was entirely Cyril's fault, and the crown prince also called for the case to be closed. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Continuing the investigation will yield results, Lucas remarked with a cold smile. Indeed, the journey was long. Luoran and Lucas sat on the deck of the warship, gazing at the stars. Suddenly, Luoran said, General, once this battle concludes, I wish to visit the cemetery in Pure City. Though unaware of her parents' identities, she felt a sense of belonging amid the graves. Lucas paused, turning to look at Luoran. The general is still keeping secrets from me. Luoran rested her chin on her hand, smiling playfully. The general has long had ulterior motives regarding me. Lucas, turning away with a huff, replied, Let me be clear. I never had any feelings for you. Don't flatter yourself. Really? How could someone as mediocre as me be chosen to be the imperial secretary? Luoran grinned. The general is truly wonderful. That was thanks to Shinshilua, who submitted my profile. Lucas attempted to defend himself. Luoran paused. Although it was ultimately Lucas who prevailed, it was Shinshilua's clandestine machinations that initially enabled him to ascend to such heights. What motivated Shinshilua to engage in such actions? Moreover, there lies another enigma concerning Luoran. General, did you participate in the Alliance Sports Meet 5 years ago? The Alliance Sports Meet? Lucas furrowed his brow, perplexed. What are you talking about? 5 years ago, Luoran repeated there was a grand sports event, and there is one this year as well. Is that so? Lucas remarked nonchalantly. I can't recall. The general certainly remembers. By the way, it was around the time of Deputy Wang's wedding. Luoran inquired. Do you remember what transpired after Deputy Wang's wedding? It should have been the expedition to the Icefall Mountains. Due to Wang Choyang's marriage, a slight vulnerability emerged in the mountain's defenses. Lucas still retained memories of the battlefield. However, Luoran, with her remarkable memory, interjected. No, this battle occurred 9 months after Deputy Wang's wedding. Do you recall what you were doing in between? How could I remember such distant events? Lucas retorted. But I have no impression of it. Was it truly that long ago? Indeed, it appeared Lucas had also forgotten. Luoran frowned slightly before asking, Then what about the wisteria and the cabin you mentioned earlier? It was nothing significant, Lucas replied, raising an eyebrow. Are you feeling jealous? Not at all. I merely asked out of curiosity. I am more familiar with your affairs than you are, so how could I be jealous? Luoran chuckled, a sense of understanding dawning within her. She then sought out Shinshilua. As a battlefield doctor, Shinshilua often accompanied Lucas and was presently on the warship. Secretary Luo, Shinshilua, who had been reviewing documents in her quarters, was somewhat surprised by Luoran's visit. A rare guest, Luoran smiled. Dr. Shin, I wish to ask you a few questions. Please do. Shinshilua adjusted her glasses. Luoran took a seat and remarked. When you passed me in the recruitment building, you recognized me as a Class 3 at first glance, did you not? Shinshilua paused, then affirmed, yes. At that time, the general had just returned from the battlefield, having lost Alden, and his mental state was quite unstable. You intentionally elevated my position, did you not? Yes. You hoped I could assist the general, and I indeed did so. In the 2nd year of serving as the general secretary, he completely succumbed to a mental breakdown. Thus you and I conspired in a ruse. Luoran looked down. I took him to the suburban wisteria garden to isolate him from the world, using my mental energy to soothe and mend the general's fractures. We spent 9 months there together. Shun Shilua paused, rising with a frown. Have you recalled something? Just a fragment mostly inferred from the clues. Luo Ran laughed. At that time, to conceal my identity, you deceived the general into believing you had concocted a white tea essence, allowing me to release pheromones without detection. Of course, primarily, the general was in a state of mental collapse and could not discern reality. Indeed. Shun Shilua nodded. Luo Ran continued. And you and Lu Chang kept it a secret because there was an enemy incursion. The general inadvertently harmed me, correct? Shun Shilua remained silent. The mental fractures Luo Ran endured, the years of psychological trauma, were indeed inflicted by Lucas. Luo Ran found it both amusing and exasperating. Dr. Shin, do you truly believe I would mind? At that time, your bond with the general was not as profound as it is now, and yet, Shin Shilua stated, the general may indeed care deeply. Luo Ran paused. Subsequently, she said, then let us not speak of it. Departing Shin Shilua's office, Luo Ran leaned against the wall, unable to contain her laughter. Her mental faculties had been assaulted, rendering certain memories hazy. However, she recalled numerous fragmented moments. For instance, her first marking occurred during that period. Chapter 80, The Long Run of the Secretary and the General. This was a quaint cabin enveloped in wisteria, vines cascading over the structure, with flower beds surrounding the home. The windows were adorned with wisteria, and during the day, sunlight trickled in through the panes, casting a gentle glow that was neither harsh nor dim. Drink, drink. Lucas knelt on the floor, propped against the bed's edge, breathing heavily, veins bulging in his neck and arms, his gaze unfocused, limbs trembling. Initially, he had been injected with a cartilage agent, rendering him incapable of utilizing his mental energy or physically attacking Luo Ran. The general need not fear, Luo Ran reassured, crouching down to embrace Lucas from behind, their pheromones intertwining. There is no need for fear, Luo Ran murmured, though he too trembled. He was uncertain of what visions haunted Lucas, what thoughts plagued his mind. For him, those moments felt distant. Lucas lowered his head, murmuring unintelligibly. Luo Ran guided him back onto the bed. Fire, Lucas whispered. Do you see it? Luo Ran stared at Lucas, momentarily taken aback. What? Gently, she pulled the covers over Lucas, saying, General, you should rest. At night, the moonlight will filter through the flowers, and the evening breeze will rustle the hanging vines and blossoms. Lucas sat quietly on the steps, the backyard a sea of purple blooms. General, eat this, it's delicious. Luo Ran had baked some soft cookies and sat beside Lucas. She intentionally made them very soft for easy consumption. Lucas's eyes were shadowed, yet his fierce demeanor remained unyielding. Still the formidable general. He absent-mindedly picked at a few cookies. They held little flavor for him. After consuming a few, Lucas inquired, How long have we been here? 3 months, Luo Ran replied. Rest assured, the aides at the military department are managing affairs well and have consistently sent documents. I am keeping everything under control. As they sat on the steps gazing at the stars, Lucas suddenly asked, Did you sing last night? Luo Ran hesitated, then shyly nodded. She had sung to lull Lucas to sleep. What song? It was quite lovely. I merely hummed a tune from memory, a folk song from Pure City, though I have since forgotten its essence. The stars twinkled above. General. With a sudden movement, Lucas pinned Luo Ran to the bed. Luo Ran. Lucas's voice was husky. You carry the scent of pheromones. Although Lucas was mentally fractured, there were moments of clarity, and in this sensitive phase, he became even more attuned to pheromones. I have the essence on me. I am not. Lucas bit down on Luo Ran's neck. His mind, already frayed, collided with this vulnerability, growing increasingly aggressive. Lucas turned Luo Ran over, holding the nape of her neck, his gaze darkening. Luo Ran clutched the bedsheets tightly, feeling her glands being fiercely bitten. The pheromones surged within her. Luo Ran lay there, breathless, struggling against the overwhelming sensation. Her voice soft. No, General, it's me. She buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders trembling as she stifled her sobs, a red mark blooming on her neck. This was her first experience of being marked in such a hurried manner. Naturally, fear gripped her. Yet, she did not resist nor reject it. Lucas's consciousness was also far from clear at that moment, as if a multitude of drums were echoing in his mind. So bothersome. Stop crying, Lucas barked, pressing down on Luo Ran's neck. Silence. Luo Ran trembled and gasped. Lucas leaned down, pinning Luo Ran beneath him, his face close to her gland. Shoo! It was precisely because they had once been so attuned that no one else could compare, no matter how suitable they might seem. Even if forgotten, their bodies and pheromones would remember, instinctively drawing them into a realm of intimacy. 9 months, for Lucas, held little significance in the passage of time. He oscillated between lucidity and haze, with the sole constant being that Lauren remained steadfastly by his side. He had grown accustomed to Lauren's essence, his touch, and Lauren had become unlike anyone else. Conversely, for Lauren, this period was fraught with confusion. He resembled a professional caregiver, patiently navigating Lucas's unpredictable outbursts, as Lucas swung between chaos, aggression, and an underlying trust akin to that of a great lion. Lauren's initial trepidation transformed into a profound instinct to protect. Until, 9 months later, the Wisteria Manor fell victim to an invasion by the Star Raiders. The quaint cabin, though nestled in a remote village, was discreetly surrounded by elite guards under Lu Cheng's command, ensuring Lucas's location remained concealed while being ready for swift support in emergencies. Suddenly, alarms blared all around. Caution! Lauren felt a violent gust from behind and instinctively shoved Lucas away, narrowly evading the oncoming threat, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground. They were encircled by the Star Raiders. Lauren caught sight of the squad leader of the Raiders raising his hand. Whoosh! A volley of arrows was unleashed. The support team was still en route. None could have anticipated the sheer number of Raiders, nor their rapid advance. Boom! Boom! Rockets, accompanied by artillery fire, hurtled toward Lucas and Lauren. While it lacked the grandeur of a meteor shower, the sky momentarily illuminated. Fire, flames, once again, flames. Lauren, having grazed his shoulder while pushing Lucas, knelt, clutching his wound, resignedly closing his eyes, bracing for the impending bombardment. Lucas crouched down, enveloping Lauren in his arms. Boom! Boom! The explosions grew more thunderous. Lauren was taken aback. Looking up, he saw the artillery fire being deflected, as if a transparent shield had formed around them, repelling the chaos. Indeed, it was a psychic explosion, an extraordinary manifestation of mental energy, a phenomenon rarely witnessed and typically confined to the pages of academic texts. In that moment, all the Star Raiders crumpled under the psychic onslaught, blood oozing from their orifices. The psychic explosion, a merciless barrage. Lauren sensed an intrusion into his mental space. Had he not been marked by Lucas, he might have met the same fate as the other Raiders, succumbing to the rampaging psychic force. General Lauren, cradled by Lucas, felt the tremors coursing through Lucas's body, prompting him to wrap his arms around the towering man. Don't be afraid. Boom! The wisteria, the cabin, the Star Raiders, all shattered by the psychic force, defeated petals swirling upward before cascading down. Lauren? Lucas, having concluded a meeting, approached Lauren, who was lost in thought by the battleship's window, and grasped his hand. What are you doing? Lauren gently shook his head, then smiled. General, do we count as a long-distance romance? In the cabin, during Lucas's psychic eruption, both sustained severe injuries. Although Lucas felt rejuvenated after his cathartic release, both he and Lauren had no recollection of the incident. Whether a sprint or a marathon, we are in a relationship. Lucas rolled his eyes, continuing, I just spoke with Wang Choyang. It's not just us, the Empire's countless teams, including the royal family, are also probing and seeking that creature. Lauren paused, then quietly inquired, General, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. Lauren lowered his gaze. Could we spare that creature's life for the time being? It was the creature's energy that had sustained him. It had saved him. Lucas looked puzzled. Lauren explained, Shasha and Dr. Shin believe that all things exist in a state of balance and constraint, so there might be a way to mitigate the side effects, allowing us to avoid killing that creature for peace. Lucas raised an eyebrow. What makes you want to protect that creature? Lauren hesitated and shared anecdotes from his childhood with Lucas. They conversed as they walked, soon arriving at the mecha control room. Lucas trained daily with the lion, honing his skills in handling and precise operation. Lucas glanced at him. Would you like to learn how to pilot a mecha? Ah, Lucas pointed to his lion. Pilot this one. Lauren paused. While I would love to try, I am, precisely because you are, Lucas insisted, you can give it a shot with me. Spiritual connection, dual pilot. No one will know you are piloting too. Lauren's secret identity would remain concealed until the tumult had subsided. If you are willing to teach, General, I am most eager to learn. Alright, hop on. The lift descended slowly, and Lauren jumped aboard. Settling into the cockpit again, this time the sensation was markedly different. Lauren glanced at Lucas. They were not the first pair to pilot a mecha together, but they were certainly among the rare few. After all, dual piloting was exceedingly challenging, and few could succeed. Firstly, their psychic energies had to be equal. This equilibrium required both to possess similar high levels to control a heavy weapon simultaneously. Secondly, it necessitated compatibility, as successful past cases often stemmed from prolonged synergy, with pheromones merging over many years, alongside an innate high compatibility. Lastly, mutual trust was paramount. Psychic control was seldom executed. Typically, the two pilots' energies would support each other. Lauren took a deep breath, gently placing his hand on the control stick. Concentrate. First, let's practice raising the lion's left arm, Lucas instructed. Okay. The two established a psychic link, the essence of white tea and tobacco intertwining in the confined space. Squeak. The blue and white lion gradually lifted its mechanical left arm, reaching a horizontal position of 180 degrees. Beads of cold sweat formed on Lauren's forehead. The lion was formidable even for the Empire's elite, and it could be said that only Lucas could pilot it. Its complexity and weight proved daunting for Lauren. Take it slow. I've got your back, Lucas urged. Relax. Lucas freed one hand to gently embrace Lauren. Squeak. The left arm ascended further, then suddenly dropped. Lucas focused, stabilizing the mechanical arm to prevent any abrupt movements from affecting Lauren. Not bad, Lucas assessed. You can practice gradually. Lauren paused, catching his breath, then smiled. Your teaching style is vastly different from before. Had it been a few years ago, you would have berated me and perhaps tossed me out of the mecha to practice on my own. No dinner for me if I failed. Nonsense, Lucas remarked, scratching his nose. There's no difference. He pointed at the lion. This mecha is indeed challenging. It's my partner, and you need to understand it well. Lauren fell silent. After a moment, he curiously asked, Then what am I? Lucas was taken aback. I misspoke. Gazing at the smiling Lauren, he stammered. Husband? Lauren beamed. All right, partner. And with that, Lauren found himself kissed within the confines of the mecha. Chapter 81. The Secretary and the General Go Public. In the days that followed on their journey to falling ice, Lucas devoted himself to teaching Lauren how to operate the lion. Lauren was a quick learner, and their psychic and pheromone compatibility facilitated the process, enabling Lauren to maneuver the lion alongside Lucas in circles and even take flight in the training room. The purpose of dual piloting was not merely for intimacy but to enhance the mecha's sensitivity and agility. After all, a duo's psychic energy was more abundant, akin to a mecha benefiting from a greater fuel supply. Not only is Lucas good for the mecha, but he is also good for Luoran. The effort required to mobilize the colossal lion is beyond the capability of an ordinary person, which speaks volumes about its magnitude. Thus, if Luoran could assist Lucas in alleviating this burden, it would be most advantageous. After all, both are individuals with fractured spirits, capable of providing mutual support. This led Luoran to a gradual realization. Lucas is willing to stand side by side with him on the battlefield. Perhaps due to their decision to be together, Lucas's attitude has shifted from a protective stance to one of partnership, allowing Luoran to share in the triumphs and perils of combat, as well as strategize together. This fosters a sense of equality between Luoran and Lucas, an identity that would lead Lucas to cherish and safeguard him without undermining his abilities. Just as the battleship was about to descend, a thunderous announcement echoed from the capital. The king had passed away. Having retreated from politics for several years due to a terminal illness, he had succumbed to his fate after spending the last year bedridden. The governance had been managed by the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, which had prevented any immediate crises. However, this also heralded the impending elections. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince, along with their supporters, began an intensive campaign, eager to extol every good deed they had ever performed. Yet, amidst the chaos of the previous meteor shower disaster, the Second Prince's personal involvement at the front lines had garnered a favorable impression among the populace, subtly tipping the scales in his favor. Despite the Crown Prince attempting to shift the blame for the misappropriation of public funds onto Cyril, the incident concerning Yuan Han remains unresolved, casting a shadow over his reputation. Consequently, what had seemed like a guaranteed victory for him has now become precarious, and his voter support has significantly diminished. The capital is abuzz with activity. Are you certain? Inquired a tall, slender man, furrowing his brow. Your Highness, do you truly wish to terminate your collaboration with the Star Bandits? Yes, nodded Crown Prince Zhou Mingyu. The tall man before him was Zhou Mingyu's newly appointed secretary. Astute, pragmatic, and compliant. However, there is no however, Zhou Mingyu interjected, lightly spinning a pen in his hand as he sat at his desk. This is a critical moment. Once I assume my position, I will be free to act as I see fit. Now is not the time. The governmental institutions and Lucas's faction are meticulously scrutinizing him, and the Yuan Han case remains unresolved, far too dangerous for him to maintain any ties with the Star Bandits. If the Star Bandits refuse to sever their partnership and cling to the factories, that is of no consequence. The materials for the meteor showers and pharmaceuticals, as well as operational funding, are all sponsored by him, and he can easily cut off their supply and watch them flounder. Zhou Mingyu scoffed. I am the true master of the Empire. The collaboration with the Star Bandits is orchestrated by me. When did I ever have to heed their demands? He upheld the dignity of his position as the Crown Prince, holding disdain for those brigands. Having been subjected to their exploitation and oppression recently, Zhou Mingyu harbored considerable resentment. The secretary paused before nodding in agreement. Understood. There are only 2 weeks left until the official ballot count. If we can endure this period, we shall prevail. Yet, while the capital was in disarray, Lucas and Luo Ran remained oblivious to the turmoil, as they were currently preoccupied with far more pressing matters. Upon reaching Luobing, the contested border of Xingyue City, Mu Yuan arrived with the battleship to relay the situation. Lucas's return to the capital was predicated on the battlefield improving, intending to depart only when the dust had settled. Essentially, he had returned solely to join Mu Yuan in delivering the final blow. However, noticing the somber expression on Mu Yuan's face, Lucas furrowed his brows and inquired, "Has something gone awry?" "It is my oversight," Mu Yuan replied softly. "We did not anticipate that the Star Bandits had a contingency plan. The farmers outside Xingyue City were abducted. In our efforts to rescue the hostages, we were compelled to forfeit the opportunity to reclaim what was taken from the Star Bandits. Despite our attempts, 61 farmers remain unrescued, as the Star Bandits likely anticipated our move and retreated with the hostages in different directions." Luoran frowned and asked, "Hadn't the mines been destroyed? How could there still be any left?" Mu Yuan replied, "I am uncertain, but it has indeed been confirmed that the Star Bandits obtained resources from Luobing just yesterday." Luoran pondered deeply. It seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that the Star Bandits had discovered a new mine in some hidden corner of Luobing? This was news to the Empire. As they conversed, they made their way to the battleship's control room. Lucas glanced at the report and stated, "We must choose between 2 options. This region of space was rife with wormholes and nebulae. The Empire could not split its forces. Thus they were forced to make a choice. If they pursued the eastern route to chase down the abductors and reclaim the stolen goods, they would have to abandon the hostages. Conversely, if they headed west, there might still be a chance to save the hostages, but they would undoubtedly be taken away." "Indeed," Mu Yuan replied, his expression grave. "The Empire's headquarters has also issued a warning. I lost my previous decisions, and their current orders demand we prioritize the recovery of the hostages." Lucas chuckled coldly, correction. "It is the Crown Prince's orders, not the Empire's. After all, it was the Crown Prince's faction that had been so fervently invested in this matter." Mu Yuan murmured, "As a soldier, my instinct is to rescue the hostages. If given the choice, I too would opt to save them. However, the stakes are substantial, and there are only 61 hostages remaining." His implication was to leave the decision in Lucas's hands. Yet Lucas exhibited no hesitation, rolling his eyes at Mu Yuan. "You just declared your role, did you not? A soldier. So, let us act." With that, Lucas strode purposefully toward the mecha. Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and instructed his aide, "Order the battleship and the fleet to proceed at full speed westward." "Yes." The aide responded, unable to restrain himself. "Rest assured," Luoran interjected, "the general will make the decisions and arrangements." Indeed, with a resounding boom, the cosmos was illuminated by cannon fire. The battleship swiftly caught up to its target, with Luoran and Lucas seated together within the mecha. Lucas enveloped Luoran's slender hand in his large palm, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Secretary Luoran, how does it feel to embark on your first mission?" This marked Luoran's true debut on the battlefield, piloting the mecha for the first time. He paused for a moment, his demeanor calm, and replied, "The general leads the way." "Hey!" Lucas ruffled Luoran's hair and declared, "Let us embark." The seemingly cumbersome lion, under the deft control of its 2 masters, took flight from the battleship, surging into the vast expanse of space. On the battlefield, all Imperial warships and mechas were compelled to follow and obey the Lion. Form ranks. Encircle the Star Bandits. Lucas commanded through the intercom. Our target is the main battleship housing the hostages. Do not linger in battle, nor pursue unnecessarily. The Lion remained under Lucas's command, with Luo Ran merely providing a shared reservoir of mental energy, following Lucas's psychic lead to assist him. The Imperial forces collaborated with the Luobing troops to create a robust encirclement, leaving the Star Bandits no avenue for escape, gradually tightening their formation and closing the distance. As the formation shifted, the breach created by the Star Bandits was swiftly mended. Luo Ran, in tandem with Lucas, piloted the Lion, gaining a first-hand understanding of Lucas's mastery over the battlefield and his ability to anticipate outcomes. Often, Luo Ran struggled to comprehend the Lion's trajectory until he later witnessed it, at which point he grasped Lucas's intent. Lucas, though but one person, possessed the uncanny ability to discern the optimal strategies, weaponry, and troop placements required to secure victory across the entire battlefield. Another barrage of fire aimed at the Lion erupted, but it deftly evaded the assault. They were now perilously close to the main battleship housing the hostages. Luo Ran, focus and hold on tight, Lucas instructed softly. All right, Luo Ran replied, gripping the handrail firmly. Incorrect, Lucas repositioned Luo Ran's hand upon his waist. Luo Ran paused momentarily before chuckling softly. Lucas addressed Meidu. Old Wong, Freeman, prepare, center on me, coordinates 47. Boom, boom, and then, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded in the cosmos. Two squads, encircling the mighty Lion, formed two concentric circles. Subsequently, the Lion initiated the first barrage, followed by a relentless succession. Once the Lion completed its firing, it surged forward at full speed. Wherever the Lion traversed, the nearby mechs immediately unleashed their firepower. Like a maestro conducting an orchestra, the Lion signaled one after another, directing the onslaught. Yet, the Lion did not strike indiscriminately. Rather, it meticulously targeted the enemy's formations and warship positions, systematically obliterating them. The rapidity and continuity of the bombardment left the adversary utterly overwhelmed. The Empire adhered to principles, refraining from creating cataclysmic weapons akin to meteor showers, and prohibited other planets and nations from doing so as well. However, upon realizing the resurgence of meteor showers, Lucas contemplated numerous strategies for counteraction and resistance, among which was this. After rehearsing it once, Lucas entrusted the naming to Luo Ran, dubbing it Kaleidoscope. In this formation, projectiles were launched one after another within the circle, leaving the enemy unable to discern the sequence, as countless individuals coalesced into a colossal cannon. Boom! The Star Marauders fell one after another. Ultimately, the defenses surrounding the flagship were shattered, allowing the squad to surge forward to rescue the hostages. Amidst the resplendent bombardment, Lucas turned and caught sight of Luo Ran, her expression flickering like a candle. Outside, cheers of victory erupted in jubilant celebration. Lucas knew the enemy could see him and Luo Ran. Even Hunter Fox was watching from the sidelines. Lucas raised an eyebrow, tugged at Luo Ran's collar, and kissed her. They shared a kiss amidst the flames, and the cheers outside seemed to crescendo even louder. That night, the Star Network erupted in excitement. Frontline news: victory achieved. All hostages from Star Moon City are safe. The General is incredible. Empire Next Generation news. The General kissed his secretary in the mech, showing off love to the enemy. Oh, how sweet! How sweet!
Abri ataquim romance.
The love of the General's secretary is a ray of warmth and sunshine amid the relentless war and turmoil of the capital. Woo-woo, a beautiful love story. Congratulations, General. Ah, General Lucas must be too excited. Hee. How rare to kiss the little secretary's delicate lips. How delightful. A breathtaking romance. Hey, you accidentally tagged the official account. Oops. No worries, ladies, the official account won't see these comments. 5 minutes later. Lucas. 1. Delightful. 2. Not rare. 5 minutes later. Lucas. Hereby announcing we are together, and I kiss her every day. Following the initial frenzy, the official announcement caused the Star Network to crash. Chapter 82. The Secretary and That Night. After concluding the battle with the Star Marauders, rescuing the hostages, and securing a resounding victory, the Empire's warships did not linger in the icy depths but directly returned to the capital. The capital's elections were imminent, and Lucas along with the Imperial forces needed to be present, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, Mu Yuan exchanged a few words with Lucas. The wars instigated by the Star Marauders were never without purpose. For instance, their previous raid on the city devastated countless cultural districts while simultaneously showcasing the meteor showers as a warning to the Empire. This time, their focus shifted to the outer cultivation zones. However, this battle resembled a beginning. Both Lucas and Mu Yuan sensed that the Star Marauders had augmented their weaponry and strength, and their strategies had evolved significantly, no longer reckless and indiscriminate. It seemed they were preparing for a protracted conflict with the Empire. The ensuing battles would undoubtedly be relentless, marking a moment of reckoning for both sides. Thus, Lucas hastily regrouped his forces for the return to the capital, ensuring the Empire was fully prepared to face the upcoming long campaign. Not only should they be prepared, but they also needed to rest adequately, rejuvenating their spirits to confront the challenges ahead with optimal readiness. On the journey back to the capital, Luo Ran nestled in her blankets, idly scrolling through her terminal. Lucas was still occupied with his aide, tallying the battlefield. Having no pressing matters, Luo Ran decided to return to her room for a rest, planning to peruse several documents the next morning. Before sleeping, Luo Ran took a moment to check the Star Network, as Xia Ji had forwarded numerous posts that seemed to hint at an official announcement, piquing her curiosity. Previously, owing to her busyness and a tinge of guilt from their back and forth with Lucas, she had refrained from visiting the Star Network, but now Luo Ran felt compelled to explore. What she encountered was an overwhelming barrage of breathtaking romances and exclamation marks, leaving her dazed. What on earth is this? Luo Ran sighed in exasperation but couldn't help but smile. She revisited that intriguing post titled The Overbearing General's Pampered Love, where she had previously seen the male lead, Zime Shuiran, having his child snatched away by another lead, Lucas Augustine Diaguxi Prada. The author, Nana, had teased impending heartbreak, but promised that sweetness would soon follow. Readers were assured that it was merely a ruse. Now, as Luo Ran revisited the post, she discovered that the heartbreak had not only passed but that the two protagonists were now married, having welcomed 33 children. Wait a moment. Luo Ran thought she misread, scanning the text again to confirm her understanding. 33. All at once, in a single birth, 33 treasures. Luo Ran clicked on the post to view the directory, selecting a few chapters to read. Mainly, she wanted to witness how 33 were born. Zime Shuiran, with her enchanting eyes, gently pushed Lucas aside, saying, "You've reached the child, my man, though you claim to resist, your body is quite honest." Lucas displayed a bloodthirsty smile befitting a cosmic sovereign. "Feel it, man." As he spoke, he surged forth. Zime Shuiran was swept into the sky, meeting the clouds, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. "I'm about to give birth." The attendants immediately became anxious. The sovereign lady was 3 months premature. 1, 2, 3. A total of 33, with 20 being one, and 13 another. Luo Ran expressionlessly clicked on the next chapter, titled The Sweet Married Life of the Interstellar Couple. It was a beautiful morning. The 7-colored hair of the newlywed was nourished by happiness, transforming into 14 hues, captivating and enchanting, as Zime Shuiran, with skin as smooth as jade, prepared breakfast in the kitchen, adorned only in a silk apron worth a fortune, capable of buying an entire planet, to cook eggs for Lucas. Lucas Augustine Diaguxi Prada awoke from his lavish 100-square-meter bed, his eyes heavy with sleep, revealing a fierce gaze and a bloodthirsty smile as he revealed his 38 centimeters. Similarly, due to the blissful postmarital life, the 38 had grown, no longer the original 38. Lucas Augustine reclined on the bed, propping his cheek with his hand, exuding a devilish charm as if the Dark Lord had descended. "Come serve me, man." The colossal figure extended from the room to the kitchen, crashing through several walls, like the lion's artillery cutting through obstacles, causing half the house to collapse, prompting the accustomed servants to rush over for repairs. Zime Shuiran squeaked, trembling as she transformed the fried eggs into heart shapes. Luo Ran hit the enter key with force, escaping from this terrifying post. Still reeling, she suddenly found the screen in front of her flickering, then going dark. Luo Ran? Warning. System entering emergency maintenance due to overload. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 seconds later, the screen flickered back to life, the paralysis resolved. Then, a chorus of ecstatic screams filled the air. Official announcement. The General has made an announcement. The General has made an announcement. Oh! Official announcement. The general is showing off love. As Luoran's eyes were flooded with official announcements and displays of affection, she finally saw Lucas's comment. Her ears and cheeks flushed crimson. "Ah, kissing every day. Together. Got it. Got it." 8 Luoran. A love of exquisite beauty. Ah, the hostage has been rescued, and the general's secretary has finally, at long last, made it official. So now we can urge the imperial heir of outstanding caliber. 8 Luoran. A love of exquisite beauty. Ah, the general is so doting. Is the century wedding of the empire upon us? Is the exceptional heir coming? Secretary Luo, please give us a definitive answer. Are they truly together? 8 Luoran. A love of exquisite beauty. Ha! It has come to my attention that the general's words do not hold weight. It is only Secretary Luo's confirmation that matters. My heart aches for the general's familial standing. Following the trend, 8 Luoran. A love of exquisite beauty. The Star Network is currently a chaotic cacophony of excitement. A chorus of clucks echoing throughout. Everyone is so exhilarated. They can't wait for an official declaration of their romance to inject fresh vitality into the empire, and to bring the best news to our stormy and turbulent times. Luoran gazed for a moment, then turned with her terminal and buried her head in the pillow. Just to inform you, we are together, and I kiss him every day. This Lucas, she couldn't help but chuckle. When did he finish the meeting? Luoran's mind was a bit muddled, feeling as if her feet barely touched the ground, unsure of what to say. Yet, with the Star Network buzzing about 8 Luoran, the truth is false. Luoran's head buzzed at this moment, not knowing what to say, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In her flurry, her fingers mechanically sent an emoji. Moments later, she belatedly realized what she had done. She forgot to switch accounts. Habitually, she browsed the internet and mingled on forums with her secondary account. And in the shock of Lucas's words, she had entirely forgotten to switch. Luoran quickly composed herself, then swiftly deleted it. However, Lucas had back-end access and was blissfully unaware of any alternate personas, so it was only natural for him to like Luoran's post. Since its creation, Lucas's account had never liked anything but the annual military celebration videos from the government. Lucas liked this Weibo post. The truth is false. Sorry, this post has been deleted. Luoran. And at that moment, the entire nation experienced a moment of divine inspiration. Consequently, the truth is false was shouted 3 times in the group, affirming the general's secretary is indeed real, accompanied by a screenshot using Lucas's coat as verification. Thus, Luoran once again experienced 5 seconds of black screen on the Star Network. Ah, they are really together. They are truly together. Together. A love of exquisite beauty. Oh my, I am truly shipping this. I am genuinely shipping this. Who else among the main characters personally joins the group to ship it? Ah, it's real. It's real. Secretary Luo has confirmed it. Verification is the general's coat. A love of exquisite beauty. Oh, I see. So after the imperial couple showcased their affection to the enemy troops, they decided to share a bit of that affection with the citizens of the empire too. A love of exquisite beauty. Secretary Luo is so soft and adorable. Oh my, the contrast is just delightful. The usually calm and professional Secretary Luo, in the throes of love, forgot to switch accounts, couldn't even abbreviate her speech, and was flustered while deleting her post. Ha ha ha. Love truly does make one lose their wits. A love of exquisite beauty. Luo ran. At that moment, Lucas pushed the door open, holding his terminal. The two looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Lucas said, "There's no escaping this now." Luo paused, then smiled. "You can't escape either. Breaking up with me would affect your reputation. It is Lucas who cannot escape, not Luo. Pa, I finally managed to get you back." Lucas snorted coldly. Luo lowered her gaze and smiled. They had truly made it official. They had genuinely told the world that they were together. Ran. Lucas stepped forward, embracing Luo, his voice gentle. The atmosphere turned slightly ambiguous, the moonlight exceptionally tender. Lucas asked, "Do you know what everyone on the Star Network is saying now?" "What are they saying?" Lucas declared emphatically. "They want you to have my children." Inappropriate lines about 33 children immediately appeared, disrupting the moment. Luo, her face expressionless, pushed Lucas away gently, saying, "General, it's quite late. Let us get some rest." Lucas pouted, dissatisfied and attempting to lean in, only to have Luo grab a pillow and cover his face. Remembering what was said online, His familial status was precarious. He voiced his discontent. Luo Ran, once we are married, who will be in charge at home? Married? Luo Ran was taken aback for a moment. Then, her ears reddening, she lowered her gaze and smiled. You will be in charge. I will listen to you. It's late, General, you should go take a shower. Luo Ran handed him a towel from nearby, urging him to hurry. All right. Lucas obediently took the towel and left. Upon the warship's arrival in the capital, as per usual, the citizens welcomed it with fireworks. However, this time there were many heart-shaped fireworks. After returning to the capital, Lucas and Luo Ran had to address other matters, such as discussing strategies with the research institute to deal with the bugs, preparing for the meteor shower, investigating the source of the star pirates, and unraveling the conspiracies swirling in the capital. Meanwhile, the Star Network, having simmered with excitement through the night, saw netizens digging up information on Luo Ran. Report. Secretary Luo usually uses a secondary account to watch tie-tying videos. A love of exquisite beauty. Report. Wherever there are videos or documents featuring coffee, ties, spices, and uniforms, there are download records from Secretary Luo. A love of exquisite beauty. Report. Secretary Luo liked Nana literature. A love of exquisite beauty. Ha ha ha, General, Secretary Luo thinks you're not up to par. General, Secretary Luo thinks you're not up to par. Stay in formation, General. Secretary Luo thinks you're not up to par. The next day, Lucas secretly logged onto the forum at the office to see the reactions following the announcement and stumbled upon this. Nana literature? Lucas frowned slightly. Curiously, he logged in to take a look. Lucas. What on earth is this? Such a disgrace. Then Lucas began reading from the first chapter. He is the person I trust most. He exists in my life like air. I love him silently, and from the depths of despair, a flower blooms. Until one chaotic night, the buried love is laid bare under the sun. That little sprite who seduced him last night dares to escape now? Within 5 minutes. I want all the information on that man from last night. Found it. It's your secretary, Zime Shui Ran. Lucas, damn. What is this? Luo Ran actually sneaks off to read this stuff? Not only does she indulge in risku comics, but she also explores this bizarre material. And these people are using that incident from last night as fodder. What a disgrace. Lucas grimaced. The man from that night cannot be compared to Luo Ran. That first time, which rightfully belonged to Luo Ran, has now been taken by some unknown entity. If only it were true, as these people claim, that it was Luo Ran. No, wait. Lucas suddenly realized he had stepped into a blind spot. He had an inherent trust in Luo Ran. Whatever she said was true, and he had never considered doubting her. Previously, he believed Luo Ran was, but now he questioned. Chapter 83. Secretary, Crisis. Lucas felt he would not be able to sleep tonight. It seemed he had opened the door to a new world. Though the man that night wore white, and Luo Ran donned blue, her inner garment was white. Luo Ran's first and only unannounced leave of absence occurred the day after the incident. Luo Ran had previously concealed her gender, always employing various scent concealment agents. Yet during that time, she had intentionally or unintentionally avoided him. Now, saying this while lacking ironclad evidence, many seemingly insignificant details began to surface. Lucas. No way. No way. Could Luo Ran dare to deceive me? Luo Ran is deceiving him, secretly reading those books and fanfiction. Luo Ran deceived him about his gender. Luo Ran misled him into believing that he liked him. Luo Ran tricked him into thinking he did not like him. Lucas remarked, a female horse. That night, Lucas truly found it impossible to sleep. After returning home to fetch some clothes, Luo Ran left, while Lucas spent a long, restless night, nearly driven to visit Luo Ran's home to confront him out of frustration over his own speculations. The following day, upon arriving at work, Luo Ran encountered Lucas, who was gazing at him with a profound expression. What's wrong? Luo Ran asked, placing a document on the table with a smile. General, the company's annual meeting is approaching. Lucas mused, resting his chin on his hand, intently observing Luo Ran. What troubles you, General?
Luo Ran inquired.
After a moment's pause, Lucas asked, do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards me? With a grin, Lucas added, is it the size you are dissatisfied with, or my inability to utter peculiar phrases? Would you prefer it if I called you my man instead? General, be a bit more confident. Luo Ran stifled a laugh. Have you been watching something strange again? I haven't. It's you? Lucas retorted, pulling Luo Ran's collar. Is there anything you are hiding from me? Now is the time to confess. I might not mind. Nonsense, Lo Ran replied, taken aback, then tentatively asked, "Are you aware that I read Nana's articles?" Lucas scrutinized Lo Ran, finding him impeccable. With a cold snort, Lucas sat back in silence. Could it truly not be him? General? Lo Ran thought little of it at that moment, assuming Lucas was merely upset about him viewing fanfiction online. He smiled apologetically. "General, those novels are merely entertainment. It's best to take them lightly." Lo Ran mused to himself, what did Nana's literature matter when Lucas was already aware? With a carefree attitude, Lo Ran departed, while Lucas contacted the captain of the investigation team. "Investigate. I want a detailed itinerary of Lo Ran's activities on the night of the royal banquet, along with his purchase records from the following day." Regardless of whether it was truly Lo Ran or not, he felt it prudent to examine the matter, especially since he had previously threatened to kill that individual. It would be unwise to question Lo Ran directly at this juncture. If it were not him, Lo Ran would surely overthink it. The company soon became busy, with preparations for the election fervently underway outside, while the annual company meeting was also approaching, with each department preparing performances. Furthermore, there would be team-building activities following the meeting, which had been delayed until Lucas's return from his previous campaign. Ultimately, the annual meeting was a mere summary session, followed by various lottery draws and red envelopes to reward the employees. Lo Ran had much on his plate at that moment. The batch from Shinko, whose origins were dubious, had been confirmed through investigation to have been excavated from a mine in Luobing. The investigation captain handed Lo Ran a report stating, "It appears Luobing has discovered a new mine." Lo Ran frowned slightly. Was this discovered by the Luobing government or by Shinko? After posing the question, he realized it was flawed. While Shinko was formidable, they could not possibly utilize detection equipment to scan every inch of Luobing. They were, after all, outsiders unlike the Luobing government, which could traverse and analyze the land freely. Even if they were fortunate enough to stumble upon a mine during their conquest, it was unlikely. Ice mines were buried deep underground, with unique materials requiring over half a day of thermal detection followed by soil testing for confirmation. Thus, it could only have been discovered by the Luobing government. However, the fact that they had not reported it was telling. Clearly, there was either a high-ranking insider within Luobing or collusion between Luobing and Shinko. Perhaps it was because the Empire had rejected the ice mine, and Lucas had personally demolished the mine shaft, leading Luobing to succumb to temptation and engage in trade with Shinko. Lo Ran gently tapped his fingers on the table. Less than an afternoon later, Lucas received a letter from the secretary of the king of Luobing. The king personally invited Lucas to Luobing for a banquet to reward the imperial and Luobing soldiers, expressing gratitude for their protection of Luobing's farmers and saving several cities. At the event, Lu Chang and other military officials from Luobing would also be present. Perhaps worried that Lucas might decline, the king included a document. Lo Ran took Lucas's terminal and examined it, frowning slightly. The document detailed supplies from the 5th Pharmaceuticals to Luobing, marked as complimentary, with the signature of the Crown Prince's secretary below. Was the king hinting that the sale to Shinko was coerced by the Crown Prince? Lo Ran raised an eyebrow. Perhaps so, perhaps not. I will know when I go. The king likely wished to discuss something significant with me. Lucas replied, I will go tomorrow. Lo Ran stated, then you should remain in the capital to handle the remaining matters. We will meet directly at the annual meeting upon my return.
Lo Ran paused.
Realizing he truly could not leave and reluctantly agreed, all right. Thus, Lucas was set to depart once more less than 3 days after returning to the capital. However, it was merely a matter of negotiation, and he would return in a day and a half, which was manageable. Lo Ran frowned slightly. Why did you wait until after the general returned to inform me? Yet, he recognized this was not entirely Luobing's fault, as the banquet honoring the soldiers could only be organized after the conclusion of the campaign. It wouldn't be due to announce it too early. Lucas was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Lo Ran asked. Lucas seemed to discover a new continent, exclaiming, you actually pouted in complaint. I did not. You did. Lucas chuckled, pulling Lo Ran into an embrace. What are you upset about? I will be back in a day. Such a clingy person. Lo Ran felt his ears heat up. When I return, I will bring you a gift from Luobing. This time his voice was even softer. After Lucas departed, Lo Ran threw himself into his work wholeheartedly, not dwelling on other matters. Lucas's journey went unannounced. However, as he just set foot in the capital, individuals from the Luobing king's entourage promptly arrived to receive him. They displayed a respectful demeanor, guiding him to the hotel where the banquet would take place. General Mu Yuan was also present, offering a slight nod. Lucas's companions, Freeman and a group of teammates, had no intention of stepping aside and entered the mansion alongside Lucas. After all, it was a banquet to honor the soldiers. Mu Yuan and Lucas ascended the stairs together, arriving at a private room. The king of Luobing appeared significantly younger than the emperor, a middle-aged man with a hint of vigor, tall and slender. General. Even as a king, he was the ruler of a defeated nation. So he had to greet Lucas first. Lucas boldly took a seat, crossing his legs as he commanded, "Speak." The king glanced at Mu Yuan, who stated, "A few days ago, Luobing discovered an extreme ice mine in the suburbs of Chonghua City. It is an extreme ice mine, not merely an ice mine." Lucas furrowed his brow slightly. An extreme ice mine? One that is entirely composed of such material? Typically, such mines were rare, hidden within common ice mines. Never had an entire mine been composed solely of it. This was immensely tempting. Mu Yuan continued, "We were equally incredulous at the discovery. But just as we prepared to document it, Chonghua City was swiftly captured by Shinko. On my way there, I was intercepted by an envoy from the Empire, who happened to be the new secretary of the Crown Prince." Lucas snorted disdainfully. That secretary claimed the Empire would handle it and urged us in Luobing not to interfere. Mu Yuan frowned. He stated that the Crown Prince had dispatched royal troops to cleanse and expel Shinko, warning that the Empire had caused considerable turmoil and did not wish to see further division. Therefore, he implored Luobing to maintain confidentiality. I was forced to sign a confidentiality and mining rights agreement with the Empire, but now that the general has discovered Shinko's involvement and is pursuing the matter, we can no longer keep it under wraps. Lucas coldly inquired, "How long has the extreme ice mine been excavated?" Mu Yuan replied, excluding the initial experimental batch, "It has been 4 days in total." Lucas's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. A mine could not simply sprout legs to escape or hide. This matter could not be concealed for long. The Crown Prince was likely adopting the mindset of seizing as much as he could. After all, the contract was signed by Mu Yuan, and the secretary could easily be deemed an impostor, showing no trace of the Crown Prince's involvement. However, had it not been for the impetuousness of Zinko, who greedily seized so much during the battle that day, even resorting to hostage exchanges, this matter would not have been exposed so swiftly. If the issue had remained concealed, and had it not implicated Zinko, Luobing would not have approached him. So why did Zinko recklessly betray the Crown Prince? Had they fallen out? "General, should we intervene?" Mu Yuan furrowed his brow and replied, "If this were merely an internal issue within the Empire, we would refrain from meddling. Yet now that it involves Zinko, if the general intends to mobilize, I shall not." Lucas waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You need not concern yourselves with this. Let them continue their extraction." "What?" Lucas raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Did the Crown Prince send someone to instruct you to keep quiet about the origin of that batch taken during the battle?" "Yes. But we haven't. We should heed his words," they responded. Lucas chuckled. "Pretend you haven't informed me and allow them to proceed with their extraction." "But General," they reiterated, "I've said it, there's no need to interfere." Lucas's expression darkened. "I will not repeat myself." The king paused, patting Mu Yuan's shoulder. "The general has his own judgments and plans." Mu Yuan recalled that day of battle when Lucas prioritized hostages, seemingly indifferent to their removal. Yet who was Lucas? The entire galaxy was aware of his reputation. He could not possibly afford to benefit the enemy unless he had devised a strategy in advance. After a moment, Mu Yuan declared, "Understood." He then discussed numerous details with Lucas, although much of it did not register with Lucas, who merely instructed Freeman to document it for Ronan to handle later. Upon leaving the private room and descending the stairs, Lucas encountered Kellyman. Wang Chuyang remarked, "It seems he has recovered." Previously, Kellyman had been ambushed with Ronan on the snowy mountains, sustaining injuries and a concussion from the explosion. Consequently, Ronan had delayed in questioning him about that night, especially since Kellyman had immediately brought up Cyril and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness, only waking days later. Wang Chuyang observed Kellyman, who was now jovially drinking and conversing with others, and sighed, "This Crown Prince Luobing is truly something. I heard he just got out of bed the day before yesterday and is already drinking here today." According to the young prince from the old Lu family, he was eager to indulge yesterday. Lucas rolled his eyes, holding disdain for such behavior. Nevertheless, while gripping his wine glass, he mused that Kellyman was not yet in Ronan's purview, and Ronan had been preoccupied with other pressing matters lately, likely lacking the time to monitor Kellyman's recovery. Lucas encouraged Wang Choyang to find someone else to converse with, stepping forward on his own. "Ah, General," Kellyman, his face slightly flushed from drink yet still coherent, smiled and asked, "What's the matter? I have something to inquire of you." The two retreated to the balcony where Lucas cut to the chase. "On the night of the Emperor's birthday banquet, you were resting in the private room upstairs. Upon exiting, you happened upon someone and proceeded to harass him." Kellyman immediately lamented. "No way, General, I was wrong. I truly was. At that time, I had no idea that Secretary Luo and you were in that kind of relationship." Lucas's expression darkened. Damn it. Mukadi had mentioned that the individual that night wore white and was harassed by Kellyman upon ascending the stairs. Believing Lucas to be angry with him, Kellyman exclaimed, "General, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold this against me. Considering I exposed Cyril, I may not have merits, but I endured hardships. I truly did not mean to. I had been drinking and Secretary Luo is so attractive. I was intoxicated and reckless. Besides, you know Secretary Luo's skills. My goodness, she subdued me in one move. What could I possibly gain?" Lucas remained silent, turning to leave. Wang Choyang, noticing Lucas's peculiar demeanor as he exited the banquet, followed suit. "What's wrong, General?" he inquired. "Let us return." Upon boarding the aircraft, Lucas also received a report from the investigation team, noting that Secretary Luo had purchased ointments for internal pain relief and external wound treatment the following day. "Is the General in such a rush? You concluded the serious matters and chose not to attend the banquet." Wang Choyang observed Lucas's impassive expression and teased, "Are you missing Secretary Luo?" Desperately, Lucas replied with a smile. Chapter 84. The Secretary is finally eliminated. A day later, the company's annual meeting commenced at the hotel as scheduled. The venue was the same as that of the Emperor's birthday and Luobing's cleansing banquet. The Empire favored hosting events here. Luo Ran donned a pristine white suit today, the tailored fabric accentuating his figure and long legs, bestowing an air of elegance. As the banquet unfolded with clinking glasses, the company personnel, usually drab in work attire, transformed into a vibrant assembly adorned in splendid garments. A refreshing sight indeed. With Lucas yet to return, Luo Ran quickly became the focus of attention. "Secretary Luo, you look splendid today," various department heads toasted. "Has the General not returned yet?" the investors inquired with smiles. Luo Ran abstained from alcohol, instead cheerfully responding with a glass of orange juice. He was quite accustomed to this social maneuvering. Yet, his gaze instinctively lingered at the entrance, awaiting Lucas's promised return. "When will you marry the General?" one department head asked on behalf of the others. Luo Ran paused, smiling, "You all need not jest. Oh, don't be anxious. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, the General is away at war for extended periods." Another chimed in. "Indeed, Secretary, it's best to have children soon. Plan for the Empire's future." Luo Ran grew increasingly exasperated. Surrounded by a throng urging him to marry and procreate, one might think he was attending a gathering for mothers of royal children. What is all this commotion? They turned, only to find Lucas had returned at some point. Lucas likely arrived directly from the aircraft, still clad in military attire, looking travel-worn. Luo Ran was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, back." Lucas glanced at Luo Ran and, with a smiling demeanor, ascended the stage to perform the customary ribbon-cutting and wine-pouring. As for the usual speeches from corporate leaders, Lucas had always been disinclined to engage, even dismissing the script Luo Ran prepared for him. Having fulfilled his obligations and made an appearance, Lucas departed the stage. Upon descending, he took Luo Ran's arm, and they ascended together. In the public eye, they maintained a semblance of decorum, but only Luo Ran sensed the firmness of Lucas's grip and the heaviness of his breath. Yet, with others present, Luo Ran could only endure and refrain from pulling away. The onlookers observed the two hastily retreating upstairs, marveling at their exquisite romance. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. What fervor! Upon reaching the upper floor, Lucas disregarded all else, yanking Luo Ran into a room. "General." Luo Ran stumbled along, asking, "What's wrong?" With a thud, Lucas pulled him into a room, pressing him against the door, smiling as he said, "Familiar, is it? This room." Luo Ran paused, surveying the surroundings, then looked at Lucas with uncertainty, unsure if he should speak. Yes, this is the room where you had that unexpected encounter, he replied cautiously. Lucas smirked, gazing intently at Luo Ran, who could sense Lucas's joy yet also an undeniable fury. Such a contradiction left Luo Ran momentarily perplexed by Lucas's intentions. General, Luo Ran began, what is wrong with me? Lucas maintained his smile, gently massaging the back of Luo Ran's head, while his hand slid down Luo Ran's spine. Through the fabric, Lu Ran could feel the warmth emanating from Lucas's palm. Lu Ran, had already surmised the predicament and, mustering my courage, confessed, General, I was wrong. Wrong about what? He inquired. I should not have deceived you. I apologize. Lu Ran quickly followed up with an explanation, however. I have resolved to come clean. I never intended to keep this hidden indefinitely. In that moment, Lu Ran felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing that Lucas had discovered the truth before he could properly articulate his own thoughts. So, when do you intend to confess? On your birthday. After presenting the gift and ensuring your delight, I plan to reveal everything. When is your birthday? Next Tuesday. Lucas's anger flared. You still plan to conceal it until next Tuesday? Lu Ran replied softly, to kill him. I could kill you right now. With that, Lucas swept Lu Ran into his arms and tossed him onto the bed. General. Lu Ran felt a twinge of anxiety. Lucas leaned in, his voice low. Lu Ran. Gazing at the fierce man before him, Lu Ran paused, choosing silence as a tacit acknowledgement. At this moment, Lucas was beyond restraint, unconsciously releasing his pheromones, rendering Lu Ran's limbs weak and igniting a primal desire within him. In the presence of someone he cherished, resistance was futile, as was the instinctive urge to reciprocate. Lu Ran found himself unable to withstand the force of Lucas's presence, and Lucas felt similarly ensnared. The scent of white tea mingled with his pheromones was delicate and enchanting, reminiscent of that evening. It was not merely a spilled vial of essence, but rather an integral part of this individual. Daring to deceive me? Lucas growled through clenched teeth, biting into Lu Ran's throat. You have always lied to me. No, Lu Ran grasped the bedding tightly, trembling all over. The pain was excruciating. Surely, it would lead to his demise. Lucas observed the man before him, who, even at such a moment, struggled to regulate his breath and maintain a semblance of composure. His fingers, gripping the sheets, trembled and turned crimson, with his neatly tailored suit buttoned all the way to the top. Stop pretending, Lucas snapped, irritation flashing in his eyes. He then leaned down and fiercely captured Lu Ran's lips with his own, deliberately intensifying the force. No. Lu Ran felt his composure fracturing. Time lost meaning as Lu Ran felt his nape bitten, pheromones flooding into him from above while something else surged from below, marking him indelibly. For the following 3 days, the two were unseen by anyone. Their mating cycle and formal bonding typically spanned a considerable duration. Lu Chang, understanding the situation, extended their stay, while the captain of the guard stood watch at the stairway to prevent any external disturbances that might jeopardize the future of the empire. Rong Duo refrained from sending distressing messages to Lu Ran, instead burying herself in work alongside others. After 3 days, tranquility returned, with Lu Ran cocooned in his bedding, motionless. Previously, he had only endured a single night. Now, he found himself bedridden for an entire day, discomfort outweighed by pain, his body marked with wounds. Perhaps the lessons learned from Shen Xianglu had borne fruit. Despite the lengthy duration, the mental connection and formal bond provided relief, and Lucas had learned to care for him, making the experience bearable. After all, with a compatibility rating of 200 as certified by the system, as long as Lucas refrained from his earlier brutish tendencies, there would inevitably be a sense of comfort. Lu Ran's long silver hair cascaded over his shoulders and back, his skin a palette of red, white, and purples. Lucas rose to dampen a towel in the bathroom and returned to tend to Lu Ran. Don't press on your stomach. It will hurt, he said, brow furrowed, as he turned Lu Ran over. Lu Ran's voice was hoarse as he protested. Don't look. Following the formal bond to enhance the likelihood of conception, his body had undergone a process to retain nutrients, resulting in an unflattering appearance. I've seen everything else. Is this what you're worried about? Lucas chuckled. Stop being coy. Despite the jest, Lucas understood Lu Ran's genuine embarrassment, and his hands moved swiftly, cleansing Lu Ran before draping him in a bathrobe and lying down beside him. The room was thick with pheromones, and the blend of white tea and tobacco enveloped them. Held closely by Lucas, Lu Ran felt a profound sense of safety and comfort. Ran, Lucas murmured, resting his chin atop Lu Ran's hair. If you dare to deceive me again, I will confine you and beat you daily, just like this. Lu Ran's face flushed, and after a brief pause he replied, General, I am sorry. Lucas was taken aback. Lu Ran continued, I realize I have deceived you for so long, and observing your investigative actions without coming clean was indeed inappropriate, but it was not intentional. Initially, I aimed to draw out the truth, and instinctively, every individual seeks to survive and protect themselves. Previously, Lucas had insisted on eliminating the individual in question, and it was foolish for Lu Ran to confront him. He had planned to confess once Lucas's anger had subsided, but to his surprise, Lucas's fury only intensified. It was exceedingly rare for someone to be so troubled over their own chastity. Ha! Lucas laughed in exasperation, gently patting Lu Ran's back. Did you truly believe I would harm you? Is that how you perceive me? Do you think you are like everyone else? At that moment, I thought that even if you wouldn't kill me, you would still be angry. Lu Ran chuckled, adding, I was merely concerned about losing my position. Lucas furrowed his brow. Although Lu Ran jested, Lucas discerned the underlying truth. He recalled how Lu Ran had hesitated and evaded his advances. A person usually so rational and confident had many reservations when it came to him. Lucas replied playfully, What? Did you think I would abandon you? You are mistaken. Even when angry, I would tolerate you, as I require your assistance with work and daily affairs. I have needs, and I cannot afford to dismiss you. Now, there is an additional need, so rest assured your job is secure. With a roguish grin, Lucas playfully rubbed Lu Ran's cheek. Lu Ran laughed, Good night, General. He was indeed exhausted, never expecting to find himself entangled in a life of intimacy and dependency on nutrients with his superior for 3 days. After Lu Ran fell asleep, Lucas lifted him, draping his coat over Lu Ran's neck and face as he exited the room. Lucas took a private passage back to the office, allowing Lu Ran to continue sleeping in the office's room while he attended to paperwork. Their neglect had led to an overwhelming accumulation of urgent matters, and Lucas felt it somewhat cruel to allow Lu Ran to face it or even to review it after waking. He had no choice but to shoulder the burden himself. Upon emerging from his office in military attire, he encountered Rong Duo, who regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Having witnessed Lu Ran being carried into the room by Lucas, she was acutely aware of the situation, her expression reflecting a mix of reproach and disdain for what she perceived as Lucas's unprincipled behavior. Lucas? She questioned. Lucas suspected that Rong Duo had lost her senses, but he paid her no mind and proceeded to the military department. However, as soon as he entered, both Wang Qiuyang and Lu Chang were taken aback. Scoundrel! Wang Qiuyang exclaimed. Scoundrel! Lu Chang echoed. Lucas responded with confusion. Wang Qiuyang, incredulous, exclaimed, General, you still choose to work at a time like this? Lu Chang, equally astonished, remarked, How can the general be here at such a moment? Lucas bared his teeth in irritation. If you have something to say, then spit it out. Wang Qiuyang lamented, Thank goodness Secretary Lu is not here. A jolt of anxiety surged through Lucas, his brow furrowing. What on earth is going on? Upon observing that Lucas was genuinely oblivious, Lu Chang could only remark, once officially marked, regardless of the circumstances, one becomes exceedingly reliant on pheromones in a short span of time, to the extent of even nesting. Although Secretary Luo is not like that, during such times, the presence of the general's pheromones is of utmost necessity. How could you simply venture out like this? Lucas widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Just as he prepared to resume his work, he abruptly turned and fled. Madame Nana. The complete version of the Goose Goose scene. Chi-san air tears the umbrella handle. Chapter 85. The Secretary's Nesting Period. Rong Duo had just sent a message in the group chat, lamenting that the general was a scoundrel, which attracted a throng eager to witness a splendid romance, an overt display of affection, no less. However, before she could elaborate, Lucas returned in a flurry, appearing rather anxious. Rong Duo, a delicate blossom. It's fine, everyone disperse, splendid romance. Upon entering the room, Lucas found Luo Ran in the same position as when he had left, though now awake. Lucas observed for a moment, reassured that everything was fine, and it wasn't as exaggerated as Lu Chang had claimed. After all, his Luo Ran was different. He was composed and professional, unlike the others who were overly delicate. TSK. He had no appreciation for such fragility. Lucas approached, adjusting the blanket around Luo Ran, and asked with a smile, Awake? Are you hungry? Luo Ran glanced at Lucas and shook his head slightly. Since their encounter, Luo Ran had scarcely moved. His body ached all over, particularly in the lower half. How could I not be hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Lucas intended to fetch some biscuits from the kitchen since he was not adept at cooking. As Lucas turned to leave, a sudden commotion ensued. In the next moment, Lucas's eyes widened. Luo Ran had risen and forcefully embraced him from behind, resting his face against Lucas's back, arms wrapped around his waist, seemingly in a frantic state, with his legs entwined as well. Lucas could feel Luo Ran's slightly protruding abdomen pressing against him. Reflecting on the situation, Lucas's breath quickened. All of this is my doing. Luo Ran appeared to be enduring extreme restraint, yet felt quite vexed. I apologize, General. Yet he clung on without letting go. This was an instinctive response postmarking, one he found impossible to control. Lucas replied, let go. Luo Ran hesitated, then withdrew his limbs, blushing as he said, I'm sorry, General. Please return to work. The paperwork must be piling up. In an instant, Lucas scooped Luo Ran into his arms, enveloping him in his large coat and planting a kiss on his forehead. Silly Ran. Lucas kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, saying, why didn't you speak up? I'm fine, General, please go back to work. Lucas cupped Luo Ran's chin and kissed him. Shoo. After the kiss, Lucas retrieved a small pouch from his pocket. I took this from the medkit on the aircraft. He glanced at Luo Ran, who was now seated on the bed, his soft silver hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in a loose white bathrobe made of thin fabric that revealed his smooth thighs and chest, marked with wounds and bite marks. Lucas swallowed hard and murmured, next time I'll exercise more control. He truly had no concept of how much pressure to apply. It's all right. Luo Ran paused, smiling, it's better than last time. Lucas stiffened slightly. Luo Ran. I apologize for what happened last time. Lucas frowned, it was my fault. I was careless. He could imagine the pain it caused, to the extent that Luo Ran had to take leave without notice. If it had been someone else, Lucas would have surely reprimanded them. But that night, it was Luo Ran. Indeed, Luo Ran chuckled softly. Lucas untied the sash of Luo Ran's bathrobe. Luo Ran froze, instinctively grasping Lucas's hand. It's merely applying medicine, not anything beastly. Lucas rolled his eyes. Lucas carefully applied the ointment to Luo Ran's wounds. But when it came to sensitive areas, Luo Ran adamantly refused. Stop being difficult. Lucas pinned Luo Ran down, applying the medicine to the most affected areas on his chest. After a moment, Lucas's hand inadvertently brushed against him, and he chuckled. I saw in a movie that giving birth causes this area to enlarge. Will yours? I don't know. Luo Ran's ears turned crimson. I also saw in a movie that during the sensitive period one might cry, will you, General? TSK. Lucas grimaced, I won tea. But I know you've been crying for 3 days straight. Your voice is hoarse. Luo Ran turned his head away, falling silent. Such matters would embarrass anyone, let alone Luo Ran, who had always lived with a sense of identity, maintaining professionalism in front of others, especially Lucas. Thus, Luo Ran always found it hard to let go. After finally finishing applying the medicine, Luo Ran hesitated, looking at Lucas as if wanting to speak but refraining. Speak your mind. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. Their compatibility was at a perfect score of 200, and they hadn't wasted a single moment over the past 3 days. If they didn't take precautions, pregnancy was inevitable. Yet, the timing was inappropriate. The Star Pirates issue remained unresolved, and Luo Ran would need to travel to the capital and even accompany Lucas to the front lines. Luo Ran worried that Lucas might become angry or offended, making it seem as if he lacked confidence in Lucas. Seeing Luo Ran's anxious demeanor, Lucas scoffed. Enough. Stop overthinking. Lucas produced a row of pills from his pocket, handing them to Luo Ran. I had Lu Chang send these over. The prince hasn't recovered from his illness and doesn't intend to have children. Luo Ran was momentarily stunned. Will the general not mind? Children are troublesome. I prefer you. Lucas frowned, you decide for yourself. Lucas thought to himself that he had only experienced this once. Would a child compete for his affection? Knowing Luo Ran, he would undoubtedly prioritize the child over him. All right. Luo Ran smiled as he accepted the medication. Subsequently, Lucas and Luo Ran shared a meal of noodles, not dry rations, thanks to Rong Duo's thoughtful preparation in the kitchen, serving them hot and light, accompanied by eggs, which Luo Ran particularly enjoyed. Rong Duo had unwittingly placed 3 servings of noodles into one large bowl. Thus Lucas held the bowl as they leaned in close to eat together. Naturally, the 3 servings accounted for Lucas's notorious appetite. When only the last piece of meat remained, Luo Ran cheerfully picked it up and placed it on Lucas's spoon. Lucas paused, frowning as he returned it to Luo Ran. You should eat more. The general should eat. I can't eat much. Luo Ran pushed it back to Lucas once more. The two fell into a comfortable silence. Lucas chuckled, how sentimental. Luo Ran laughed in return. They were nestled close, and the warmth of Lucas's pheromones enveloped Luo Ran, providing a soothing comfort. The steaming soup was equally gratifying. General. Luo Ran gently pushed Lucas away, adjusting his collar and tie. You've just returned from the military department, right? Please get back to work. I plan to take a shower and sleep. Lucas frowned slightly. Go on, the sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. Luo Ran lightly patted Lucas's tie. Indeed, a trip to the military department was inevitable. However, Lucas could delegate his tasks and then bring the paperwork back to the room to accompany Luo Ran while reviewing them. All right, Lucas replied. Give me a few hours. I'll return as swiftly as possible. Luo Ran nodded. Noticing that Luo Ran was preparing to shower, and seeing that he was feeling considerably better than before, Lucas returned to the military department that evening. Lu Chang and Wang Qiuyang witnessed Lucas in such a swift manner for the first time. It resembled more of a life-and-death urgency than mere work. Meanwhile, during the 3 days of Lucas and Luo Ran's playful antics, a significant event transpired. The Crown Prince had utterly failed. The events unfolded just yesterday when a severe explosion occurred at the pharmaceutical factory on Star 4, the magnitude of which was so great that it caught the attention of satellites, instantly alerting everyone. The factory was utterly devastated, and a line of red paint inscribed a message on its remnants. Payment in hand, delivery in hand. Yet Zhou Mingyu exhibited ingratitude. Lucas speculated that perhaps the Crown Prince had fallen out with the Star Bandits, likely due to his refusal to provide funding, especially since the investigation team's report indicated that the factory had abruptly shut down recently. Thus, he faced retribution from the Star Bandits. To conspire with a tiger is to court disaster. How could he expect to emerge unscathed? The Crown Prince, in his pride and arrogance, had forgotten that although he belonged to the royal family and the Star Bandits were mere brigands, it was the latter who held the upper hand in this transaction by supplying the troops. Consequently, after barely resolving a lawsuit concerning misappropriated public relations funds, he found himself back in court alongside Yuan Han. As one peruses the comments on StarNet, it becomes evident that the public has utterly lost faith in the Crown Prince. Crown Prince supporters, stop your futile attempts. That's the Star Bandits. My goodness, did the Crown Prince actually hand over the pharmaceutical factory to the Star Bandits? The brand-name medicines we've been frantically purchasing are being used by the Star Bandits to manufacture weapons and meteor showers? I feel so disgusted that I actually bought them. I am truly revolted. Cyril made me regurgitate my overnight meal. My brother and uncle sacrificed their lives for the Empire to protect us, while Cyril colluded with the Star Bandits. I never imagined there would be higher mountains beyond this one. Now the Crown Prince has forced me to purge an entire month's worth of meals. Oh heaven, I even recommended this medicine to my parents. Have I inadvertently contributed to the Star Bandits' meteor shower? I loathe myself. I truly loathe myself. Crown Prince, die. The heir actually conspires with the Star Bandits, just because he presumed General Lucas would support the second prince. Returning upstairs, it is true that the general had indeed chosen the second prince after the previous incident, but to conspire with the Star Bandits for his own gain, forsaking his chance at the throne? Has he forgotten that the ultimate aim of the Star Bandits is to reclaim the Empire? Did he truly believe that by opening the gates to the Star Bandits, he could control and suppress them? Such arrogance. How many lives has his pride and selfishness cost? Zhou Mingyu, perish, perish. Starting today, citizens began to take to the streets in protest. Zhou Mingyu is currently detained in court, while the public brandished placards outside the courthouse, demanding that the Round Table and the court impose sanctions upon him. The Crown Prince's legal representatives continually clarified that he was being unjustly maligned by the Star Bandits. Yet trust is a fragile construct, and the Crown Prince had failed to demonstrate competence in previous incidents, leading to a complete erosion of faith. As prior events unravel further, with the assistance of the second prince, the public has unearthed the incident from Cyril's childhood where he framed Lucas. They also learned that during a previous confrontation, the Crown Prince had attempted to forcibly take Luo Ran for inhumane experiments, prompting Lucas to abandon the front lines in haste to rescue him. While Lucas was engaged in battle, the Crown Prince not only neglected Lucas's concerns but exacerbated the Empire's peril, while the second prince had been quietly contributing his efforts. General, with the public uprising, should we intervene? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. After watching the protest footage on the news, Lucas contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let them stir up trouble, but ensure we control the situation. Do not allow the Crown Prince to resort to violence, and prevent the public from becoming overly agitated." Understood. Lu Cheng glanced at Lucas, sensing a subtle shift. "What's the matter? Speak your mind." "General, both Old Wang and I feel you have been rather different lately," Lu Cheng remarked with a smile. "You never used to handle matters requiring this kind of intellect. In the past, whether negotiating at the Ice Falls or dealing with the Crown Princess case, Lucas would typically delegate such tasks to Luo Ran. Of course, Lucas was capable. He simply preferred not to engage. However, he had begun to share the burden of Luo Ran's responsibilities. Lu Cheng. Lucas's expression darkened. "Are you implying I lack intelligence?" "I did not." Lu Cheng bolted away. Lucas swiftly pursued him, delivering a firm kick to his rear. Previously, when Luo Ran was gravely injured, Lu Cheng had brought him back from the snowy mountains to seek assistance from Xiaji. Thus, Lu Cheng was aware of Luo Ran's identity, but he had maintained secrecy, even pretending ignorance before Wang Qiuyang during the day. Thus, Lucas felt unrestrained in his inquiries and directly asked, after the formal marking, "Aside from companionship, is there anything else to be mindful of? Just be there for him, use pheromones to soothe him. If contraception is necessary, then take precautions, and keep an eye on the nesting period." With only the two of them in the office, Lu Cheng spoke mysteriously. "General, remember, during nesting do not interfere." "What?" Lucas frowned. Lu Cheng explained, "Previously, when my partner was nesting, I had no idea and thought it wise to clean up his little nest, thinking it better to embrace the real thing since I was back. To my surprise, he nearly cried himself to death." Ah! Lucas mused that this could indeed be quite a troublesome matter. However, he believed his Luo Ran was unlikely to be one who would nest. Lucas organized his documents and rose, saying, "You and Old Wang keep a close watch on the military. I want to be coming around often these days." "No problem." Lu Cheng smiled brightly. Lucas returned to the company with a stack of documents. It was now late at night, and he tossed the papers onto the table before turning back to his room, switching on the light. Suddenly, he was taken aback. There was a towering pile of clothes on the bed, his own garments. Most of Lucas's clothing consisted of military jackets, trench coats, and outerwear, crafted from heavy materials, and since Luo Ran had always been enthusiastic about buying clothes for him, there was indeed a considerable amount, enough to form a small mountain as high as Luo Ran sitting on the bed. Luo Ran had surrounded himself with Lucas's clothes, draped in a coat that Lucas had left behind before departing. Nestled within the mound of garments, he resembled a fledgling bird in a nest. Lucas. He was speechless. Chapter 86. The Secretary and the Lifelong Mark. Upon seeing Lucas stare at him in a daze, Luo Ran felt somewhat awkward and embarrassed, retracting his head and burying himself deeper into the pile of clothes. Lucas set the documents down, inhaled deeply and stepped forward, removing his shoes before getting onto the bed. He recalled Lu Cheng's advice and did not disturb the pile of clothing, carefully maneuvering his way in to embrace Luo Ran. Wrapping Luo Ran in his outer coat, he held him tightly. "Is this sufficient?" Lucas inquired. Luo Ran, blushing, leaned against Lucas without responding. The unique scent of tobacco that belonged to him was gentle and comforting, and every inch of skin and cell on Luo Ran felt at ease due to the pheromones after the marking. Luo Ran mused that with the formal mark, Lucas's scent would be etched onto him permanently. The same was true for Lucas. "Good boy," Lucas whispered, tightly holding him, gently massaging the back of Luo Ran's head. "General," Luo Ran murmured softly, "I'm sorry, I feel like I think I'm being too much and spoiled." But it was his instinct, something he could not control. "Sure." Lucas leaned down to kiss Luo Ran's ear, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I truly wish to mark you every day, to have you like this always." Such actions from Luo Ran left Lucas breathless, yearning for another round, but Luo Ran's body was currently too frail. "General, didn't you always dislike complications and delays in your work?" "I like you," Lucas stated plainly. "There are no standards. As long as it's you, it's fine." Luo Ran remained silent, leaning against Lucas and chuckling softly. Lucas felt as if he was cradling a little bun, akin to wrapping dumplings. His military outer coat was the skin, and Luo Ran was the sweet filling. It was utterly delightful. Luo Ran sensed the changes in Lucas's body, momentarily taken aback. This delineates the distinction. Post-formal marking, the body, now locked in both essence and suffering, becomes comparatively frail, yet paradoxically more attuned and agitated towards its own. After all, the primal switch has been activated, granting possession of oneself. "It's all right," Lucas gasped, "I have medication." The awkwardness of the situation was palpable. Despite a definitive threshold for pain, discomfort lingered, thus necessitating remedies for heightened sensitivity. Luo Ran paused, extricating himself from Lucas's embrace, and slightly leaned forward. This was acceptable. He tucked stray strands of hair behind his ears and bowed his head. Once the moment concluded, Lucas firmly held Luo Ran's shoulders, compelling him to recline. Upon noticing Lucas also bowing his head, Luo Ran was momentarily taken aback. "General, it's a matter of reciprocity." Gazing at the magnificent lion before him, Luo Ran bit his lip, unable to suppress a lift of his hips, captivated by the taut, well-trained contours of Lucas's back. The pheromones in their den intensified, permeating their garments. Amidst their playful turmoil, Luo Ran's belongings became disheveled. Blushing, he meticulously folded each article of clothing, striving to prevent his carefully constructed nest from collapsing. Subsequently, Lucas leaned against the headboard, enveloping Luo Ran in a cocoon of fabric as they drifted into slumber. 2 days later, Luo Ran finally emerged from the debilitating dependency induced by the marking. His bodily fluids had been fully processed, his physique restored, alleviating the lingering soreness and discomfort. Their revelry had culminated in a significant accumulation of official duties. Luo Ran, already busy, found himself even more so. The Crown Prince was currently detained for investigation. The military was probing further, and the public protested incessantly outside the courthouse, demanding punitive measures against the Crown Prince and his removal from the list of candidates. Even if the Crown Prince succeeded in clearing his name through legal counsel, regaining public favor would prove arduous, unless the second prince renounced his claim or an unforeseen incident occurred. Otherwise, the Crown Prince's prospects for the throne were bleak. Furthermore, Luo Ran and Lucas received distressing news from the military. Cyril, unable to endure the tortures of imprisonment, had taken his own life, his demise gruesome. He left behind a note, stained with blood, beseeching to be interred in the Aldo family cemetery posthumously. Luo Ran sighed. This was simply untenable. The Aldo family had already disassociated from him, and with Orton Aldo resting eternally in that cemetery, it was inconceivable for Cyril to be granted entry. Luo Ran replied to Wang Chuyang, advising him not to acquiesce. Once the trifles were resolved, Luo Ran sought out Xiaji. Upon returning to the quaint wooden cabin, he was surprised to find the fields adjacent to it devoid of crops. As he stepped inside, the courtyard appeared impeccably tidy. "Ran rants here," Xiaji exclaimed with a smile, stepping forward before retreating a couple of steps. "Oh," he teased, "you and the general seem quite sweet lately." Luo Ran replied, "What?" Xiaji chuckled. "The scent is rather overwhelming. The general is undeniably possessive. Is it really necessary to leave such a strong mark on you?"
Luo Ran paused,
instinctively raising his hand to sniff his sleeve. He didn't perceive any notable scent. "Ha ha ha." Xiaji found Luo Ran's innocence endearing, pulling him inside. "Stop sniffing. Let me pour you a cup of tea. It's rare for you to visit. Indeed, even amidst my busyness, I must come see you," Luo Ran noted. "However, I may not be in the capital much longer." Xiaji returned from the kitchen with a teapot, settling across from Luo Ran, his brow furrowing. "Another conflict is brewing?" "Yes," Luo Ran said, accepting the teacup and taking a delicate sip. "It appears we are on the brink of a substantial battle." The military could palpably sense that the upcoming skirmishes would not resemble the minor altercations of the past. The Star Raiders had prepared a meteor shower, and after regrouping, they had acquired new weapons and equipment, engaging in relentless training. Observing their movements, the army was also poised at the newly discovered mines in Luobing, ready to traverse wormholes at a moment's notice. Consequently, Lucas had been even busier than Luo Ran, tasked with organizing troops and strategizing responses to the meteor shower. Furthermore, during the previous encounter in the snowy mountains, Luo Ran had been betrayed by an undercover operative within his ranks, leading to the destruction of their spacecraft. It became evident that there was a mole within the military, and the individual assigned to Luo Ran must have held a position of trust. This presented a significant dilemma. as this person likely possessed crucial information that needed to be neutralized before the conflict commenced. Alongside Lu Cheng's investigation, it was discovered that there were 2 moles, as many operations required dual execution. No worries, we can still meet, Xiaji remarked, blinking with a playful glint in his eye. Did you not notice? I've tidied up my place, preparing to relocate to the medical department. Lo Ran was taken aback. You're returning to work in the medical department? Yes. Xiaji smiled. I'm rejoining Old Shin's unit, resuming my role as a battlefield medic, so I'll likely be accompanying Old Shin again. We should be able to meet aboard the warship. Lo Ran paused momentarily before responding. Have you reconciled with Dr. Shin? Have you forgiven him? Well, it's complicated. I don't feel I have the right to forgive him, Xiaji replied with a grin. The general should have informed you of previous matters. He is not at fault. I am. Xiaji lowered his gaze. Thus, I have merely forgiven myself, achieved closure, and found reconciliation. These past years I've been here tending to the garden, exiling myself. But now many years have passed. Indeed, Lo Ran agreed with a nod. After a moment, Lo Ran quietly inquired, There is something else I wish to ask you. What is it? Have you and Dr. Shin undergone a lifelong marking? Temporary markings dissipate after a short while formal markings are indelible imprints that cannot be erased. A lifelong marking, however, is fundamentally different. Like formal markings, it cannot be washed away or diminished. Yet, if one is marked for life and then abandoned or perishes, survival becomes impossible, as the loss of pheromones would lead to a descent into agony and madness. Of course, lifelong markings also bear advantages. They enable perfect spiritual synergy, enhance the operation of mechas, facilitate emotional healing, and provide greater comfort during intimacy, while the presence of the partner's pheromones contributes positively to one's physical health and mental state. This is particularly suitable for individuals like Lo Ran and Lucas, who experience emotional instability. Thus, when Xiaji heard Lo Ran's inquiry, his eyes widened in surprise. You wish to undergo a lifelong marking with the general. Lo Ran remained silent. Ran. Xiaji frowned, visibly perturbed. I have not undergone a lifelong marking with Old Shin, nor would he ever demand such a thing of me. After all, he is a battlefield doctor. The general cannot impose such expectations upon you. No, Lo Ran hastily clarified. He has never mentioned it. It's my own desire. Your own desire. Xiaji's discontent escalated, filled with frustration. Ran. Lifelong markings are only suitable for loving, ordinary couples. Firstly, they must be individuals unencumbered by authority or military power, who would not be separated by insurmountable external factors. Moreover, they should not be working in perilous environments such as battlefields. Lo Ran remained silent. Ran, Xiaji sighed. As long as you truly love each other, a lifelong marking may not be necessary, right? After all, the odds are already stacked against you in this regard. Old Shin and I intend to pursue a lifelong marking, but only after our retirement, and besides, Old Shin is not the same as the general. Xiaji spoke softly. I'm not cursing you, absolutely not. However, the general belongs to the empire. Yes, I understand all of this, Lo Ran replied, lowering his gaze. I have considered it. I wish to ask you about the precautions regarding lifelong markings. Xiaji frowned. Xia, as you mentioned, Lo Ran continued, once a lifelong marking is established, the general will no longer solely belong to the empire. He will also be my general, responsible for me, and he cannot easily perish on the battlefield. It is I who am selfish, not the general. Though Lo Ran had never outwardly expressed it, he too was merely human, and naturally he harbored fears. He desired to become Lucas's anchor. He yearned for a perpetual journey alongside Lucas. Every relationship inherently embodies a gamble. Xiaji gazed at Luo Ran for a moment before heaving a profound sigh. Rising from his seat, Xiaji rummaged through the room and subsequently handed Luo Ran 2 boxes of medication. Xiaji explained, one box contains oral medication, while the other comprises a tube intended for insertion into the reproductive cavity. After a minimum of half a month, the cavity will slightly dilate and produce lubrication on its own. Very well, thank you, Luo Ran replied, accepting the boxes. You've done me a great service. Xiaji felt a sense of helplessness. However, upon hearing Luo Ran's words, he began to comprehend. Stay for dinner before you depart, he suggested. As he stood, he patted Luo Ran on the back, adding with a smile, this should be our last meal here together. Agreed, Luo Ran replied, his face beaming with a smile. Lifetime marking? Lucas furrowed his brow slightly, setting aside the document as he inquired about this matter from Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng responded, casting a worried glance at Lucas, recalling how his superior had rushed back to work immediately after his formal marking. I have medication here. One must prepare for at least half a month prior to a lifetime marking. No need, Lucas dismissed, tossing aside the paperwork. I won't do it. You've done it? Lucas's frown deepened. I originally had no intention to, after all, the general understands. Lu Cheng scratched his head. However, my partner is rather insecure and insisted on it, crying and compelling me to comply. In a moment of confusion, I acquiesced. Now that I can only strive harder. Lucas acknowledged with a slight nod. Has Cyril been dealt with? Yes, Lu Cheng affirmed. He has divulged all intelligence during this period of intense interrogation, including details of the Crown Prince's collusion with the Star Pirates, leaving no stone unturned. Once we compile the information, we shall make Cyril's testimony public. The Crown Prince cannot evade conviction this time. He passed the report to Lucas, who glanced over it, his brow furrowing further. The estate incident, collusion with the Star Pirates to conduct an attack. What is this? Lu Cheng was taken aback. Has the general forgotten? The more Lucas examined the document, the deeper his frown became. Lu Cheng, bewildered, added, after Old Wang's marriage, the general experienced a mental breakdown, which is why he went to the estate for recuperation with Secretary Luo. I assumed the general remembered. When Luo Ran inquired previously, he even suggested that Luo Ran ask you. To Lucas's surprise, it seemed he was unaware. Lu Cheng hadn't emphasized the matter earlier, as the report had already been submitted. However, it should be noted that Lucas hadn't reviewed the report. That task had fallen to Luo Ran. Lucas pondered over the report. Searching for Moreland Estate using his terminal, he viewed satellite imagery, revealing a desolate landscape. Adjusting the time frame to several years prior, he was met with a sea of wisteria flowers. Lucas's finger hesitated, as the memory of the wisteria flowers intertwined with the image of a small cabin. Though he had previously forgotten, the numerous mental connections he had made with Luo Ran gradually brought forth more vivid recollections. Yet, Lucas remained uncertain. No wonder Luo Ran had asked him what transpired during those 9 months. In retrospect, it was indeed a blank period. Lucas murmured what happened back then. Chapter 87. Secretary and Gift. After dining at Xiaji's home, Luo Ran returned to the company. Upon reaching the top floor, he noticed the lights were off. Frowning slightly, he opened the office door to find Lucas sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in his terminal, lost in thought. General? Luo Ran approached with a smile. What's the matter? Only then did he notice that Lucas was viewing satellite photographs of the wisteria estate. A sea of purple flowers surrounded the small cabin, illuminated by bright sunshine. Luo Ran paused. Lucas remained silent. Luo Ran remarked, what prompted this sudden interest? I recall that estate belongs to the Aldo family, correct? Lucas replied in a muted tone, you seem to know everything. Luo Ran halted again. Lucas lowered his head, admitting, I am sorry. The psychological wounds Luo Ran bore were inflicted by him. Luo Ran had always struggled with mental issues, and it was his actions that had led to Luo Ran's severe injury due to his fragility. Without hesitation, Luo Ran bent down to embrace Lucas, resting his head on Lucas's shoulder. General, it has nothing to do with you. Lucas reached out, intending to return the embrace around Luo Ran's waist. But his hand froze mid-air, unable to move. Lucas despised physical contact, not solely due to the aftermath of his previous trauma, but also because he understood his inability to regulate his strength. The mechanical hand was one aspect. His personal interpretation of force was distinct from others. Crash! In the next instant, Luo Ran tackled Lucas, causing them both to tumble onto the bed. Lucas's eyes widened in surprise at Luo Ran's boldness. Luo Ran laughed as he lay atop Lucas, grinning. General, don't overthink it. It's all in the past now. Lying against Lucas's chest, Luo Ran's face radiated warmth. Lucas remained silent. He could see the red marks on Luo Ran's neck and collarbone, as well as the lingering bruises on his wrist. Luo Ran raised his head and said, I remember. You were trying to protect me, which led to the accidental injury. However, your mental state was in disarray. Still, you sought to ensure our survival, which resulted in a mental resonance that unleashed your psychic power. Had you not acted as you did, not only would I have suffered psychological harm, but I might have lost my life. Luo Ran smiled brightly, articulating his reasoning. So I owe you my gratitude, General. Lucas scoffed, carefully wrapping his arms around Luo Ran. I will learn to control it. I can practice. Instincts cannot be controlled, and you need not force yourself, General. Luo Ran gently closed his eyes. This is sufficient. It's late, you need to rest more. Luo Ran understood Lucas's discomfort, but he could not find the right words at the moment. Good night, General. Once again, Luo Ran leaned in to kiss Lucas's cheek. Lucas gazed at Luo Ran for a moment before finally grasping his chin and returning the kiss. Silly Luo Ran. Good night. The following day, Lucas left for the military department early, leaving only Luo Ran and Rong Duo in the office. Rong Duo, typing away on her computer to respond to emails, cheerfully remarked, I heard that for the upcoming battle, my brother and Major General Luo will be dispatched back with the troops. Yes, Luo Ran echoed, equally pleased. Luo Xingyuan and his aide Rong and would temporarily station in the capital, meaning Luo Xingyuan could reside at home. He had returned with a small team just a few days prior. Hopefully, after the battle concludes, they can remain. Oh? Rong Duo's expression shifted as she spotted a newly arrived encrypted email. Secretary Luo, I need your authorization to open this. I'll forward it to you. All right. Luo Ran opened the email and, after a brief glance, his expression darkened. Is there trouble? Rong Duo's concern grew. The crown prince, who was originally detained at the court, has escaped using connections and has left the capital. Luo Ran frowned slightly. He departed from the royal family's exclusive port, where military presence is minimal. Ah? Isn't he yet to be convicted? Why is he in such a hurry to flee? Rong Duo was taken aback. Luo Ran remained silent. Since the crown prince had escaped, it was likely he had foreseen the outcome. However, this was anticipated. The Star Pirates had directly detonated 5. Was the implication not obvious? A thorough examination of the pharmaceutical factory's accounts would reveal ample evidence, not to mention Cyril's testimony. The Crown Prince's collusion with the Star Pirates was a foregone conclusion. Thus, it was quite astute of him to utilize his connections to flee before being transferred to a heavily guarded prison. Yet, what was the point of his escape? Rong Duo was puzzled. Isn't he now wanted by the Empire? And hasn't he lost his chance for a comeback? Luo Ran replied, the Empire will not issue a warrant. They will merely have the military apprehend him privately. This incident would create too much of a scandal. The Crown Prince has lost his chance for a comeback. If he were to flee, it is likely he would return, humbled and seeking refuge from Shinko. After wielding power for so many years, he must possess some remnants of influence, which he might leverage in a desperate trade for sanctuary. Should Lucas perish in battle, the Empire would descend into chaos, potentially allowing the Crown Prince to attempt a return. Let us leave this matter to the second prince. The military shall simply follow orders. Luo Ran rubbed her temples and remarked, it would not be prudent for us to intervene. We must avoid giving the impression that the military is exerting pressure on the royal family. Indeed, Rong Duo observed Luo Ran with curiosity. Luo Ran sketched on a blank sheet of paper, a rare sight indeed. What is Secretary Luo up to? Preparing a surprise, Luo Ran replied, placing her index finger to her lips with a smile. But you mustn't tell the general. Oh! As dusk approached, Lucas returned, pushing open the door to find Luo Ran fresh from a bath, seated on the edge of the bed, drying her hair. Her silver-blue locks cascaded over her shoulders, and Lucas stood dumbfounded by the sight, lingering silently by the desk. The general is back, Luo Ran said, rising to hand him a document, a report from the court. The second prince has taken charge and may require us to mobilize our personnel. I intend to send Vice Officer Lu to negotiate. As the husband of Her Highness Andika, he possesses sufficient standing to represent the military in these discussions. Very well. Proceed as you see fit. Lucas accepted the document, a slight frown creasing his brow. Tucked within was a small book. Lucas glanced at it, surprised. The cover depicted 2 charming figures. One clad in military attire, looking fierce, and the other with a ponytail, smiling. It was a delightful notebook crafted from an array of beautiful papers. What is this? Luo Ran beamed. A birthday gift. Happy birthday, General. As she spoke, she gently opened a small box nearby, revealing a modest cake. Unlike the one sold outside, this cake was devoid of excessive cream and embellishments, appearing quite filling, exactly to Lucas's taste. Luo Ran had even thoughtfully placed a bottle of cream beside it, refraining from pouring it herself. Oh. Lucas suddenly remembered it was indeed his birthday. Glancing at the cake, he smiled. Luo Ran never failed to remember and make a cake for him each year. Yet this year seemed to hold an additional surprise. Flipping open the notebook, he found the first page illustrated with a short-haired figure perusing a document while the military-clad character scolded him. Lucas chuckled, recalling their first encounter, when he had sternly warned Luo Ran against entering his office unannounced. In that moment, she had been so taken aback by his sudden return. Further on, he discovered a page depicting a shoulder-length haired figure sobbing by an aircraft while the military figure, still fierce, grasped her hand in an awkward gesture of comfort. The pages continued to unveil countless memories. A wisteria-covered cabin, the two sitting together beneath the stars, attending a fireworks celebration, and Lucas's initial vulnerability upon returning to the capital. Each page chronicled their journey together, with Luo Ran's hair growing longer, while Lucas remained his fierce self. Despite his stern demeanor, he had learned from the beginning to hold Luo Ran's hand, evolving into someone capable of tenderly cherishing his beloved. Each page bore a date, signifying the many years they had shared. Lucas turned page after page in silence, clearly moved by the thoughtful gift Luo Ran had prepared. A hefty tome, simple in its illustrations yet requiring considerable time and effort, with each page lovingly colored. It was evident that Luo Ran cherished their time together deeply, recalling many moments that Lucas had forgotten. Lucas mused that his secretary was truly skilled, even in the art of drawing. Looking up, Luo Ran smiled. I truly do not mind the past misunderstandings, which were merely a means of protection. She added softly, you said you would love me no matter what. And I? Foolish Luo Ran, Lucas interrupted, placing the book down gently before standing, breath quickening as he grasped Luo Ran's collar and kissed her. Luo Ran wrapped her arms around Lucas's neck, tilting her head in acquiescence. The kiss was fervent. Luo Ran felt Lucas's tongue exploring every inch of her mouth. As they exchanged breaths and pheromones, the intensity of the kiss spiraled out of control, igniting their desires once more. Lucas pressed Luo Ran against the glass desk, and she felt a surge of nervousness. Here? Yes, Lucas replied, his eyes ablaze. I will not repeat my past mistakes. I will learn. No, please not here. Luo Ran protested, glancing at the pens and documents, feeling utterly embarrassed. This was Lucas's office, after all. Furthermore, there were still others working outside. If they were to walk in, Lucas playfully nibbled at Luo Ran's ear, deliberately teasing her, having already locked the door without informing her. General, the cake has yet to be eaten. Luo Ran struggled, you eat the cake. I will tidy up the bed. Before she could finish her sentence, her words faltered. Lucas chuckled, I prefer the more delectable cake, not that hard, dry flour. He thought to himself that the birthday benefits this year were quite enjoyable. In just a couple of days, the battle would finally commence. The Shinko forces had launched an offensive in the eastern region of Luobing, seizing several small towns, while Mu Yuan had long been prepared, leading the army to meet the enemy. This meant that Lucas would soon be deployed once more. After 2 days of tender moments, Lucas would soon leave the capital again. However, this time would be different. This time, Luo Ran would see Lucas again quite soon. After bidding Lucas farewell, Luo Ran proceeded to the docks. This battle was of paramount importance, particularly since the Shinko forces had prepared a meteor shower. Thus, Luo Ran personally oversaw the transportation of logistical supplies. Lucas had left Wang Qiuyang for her, and had paired Luo Xingyuan, who had been recalled, with Luo Ran. Upon reaching the docks, Luo Xingyuan stood tall and saluted Luo Ran. Commander Luo. They stood at the dock's edge, clearly visible to all. Luo Ran understood Luo Xingyuan's intention. He was declaring their loyalty to her as the commanding officer overseeing the logistics, thereby stabilizing the troops' morale while also conveying that there were no distinctions of nobility on the battlefield. Yes, Luo Ran nodded, surveying the warships docked around them as she accepted the report from Luo Xingyuan. According to the plan, they would set sail early the next morning, after which they would rendezvous with Lucas on the battlefield. The two brothers stood face to face, one in imposing military garb, the other poised and elegant, instilling trust at first glance. We are nearly ready, Luo Xingyuan remarked. We can depart on schedule. Good, Luo Ran replied, carrying the report as she conducted her rounds. Luo Xingyuan instructed his aide, Rong En, to accompany her. As Luo Ran reached the western part of the dock, an officer rushed toward her, exclaiming, Commander Luo, 6 has reported a shortage of 6 crates of gunpowder. Recognizing him as Wang Qiuyang's cousin, Wang Ruiqing, Luo Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Both Wang Qiuyang's brother and cousin had enlisted and held significant positions. Wang Ruiqing was the commander of 6 and had previously accompanied Luo Ran on the expedition to the snow-capped mountains. What? Luo Ran inquired, her expression serious. Ascending to 6, she reviewed the inventory records and confirmed the discrepancy. Initiate tracking. Luo Ran frowned. The supplies all have tracking devices. Yes. After Wang Ruiqing departed, Luo Ran and Rong proceeded to the control room, where they indeed observed red dots on the screen. The cargo had been hijacked to another dock, situated in a rather precarious location, still within the Empire's territory, yet adjacent to the border of the wasteland. Rong asked, "Commander Luo, shall we pursue?" "Yes," she affirmed. Luo Ran commanded, "Have Vice Officer Wang bring a team for support, and ensure that the entire squad is present. It is highly likely that we are facing the Star Pirates. Such a situation is not unexpected. Although the logistics are referred to as such, they house vital supplies that directly impact the front lines, rendering them equally perilous. This is precisely why Lucas entrusted his most capable aide, Wang Qiuyang, to remain behind, along with Luo Xingyuan." Understood. Rong also descended. The warship was activated, pursuing the red dot. Suddenly, the ship's alarm blared. Luo Ran gazed at the main control screen, realizing that their vessel had been hijacked. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 88. Secretary, Commander. The 6th warship under Luo Ran had been seized. Resting his hands on the command platform, he remained silent. The command room was occupied solely by him, as Rong and Wang Ruiqing had departed. It appeared that someone had utilized another control room or perhaps had preset a timer. At this moment, all communication with the external world had been completely severed, and the ship was uncontrollably heading toward the dock where the cargo was located. The interception of the communication system indicated that no distress signal had been dispatched, and thus Wang Qiuyang and his men were not coming. Luo Ran's fingers gently tapped on the command desk, and as anticipated, Wang Ruiqing soon entered, armed. "Secretary Luo, please cooperate," Wang Ruiqing stated, pointing his rifle at Luo Ran from a distance. "We do not wish to harm you." Everyone was aware of Luo Ran's exceptional skills. Hence Wang Ruiqing dared not approach, fearful of a counterattack. "Wang Ruiqing, does your cousin know that you serve the Star Pirates?" Luo Ran arched an eyebrow. "Vice Officer Wang serves the General and the Empire, and the Wang family enjoys the General's trust. What difference is there between your treachery against the Empire and that of Cyril?" Wang Ruiqing's expression stiffened as he retorted sharply, "Water flows downward, while men strive upward." Luo Ran shook his head. "As a soldier, such conduct is truly disgraceful. Soldiers have sworn oaths and undergone training. Their betrayal is nothing less than a slap in the face to Lucas and the Imperial Army. Secretary Luo, please behave." Wang Ruiqing waved his weapon. Luo Ran had always been gentle and amiable, yet there lingered an indefinable sharpness and an aura of inviolable authority about him. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged association with Lucas, or perhaps it was the presence of the Empire's finest pheromones emanating from Lucas, or simply his own prowess. Others knew of Luo Ran's kindness but dared not act recklessly in his presence. In this instance, Wang Ruiqing felt the weight of Luo Ran's imposing presence, causing his hands and breath to falter. The door creaked open, and Rong entered, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. "Deputy Officer Rong," Luo Ran stated, "please promptly notify Vice Officer Wang to dispatch reinforcements. Do not concern yourself with my safety. He would not dare kill me." Rong stood still unresponsive. "Ha ha ha." Wang Ruiqing laughed. "Secretary Luo, Deputy Officer Rong is my superior." Both Rong and Wang Ruiqing were minions of the Star Pirates. Luo Ran fell silent. Rong too, remained quiet. As Luo Xingyuan's aide, he naturally harbored feelings for both Luo Xingyuan and Luo Ran. Luo Ran settled into a seat, asking, "Whom do you intend to take me to meet?" The purpose of this hijacking was already quite clear. It was to abduct him. In less than 10 minutes, the warship descended and established contact with another vessel that had been prepared in advance. Wang Ruiqing held Luo Ran in the control room while Rong went out to rendezvous. The personnel aboard the warship had been incapacitated. It was as if the heavens had turned a blind eye and the earth had failed to respond. "Secretary Luo, please exit." Luo Ran was escorted to the deck and onto another warship, where he caught sight of its owner, momentarily pausing. Secretary Luo, the Grand Prince Zhou Mingyu stood nearby, nodding toward him. "Please believe I harbor no ill intentions." Zhou Mingyu smiled. "As long as you do not resist, we will not harm you." Luo Ran observed for a moment, noting that Zhou Mingyu's warship was filled with his private soldiers and star pirates. Luo Ran refrained from entering the control room, unaware of the ship's layout, but the presence of star pirates aboard Zhou Mingyu's escape vessel confirmed that Luo Ran's and Lucas's suspicions were indeed correct. After fleeing, Zhou Mingyu had brokered a deal with the star pirates, presumably offering them what they sought, perhaps materials for meteor showers or money, after which the star pirates provided him with protection for his departure. Yet it was curious that Zhou Mingyu, who could have fled directly, had gone through such elaborate means to return. It seems my worth is quite significant, Luo Ran chuckled softly. In my ears, that statement bears two meanings, Zhou Mingyu replied, gesturing for Luo Ran to sit in the ship's lounge. Rong En and Wang Ruiqing flanked Luo Ran. Firstly, you are indeed of great value. You can sway the tide of battle and are the only one capable of threatening General Lucas. Secondly, Zhou Mingyu paused, a smirk playing on his lips. I find you valuable for reasons personal to me. Luo Ran cast his gaze downward, smiling without offering a response. Secretary Luo, I did not return solely for profit, though I understand you may not believe this. Rather, I came back for you. Zhou Mingyu sat across from Luo Ran, pouring him a drink. I wish to rescue you. Do you think I would perish beneath the meteor shower upon reuniting with the general? Luo Ran raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, you seem to lack confidence in the general. It is not a matter of confidence. No one can escape the meteor shower, no one, Zhou Mingyu asserted. The general's fate will ultimately mirror that of General Orton. Luo Ran smiled brightly. Indeed, the general stands tall and valiant, loyal to his nation and comrades, destined to become a legendary general in history, unlike those who scurry like rats in the gutter. Luo Ran's tone remained gentle and cheerful, yet when discussing Lucas, his voice turned sharp. Zhou Mingyu paused, not taking offense, merely stating, Secretary Luo will come to understand in due time the reason for my daring return. You will soon grasp my intentions, Secretary Luo. I fear I remain somewhat perplexed. Luo Ran chuckled lightly. I cannot comprehend. You may have grown accustomed to the general. Zhou Mingyu mused, holding his glass as he sipped slowly. Lucas possesses a soldier's mindset, prioritizing the safety of his comrades and citizens. However, I am a strategist, one who understands the necessity of sacrifice. I contemplate far beyond that. Please refrain from comparing yourself to the general, Luo Ran interjected. The implication was clear. The Grand Prince was utterly incomparable to Lucas, unable even to touch the fringes of his stature. Zhou Mingyu regarded Luo Ran, his gaze dimming slightly. Even the best of temperaments and the most diligently maintained smiles could not withstand the strain. After that day when Luo Ran had bluntly rejected him, Zhou Mingyu had indeed lost control of his emotions, leading him to disregard surveillance and take direct action against Yuan Han, igniting the chain of events that led to his downfall. Zhou Mingyu thought to himself, if the pot is broken, let it shatter. No matter what, he was resolute in acquiring Luo Ran. He felt he might have lost his sanity, but at this juncture, he was determined to possess Luo Ran, even if it required forceful means. Originally, Luo Ran could have been his. It was his own hand that had pushed Luo Ran toward Lucas. He had intended to drug Lucas and have Zhou Mingyu and the female aides deal with the frenzied general, but unexpectedly, it was Luo Ran who had intervened. It was he who had facilitated this outcome. Zhou Mingyu clenched the armrests of his chair tightly. Rong En, Ruiqing. Zhou Mingyu glanced at Luo Ran and murmured, Bind Secretary Luo. Yes. Wang Ruiqing inhaled deeply, rolling up his sleeves. Though he could not match Luo Ran in strength, he was not alone, and surely they could prevail. However, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wang Ruiqing, caught off guard, found himself struck down by Rong En's fist before he could make a move. His arm twisted behind his back as he knelt on the ground. Subdued by Rong En, Wang Ruiqing cursed loudly, attempting to resist, only to be knocked unconscious by Rong En, collapsing to the floor, devoid of consciousness. Meanwhile, Luo Ran sprang to his feet, seizing the hand cannon thrown to him by Rong En, and lunged towards Zhou Mingyu. In a moment of complete surprise for Zhou Mingyu, he encircled his neck with his arm, directing the gun's muzzle at Zhou Mingyu's temple. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Zhou Mingyu felt the scenery before him shift, and upon regaining his composure, he saw Wang Ruiqing restrained by Rong En, while he himself was being coerced by Luo Ran. After a brief pause, Zhou Mingyu looked at Rong En and remarked, You've concealed yourself quite well. Rong En's typically aloof demeanor shifted, revealing a rare smile as he replied, I appreciate your kind words. Rong-en was, in fact, an undercover agent planted by the Star Pirates within the Empire. His true identity was that of a spy, feigning cooperation with the Star Pirates to gain their trust, biding his time until he could work alongside other agents to unearth the real mole, Wang Ruiqing. Undercover, counter-undercover. Rong-en and Luo Xingyuan were initially contemporaries, but Luo Xingyuan's promotion led to Rong-en becoming his aide. Rong-en's excessively cold nature made it seem as though he was not close to Luo Xingyuan, and the outside world often perceived him as harboring resentment, much like many others who looked down upon Luo Xingyuan, the commander who had risen through connections. Yet, Rong-en was also one of those who had grown up fighting alongside Luo Xingyuan, just as Lu Chang and Wang Qiyang had stood by Lucas throughout their youth. Even in this tense situation, Zhou Mingyu remained composed, offering a bitter smile as he said, "It seems I have fallen into a trap?" Luo Ran chuckled. "Otherwise, why would Major General Luo assign Rong-en to me?" Zhou Mingyu understood. This was a ploy to draw the snake from its hole, to catch the turtle in the jar, and simultaneously kill two birds with one stone. Not only could they expose the mole before the battle, but they could also lure him out. He had once again stumbled into a trap set by Luo Ran. Previously it was Yuan Han, and now, to assist Luo Ran, he had returned to the capital, only to fall into Luo Ran's web. Zhou Mingyu thought to himself, no wonder information about Luo Ran's position leaked so easily. They were waiting for him. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The general is quite generous to allow you to act as bait." Luo Ran merely smiled and remained silent. This was because Lucas trusted him. Lucas regarded him not only as a partner but also as a comrade. Lucas had never treated him as fragile, just as he had consistently trusted him from the beginning. This filled Luo Ran with pride and confidence. After a few more minutes of tense standoff, chaos erupted outside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All personnel prepare. Protect the prince. The alarm blared. Wang Qiuyang had arrived with reinforcements. Zhou Mingyu, held at bay by Luo Ran, shook his head and sighed softly. "What a pity. Since Rong-en is one of yours, I suppose the general will be unharmed." Zhou Mingyu gently closed his eyes, already aware of his impending fate. No matter how meticulously he had planned his escape, he would ultimately be brought back by the reinforcements, likely to be imprisoned this time. He felt utterly exhausted. Zhou Mingyu's hand subtly slipped into his pocket, where a small remote control lay. With a thunderous roar, the entire warship was detonated. In that fleeting moment of fiery chaos, Luo Ran reacted swiftly, striking Zhou Mingyu unconscious with the hand cannon before seeking cover. He then saw Rong-en rush towards him, shielding him. Boom! Boom! Far away at the edge of the falling ice border, explosions erupted. A meteor shower descended. Flames engulfed the sky as fireballs rained down from above. The hunter's aircraft landed atop a hill, where he stood by the window, watching the mechs and aircraft below being reduced to rubble with a faint smile. After many years, their meteor shower had been enhanced, setting the ground ablaze, as though one were amidst volcanic lava. The hunter turned and headed for the deck. "Have we accounted for everyone?" His subordinate hesitated slightly. The hunter frowned, observing the expressions of those around him, his smile fading as he coldly inquired, "What is it?" "No one, what?" The subordinate stammered. "Report, the Empire's aircraft and mechs are empty. There is no one inside, and the materials of the mechs and warships are substandard tin." The hunter narrowed his eyes slightly. How could this be? This was clearly the coordinates provided by Rong-en, the Empire's strategic route, and they had an excellent ambush position. Could it be? Boom! Another explosion reverberated, sending a chill through the hunter's heart. He turned to see the Empire's troops advancing from behind. Damn it! Lucas's lions charged ahead. Kill! Leave not a single one alive. Lucas's eyes burned red. The same meteor shower, the same descent. But this time it would finally yield a different outcome. Watching the tide of Imperial troops surge forth, densely packed, the hunter clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Retreat. Chapter 89. Secretary, are you pregnant? In the instant the flames surged forth, Luo Ran felt Rong-en rush past him to shield him, and instinctively, he unleashed his mental power. Those of higher rank could, in certain moments, manifest their immense mental energy into a tangible form, much like Lucas's previous blade of attack. A transparent layer of light appeared around Luo Ran. Everything happened so suddenly that Luo Ran discovered for the first time he could achieve this, unlocking his potential in the nick of time. It was not solely Lucas who could do this. Boom! Luo Ran felt the flames breach his barrier, striking his mental domain with tremendous force, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness. Boom! The final wave of artillery fire erupted from the kaleidoscopic formation, concluding the day-long assault. The Empire celebrated its first victory in this battle. Although the hunter had escaped, he had severely weakened the Star Pirates, catching them off guard. Their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished in the subsequent battles, largely relying on the meteor shower. Lucas was uncertain whether the Star Pirates had any more meteor showers left. But even if they did, there would likely be only one remaining, as creating a meteor shower required immense financial and material resources. At this moment, Freeman was surveying the battlefield while Lucas stood on the deck, reviewing reports from the reinforcements. Luo Ran and his team were already en route to rendezvous with him. The mole, Wang Ruiqing, had been successfully lured out and killed in the explosion, while the Crown Prince had also been ensnared. Lucas gazed at the report, gripping the terminal tightly. He had not anticipated the Crown Prince's radical behavior. He was aware of the Crown Prince's affection for Luo Ran, but he had not expected it to manifest in such a manner, especially since everyone believed the Crown Prince's interest in Luo Ran was primarily driven by self-interest. However, the Crown Prince's first slip was due to Luo Ran. His ultimate downfall was also because of Luo Ran. In the end, he lost his life. Attempting to take Luo Ran down with him, he could have fought for another chance. Lucas inhaled deeply, awaiting the second report, his eyes fixed on the details regarding the explosion, uncertain of the fates of Commander Luo and Vice Officer Rome. When Freeman arrived, he found Lucas with a grim visage and trembling fingers. "General, it's nothing," Lucas replied coldly. "Speak. We have detected energy emissions from enormous insects nearby. Should we pursue?" "Pursue," Lucas commanded. "Send a team to follow." Upon awakening once more, Luo Ran found himself lying on a medical bed aboard the warship. Every movement sent waves of pain through his body. He was injured all over, the most severe being his back, where wounds wrapped in bandages still burned fiercely. Looking down, he saw that his limbs were also bandaged. "Commander Luo is awake. Rest assured, Secretary Luo, your injuries are not too severe." The more critical issue was the mental wound, known only to Xiaji, who had already administered medication to Luo Ran. The rest would rely on Lucas or himself for gradual healing. Luo Ran propped himself up on the bed, discovering several doctors, elite personnel under Xiaji, surrounding him. A sense of emptiness welled up within Luo Ran. Logically, given his perilous mental state and identity, Xiaji would surely be watching over him. Now that Xiaji was absent, it was evident that Rong might. "Where is Vice Officer Rong?" Luo Ran inquired in a low voice. "That." Luo Ran took a deep breath, her expression stern as she spoke. "To be honest." The doctor promptly replied, "Director Luo, do not worry. The situation has not yet reached its direst point. Currently, Dr. Xia and several esteemed colleagues are doing their utmost to stabilize matters." Luo Ran pressed her fingers against her temples and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Half a day," came the response. "Half a day? And we still haven't stabilized the situation? Although it hasn't become the worst yet, things are still far from favorable." Pressing her forehead, Luo Ran felt a surge of emotions that triggered a throbbing headache, her mental fortitude having taken another blow. But this was not the time to dwell on such matters. She removed the intravenous line and rose from her bed. "Where is Officer Rong?" "Outside the battleship's emergency room." Upon her arrival, Luo Ran spotted her brother, Luo Xing'an, standing against the wall, his forehead resting on his hand, his back turned, obscuring his expression. After a moment's pause, Luo Ran murmured, "I'm sorry." After a while, Luo Xingyuan replied in a hoarse voice, "You did nothing wrong. He did what was necessary. In terms of duty, you are the most vital person aboard this battleship. On a personal level, you are my brother." Luo Ran understood that there was little she could say at that moment, so she simply stood by, waiting alongside Luo Xingyuan. Wang Qiuyang had come to check on them during the chaos. After the explosion, very few aboard the battleship survived, and the remaining private soldiers and star bandits had been subdued by Wang Qiuyang. Luo Ran and Rong En were transferred to the emergency department of the main battleship for treatment, while the Crown Prince and Wang Qiuyang found the others still clinging to life, but after being brought back, he took his own life. Wang Qiuyang lowered his head and said, "He asked me to convey his final words to you." "What?" Luo Ran furrowed her brow slightly. He said, "To Secretary Luo, I was sincere from the very beginning, since that first encounter in the garden." Luo Ran paused, then commanded, "Ensure the body is preserved and have the squad transported back to the capital for the second prince to handle." "Understood." Wang Choyang glanced at the red light of the emergency room and murmured, "Officer Rong, he will be fine." Luo Ran turned to look at Luo Xingyuan and reassured him, "He will be fine." "Good." Wang Choyang, his eyes reddened, gritted his teeth and said, "That scoundrel Wang Ruiqing died aboard the battleship. His remains are so mangled due to being closest to the door. Serves him right. I raised him well since childhood. Yet I never imagined he would turn out this way." Wang Choyang stepped forward and rendered a profound military salute to Luo Xingyuan. "I have failed the military, failed the general, failed Major Luo. It's all right. No one should bear any guilt in this matter." Luo Xingyuan remained turned away from them, and Wang Choyang could not discern whether he was crying, for his shoulders trembled subtly. Ding dong. After an indeterminate amount of time, the emergency room door finally swung open, and Xiaji emerged, clad in surgical attire. "Everything is fine," Xiaji said from behind his mask. "Officer Rong has survived." Luo Ran observed Luo Xingyuan's body suddenly lose its support, sliding down the wall to collapse onto the floor. Luo Ran keenly noted Xiaji's choice of words, "has survived," which raised a question about the rest. Xiaji paused before saying, "To put it bluntly, surviving such a massive explosion is already a stroke of luck. It was fortunate that you, Director Luo, found a shelter at that moment, which also protected Officer Rong. Otherwise, he would have lost his life." The explosion had originated from within, and their location was the reception room, the very epicenter. Had Luo Ran not successfully tapped into her potential at that critical moment, Rong-en would have undoubtedly perished, and Luo Ran herself would not be standing here now, having sustained severe injuries. So, there's no need for guilt. You both did remarkably well in protecting each other. Xiaji reached out and patted Luo Ran's shoulder, aware of her thoughts. Luo Ran, however, pressed on, asking, "What you mentioned earlier about successfully preserving life, what about the other aspects?" Luo Xingyuan also turned to look. Xiaji hesitated before continuing. "Half of his face is disfigured and will scar, but with long-term treatment, the scars may fade. He has sustained injuries to his back and bones, which will prevent him from walking on his own in the future. However, you can rest assured about the Empire's prosthetic technology. He will be able to move without issues using mechanical legs." The doctors then wheeled Rong-en out, transferring him to the intensive care unit. His face was mostly covered in bandages, obscuring the extent of his injuries. "It's all right," Luo Xingyuan murmured, his gaze lowered, obscuring his expression. "He is an undercover agent. Surviving with that identity is already commendable." "Director Luo, return now," Luo Xingyuan said in a hoarse voice. "You are also quite injured." Luo Ran glanced at him, paused, and replied, "Very well. You should rest and recuperate well. I will temporarily handle the battleship's affairs. When you awaken, you can sign the necessary documents. We have only 1 day left before meeting with the general." "Understood." Luo Ran nodded and returned to her quarters. As she relaxed, the pain from her injuries and the throbbing in her mind became more pronounced. Leaning against the wall, she furrowed her brows tightly. Before her, a sea of wisteria flowers unfolded. She was hallucinating again. "Director Luo."
Iemme fine.
Luo Ran accepted Wang Choyang's assistance back to her room. Xiaji had just completed a lengthy surgery lasting a whole day, but after sterilization and cleanup, he quickly returned to check on Luo Ran, as her concealed identity made her situation quite urgent. Xiaji focused on scanning Luo Ran's head, then frowned, saying, "The wounds that were finally healing have reopened. Truly unfortunate." Observing Xiaji's fatigued yet professional demeanor, Luo Ran addressed him, "Xia." Luo Ran lowered her gaze and hesitated to speak. After a moment, Xiaji looked at her and smiled. "I know what you're thinking." He pulled a chair to sit beside her bed and continued, "I used to be like that. You should know why I resigned. I simply couldn't be as strong as they were. I encountered many life and death situations on the battlefield, but I could not process or accept them. What troubled me most was why old Shin could remain so indifferent in such circumstances, while the general was deeply saddened yet still managed to end General Alton's life himself. I truly regret my cowardice. Because of it, I couldn't bid farewell to General Alton, losing my professional capability as a battlefield doctor, and I couldn't provide him with the physical therapy he needed before he passed." Luo Ran gently massaged Xiaji's shoulder. Xiaji chuckled softly, saying, "It's all right. I understand now that remaining calm is essential, just like Major Luo, because Officer Rong sacrificed himself for him. For us, Major Luo must be resolute. He cannot succumb to despair or be defeated. He must quickly adjust his mindset to continue his duties aboard the battleship and lead. Luo Ran nodded, then shook her head. I understand. It just makes me more acutely aware of the general's predicament now. This was Luo Ran's first time leading a mission, and she recalled accompanying Lucas on previous expeditions. Back then, they were relentlessly pursued by star bandits, and Wang Qiuyang and Lu Chang swiftly reached a consensus. Lu Chang would take him away while Wang Qiuyang remained behind. Did Lu Chang not realize that Wang Qiuyang's decision was tantamount to a death sentence? Yet they showed no signs of emotion, merely focused on completing their mission. Luo Ran pondered how heart-wrenching that must have been for Lucas. Years of immersion, so many names turning to gray in the military database. Stop thinking about it. After Xiaji finished his examination, he took out a syringe and injected Luo Ran, saying, "You will soon be able to meet the general." However, halfway through the injection, Luo Ran suddenly felt nauseated. Wait. She pushed Xiaji away, turning her head to dry heave, seemingly experiencing an allergic reaction to the medication. Xiaji looked perplexed. Luo Ran's face turned pale as she apologized. I'm sorry. I feel a bit unwell. Xiaji, not blaming her for the reaction, understood that Luo Ran had just received her official marking. Luo Ran glanced at Xiaji with a hint of helplessness. No, it's not that. I took medication after the official marking. After administering the medication, Xiaji went to rest. Moments later, Luo Ran received a call request from Lucas. Hello? General? General? Ran. Lucas's voice came through. I'm relieved to hear you're all right. I'm fine. Luo Ran discerned a peculiar tone in Lucas's voice, gradually coming to an understanding of the situation. Lucas must have received news of the explosion earlier and had only just confirmed that he was unharmed. General, I am fine. I will take good care of myself, he assured, nestled beneath the covers, a smile gracing his lips as he added, we shall meet again soon. Indeed. However, Luo Ran felt a throbbing pain in his head. Despite having received medication, discomfort persisted, akin to a multitude of needles piercing through his mind. Strangely, he found himself yearning for Lucas more intensely, especially after hearing his voice. He longed for the comforting embrace of Lucas and his pheromones, as if he were addicted to a potent substance, perhaps a consequence of being marked. General, Luo Ran murmured, leaning against his pillow. What are you doing? Resting. Luo Ran hesitated, choosing silence. Ran, let us video chat. It's inconvenient. At that moment, Luo Ran was wrapped in bandages, his face pale, and he was enduring the throbbing pain in his head, something he wished to shield Lucas from witnessing. Luo Ran, open it. Lucas sent a request directly, and when Luo Ran did not respond, he sent a flurry of messages. Reluctantly, Luo Ran pulled the covers up to his nose. Upon witnessing Luo Ran's condition, Lucas immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Does it hurt? Not too bad. Lucas felt a surge of frustration at not being by Luo Ran's side, unable to soothe him with his pheromones. Ran, try to manage it on your own. Imagine it's me. I will guide you, as you said. Shen Shilua mentioned that this could alleviate the pain. You should ask Xiaji for that pheromone simulation spray. It's effective when aroused. Luo Ran never anticipated he would find himself in such an embarrassing, peculiar, and dreadful situation with Lucas. Yet, the rationale was indeed valid and could slightly ease his mental anguish. However, after completing the task, although Luo Ran felt somewhat relieved, emotional fluctuations caused him to rush to the restroom to vomit. It was then that Luo Ran suddenly recalled. During the marking, he had taken medication, but he had not done so during the office birthday celebration. Luo Ran stared blankly at his flat abdomen. No way, just twice. And only once did I forget to take the medication. After all, Lucas was set to embark on his expedition the following day. It was an incredibly busy time. Can't be that precise, he thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Setting aside the current state of the war, pregnancy would mean a profound reliance on pheromones, leading to a clingy demeanor. Luo Ran feared he might cause Lucas undue distress. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt an even greater longing for Lucas. In previous years, Lucas had often been away on expeditions, yet Luo Ran had never experienced such feelings. I have been careless, he lamented. I should have taken the medication. He promptly requested a video call with Lucas once more. Lucas was either still awake or had just risen. What is it? Luo Ran took a deep breath and asked. General, I would like to discuss something with you. Go on. Luo Ran inhaled deeply and inquired. What should we do if I have a child? Silence enveloped the other end for quite some time. Just as Luo Ran felt the tension in his head building, he heard Lucas's firm response. What? How sudden? Your battleship has already departed, right? How long will it take to arrive? Why are you only mentioning this now? Are you feeling unwell? Will it hurt? Will you be exhausted? I will tell old Wang to ensure you don't move around. Lucas began to ramble, leaving Luo Ran bewildered. Lucas seemed more concerned about Luo Ran's condition than the prospect of a child. No, wait, I don't. Luo Ran. Stay in your room tomorrow and don't wander around. The radiation near the mechas on the battleship is considerable. Be careful when walking. General. Luo Ran chuckled incredulously. I don't have a child. Or rather, he hadn't yet confirmed it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Luo Ran scratched his cheek, inexplicably feeling elated. I was just asking what we would do if it happens. Lucas appeared perplexed. Then we would raise it, of course. Luo Ran exhaled in relief. In their minds, the notion of terminating a pregnancy was inconceivable. There was no need for such drastic action. Both were healthy and intended to spend their lives together. After hanging up, Luo Ran resolved to consider the matter further after the checkup the next day. Meanwhile, Lucas found it difficult to sleep. When Luo Ran first spoke, his mind had been in a haze, and only now did he begin to process the implications of a child. The Imperial Lion sat on the edge of the bed, momentarily stunned. He and Luo Ran had not been intimate for long, and he wondered if, in the future, Luo Ran might grow fonder of their child, perhaps neglecting him. Yet, the thought of a small bundle resembling Luo Ran, bearing both their bloodlines, sent a shiver down his spine. Well, it's not out of the question. Lucas began envisioning their child. If they were to have a child, their bond would deepen even further. They could form a family, filled with numerous children and perhaps a pet, living together in a quaint little apartment. The Imperial Lion began to smile foolishly. What shall we name the child? A boy or a girl? Or perhaps both? Regardless of gender, the child would undoubtedly be a successor to the military. Lucas felt confident that, even if it were a girl, she would be as formidable as Luo Ran. Thus, Lucas spent a sleepless night. The following day, Luo Ran's battleship would rendezvous with Lucas's fleet to replenish supplies. As Luo Ran departed the command room and stepped onto the deck, he spotted Lucas waiting at the dock, flanked by Freeman and Zhenglan. Luo Ran chuckled softly. General. Luo Ran, along with a few officers, disembarked and saluted Lucas. As the two fleets exchanged personnel, Lucas merely nodded at Luo Ran. Freeman, conduct an inventory. Lucas instructed. Let us head to the meeting first. The meeting was attended by only a few officers, primarily discussing the upcoming strategies. With the undercover agent apprehended, operations could proceed with confidence. The success of the first battle had afforded the Empire a substantial advantage. Morale was high, not to mention that Lucas himself was a beacon of morale. This battle had significantly weakened the Star Pirates' combat capabilities, rendering them less formidable. It was a prime opportunity to eradicate the threat entirely. Once the meeting concluded, the other officers departed, leaving only Luo Ran and Lucas in the room. General. Luo Ran began, but before he could finish, he felt the world spin, and in the next moment Lucas had him pinned against the table. Luo Ran lay back against the meeting table, gazing up at the imposing figure of Lucas above him, momentarily stunned. General, he managed to utter. Lucas leaned down and pressed his lips against Luo Ran's. Luo Ran's senses became hazy, the scent of tobacco enveloping him in comfort. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Lucas, his legs entwining around Lucas's waist. The pain in Luo Ran's mind persisted, and he had been yearning for Lucas's pheromones, the dependency causing him to overlook the possibility of interruptions, craving only more of Lucas's essence. Just moments ago, the secretary was strategizing in the conference room with Lucas, yet now his eyes were glazed, tenderly holding Lucas, which made Lucas's breath quicken. Only he possessed such a version of Luo Ran. As Lucas's hands began to wander restlessly, and the scent of his pheromones shifted, Luo Ran softly interjected, General, I will visit Xia for another checkup soon. Really? Yes, about the child. Luo Ran averted his gaze, his ears turning crimson. Just as we discussed that day. Lucas froze in place, transforming into a statue of a lion. With a sudden flourish, silence lingered for a moment before Lucas lifted Luo Ran high into the air. We're having a child. Goodness. I am going to be a father, he exclaimed. General. No, wait, that's not right. Quickly, Lucas carefully set Luo Ran back down, unsure of how to position his hands and feet. Then, after this, we need to have Xiaji conduct a full examination and prescribe medication for your well-being. I've already started taking it, Luo Ran replied. And we'll need to check the gender afterward, General. That can only be determined later. It's too early to tell now. Oh, Luo Ran chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. I thought you didn't tea like children. I didn't tea at first. But now that I think about it, it's quite delightful. Our baby, Lucas said with a grin. Moreover, I spoke with Shinshilua today, and he assured me that your body is resilient enough to adapt. In just half a month, you should be fine. My pheromones and fluids will assist in ensuring a healthy pregnancy. Even when the child arrives, I can still enjoy our intimate moments together. If the little one dares to cling to you, I shall discipline him. Luo Ran was at a loss for words. Since their conversation that day, Lucas had remained in a state of exhilaration, planning everything meticulously. Yet, upon seeing Luo Ran, a shadow of concern crossed his features. Would it be painful? Would it be arduous? General? Luo Ran glanced at Lucas, sensing his unease. What's wrong? Nothing, Lucas replied earnestly. I will take good care of you. Since you mentioned it, Luo Ran stepped closer, a playful smile on his face. Perhaps we should discuss a lifelong bond as well. It just so happens that you're nearing the end of your medication. A lifelong bond could significantly alleviate the difficulties of pregnancy. Lucas hesitated, taken aback. Luo Ran shyly confessed, I've already begun preparing for it. Given that both you and I have experienced trauma, we can heal each other. No need to prepare. Lucas paused for a moment before stating, Ran, I cannot give you a lifelong bond. Luo Ran was taken aback. Why not?
I am sorry, Lucas interjected.
But I simply cannot. Luo Ran furrowed his brow. What about the child? The child is one matter. A lifelong bond is another. Though Luo Ran had proactively proposed the lifelong bond only to be rebuffed, he bore no resentment, instead chuckling softly. General, we're having a child. Yet you refuse to consider a lifelong bond? Lucas fell silent. General, Luo Ran teased as he tiptoed and wrapped his arms around Lucas's neck. Isn't it unbecoming to deny such a request for a lifelong bond? You might end up being labeled a scoundrel online. General, I humbly request you grant me a lifelong bond, if you please. Don't try that on me. Lucas gritted his teeth. I won't succumb to that. Yet, his ears betrayed him, faintly reddening. Damn it, you little rascal, have some shame. Luo Ran embraced Lucas, burying his head in his neck. Lucas succumbed, exclaiming, Luo Ran, having a child provides you with support. If anything were to happen in the future, the child would inherit the Aldo family and protect you. They can care for you, and you will have a sense of purpose. However, a lifelong bond contradicts that. Should anything occur, you would also be affected. Just be sensible and don't put me through this. I won't accept your reasoning. Luo Ran remained silent for a moment. General, he murmured, holding Lucas tightly, your hypothetical scenario seems to imply that you believe I would fare well after your demise. No, Lucas thought, realizing that Luo Ran was far from fragile. He would find a way to persevere. But I must tell you now that I cannot. Lucas froze. Cannot, Luo Ran reiterated. Ran, you think I can only because you are here. Lucas stared at Luo Ran, feeling as though his heart had been trampled. So, General, please do not dwell on such sentiments. Luo Ran chuckled softly. Let us be straightforward. We desire both the child and the lifelong bond. Regardless of life or death, we need not dwell on trivialities. Everyone faces death eventually, and we shall confront it together. Is that agreeable? Lucas gazed at Luo Ran, feeling a sense of constraint. You make me sound like an overly sentimental love-struck youth. Fine, he conceded, embracing Luo Ran and, in a burst of passion, pressing him against the wall for a kiss. Luo Ran effortlessly concluded the negotiation, enveloping Lucas in his arms, relishing the fervent yet restrained affection and pheromones. The following day, news erupted across the Star Network. The Crown Prince has fallen. The Crown Prince is dead. His body was returned to the capital by the military. Oh my, I truly never expected he colluded with the Star Pirates. Just how much material and gold did he provide them? Woe to the general fighting on the front lines while he aided the Star Pirates in creating meteor showers. What a despicable individual. He got what he deserved. With the testimonies of Cyril, Yuan Han, and his associates combined, the Crown Princess' sordid history could fill volumes. Let us not even mention the strong women he oppressed for personal gain, poisoning the general during the birthday banquet, and colluding with the Star Pirates for power. These charges are utterly preposterous. How can the imperial family, once so dignified, fall to such depths of greed, losing their very humanity. He deserved his fate. Seeing the government's report, I was utterly stunned. This is outrageous. He got what was coming to him. He deserved it. Now, once the battle concludes, the second prince will ascend to the throne, right? The online community seethed with indignation, expressing a desire to scatter the crown prince's ashes in disgrace. As a result of the crown prince's downfall, the imperial government underwent a significant overhaul. Even the seemingly inconsequential pheromone management department saw considerable personnel changes. An insider leaked that Secretary Luo Ran had initially leveraged connections to change his gender, and he had seen the report. This revelation sent ripples through the community. Secretary Luo wasn't their romance simply a match made in heaven? I'm not a fan, so I can't comprehend the excitement, but it seems inappropriate for high-ranking officials to misuse their power to conceal gender. When Secretary Luo was still not yet Secretary Luo, he was merely a friend helping him out. I can understand, after all. Secretary Luo was not in a position of safety, and the Crown Prince's faction had their eyes on him. If he had been exposed, wouldn't they have simply abducted him? Moreover, given Secretary Luo's situation, if he had not proven his capabilities beforehand, revealing his gender would have made him a prime target. The online discourse was chaotic and lively. Subsequently, the military's official account released Luo Ran's gender report, clearly stating the facts and sincerely apologizing, explaining that the previous concealment was due to official duties and not intentional deception. Luo Ran also shared the apology. Oh my, is it true? So, can we expect a remarkable heir to the empire? Heavens, with both parents being exceptional, will their child have the power to obliterate the galaxy? How many remarkable figures have emerged throughout history? This is the empire's hope. The phrase "the exceptional heir of the empire" flooded the screens, leading many to believe that Luo Ran was indeed pregnant. And he truly was. Luo Ran observed the excited comments online, bemused. They were still amidst a war, and for his safety he could not disclose the news publicly. Otherwise, the Star Network would surely erupt in frenzy. At that moment, Luo Ran was carrying a stack of documents toward the conference room. They were preparing to discuss the matter of the giant insects, as the reconnaissance team had discovered their resting place in a nearby cave, though no one dared to disturb them. Secretary Luo, Wang Chunyang, rushed over, panting, and extended his hand. You shouldn't be carrying heavy items. Let me take that. Although Luo Ran's pregnancy could not be made public, Lucas's aide and several familiar high-ranking officials were already aware. Luo Ran stared blankly at the documents being taken from him, which he could have lifted with a single finger. Wang Chunyang gazed at Luo Ran's abdomen with a look brimming with anticipation, affection, and concern, as if he were beholding the very hope of the empire's future. Luo Ran, upon arriving at the conference room, was about to push open the door when Freeman, who had just arrived, swiftly stepped forward to pull the door open for her. Secretary Luo, please come in. Everyone was apprehensive that Luo Ran might inadvertently cause discomfort. After taking her seat, she noticed Lucas pushing a cup of hot water towards her. I just fetched this. Drink plenty of hot water, Lucas said. All right, Luo Ran replied, holding the steaming cup, a mix of laughter and tears in her eyes. Chapter 91. The Secretary and the Giant Worm. The meeting did not last long. Although the species of the giant worm had been identified, no one had yet dared to engage with it. Luo Ran had previously expressed her desire for Lucas to refrain from harming it for the time being. Hence the military had taken no action. The giant worm, designated as one, hailed from the mysterious depths below, its back adorned with red markings that represented the energy of subterranean magma. It had been established that this creature originated from the depths of eastern Luobing, where extensive excavation operations had altered the geological landscape, inadvertently bringing the worm to the surface. Initially, the creature was of modest size, but it absorbed energy from the land and tectonic movements to forge its own hard shell, protecting itself from external threats and magma. In the process, it emitted radiation energy, akin to how humans inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. It was this very energy that transformed the characteristics of the surrounding stones, rendering them different. Luo Ran had also absorbed the worm's radiation, evolving to a level of 3 or higher, her hair's genetic makeup shifting to silver. With the downfall of the Crown Prince, no one was inclined to cling desperately to the worm for its reproduction, and the second prince had relinquished decision-making authority to Lucas, thus placing everything in his hands. Ultimately, Lucas decided to personally investigate, and Luo Ran insisted on accompanying him. They boarded a battleship, heading towards the cave where one currently resided. They found themselves at the border of Luobing, near the empire's frontier, not far from Chonghua City. The outskirts of Chonghua City were adjacent to the snowy mountains where Luoran and Kreeman had previously discovered the Cyril Intercom, now a stronghold for the Star Raiders, a newly established and strategically advantageous mining site. The giant worm had first been discovered in the snowy mountains, indicating it had not ventured far and remained in the vicinity. It was also conceivable that the Star Raiders were relentlessly mining nearby, causing excessive energy fluctuations that disturbed the creature. Inside the aircraft, Luoran reflected, 1. Perhaps it embodies our avaricious materialistic nature. Had we not excessively exploited resources, it would not have emerged, leading to such turmoil. Indeed, Lucas replied, stay close to me, understood? Of course, Luoran smiled. General, I've mentioned numerous times that I can still work and move despite my pregnancy. Please do not exclude me because of it. I wish to take care of you, Lucas retorted sternly. You are indeed vulnerable right now. Oh, we have arrived, Luoran interjected, pointing towards the window. Outside, the surroundings grew dimmer as they slowly entered the cave. A large contingent of troops, geological teams, and researchers followed closely behind. As they approached the depths of the cave, the detector's alerts intensified, signaling warnings. Lucas and Luoran boarded a smaller, agile aircraft, departing from the battleship. Passing through a narrow passage, they encountered a colossal creature clinging to the cave's wall, nearly consuming it entirely. The giant worm possessed a squared head, with a single limb matching the size of their small aircraft. Its back was shielded by a hard shell adorned with deep red luminescent markings. The creature appeared to be in a state of slumber, manufacturing its shell, while the surrounding stones gradually transformed into silver. Suddenly, it seemed to sense the presence of outsiders. Stirring slightly, dust swirled in the air. Then, the worm lunged towards the aircraft where Luoran was situated. Despite its size, its movements were not clumsy. It resembled a warrior. Everyone was taken aback, but under the orders to refrain from engaging, they remained on high alert, preparing their weapons for any potential confrontation. Strangely, the worm did not attack but instead pursued Lucas and Luoran's aircraft, attempting to shatter the glass with its limbs, as if vying with Lucas for Luoran's attention. Lucas deftly maneuvered the aircraft, muttering curses. Damn, it has set its sights on you. Indeed, Luoran remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. You emit radiation. It cannot possibly want to consume you. Lucas scolded, retreat. You all withdraw first. After the troops exited through the narrow passage, Lucas intended to pursue the worm. This was a mine specifically located for their convenience, as its constricted size would result in a cave-in should the worm follow, blocking their escape. Wait. Luoran observed the worm intently. Since the summer solstice had mentioned one, Luoran had diligently studied and memorized its behaviors. This creature was capable of fiery attacks against enemies, and when in a state of fury, the markings on its back would glow brighter, generating the energy to unleash flames. However, at this moment it was using its limbs an uncharacteristic approach to impede them. Luoran pressed her temples tightly. Perhaps, being a being that thrived on the worm's radiation, she possessed a humanoid form, enabling her to sense the worm's emotions and thoughts. General, Luoran grasped Lucas's hand. We should leap out. Are you mad? Trust me. Jump, Luoran insisted. I will not allow you to be placed in harm's way. Lucas replied, fine. I will switch the aircraft to mental control mode, and we will activate the capsule together. Lucas harbored absolute trust in Luoran. 1-2. He dodged the worm's assault while coordinating with Luoran. 3. With a thud, the two were ejected from the capsule, parachutes deploying as the aircraft's glass shattered under the worm's assault, crashing to the ground in a shower of fragments. Lucas was unconcerned. The narrow passages allowed him to take Luoran to safety, as the worm could not enter. Upon discovering Luoran had landed on the ground, the creature ceased its attack, staring at her in bewilderment. Luoran could not find the worm's eyes but felt its gaze upon her. Silence enveloped the space as one human and one worm locked eyes. Lucas stood nearby, hand poised on his weapon, ever vigilant. After a moment, Luoran extended her hand. The worm reached out with its forelimb. Luoran, Lucas said, his brow knitted in concern. Luoran closed her eyes, attuning her senses, and softly murmured, It believes I am its offspring, wanting to lead me to the depths below. The worm was unaware that a human body could not withstand the subterranean temperatures. Why? Lucas asked, perplexed. Because I am the result of its nurturing. Will it attempt to abduct people? Lucas's grip on his gun remained steadfast. I cannot say for certain, but I know it will not harm us, nor will it harm humans. Luo Ran's hand brushed against the giant worm's forelimb, taking a cautious step back. The worm shuffled forward slightly. Then it extended its enormous limb, perhaps wary of startling Luo Ran, and gently rested it on Lucas's shoulder. Lucas, cautious not to provoke the worm, refrained from acting, though his brow furrowed in concern. Subsequently, the worm nudged Lucas aside, pushing him away from Luo Ran with evident disdain. Luo Ran stifled a laugh. It seems we may need to force our way out. While the worm posed no threat to Luo Ran, it clearly wished to take her away, and humans could not venture into the depths. Attempting to communicate mentally with the worm, Luo Ran found it could not comprehend. All right, Lucas said, activating his communicator to inform those outside to prepare the aircraft. Wang Chuyang stealthily infiltrated the area with his team. Subsequently, Lucas swiftly replaced his tranquilizer gun and, without warning, incapacitated the creature, seizing Luo Ran as they dashed toward the narrow passage. The creature, massive in size, was momentarily subdued by the sedative but soon resumed its pursuit. The duo barely managed to leap into the spacecraft, racing toward the exit. With a thunderous crash, the creature collided with the passage, causing it to collapse and isolating the beast on the other side of the debris. This expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful. The researchers collected scent samples for further investigation, and Luo Ran discerned the creature's intentions. As for how to handle the situation, they would await a comprehensive report from the researchers to explore potential solutions. Upon learning the details, Lucas was disinclined to resort to violence against the creature, unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, within the warship, Luo Ran cheerfully retrieved a small plant from his pocket. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, delicate and petite. What is this? Lucas inquired, furrowing his brow. This is a plant that grows in caves. It was a food I consumed during my childhood in such places. I remembered it upon spotting it earlier, Luo Ran explained. He also recalled what Xiaji had previously said about the interdependence of all things. There must be a remedy for the side effects, as he himself was a living testament, having absorbed radiation yet surviving to this day. His mental faculties had been injured due to Lucas, not the radiation itself. However, during his time in the cave, apart from drinking its water and consuming this plant, he had taken no other actions. Lucas mused, acknowledging Luo Ran's resourcefulness in seizing such a specimen while evading the creature. Luo Ran presented the leaves to the researchers with a smile, remarking, "Now we await Xiaxia's test results." After returning to recuperate, Lucas and Luo Ran visited Rong En, who was still resting in the warship's medical bay. Rong Duo had also arrived. Initially, she had not accompanied the troops, but upon hearing the news, she was eager to see him. Luo Ran made an exception and allowed the team to escort her, as she could also provide care for Rong En aboard the ship. Upon entering the room, they found Luo Xingyuan already present. How did it go? Was the mission successful? Luo Xingyuan inquired. It was satisfactory. Now we await the test results before convening to make decisions, Luo Ran replied. Good. But do take care not to overexert yourself, Luo Xingyuan said, glancing at Luo Ran's abdomen. With the news of the impending arrival of his precious nephew or niece, Luo Xingyuan's previously somber demeanor lightened. Rong Duo, observing her brother, who had awakened after several days of unconsciousness and was half covered in bandages, stood by with moist eyes. Holding a pot of hot soup, she began to sob. Brother, she choked out. It's all right, Rong En replied, somewhat helplessly. Come here, Xiao Duo. Woo-woo, Rong Duo stammered. I seem to have lost my composure. But really, it's nothing, doctor. Xia and the others said the prosthetics will enable me to walk. Rong En gently ruffled Rong Duo's hair, saying, Don't cry. Secretary Luo will tease you for it. It's fine, Luo Ran interjected with a smile. I haven't had the chance to formally thank Vice Officer Rong. He bowed deeply to Rong En. Thank you for saving me. Lucas added, Thank you, Rong En. It was Rong En who had shielded Luo Ran. It's truly nothing, Rong En said, somewhat taken aback. Many other soldiers have suffered worse injuries than I. I am fortunate, really, and you need not worry about me, Secretary Luo. Anyone would have acted in my stead. It is my responsibility. Regardless, I sincerely appreciate your help. In the future, I will certainly assist you should the need arise, Luo Ran stated earnestly. At this moment, Rong Duo's emotions were still quite heightened. Her face flushed as she stammered, Brother, Won't you be unable to continue as vice officer? Now that you are disabled, even if the prosthetics can allow you to walk, you may no longer fulfill the duties of your position. She turned to Luo Ran, her eyes swollen with tears, and asked, could Secretary Luo help arrange for my brother to be assigned to logistics? She understood that if Rong'an lost his position within the military, it would deeply sadden him. Rong'an frowned and interjected, Xiao Duo, let's discuss this later. I will take care of him. Suddenly, Luo Xingyuan spoke up. Both Rong Duo and Rong'an were taken aback. Xiao Duo, you need not worry. I will look after your brother. There are many other administrative roles available if he cannot serve as vice officer. What? Rong'an frowned. You don't need to. I've said it before. I will care for you both. Luo Xingyuan disregarded Rong'an's protest and turned to Rong Duo with a smile. Is that all right? Yes, that's fine, she replied, bewildered, sensing that Luo Xingyuan's concern extended beyond mere professional obligation. Perhaps she never imagined she would become family with Luo Ran. After leaving the room, Lucas stroked his chin, deep in thought. What is it, General? He was asked. Rong'an calls you brother, but you address him formally as you, Lucas remarked, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Yet you refer to me as General and Sir. Luo Ran sighed. It's been so many years. It's difficult to change. Then let us change it now, Lucas insisted, his expression serious. Call me by my name. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ran awkwardly uttered, Lucas. Lucas beamed like a lion who has just caught its prey. Yes. Say it again. Stop messing around. Then call me brother. Lucas pinned Luo Ran against the wall, feigning ferocity. Quickly, call me brother Lucas. You're being too demanding, Luo Ran replied with a sigh. Lucas, brother, he said, feeling quite helpless, his head bowed and ears flushed. All right, General, there are people passing by in the corridor. From now on, you must call me Lucas. Not sir. Luo Ran glanced at Lucas, suddenly feeling mischievous. Lucas, he said teasingly. The reason I use sir is because you reside in my heart. Corny line, learned from you, Luo Ran quipped, raising an eyebrow. Lucas, the Imperial Lion, felt his cheeks flush crimson. Chapter 92. Secretary General and the Battle. You, Lucas exclaimed in broad daylight. This is scandalous. I refuse to fall for your tricks. Luo Ran looked at the hand that Lucas had raised to pin him against the wall, laughing in broad daylight. This is scandalous. Lucas smirked and immediately pressed his lips against Luo Ran's, engaging in a fervent kiss. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to push him away. Indeed, this was broad daylight, and they were in a bustling corridor. The kiss escalated in intensity, their breaths growing increasingly labored. Lucas held Luo Ran tightly, trailing kisses down to his chin. General, you're a dog, Luo Ran remarked. Lucas playfully bit down on Luo Ran's throat. I told you to call me by my name. He pressed Luo Ran's head down, biting his gland. Lucas, Luo Ran exclaimed. Back to the room, Lucas replied, chuckling as he lifted Luo Ran and carried him back. Half a day later, the test results were released. Given the current exceptional circumstances, the efficiency was notably swifter than usual. In the conference room, Xiaji stood at the front, pointing to the report projected on the screen as he explained. All our previous hypotheses regarding the specimen have proven correct, and we have discovered that this is a female creature. In their social hierarchy, the female is the most esteemed entity, responsible for breeding and protecting the colony. Thus, they inherently possess a protective instinct towards their offspring, male creatures, and their community, accompanied by the capability to enact this protection. Xiaji indicated the hard exoskeleton on the creature's back, stating, only the female can produce this exoskeleton, which emits the radiation that causes the rock to deteriorate. Male creatures and larvae are relatively small. The female was small initially as well, but as she ages, her exoskeleton thickens. This implies that the thicker the exoskeleton of the female creature, the higher her status. Therefore, it seems the female regarded Secretary Luo as one of her offspring. Luo Ran furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that their assumptions had been correct all along. No wonder that creature was so insistent on bringing him back. Lucas cast a glance at Lauren. Well, this complicates matters. Xiaji continued. The plants brought back by Secretary Luo, after extensive testing and analysis, have indeed been confirmed to counteract the adverse effects of radiation. At this revelation, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. This indicates that it can be extracted for use. However, it should be employed in moderation, rather than the mass injection or harvesting previously advocated by the Grand Prince. I have sealed this information, and all personnel involved in the research will divulge nothing. Xiaji stated, we await the decision of the General and His Highness the Second Prince. Indeed, Lauren pondered, then if that is the case, then eliminating or driving away the mother worm may no longer be necessary. Its reproductive cycle could be managed if the side effects can truly be mitigated. Lucas inquired, is there a way to send the mother worm back underground? No, Xiaji shook her head, unless it achieves its purpose. In that case, we shall postpone matters concerning the creature. Its habitat relies heavily on the caves, so we will leave it be for now. Lucas waved his hand. The Star Raiders in the outskirts of Heavy Flower City are our primary target. Affirmative. The mines in the outskirts of Heavy Flower City have been occupied by the Star Raiders, and the Imperial Army must find the most suitable route for assault. The screen transitioned to a large map, provided by Mu Yuan, revealing that the paths to the mines were indeed intricate. After some discussion, Lauren began to feel somewhat nauseous. Secretary Luo, Wang Choyang, seated across from Lauren, immediately looked tense. What's wrong with Secretary Luo? Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room grew anxious, their gazes fixed on Lauren. Xiaji handed Lauren a glass of warm water and medication. It's nothing, Lauren replied, massaging her chest. Please continue. Luo Xingyuan asked, do you want to take a rest? Yes. Freeman remained unblinking. These aides, including Luo Xingyuan, found the situation surreal. Secretary Luo, who was usually delicate and soft, was not only capable of fighting but also adept at leading troops, managing both the company and military seamlessly over the years, instilling Lucas with complete peace of mind and earning the respect and gratitude of the military. This was astonishing, prompting everyone to feel a natural inclination to care for Lauren even more, not to mention that she was carrying the Empire's esteemed heir. Let us adjourn the meeting, Lucas declared as he turned off the screen. It's quite late. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning when Mu Yuan and the troops from Falling Ice arrive. Understood. After the conference room emptied, Lucas approached and gently ruffled Lauren's hair, saying, you've worked hard. I'm fine, Lauren responded, reaching for Lucas's sleeve. Pregnancy indeed made her clingier. She had grown increasingly reliant on Lucas's pheromones. Lucas, may I wear your coat? Lauren asked, her ears flushing red. This might alleviate your discomfort. In the next moment, Lucas removed his coat and personally draped it over Lauren. The coat is yours, and so am I. Lucas grinned. If you want to embrace me, just say the word. I am at your service. Lauren clutched the oversized military coat she wore and softly acknowledged. Subsequently, Lucas went to the military base to deal with the mechas, while Lauren planned to return to her room for some much-needed sleep, as she had been increasingly drowsy lately. On her way, she spotted Luo Xingyuan standing nearby, seemingly waiting for her. Lauren smiled, brother. Lauren? Luo Xingyuan glanced at her, hesitating to speak. Lauren inquired, how is Deputy Officer Rome? He is in good health and recovering well. Luo Xingyuan paused, then said, Lauren, what is the matter? Luo Xingyuan lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck. I'm sorry, Lauren. My parents and I didn't know you were. Lauren faltered. Luo Xingyuan's face flushed. It's my fault as a brother. I didn't take good care of you. It's my mistake. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself that Lauren had just come of age and was out working to support herself and study. It must have been incredibly tough and unfair for her. You don't need to worry. It's all in the past. We agreed not to speak of bygone matters. Lauren gently patted Luo Xingyuan's shoulder. Isn't everything good now? Yes. Luo Xingyuan glanced at the military coat draped over Lauren and smiled. Thank goodness for the general. Lauren smiled faintly. Our family truly owes you so much. Luo Xingyuan sighed heavily. Then he opened his arms. Come here, let us hug. Given that Lauren was enveloped in Lucas's pheromones, which could cause discomfort to Luo Xingyuan, they merely shared a loose embrace. The sentiment was conveyed. That was sufficient. Lauren whispered, don't say we owe you. It's my fortune. Years ago, after losing his family and entire clan, he had been raised by the creatures for over a year and had barely survived, losing his mind and voice, only to be sent to an orphanage. Aside from the counselor arranged by General Alton, no family wanted him. It was Luo Chang who, as a counselor, guided Lauren, and seeing the child's plight, took him home to teach him to speak one word at a time. Lauren smiled brightly. After I return, I might get scolded by my father for concealing my gender. What is there to fear? You have the general backing you up. Luo Xingyuan's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Speaking of which, Do you and the general plan to marry after this campaign concludes? The entire empire is eagerly anticipating your wedding and children. Once the news of your child is announced, the empire will surely go wild. I'm not sure, Lauren replied, feeling somewhat bashful. It depends on him. Luo Xingyun raised an eyebrow. Has the general not proposed or brought it up? No, Lauren said helplessly. The general doesn't seem like the type to propose. He probably prefers a simple and casual wedding. Lucas, that straightforward man, Lauren found it hard to imagine him in a romantic proposal or wedding preparations. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as Luo Xingyuan escorted Lauren back to her room. The following day, Mu Yuan arrived with the falling ice army to join forces. Lucas had taken the eastern route while Mu Yuan approached from the west, with both sides converging in the end. Mu Yuan had made significant gains, having eliminated numerous Star Raiders along the way. After finalizing the route and plans, the Imperial Army set forth towards the mines. Just as they were nearing their destination, the Star Raiders sent an envoy to negotiate. Our demands are quite simple. The envoy, a brash individual, sat at the end of the conference table with an arrogant demeanor. Addressing Lucas, the Fox Hunter has stated a single request. Allow us to officially settle in the capital and grant us citizenship, and we will cease hostilities. Peace is beneficial for both the Empire and us. What do you say? Lucas raised an eyebrow, responding with a smirk. Nonsense. This was the Star Raider's sole demand, yet it was also the Empire's bottom line, one that could not be conceded. To acquiesce would render the sacrifices made and the perseverance shown meaningless. Agreeing would equate to selling the Empire to villains, inviting wolves into the fold, and opening the doors to legitimized plunder. We can compromise, the envoy said, his expression turning serious. We can sign a contract, promising not to stir trouble once settled, and we can also provide supplies. The envoy smiled. General, your word can save many lives and end this war. You surely know what to do. For this negotiation, representatives from the capital's round table, including the Empire and the falling Ice Royal family, were present, with Mu Yuan also in attendance, yet naturally all final decisions rested with Lucas. I will reiterate, Lucas said with a grin. Nonsense. The envoy's expression shifted, coldly huffing. General, perhaps you would like to propose your terms? My condition is simple, Lucas replied. Take your people and weapons and roll to another galaxy, never to return. The Empire can also consider withdrawing its troops. The envoy similarly smirked. Nonsense. Since that is the case, the outcome is clear. There is nothing more to discuss. Mu Yuan stood up, beckoning his aide forward. The envoy, on guard, declared, in times of war, envoys are not to be harmed. Lucas scoffed, for he had no intention of harming the envoy. He merely sought to instill fear. Of course, he would not resort to murder. Our imperial laws are far too numerous and intricate for that. Wang Chunyang smiled benignly, adding, not only will there be no execution, but he shall also be treated with utmost respect. Freeman chimed in, indeed, a supreme member experience awaits him. The envoy's complexion paled slightly, and he retorted defiantly, is this all the imperial might you possess? The measure of our might you shall soon discover. After the envoy was escorted away, Luo Ran could hear his wails echoing from beyond the door, likely overwhelmed with trepidation. Luo Ran found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Lucas rose and made his way to the mech chamber, with Luo Ran following closely behind. Glancing at the person beside him, Lucas inquired in a hushed tone, there is but one stronghold left before the mine. Indeed, came the reply. Are you prepared? Luo Ran tugged at Lucas's military jacket draped over her shoulders, smiling brightly. I am ready, you need not worry, General. Moreover, with Vice Officer Wang and Vice Officer Freeman present, we shall split our forces, one under your command and the other under mine. Please ensure your safety, General, she cautioned. Of course. Lucas opened his arms to Luo Ran, grinning, come here for a moment. Let me recharge my general. This ritual had been their custom for many years, and today was no exception. Luo Ran stepped forward and embraced Lucas. Recharging complete. Now it's my turn to lead. Lucas quickly placed a kiss on her cheek. The other officers merely chuckled at the sight. Then, let us meet at the mine. Chapter 93. The General, the Secretary, and the Meteor Shower. The Star Raider stronghold was indeed situated within the mine, where they had not only taken residence but had also captured the residents of the Flower City as hostages, thereby hindering the Imperial Army's operations. The Empire could not bombard the cave nor act recklessly, as the Star Raiders could leverage the hostages at any moment. The Imperial forces were divided into two, one led by Luo Ran, with Wang Qiuyang and Freeman providing support from the front, while the other was commanded by Lucas. The Imperial army advanced. The Star Raiders warships were similarly stationed within the cavern, and Hunter observed the red dots on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. It was evident that the rear team, smaller in number, was using a concealed path. Had Hunter not whimsically installed detectors along that treacherous route, it would have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, the front boasted a more conventional army, traversing the main road of the mine. Hunter raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin. Is this a feint? Using the front forces as a ruse to launch a surprise attack from behind? His aide nodded grimly, exclaiming, Lucas revels in such underhanded tactics. Last time, we fell victim to this very stratagem during the meteor shower. Hunter's eyes darkened with disdain, a cold smile gracing his lips. Such a mistake could not be repeated. He had rarely triumphed against Lucas, and the Star Raiders could only gain advantage before Lucas arrived, plundering and bombarding. But once faced with Lucas, victory was elusive. Defeating Lucas had become an obsession for Hunter. The last time they had finally managed to unleash the meteor shower, Lucas had outmaneuvered them, resulting in significant losses. Hunter clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening. Prepare for battle. He boarded the warship, leading the Star Raider forces toward the rear. Here they come. Lucas, seated within the Lion, gripped the control stick, scrutinizing the opposing camp. His suspicions were confirmed. Hunter had concentrated his main forces here. Fire. With Lucas's command, the elite squad formed a circular formation. Boom! Boom! An even more ferocious kaleidoscope of artillery erupted forth, the intensity and quantity surpassing the previous encounter. In this confined space, it seemed particularly effective, leaving the enemy with no place to hide. The stone walls trembled as debris and dust fell, resonating with a buzzing echo. The entire mine was illuminated by the artillery fire. Though Lucas's contingent was small, they were a highly trained elite team, capable of swiftly adapting to his commands, continuously launching the kaleidoscope against the Star Raiders, forcing them back. Even though Lucas was Hunter's adversary, Hunter could not help but admire Lucas's predictive capabilities, maintaining the kaleidoscope formation single-handedly while balancing offense and evasion. However, as Hunter assessed the situation, he realized something crucial. Lucas had not summoned reinforcements. There were no hidden forces, only the small squad remained. Hunter seized the ship's microphone, barking into it, "Respond if you hear me." Static crackled. Hunter's face blanched. In an instant, he could not fathom that he had fallen into yet another trap. Lucas's elite squad was merely a decoy, drawing fire away from the true army positioned ahead. Lucas had not executed a feint. The substantial force was indeed the Empire's genuine main body, and Hunter had ensnared himself in his own stratagem. Had Lucas anticipated this line of thought and devised a counter-strategy? Hunter could scarcely believe it. As the commander, Lucas had entrusted the main army to another officer, allowing someone else to dictate the battle while he himself acted as bait. Who was this other commander? Luo Ran. Hunter braced himself against the command console, his expression contorted with disbelief. What was happening? How had he lost again? The hostages had surely been rescued by the army, and the stronghold had fallen. Boss? Boss? His aide inquired anxiously. What is it? Shut up. Hunter's visage was one of terror. It matters not. I still have one last meteor shower. He had prepared 3 in total. The first had been a test within the city, the second had been thwarted by Lucas, but there remained a third opportunity. After the Crown Prince departed the capital, they had met once, and he had requested the Star Raiders' protection, offering the materials for the third meteor shower as a condition, his final trump card. Thus, the third meteor shower had been hastily prepared. Now, it was also the last resort for Hunter. Do we need to retreat? The aide cautiously asked. It seems something has gone awry ahead. No need. It's too late to save them now. The only remaining course of action was to eliminate Lucas, throwing the Imperial army into chaos. Hunter glared at Lucas's lion, akin to a ravenous predator eyeing its prey. Concentrate your fire. He refused to believe that Lucas had only this small squad. Surely they could not withstand the onslaught? Buzz. Buzz. Hunter paused, perplexed. What was that sound? Crack. Crack. Hunter turned to see his aide contorted in agony, clutching his head, crouching down in evident distress. Not just his aide. Hunter noticed many others outside exhibiting similar symptoms, varying degrees of discomfort that significantly impaired their combat capabilities, with some wavering controls causing aircraft to plummet to the ground. Hunter's gaze sharpened as he observed that the Imperial squad's mechs were equipped with mental disruptors, and the pilots donned protective helmets. Damn it! Lucas reveled in Hunter's desperate demeanor, finding it utterly delightful. Due to the Crown Prince's haughty attitude, the Star Raiders had likely underestimated or overlooked the side effects, for their understanding and application stemmed from the Crown Prince himself. Consequently, they had failed to anticipate that after administering so many doses, the Empire merely needed to prepare countless mental disruptors, cranking the sound waves to maximum power to obliterate these insatiable foes. This was why Lucas dared to confront the Star Raiders with his small squad. This is precisely why Lucas previously conferred with King Luobing, allowing the Star Pirates to engage in mining and excavation. The resources extracted by the Star Pirates could no longer be utilized in spacecraft or weaponry. Even if there was time, the quantity would be minimal. Thus, their most prevalent application must inevitably be direct injection into the human body, augmenting their combat prowess. Little did they realize the extent of harm that such injections could inflict. Excessive doses would scarcely allow for survival. The Star Pirates, driven by insatiable greed, had become ensnared by their own avarice. Amidst the chaos surrounding the Star Pirates, the Huntress gritted her teeth and commanded, "Bring forth my wind chaser. Prepare the meteor shower. Officer Wong, support Coordinate 41. Officer Freeman, maintain your position." Luo Ran stood resolutely at the control console, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon the screens and windows, issuing commands with calm precision. The two officers, seasoned veterans with countless combat experiences and long serving under Lucas, often discerned the situation independently, alleviating some burden from Luo Ran. As Lucas had surmised, he primarily served as an overseer. The dark, formidable Imperial army surged forth through the main entrance of the mine, while aircraft and mechas descended from their armored exteriors, clearing obstacles in their path. Luo Ran gazed out the window, witnessing the once tranquil mine transform into a conflagration and a hellscape. Flames engulfed the vegetation within the mine, while mechas clashed violently, intent on obliterating one another, and aircraft unleashed their firepower. Once the psychic disruptors were activated, the Star Pirates appeared akin to the mindless zombies from a horror film, howling and mindlessly brandishing their weapons in chaotic frenzy. Luo Ran observed individuals tumbling from mechas or aircraft, some reduced to mere fragments amidst the explosions. Lives were extinguished with alarming rapidity. Death here seemed almost trivial. The ground accumulated an ever-growing heap of machinery and dismembered limbs, the acrid scent of gasoline permeating even through the high-pressure glass of the warship. Luo Ran furrowed his brow. He had fortified his resolve and established a mental connection with Lucas, having faced such circumstances before. Thus he found himself somewhat accepting of the chaos. Soon it would pass. "Please, I surrender. I beg you, shut it down. Shut it down." It was uncertain who uttered the plea first, but once spoken, it was as though a fragile balloon had been punctured, and the remaining Star Pirates lost their will to fight. Observing the kneeling figures with raised hands, Luo Ran sighed and instructed his officers to apprehend them. After reclaiming the Star Pirates, Luo Ran immediately accelerated into the depths of the mine, aiming to rendezvous with Lucas. He contacted the only officer accompanying Lucas, Zhang Lan. "Officer Zhang, please respond. Static. General and the Huntress have fallen into the mine." Luo Ran's heart sank. What? The army swiftly aligned with Zhang Lan's position. Though Lucas commanded an elite force, their numbers were limited. Faced with a vastly superior number of Star Pirates, they initially gained the upper hand using kaleidoscopes and disruptors to buy time, but as the skirmish wore on, they began to struggle. Several disruptors were obliterated, and the kaleidoscope formation had lost personnel, becoming increasingly untenable. However, with Luo Ran joining as reinforcements, the tide of battle began to shift. Zhang Lan boarded Luo Ran's warship, stating, "The Star Pirates are relentlessly targeting the general, even disregarding their own lives. The general is engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the Huntress amidst the artillery fire, and both were subsequently flung into the mine." Zhang Lan pointed to a nearby gaping chasm, unfathomably deep, leading to the depths below. Luo Ran took a deep breath, declaring, "You will command. I will lead a team down. Maintain communication." Zhang Lan instinctively sought to protest, considering Luo Ran's pregnancy, but the commanding officer's resolute gaze silenced him, and he automatically saluted, exclaiming, "Understood." The arrival of the army alleviated the burden on the elite squad, allowing the kaleidoscope formation to reestablish itself as Luo Ran descended into the mine with his team. Zhang Lan directed Wang Chuyang to intercept the star pirates, who also sought to descend and aid the huntress while obstructing Luo Ran. Explosions erupted behind Luo Ran as he charged forward without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, he maneuvered the aircraft to evade the sudden burst of flames. Not far away, a fierce battle raged between the lion and the aircraft. The black aircraft, distinct from the ordinary, possessed a gleaming shell and agile maneuverability, rivaling the firepower of the lion, suitable for the star pirates who had never undergone mecha training. Luo Ran could see the huntress piloting her aircraft, aiming for the cockpit and glass of the lion, for the rest of its structure was impenetrably sturdy. The lion moved its limbs, attempting to shatter the aircraft before it. The exchange was fierce, with each side countering the other. However, upon catching sight of Luo Ran, the huntress realized the inevitable conclusion: defeat. Luo Ran had arrived, and the outcome of the battle above had already been determined. With a wry smile, the huntress initiated a sequence of commands. The meteor shower is about to commence. 10-second countdown initiated. An emotionless, monotone voice began to announce the numbers. 10. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Far too brief, too swift. Lucas and Luo Ran could see a crimson glow emerging from the mine's summit. The star pirates had previously buried the meteor shower at the mine's apex. Detonating it would cause the entire cavern to collapse. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Lucas gripped the microphone tightly. The meteor shower will descend within 10 seconds. Do not linger. Retreat. Understood. The soldiers who had come prepared to face the meteor shower had undergone psychological conditioning, even readying themselves for sacrifice, and upon hearing the command, they remained unperturbed, methodically securing the star pirate captives as they retreated. The mechas and aircraft had already been programmed. A single press of a button would enable them to swiftly identify the shortest escape route and activate the accelerators. Once engaged, the iron skin of the mechas and aircraft would shed their excess armor, leaving only a lightweight core, which would then enter overload mode, propelling them away despite the engine's damage. This was a recent innovation that Lucas and the Empire had been diligently developing. With the meteor shower poised to return, the Empire could not simply stand by. They needed to devise a countermeasure. However, while the army had time to escape, Lucas and Luo Ran were too deep within the mine. The huntress accelerated her aircraft to the maximum, charging towards one of the passages, but she too was only doing her utmost. At the moment of activating the meteor shower, she felt little attachment to her escape. It was merely 10 seconds. Even if she managed to escape, the Imperial forces would surely intercept her. Lucas fixed his gaze intently upon Luo Ran. This scene seemed to overlap with memories from several years prior, when he had looked upon Alton in much the same manner. Both were individuals he cherished deeply. General! General! Luo Ran had transitioned from the aircraft to the lion, sitting beside Lucas, tightly grasping his hand and reassuring him, "It's all right. We will face this together, united in life and death." Lucas could sense the calming pheromones emanating from Luo Ran, soothing his restless spirit. Luo Ran resolutely declared, "I am willing to share life and death with the general. To perish by your side would leave me without regret. As long as we are together, there is nothing to fear." Lucas paused and replied, "Indeed." Luo Ran was not merely a person he sought to protect. He was an equal partner, capable of safeguarding Lucas as well. Though their actions transpired in an instant, 5 seconds had already elapsed. Only 5 seconds remained. Lucas commanded sharply, "Downward." Ascending is no longer an option. Even in overload mode, the lion cannot escape. In the direst of circumstances, Lucas, bearing the weight of his command, prioritized issuing orders to his troops while the lion lay ensconced underground, unable to react in time. The meteor shower rained down from the apex of the cavern, compelling them to charge deeper into the earth. Lucas established a mental connection with Lauren, urging the lion to plunge further into the abyss. The lion, however, was not abandoned. Lucas was determined to remove its outer armor. Though the subterranean refuge could shield them from the onslaught of meteors and artillery, they would still face the crushing weight of a collapsing mine. At this juncture, the lion's fortitude became their greatest asset. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, an earth-shattering roar erupted as the meteor shower descended. The entire mine crumbled, engulfed in a cataclysm of fire. Lucas and Lauren clasped each other's hands tightly, unyielding as they raced into the darkness below. They could feel the lion being gradually besieged by the falling debris and the weight of the mine's structure, as if they were wrestling against the very force of gravity. The lion's glass viewport began to fracture under the pressure of the onslaught, and Lauren sensed the entire structure trembling from relentless impacts. Clinging to the control panel with one hand while shielding his abdomen with the other, he struggled to maintain his balance amidst the chaos. Despite his efforts, he felt several wounds and contusions forming on his elbows and head. Lucas immediately enveloped Lauren in his embrace, holding him tightly. Inside the cockpit, the tumult rendered it impossible to see one another's faces. Their minds clouded in confusion, yet Lauren, resting against Lucas's chest, felt the strength of his arms encircling his waist. Then, the ground above them began to collapse, accompanied by the ominous glow of fire seeping through. In a hushed tone, Lucas professed, "Lauren, I love you." "I love you too," Lauren replied. The lion, now entirely besieged by the debris above, might possess enough resilience to allow them to survive, though they could emerge grievously injured or perhaps not at all. Yet, fear was not their companion. Suddenly, Lauren caught a glimpse of something surging forward, crashing down upon the lion, enveloping it entirely. His eyes widened in astonishment. Was it the mother worm? A series of thunderous explosions echoed overhead, but Lauren could discern nothing beyond the monstrous form of the creature. The mother worm, with its gargantuan body, shielded them from harm. Having coexisted with the molten depths for eons, it was unperturbed by the flames. However, even the sturdiest carapace could not withstand the weight of the collapsed mine overhead. He could see the mother worm's legs gradually slipping, struggling against the burden. Yet it persisted in its duty to protect its progeny, fulfilling its ancestral obligation. As its form was pressed downward, the available space for Lauren and Lucas grew increasingly confined. They exchanged a glance, clasping each other's hands tightly. "Can you manage?" Lucas whispered. "It may strain your mental faculties." The haunting memory of the psychic trauma he had inflicted upon Lauren lingered in Lucas's mind. Yet now, they needed to connect mentally to muster sufficient psychic energy to create a protective barrier for themselves and the mother worm. It was a nearly impossible task. But Lucas was rated at 3, while Lauren had evolved beyond that. Each had once succeeded individually. "Let us give it a try," Lauren smiled. "If anything goes awry, we'll meet at the little wooden cabin." Agreed. The mine finally succumbed to its collapse, and simultaneously, a translucent barrier surged forth from the depths. It materialized as a manifestation of psychic energy, illuminating the area with an ethereal glow. A miracle. Wang Qiuyang stood outside the mine, eyes wide with disbelief. It was indeed a miracle. How could there exist such an immense manifestation of psychic energy? Lauren and Lucas were nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, the morale of the soldiers had diminished despite their victory, encircling the mine in a heavy silence, none daring to speak or depart. Wang Qiuyang, along with his aides such as Luo Xingyuan and Mu Yuan, remained momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the spectacle. The general and his secretary were still inside, their fates uncertain, the only sound being the distant rumble. Until that radiant light emerged, the Empire had truly embraced its victory. The Empire shall prevail. The Empire shall prevail. The general shall triumph. The cheers rose to a crescendo, nearly lifting the sky itself. "What are you standing around for?" Wang Qiuyang shouted amidst the jubilation. Turning to his squad, "Prepare. Once the collapse ends, we must descend to rescue our comrades." Lauren dreamt of many things, as if reliving the highlights of his life. His first encounter with Lucas, their inaugural quarrel, so many memories flooding back. Then, Lauren awakened. He lay in bed, staring blankly at the wooden ceiling. The antiquated decor momentarily disoriented him. A delightful fragrance of flowers filled the air. Blinking, he turned to rise from the bed. Lauren froze. He found himself in a quaint wooden cabin, and through the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, a sea of wisteria blossoms unfolded outside. "You little ravenous tongue. We truly met at the wisteria cabin," Lucas announced, entering with a smile, leaning against the doorframe. "The little ravenous tongue has awakened." "What's going on?" Lauren asked, bewildered, looking at Lucas. Lucas settled beside him, ruffling Lauren's hair. "Silly Lauren. That day in the mine, we established a mental connection, but you ultimately succumbed, falling into a state of psychic disarray post-battle. I entrusted the aftermath to Mu Yuan and Xing Yuan, bringing you here to recuperate." Lauren inquired, "How many days have I been lying here?" "You were unconscious for 4 days. You awakened afterward but seemed dazed, possibly unaware for an additional 3. Judging by your current state, you appear to be fully conscious now." Lucas raised an eyebrow. "It seems it's my turn now to soothe your mind."
Ah, Laurent murmure.
slowly recalling the events. Does it still hurt? Lucas inquired, gently massaging the back of Lauren's head. Just a little, Lauren replied honestly, but it's manageable. Only then did Lauren notice a large glass enclosure in the corner of the room, housing a dark, block-headed creature. Lucas explained, your mother worm has transformed into this. That day, the aides, accompanied by half the army, had swiftly cleared the rubble trapping the lion and the creature. What they discovered was a battered lion, nestled within its cockpit, tightly embracing Lauren and Lucas, along with the diminutive creature perched upon its shoulder. The once massive mother worm had been reduced to the size of a small child. Lucas chuckled. The research facility reported that her hard shell was crushed, restoring her to her original flesh and blood size. This means she can no longer serve as a mother. She won't cling to you to take you back. Xiaji mentioned they could eventually return her to the cave, allowing her to continue her role in producing hard shells. Understanding dawned on Lauren as he gazed at the creature. Its head turned towards the glass wall, appearing withdrawn, evoking both sympathy and amusement. With Lucas's assistance, he approached and gently poked the creature's head. It extended its robust leg and thumped Lauren's hand with force. Humph! Even its antennae are trembling. Lauren laughed. She is angry, still scolding me. You deserve it, Lucas teased, pinching Lauren's nose. By the way, Lauren hesitated before asking, what about the fox hunter? Is he dead? Lucas's gaze fell. Old Wang discovered his corpse that day, crushed beneath the stones, unrecognizable. The remnants of the Star Pirates have been thoroughly eradicated, and the Empire continues to pursue the remaining factions. Luo Ran's feelings are rather nuanced. Although Hunter Fox was brutal, he was the leader of the Star Pirates and possessed a certain charisma. It is unexpected that he met his demise amidst the meteor shower he himself orchestrated. Luo Ran recalls their previous encounter in the restaurant restroom, where he doused Hunter Fox with a bucket of foul water. At that moment, Fox's rage was akin to that of an ordinary person. Perhaps he should not dwell on such thoughts. Lucas gently grasped Luo Ran's hand, leading him outside. They arrived at a glasshouse, where Luo Ran beheld an endless sea of purple flowers, a smile blooming on his face. How beautiful! In the next moment, Luo Ran witnessed Lucas kneeling before him on one knee. Lucas produced a small red box from his pocket, opening it before Luo Ran and declaring, Luo Ran, I wish to propose to you. Nestled within the velvet lining lay a silver blue ring, gleaming radiantly, simple in design yet elegantly understated. From this day forth, I shall protect you, cherish you, and respect you, Lucas asserted, his voice resolute and his ears flushed. You are my only love. My affections are solely for you, and I shall grant you everything. My company, my military, my very self. All that I possess is yours. I shall heed your words, striving to care for you in every way possible. Whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to fulfill. With a rare hint of nervousness, Lucas implored, will you accept my proposal? Luo Ran was utterly taken aback. Before him knelt this towering man amidst the floral expanse, his expression grave, as though preparing for battle. Behind him, wisteria flowers swayed gently in the breeze. Luo Ran found himself at a loss for words. Luo Ran? Lucas inquired, if you wish, you may stipulate conditions. I shall comply with whatever you demand. A soft laugh escaped Luo Ran as he lowered his gaze, his eyes glistening with warmth. He removed the necklace from around his neck, a gemstone bestowed upon him by Luo Chang, a familial heirloom of sorts. Yet now anything seemed possible. Luo Ran merely sought a token. I accept your proposal. I am willing. Luo Ran knelt beside Lucas, holding the necklace aloft. I too wish to propose to you, Lucas. His eyes sparkled with joy as he continued. I may not have much to offer, but I promise to listen to you, to support you in both life and career, to bring you happiness, and to protect you to the best of my abilities. Luo Ran's silver blue hair cascaded softly over his shoulders, his gaze gentle as flowing water. Hurry, put it on, Lucas exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. Amused, Luo Ran adorned Lucas with the necklace. Subsequently, Lucas took hold of Luo Ran's hand, slipping the ring onto his slender ring finger. Mine now, Lucas declared, embracing Luo Ran amidst the floral sea. Chapter 95 Marriage. 2 weeks later, the Empire erupted with excitement. General Lucas and Secretary Luo were officially registering their marriage. The event was to be streamed live from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The aftermath of the war had been settled, the remnants of the Star Pirates completely vanquished, and the army had been reorganized. Research revealed that the plant Luo Ran mentioned could counteract the side effects of the substances, leading to the resumption of mining operations alongside ordinary ores. The responsibilities of the second prince and Lucas were to oversee this usage, ensuring it would not lead to chaos or abuse. However, the mother worm was currently housed in a research facility, and once healed, it would return underground, with its future uncertain. Regardless, the Empire maintained a stance of cautious acceptance, unafraid, confident in their ability to control matters as long as greed did not overwhelm them. For instance, the director of the Research Institute, Shi Xiuqi, continued to insist on imprisoning the mother worm for production, and thus was promptly dismissed by the second prince, who needed an example to deter others. Meanwhile, preparations for the second prince's coronation and Lucas's investiture were underway. The Aldo family had long held the title of Marshal, and while Lucas was initially slated to inherit it at 35, his father was reluctant to retain the title. Lucas, having vanquished the Star Pirates and having proven himself as the Empire's indomitable shield and sword over the years, was thus granted an early investiture. Henceforth, Lucas would no longer be a general but a marshal equivalent to another leader of the Empire. In the aftermath of the war, Lucas was busy, and Luo Ran not only assisted him but also took charge of the investiture preparations. Just recovering from illness, he found himself inundated with tasks. Nevertheless, they had to register their marriage. I have yet to recover from the joy of finally eliminating the Star Pirates, and now this. I feel utterly overwhelmed. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Everything is simply splendid. At this moment, let me shout for General Lucas's victory, and long live the Empire. A love story for the ages. We've been saying we should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and now they are actually going. I'm not a fan, but I am genuinely excited right now, even on the verge of tears. The Star Pirates have finally been eradicated, and the General and Secretary Luo can finally plan their lives together. I truly appreciate Secretary Luo for always standing by this hero. The Star Network was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. The second prince, Zhou Mingyu, was about to ascend the throne. The Star Pirates had been completely annihilated, and the general was getting married. The Star Network was filled with cheers and joy, discussing the wedding and the victory from dawn till dusk. On the day of the live broadcast, it would not be an exaggeration to say that nearly the entire nation was tuned in. My parents skipped work to watch the live stream. Can you believe it? They're practically due for retirement. Honestly, my entire company is on holiday for this. I asked around, and everyone is taking the day off. My friends upstairs have it rough. My grandparents are so excited that they demanded we stream it for them. It's starting, sisters. I'm so nervous. I felt a bit anxious myself. Luo Ran sat beside Lucas, glancing at the comments online, noting that his parents were also eagerly waiting. Suddenly, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What was there to be nervous about? It was merely a matter of signing a name and taking a photo. Lucas, with a smirk, raised an eyebrow. Never seen the likes of this before, have you? Luo Ran frowned. Aren't you nervous, General? Not at all. Lucas delighted in showcasing his prowess before Luo Ran, taking hold of Luo Ran's hand with a grin. Don't be nervous. Just hold my hand if you feel anxious. Luo Ran playfully swatted Lucas's hand away, chuckling. Stop messing around. It's starting. The cameras were positioned, and the two sat upright at the table as the civil affairs officials approached with two small books. Please have the General and Secretary Luo sign. Luo Ran took a pen, handing one to Lucas. Lucas's expression turned serious as he reached for it. Clatter. The pen fell to the floor. Luo Ran chuckled, his eyes twinkling. The look in his eyes seemed to convey, don't be nervous. Lucas shot Luo Ran a glare. Bending down to retrieve the pen, he took the book and prepared to sign. General Luo Ran quickly took the book, wrong page. Luo Ran struggled to suppress a smile, his lips threatening to rise. Under the table, he nudged his hand toward Lucas. He blinked. If you're nervous, you can hold my hand, General. Lucas, flustered, turned away from the camera, casting Luo Ran a fierce glare. I'll deal with you later. Unbeknownst to the two, aside from the drone capturing their front view, cameras surrounded them from all angles. The Star Network collectively gasped. Why did I click on this? Why? Is it now fashionable to bait people into watching a romantic drama? I thought I was just tuning in to see citizens signing, but instead, I'm witnessing an idle love story. A love story for the ages. Thanks for the invite. I wasn't a fan before, but now I am. Their interactions are so natural. It's hilarious to watch these elite figures of the empire turn adorably awkward in love. And there are cameras everywhere. I have departed this world. Yet the esteemed general, known for his iron will, exhibits an unexpected tenderness toward his secretary. It is astonishing to witness the general's nervousness, revealing a genuine affection. Secretary Luo is equally gentle, embodying a beautiful love. Ha ha ha. They have arranged 2 chairs into one, completely oblivious to their surroundings. How natural. Ha ha ha. Let us not dwell on the general's anxiety. Have you not noticed? Secretary Luo's ears are flushed crimson, outwardly composed yet blushing all over. How adorably charming. After Lucas and Luo Ran completed their signatures, they proceeded to take photographs. Standing before a crimson backdrop, they leaned into each other, with Lucas instinctively wrapping his arm around Luo Ran's waist. For today, Luo Ran had specially tailored matching suits for both, each in a pristine white. One exudes a tall and robust presence, while the other radiates elegant handsomeness. One bears a serious and stern demeanor, as if engaged in a momentous endeavor, while the other smiles softly. Together, they shine resplendently. Click. Their photograph was captured perfectly. Having completed all arrangements, each held a small notebook, and upon returning to the office, Lucas pressed Luo Ran against the desk. You little rascal, are you laughing at me? No, Luo Ran replied with a beaming smile. Nervousness is a natural human emotion. I find this version of the general quite endearing. Use my name. Lucas leaned down to kiss Luo Ran. By the way, Luo Ran gently pushed Lucas away, saying, I caught a glimpse of the comments on my way back. It seems they have noticed. During the live broadcast, everyone was too excited, but once it concluded, they had the time to scrutinize and rewatch the recording, each turning into a microscope, only to discover that Luo Ran's abdomen seemed slightly rounded, especially from the side. No way, no way, no way. Is it what I think it is? Oh my goodness. Is our illustrious heir finally on the way? Could it merely be that the secretary has been indulging lately and gained some weight? Facepalm that cannot be weight gain. If it were, how could it only affect the abdomen? Even if we assume Secretary Luo has a unique physique that causes only his belly to swell, the first area to gain weight would certainly be the lower abdomen, not the entire belly. Don't ask how I know this, sobbing. Luo Ran showed Lucas the excited comments from the netizens. Then let us announce it. The situation is now stable. Afterward, let the military officially declare it. Lucas, with a beaming smile, wrapped his arm around Luo Ran's waist, guiding him to sit on his lap while gently caressing Luo Ran's belly. It is their child, a continuation of their bloodline, and a cherished member of their future family. It felt as if they had finally reached solid ground after a tumultuous journey, finding warmth and a home. He had emerged from the fiery battlefield and arrived in a place of comfort. What are you thinking? Luo Ran inquired. I was pondering whether, had Zhou Mingyu not resorted to underhanded tactics, I would have spent my life as your superior. Luo Ran chuckled softly. Initially, Zhou Mingyu speculated that Lucas would side with Zhou Mingjing, given their differing ideologies. Coupled with Zhou Mingyu's long-standing affection for Luo Ran, he devised a plan to undermine Lucas's reputation gradually, eroding public trust to pave the way for a future coup. Zhou Mingyu had arranged for a female accomplice, deceived the princess, disabled the hotel's surveillance, and slipped drugs into Lucas's drink. Everything was meticulously prepared. However, Zhou Mingyu underestimated Lucas's resilience. As a Type 3, the drug not only failed to ensnare him but also delayed its effects. Seeing that Lucas showed no signs of succumbing, Zhou Mingyu's accomplices hesitated to act. Thus, Luo Ran ascended the stairs, inadvertently encountering the delayed onset of Lucas's reaction. That one tea happened, Luo Ran replied with a smile. I believe even without this incident, there would have been other circumstances. At worst, we would simply wait until your retirement, grow old together and marry. After all, they have only each other. That sounds rather bleak. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Seated in his office chair, with Luo Ran perched on his lap, Luo Ran wrapped his arms around Lucas's neck, playfully nuzzling. I intend to work for you for a lifetime. How tragic. Noticing this, Lucas became wary. What are you planning? Do you have something to ask of me? I won T-fall for that, you know. I'm still recovering mentally. I need to work, but I'm exhausted and require some mental therapy. After the lifelong bond is established, the therapeutic effects will be exponentially enhanced, potentially leading to a swift recovery for Luo Ran. Lucas tentatively suggested, Then shall I grant you a leave of absence? Realistically, even on leave, Luo Ran would still need to assist Lucas with documents. He would still have to review them at home, rendering a break pointless. Luo Ran smiled and said nothing, merely burying his head in Lucas's neck. Due to his unique physique, it wouldn't affect their intimacy during pregnancy. After all, he still needed the pheromones to support the pregnancy, particularly for a type 3 like Luo Ran who would be ready in just half a month. Ran, Lucas took a deep breath. Are you certain? Once the lifelong bond is established, it cannot be undone. You know the consequences. Yes. Are you sure? Lucas inquired again, his tone turning serious. Aware of his advantages regarding gender, he hesitated to act impulsively. Lucas, Luo Ran tugged gently at Lucas's tie, raising an eyebrow. Are you unsure? The medication has been taken for half a month, and the lubricating agent has been in use for just as long. How could there still be hesitation? Lucas, with one hand cradling Luo Ran's head for a kiss and the other beginning to explore, murmured in a husky voice, "Let me ask one last time. Are you certain?" "Yes," Luo Ran replied, cheeks flushed, embracing Lucas. "But for the sake of the baby, be gentle." "All right." Lucas untied Luo Ran's hairband. With a swish, Luo Ran's hair cascaded down, slightly disheveled over his shoulders. Lucas used the hairband to bind Luo Ran's wrists. Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you ask me to be gentle? So don't struggle. It hinders my performance." With that, Lucas swept Luo Ran into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. 2 months later, the grand imperial wedding finally arrived. Citizens witnessed the union of Marshal Lucas and Secretary Luo Ran, successfully organized in a remarkably short time through collective effort. The ceremony took place on a flower-laden planet, attended by all prominent figures from the Empire and the galaxy. The best man and maid of honor were Lieutenant Freeman and Rong Duo, who playfully teased them, attempting to matchmake. On this day, the public dutifully gathered in the livestream room. The scene displayed a violet blue sky, with clusters of nebulae, and the altar adorned with wisteria blossoms. As it was a military wedding, the atmosphere eschewed extravagance, opting instead for natural wooden trellises, wisteria, and decorations that still appeared grand. Finally, it was time for the vows. Lucas and Luo Ran stood together on the platform. Lucas, rarely dressed so formally, had his hair meticulously styled and donned a fitted black suit. According to his aides, he appeared utterly unrecognizable. Luo Ran, in his customary white suit, had more intricate embellishments, and both wore suits adorned with jewelry. Holding the script, Lucas stood tall, his voice resonant. "Before the God of love and all present witnesses, I, Lucas Aldo, willingly take Luo Ran as my partner, from this day forth and for eternity, in both prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow. I shall love you eternally, cherish you, and remain faithful to you, until death do us part." Luo Ran echoed, "Before the God of love and all present witnesses, I, Luo Ran, willingly take Lucas Aldo as my partner, from this day forth and for eternity, in both prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow. I shall love you eternally, cherish you, and remain faithful to you, until death do us part, until forever." The end of the narrative. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please remember to like and subscribe. We shall meet again in the next story.